If you can take out more money and buy 2 scrolls in one go, won't the problem be solved directly? Although it would cost a lot of money, the 2 dragons had probably plundered a lot of people's wealth. If you kill them, you might not be able to recoup your losses, but you definitely won't lose too much. Matthew looked troubled. I'm not rich, and it's not convenient for me to borrow too much. Soria's expression turned cold. Then do you want to be a freeloader? Matthew hurriedly waved his hand. No. I can buy a scroll of the dragon-slaying spear. How much can I borrow from you? Soria raised 3 fingers. For the sake of my best friend, I can give you an interest-free loan of 300,000 gold coins. It's not impossible to give you more, but you have to pay interest. Matthew gritted his teeth. Then I'll take out a loan of 300,000 golds first. I'll go back and gather the rest of the money. Soria smiled and slapped a scroll of the dragon-slaying spear in front of him. Matthew carefully put away the scroll. He could not help but mutter in his heart. Can Rhaegar afford to reimburse this? However, to be honest, as soon as the scroll was in his hand, he felt much more at ease. This was the sense of security brought by strength. Matthew asked. Other than Fae-Zibin's dragon-slaying series of spells, do you have any other insights? Soria looked at him reproachfully. Of course I have. How much do you plan to pay? Matthew's face immediately turned bitter. I don't have much money on hand. Soria interrupted him. If you don't have money, you can pay with a favor. I'll give you my dragon-slaying experience, but in return, you must complete one thing for me in the next 20 years. I haven't thought of the details yet, but it definitely won't exceed your ability by too much. Matthew thought to himself that he would never have to worry about debts. He was already tied to Isabel's pirate ship. Was he afraid of getting entangled with Soria? Hence, he nodded decisively. In the next second, Soria took a thick book from the bookshelf next to her and handed it to Matthew. There were a few words written on it. Soria's recipe, the giant dragon. Matthew hurriedly flipped through a few pages and looked up in surprise. Back then, you killed the dragon to satisfy your appetite? Soria gently combed his hair. What else? Isabel robbed the dragon's nest before me. Do you think I don't know? Hee, the taste of a dragon is indeed very good. Although her smile was very gentle. However, Matthew felt a devilish aura from her smile. He hugged the thick book. Matthew planned to leave. Before he left, he found an opportunity to ask Soria. I wonder how Lady Margaret is doing. Soria said calmly. Not dead yet. She's floating in the river of blood. Why? Do you care about her? Don't tell me you're dating her? That's great. If she accidentally dies in purgatory, you'll bear her debts, right? Matthew was so scared that he quickly shook his head and said. Margaret and I are just ordinary friends. Soria chuckled. Men are just unreliable. Margaret is such a good person. What's wrong with helping her pay a little debt? Was that a small debt? Matthew left the Crystal Palace, sweating profusely. Afternoon. Matthew came to the oak forest to plant trees. However, at this moment, suddenly, a loud noise came from the sky. The intense sound of air being torn apart was like a meteorite falling. Matthew looked up. A light blue flame was falling into the oak forest at a speed visible to the naked. That thing seemed to be coming for him. In an instant, Matthew was alarmed. On the data panel. Chapter 596, Chapter 596, World Peace and the Destroyer. Chapter 596, World Peace and the Destroyer. B0xn0vel.cm. Translator, Lonely Tree. The Cloud Elf's drop pod was coming at him menacingly. Matthew quickly woke up the oak guard and prepared to fight. However, when it was about 500 meters from the ground, the descent of the pod suddenly slowed down. A faint blue light lit up from the bottom of the pod. Matthew could recognize that it was the symbol of feather drop. Under the enhancement of the feather drop technique, In the end, the pod did not crash into the oak forest. Instead, it landed lightly on an open space in the north of the oak forest. Matthew quickly went over. Obist and the others followed closely behind. When they reached the edge of the drop pod, the hatch had already opened, and a very thin humanoid creature walked out. She was wearing a seemingly thin armor that reflected the luster of fish scales. She was even taller and thinner than the Twilight Elves. From the side, her entire body was as thin as a piece of paper, as if she could fly away with a gust of wind. Without a doubt, this was a Cloud Elf. I'm Amelia, the leader of the 13th team of the World's Calamity. Ms. Bobo Wilkins entrusted me with coming here. You must be Mr. Matthew. The Cloud Elf's voice was very ethereal and sweet, giving off a delicate feeling. It was a clear contrast to her capable appearance. I am. Matthew nodded and asked about Amelia's background. Amelia walked up to Matthew and extended her hand. Matthew shook her hand and found that her palm was extremely cold, as if she had just come out of an ice cave. When the Cloud Elf walked, her body was different from normal creatures. She seemed to be floating or jumping. Gravity seemed to have no effect on them. Nice to meet you, Mr. Matthew. Amelia smiled and said. Lady Bobo is currently undergoing the Wisdom Palace's assessment. If nothing goes wrong, she will become one of the most promising arcane machinists. After receiving your letter, she had intended to come here personally, but we persuaded her not to do so. The project she is currently working on is very critical, so she is unable to come personally. I hope you can understand. Matthew waved his hand. If there's anything more important, just let me know. There's no need to make such a big fuss. Amelia smiled and said. No. Madame Bobo still values your request for help. Unfortunately, the secret order of the Seven Saint Alliance has been officially made public. Due to some subsidiary agreements of this secret order, the World's Calamity unit that I am in cannot directly participate in the war on the surface. In the end, after discussing with Lady Bobo, I have decided to come here in my personal name to help you complete certain combat missions. The World's Calamity? As if noticing the doubt in Matthew's eyes, Amelia introduced him enthusiastically. The World's Calamity is Cloud Edge City's most powerful aerial force. Due to the Cloud Elves having deployed a large number of aerial bases and extraterrestrial orbits in the skies of Ander, the members of the World's Calamity can descend to any corner of the world at once. This unit was a key cooperation project between Cyberdragon and Cloud Edge City. Unfortunately, ever since the incident at the Cloud Ruins broke out, there was some conflict between Cyberdragon and Cloud Edge City, and the projects between the two sides were terminated one by one. Although the World's Calamity remained independent, many projects in the army were forced to disband. Otherwise, as long as Lady Bobo agrees, I can mobilize at least 3 Sky Squad members to assist in the battle. Matthew clicked his tongue in his heart. He had long known that Cloud Edge City's civilization was extraordinary. The Cloud Elves had displayed incredible technological prowess when hunting down Lorraine. However, he didn't expect that he wouldn't see her in a few days. Did Bobo become an important figure in Cloud Edge City? Matthew asked curiously. Isn't Bobo a mystic machinist of the Cyberdragon? Why did she join Cloud Edge City? Amelia explained. As I said, the World's Calamity is a collaboration between Cyberdragon and Cloud Edge City. Lady Bobo did not become a citizen of Cloud Edge City. She was only working for the World's Calamity. The current vice commander of the World's Calamity was the president of the Hwa sisters, Ms. Hawkins. Back then, Ms. Bobo had entered the Cyberdragon to study under the arrangement of Ms. Hawkins. Now, you can be considered to have returned to Madame Hawkins' side. Matthew nodded and did not continue to ask. Regardless of whether what the other party said was true or not, at least this Cloud Elf's attitude was not bad. Matthew had no reason to reject her. In the next moment, when the Cloud Elf took out a black suitcase from the drop pod and handed it to Matthew, he was shocked. He basically believed what Amelia said. The suitcase was heavy. A huge sense of danger came from inside the box. At that moment, Matthew's hair stood on end. This is World Peace Noel, Ms. Bobo's latest creation. It's equivalent to the effect of 10 Tier 5 evocation spells stacked together. This is the remote control. Please keep it well. Oh right, World Peace comes with an additional voice-activated spell. The moment you press the remote control, please be sure to shout the word World Peace. Otherwise, this bomb may become unstable. He silently felt that familiar smell. Matthew's arm couldn't help but tremble. He had a lot of complaints in his heart, so he couldn't help but ask. Chapter 597, Chapter 597, World Peace and the One Who Destroys the Array. Chapter 597, World Peace and the One Who Destroys the Array. B0xn0vel.cm. Translator, Lonely Tree. What do you mean by unstable? Won't the bomb explode? Amelia replied cautiously. I'm not sure, but according to my understanding of the arcane machinists, this might cause the power of the bomb to strictly exceed the limit, which means that the explosion will be even more powerful. Matthew thought that it was reasonable to shout World Peace to restrain the power of the bomb. So he couldn't help but ask a second question. With such a bomb, you still dare to take the drop pod directly to the ground? What if the speed reduction effect of the cabin is not satisfactory? Amelia smiled. We Cloud Elves have always been bold and like to take risks and excitement. If there's a 50% chance of success, we're willing to try, even if there's a lot of risk involved. If I'm really that unlucky and fail to land, then this must be God's will. I'll gladly accept this outcome. Heaven's decree, my ass. Matthew was secretly sweating. Fortunately, the scene he imagined did not happen. Otherwise, after the world peace exploded, at least a large area of oak forest would be affected. He then chatted with Amelia for a while. Matthew realized that the Cloud Elves were not as difficult to get along with as he had imagined. However, some of the ideas that Amelia revealed in her speech were really unacceptable. The Cloud Elves seemed to be a race that liked to seek death. The reason why they were not extinct was entirely because of the black technology that was out of the era. This was a stark contrast to the other conservative elves. It was no wonder that they could fight evenly with the cyber dragon in the sky. After chatting for a while, Amelia asked Matthew to help her put away the capsule. She climbed up an oak tree, spread her arms, and flew into the sky like a bird. She found a cloud in the sky and went in. I'll be staying in Rolling Stone Town to support you for the next few days. If you want to find me, just shout my name loudly. Amelia's ethereal voice came from the sky. Matthew looked up at the cloud in the sky curiously. A moment later, a slightly embarrassed voice sounded in his heart. Can you stop looking, Mr. Matthew? Matthew hurriedly lowered his head and left the surface with world peace. Bobo didn't come personally. However, the heavy weight of world peace still made Matthew feel her sincerity. With this bomb, Matthew had another trump card. As for how useful Amelia, the Cloud Elf, could be in the war, Matthew had no hope at all. However, what surprised him was in the following week. Apart from Bobo, there was no news from the other 5. This inevitably made Matthew a little disappointed. Fortunately, during this period of time, Li Weiqi returned to Rolling Stone Town from High Leaf Ridge according to plan. After learning that the Black Dragon Overlord had ambushed Rolling Stone Town, this powerful monk expressed his willingness to help on the spot. 2 days later, the battle application and battle plan formulated by Riegar and Zeller were quickly released. Regarding these contents, Matthew was also involved. However, he still put more effort into preparations related to slaying the dragon. It was late July. The application list for the battle in Rolling Stone Town had already entered the final stage. What gave Riegar a headache was the army of Rolling Stone Town had serious signs of bias. On the one hand, they had exceptionally good cavalry, and on the other hand, they had infantry made up of garrison members who had little combat experience. Needless to say, the cavalrymen had all returned from Ascana. However, the weakness of the infantry was not good news for a battle that was mainly a frontal assault. after the three of them discussed it again and again. In the end, they decided to bring in a famous mercenary group to make up for the shortcomings of the front line. This mercenary group called the Formation Breaker arrived at Rolling Stone Town on the afternoon of July 22nd. They were previously active in the country north of the Helen Mountains and were said to have fought several wars with the Troll Kingdom. After that, the leader of the mercenary group received some news that the southern battlefield was more profitable. Thus, they took a boat south and arrived at the east coast. Coincidentally, this captain and Rieger's father were old friends, and after some time, both sides had built a relationship. July 23rd, morning. At the entrance of the Lord's Manor. A row of heavily armored Northland warriors with thick beards and hair stood there. However, the most eye-catching thing was the mammoth that almost made the entire street extremely crowded. It was the mount of Captain Donovan and also the biggest asset of this rare mercenary group that mainly focused on defending towns and local wars. At this moment, the heavy armor warriors from the Formation Breaker mercenary group blocked the passage to the main hall. They were clearly outsiders. The murderous aura on their bodies was superior to that of the garrison members, who had never seen much blood. Vaguely, they seemed to have turned the tables. In the reception hall, which was only a dozen meters away from the door, Riegar looked at the situation outside the corridor with an unfriendly expression. "Donovan, what is the meaning of this?" Donovan, the Formation Breaker, was a boorish northern man. But at this moment, his small eyes revealed an obvious crafty look. "Oh, little Riegar, please don't misunderstand. My men are used to seeing blood and sand. Sometimes, they can't control their nervousness. But please rest assured, I'm here to discuss business. They only have respect for you. There's no other meaning." Chapter 598, World Peace and the Destroyer. Chapter 598, World Peace and the Destroyer. B0xn0vel.cm. Translator, Lonely Tree. After all, I'm an old friend of your father's. I even hugged you when you were young. This old man was clearly in his 60s, but his voice was full of energy, and his movements were powerful. He looked like he was in his prime. Matthew speculated that Donovan had barbarian blood. Hearing the other party's tone of taking advantage of his seniority, Matthew and Zeller looked at each other. They all realized that this guy was here to take advantage of the situation. That was true. Mercenary groups were meant to make money from war. For people like them, it would be strange if they didn't come to steal from Riegar at this time. As expected, Riegar frowned and negotiated with the other party for a while. Donovan quickly rejected the price he had agreed on. Instead, the demand had tripled. "My men rushed here from the north to support the construction of Rolling Stone Town. Although we have an old friendship, that's another matter. You must give me enough money. Otherwise, I won't be able to explain to my brothers." Donovan's tone was very gentle. He sat on the chair opposite Riegar in a very relaxed manner, as if he were the owner of this place. Riegar replied impolitely. "You're taking advantage of a burning house. You know my strength. Don't play with fire, Donovan." Donovan said indifferently. "I know your men are very strong. Your camp is just next door, and there are many powerful knights there. I also know that this town has a legendary thief, a high-grade warlock, and a necromancer. I admit that your strength is very strong. But you have to admit you need me. You need us." 121 people from the Formation Breaker mercenary group. 70 heavy armor warriors, 29 archers, 11 scouts, 6 guardians, 2 mages, and 2 priests. And me. Donovan, the Formation Breaker King, and my good friend, Hallie, the Mammoth King. If you want to fight a war with the neighboring territory, you will need my people to hold the front line for you. Moreover, we are about to face a black dragon. I fought a dragon before. I knew how difficult it was to deal with them. How many mercenary groups in the entire South were willing to face a dragon? Riegar. You have to admit that. The price that is higher than the agreed price is a reward for our courage. Riker's face was ashen. The price I'm giving you is already 3 times the normal market price, Donovan said lazily. Extraordinary times require extraordinary prices. To be honest, we have received invitations from other territories. If you are unwilling to pay this price, then our people will leave quickly. Don't worry. I'm here to do business, not to cause trouble. I only hope that you can make a relatively rational decision. After all, you have seen my strength. To put it bluntly, my men are guarding the door now. Other than that legendary bandit, who else can break in? Donovan's arrogance infuriated everyone. Matthew and Zeller looked at each other, planning to teach the man a lesson. But at this moment, suddenly, there was a commotion at the door. Everyone looked outside. It seemed that 2 people wanted to enter the Liege's manor, but they were stopped by the heavy armor warriors of the mercenary group. Moreover, the mammoth was blocking the entrance, unwilling to move. The 2 people who were stopped looked very dissatisfied. Donovan revealed a satisfied smile. He even took the initiative to spread his hands at Rhaegar. However, in the next second, a low chant suddenly came from the door. One of the female druids was emitting a faint green light. The light landed on the mammoth. The latter staggered back a few steps. His eyelids seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds. ILDCLUD 11 YQZD Secunus. 2 of the heavy armor warriors immediately went up to the druid, wanting to take him down. But at this moment, a pure white sword light erupted from beside them. The bystanders could barely see what had happened. A series of tinkling sounds could be heard. When the dust settled, everyone was shocked to find that the leg armor of the 2 heavy armor warriors had been cut off and fallen to the ground. Their lower bodies instantly turned from fully armed to bare. All that was left was a pair of underwear and thick leg hair that trembled in the air. Under the heavy armor warrior's shocked gaze, the orc sword saint slowly sheathed his weapon. A slight commotion broke out at the door. At this moment, the 2 of them quickly passed through the guards at the door and arrived at the reception hall. The garrison members inside were about to go up and stop them when Matthew stood up. They are here for me. Long time no see, Samantha, Clegg. He greeted the 2 women in a friendly manner. Samantha nodded. Clegg, however, revealed a look of joy from the bottom of her heart. I heard that you were in trouble. Samantha and I had just finished something, so we rushed over immediately. Oh? Is he your enemy? Clegg stared at Donovan, who was sitting on the chair, her gaze gradually becoming unfriendly. Donovan looked at Clegg with a solemn expression. Path of Sword Saint? Clegg immediately put on a frosty expression. She did not answer. Matthew took the opportunity to arrange for the 2 girls to wait at the side. During this process, Donovan looked at Matthew suspiciously. Finally, he frowned and said, Inheritor of the Sword Saint, Moonlight Druid, I admit that your friend is quite capable, but this doesn't affect the content of our negotiations. I still think that my subordinates and I are worth that much money. As soon as he finished speaking, a loud elephant cry erupted from the door. Everyone hurriedly looked outside again. In the middle of the heavy armor warriors, a young man with a strong physique appeared. He squeezed his way to the mammoth's side as if he wanted to enter the door. Lumiere? Matthew exclaimed. The appearance of the future king of the rainforest did not change much from before, but his skin was much darker. He looked up and saw Matthew. He immediately said excitedly, Matthew, why is there an elephant in front of your house? I can't get in if he's standing here. Can I move him away? Seeing this, Donovan sneered. What nonsense are you spouting, young man? I told Hallie to stay where she is. If you can move her 10 steps, fuck. Donovan hadn't finished his sentence. Under everyone's horrified gazes, the young man, who was as black as coal, pushed the mammoth in the opposite direction. Immediately after, he raised his hands and actually held the mammoth's waist, lifting it up on the spot. Make way, make way. Amidst the hurried shouts, Lumiere carried the mammoth and ran out of town. He disappeared in a flash. Chapter 599 Rieker's ex-wife. Chapter 599 Rieker's ex-wife. B0xn0vel.cm. Translator, Lonely Tree. Donovan jumped up from his chair and rushed across the corridor to the street outside the door. The crowd on the street moved to the sides to hide. The young man was actually using his own strength to carry the mammoth and run all the way. What was even more terrifying was, during this process, the mammoth was struggling violently. The density of the buildings near the liege's residence was actually quite high. The mammoth's huge body did not have much room to move. However, under the restrictions of these conditions, the young man carried the mammoth and rushed far away. In the end, he rushed to the central square of the street. Due to the invasion of the dragon disaster, many buildings were still in ruins, and only a few workers were busy. Lumiere came to the edge of the square, found an empty space, and put the mammoth down. Boom! The earth trembled. After the mammoth landed on the ground, it seemed to be unable to maintain its balance. She staggered and fell toward Lumiere. Lumiere did not panic at all. He exerted strength from both legs and leapt high into the air. Then, he slapped the mammoth below its ribs. Boom! The latter seemed to have been pushed by a huge force. She fell to the other side of the no man's land. Another earth-shattering sound. When the mammoth fell, the entire Lord district was trembling. At this time, dust billowed, and the ground sank. Many residents who did not know the truth ran out of their homes and nervously asked about the latest situation. Fortunately, everyone's panic was quickly stopped. Matthew and the others followed the anxious Donovan out of the liege's manor and tailed him all the way to the edge of the square. When he saw Matthew, Lumiere clapped his hands and wiped the dust off his face. The elephant at your door is too heavy. I almost couldn't carry it. As soon as he said that, Donovan, who was looking at the mammoth with heartache, was completely speechless. His lips trembled slightly as if he had many questions for Lumiere, but he was also afraid of the young man's unfathomable strength. You. Who are you? Before Lumiere could answer, Matthew stepped forward. He is the future king of the rainforest and my good friend, Mr. Lumiere. Lumiere scratched his head and chuckled in agreement. The heavy armor warriors of the Formation Breaker mercenary group had also rushed over. Seeing this scene, they couldn't help but lean toward Lumiere. However, Donovan stopped them in time. Then, he rushed forward to check on the mammoth's condition. It was all right. Lumiere had a sense of propriety in his attacks. Perhaps it had something to do with his years of experience in fighting huge creatures. The mammoth that fell was only slightly injured. At this moment, Riegar spoke at the right time. How's your mount? I remember her name is Haley. Do you need us to treat Hallie? Don't worry, I won't charge you extra money. Donovan's face turned cold. He stood up, and with the help of the heavy armored warriors, Mammoth Hallie also stood up. However, there was a hint of fear in her eyes as she stared at Lumiere. The group of people did not stay in the square for too long. After Donovan got the priests in his mercenary group to provide treatment for the Mammoth Hallie, he returned to the liege's residence to continue the negotiations. However, this time, Hallie was still assigned to stand guard at the door. However, it was not that close to the entrance of the liege's manor. People could enter and leave the Lord's manor freely. It was obvious. Donovan had realized that continuing to pressure the negotiations through Hallie was likely to lead to a worse outcome. Therefore, he made some concessions on the surface. But once they returned to the negotiation table, this old fox still had the expressions "you need us and you can't leave us" on his face. He lit up a cigar and blew out a large ring of smoke. He said calmly, I admit that your people are very strong and possess extraordinary individual strength. However, you should also know that the role of a solo adventurer on the battlefield is rather limited. How about this? For your father's sake, Rieger, double the price. This is my bottom line. If it was lower than that, I really can't explain it to my subordinates. After he finished speaking, Matthew pointed out bluntly, my friend can perfectly replace the role you can play. He alone is worth thousands of troops. Donovan narrowed his eyes like a fox. A moment later, he suddenly giggled. Young man, have you ever been on the battlefield? It's been many years since a large-scale war broke out in Ander. Do you know how popular warriors like me who have experienced bloodshed will be in the new era? Your friend is indeed very strong, but with all due respect, he lacks the relevant skills when it comes to war. This time, Matthew didn't even have time to retort. Lumiere himself jumped out. Matthew is right. I'm very powerful. And my learning ability is also very strong. Ever since I entered human society, I have learned many, many skills. Donovan frowned. Human society? You weren't human before? But very quickly, he was attracted by another part of Lumiere's words. Chapter 600 Rieker's ex-wife. Chapter 600 Rieker's ex-wife. B0xn0vel.cm. Translator, Lonely Tree. What new skill did you learn? I learned how to mine, said Lumiere, beaming. Oh, you must not understand. This is a very important school. I used to have an official job in a mine south of Apple Avenue. I followed the supervisor for a long time before I mastered part of the essence. You have to learn how to identify the direction of the vein. You have to make a reasonable mining plan based on the flow of the underground river. And for my job, the most important thing is how to bring more unrefined ores out during a round trip. And in the process of learning these skills, I benefited greatly. My strength had also been tempered and strengthened to a certain extent. If you don't believe me, I can show you. As he spoke, under everyone's confused gazes, Lumiere looked around and suddenly saw a large number of landscape stones in the garden behind the reception hall. Thus, he easily crossed the observation window and arrived at the garden. Watch carefully. He excitedly picked up a rock the size of an adult's arms and easily carried it on his shoulder. I can put one on my left shoulder and another on my right shoulder. At the same time, I can carry 3 special baskets on my back, and each basket can be filled with ores. Also, my feet are not idle either. I can tie a lot of ores to my left and right calves and thighs. Although these ores will affect my activities to a certain extent, I see it as a form of training. My mining career wasn't very long, but I had come up with an efficient climbing method. I can enter and exit the mine freely like a 4-legged animal. Under everyone's incomprehensible gazes, Lumiere explained while throwing stones at himself. Soon, he was surrounded by landscape stones. He looked like a stone man. Miraculously, he didn't even use a single rope, and the rocks were already attached to his skin. Ha ha ha, did you see that? This scene is very magical, right? This is a powerful muscle absorption technique that I invented. I can use my powerful strength to affect the gravity around my skin. That should be it, right? With my level of education, I can't explain it more clearly. In short, with this method, I can attract all the stones like a magnet. Not just rocks, but also people. When necessary, I can run with a dozen people by myself. Wouldn't that save a lot of people's stamina on the battlefield? Lumiere's muffled voice came from the cracks in the stone. However, there was silence all around. The people present could be considered to have traveled extensively and seen the world. Among them, Donovan was the best. As the leader of a large mercenary group, what had he not seen before? However, this stone golem in front of him. He really had never seen it before. Donovan wasn't the only one. Even Matthew and the others were shocked by the scene. No one knew how to evaluate Lumiere's powerful absorption technique. But at this moment, the house was filled with a sudden sound. Someone was clapping. Everyone turned around. The one clapping was actually the orc sword St. Clegg. The female orc who had left her hometown was filled with excitement. She clapped her hands as she walked quickly to Lumiere's side. You said it very well. Your ability has also broadened my horizons. In fact, after I entered human society, I also learned many new skills like you. I was responsible for transporting large items at the dock of Deep Blue Harbor. During this period, I mastered a special technique of exerting force. In order to transport more large items at the same time, I recreated the power path and balance path of the Sword Saint path and finally mastered a more advanced transportation technique. Can you put down all the stones? Clegg's tone was like meeting an old friend in a foreign land. Of course. Lumiere quickly placed all the landscape stones on the ground. This time, it was Clegg's turn to display her godly skills. She quickly carried the largest stone on her back. Then, she kicked out and quickly kicked the other stones onto his back in order of size. Bang! 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 Rocks were kicked into the air. It quickly landed on Clegg's back. 2 minutes later, all the landscape stones on the ground disappeared. Everyone stared at Clegg, dumbfounded, as well as the 8-meter-tall pile of rocks on her back. No. This could no longer be called a pile of rocks. It was a stone tower. The tower was built from a pile of irregular stones, and the result was that it was extremely stable. Like a magnet, it was attracted to Clegg's back. Can you tell? Clegg asked Lumiere. Lumiere clapped his hands. Chi. You used Chi. I've heard of this kind of energy, but isn't that a technique that only monks can master? Clegg smiled kindly. The path of the Sword Saint originated from the monk, so I have also mastered a little bit of Chi. Lumiere asked. Wow, if you move things like this, you can definitely earn a lot of money in a day, right? Clegg raised her head proudly. When the situation is good, I can move 8 gold coins a day. Lumiere revealed an envious expression. Is it so profitable to transport large items at the dock? If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have gone mining. Chapter 601, Rhaegar L's ex-wife. Chapter 601, Rhaegar L's ex-wife. Please continue reading on x0vel.m. Translator, Lonely Tree. But before the mine accident, I earned quite a lot. I could earn 4 to 6 gold coins a day. Clegg began to unload the stones with ease and began a heated discussion with Lumiere. I earned a lot, but not for long. I only worked for 7 or 8 days, and the dock workers united to protest. They complained about me crazily in private. I lost my job not long after. Those complaints are so annoying. Lumiere agreed. Me too. When I was working in the mine, I also met many people like this. The two of them began to chat with each other. Inside the house, Donovan looked at Lumiere with a complicated gaze, then sized up Clegg, who was not handsome but had an extraordinary temperament. In the end, he couldn't help but look at Matthew. Where did you invite such a pair of freaks? Matthew immediately said sternly. Please mind your words. They are my friends. Donovan shrugged. He apologized perfunctorily and returned to the negotiation table. Although he was indifferent to Lumiere and Clegg's behavior, he was still very calm. However, Donovan revealed his thoughts with his actions. I'll say the same thing again. We need to hire professionals when it comes to war, but I also admit that if we can have more allies on the battlefield, the war will be much easier to fight. 1.5 times. 1.5 times the original price. Our formation breaker mercenary group will accept this business. This is my bottom line, Rhaegar. For your father's sake, you know that there are many orders waiting for us in the south. I swear, this is definitely my greatest sincerity. If you continue to bargain, I'll leave immediately. His tone was very gentle. However, a ferocious expression that only experienced veterans could have appeared on his face. Rhaegar frowned. Just as Matthew and the other two were thinking about how to continue bargaining. Suddenly, a short flute sound drifted in from the street. The sound of the flute was sometimes fast and sometimes slow, sometimes high and sometimes low, making it easy for people to feel irritated after listening to it. Who the hell is playing the flute? This was a crucial moment in the negotiation. Donovan was affected by the flute sound and seemed to become a little impatient. Matthew's heart skipped a beat. He saw that Rhaegar and the other two were also puzzled, so he took the initiative to say, "Mr. Donovan, Rolling Stone Town is an open-minded place. Isn't it understandable that the residents like musical instruments?" Donovan picked his ears and mocked unhappily. "Such an unpleasant flute sound. It's not even as good as the one played by a scout in my group. The person playing the flute must be tone deaf. Is this the music level of the residents of Rolling Stone Town?" As soon as he finished speaking, a frightened voice suddenly came from the door. "Not good, boss." Hallie ran off with a man with chest hair. "And our brothers." Donovan's nerves were already extremely tense. The alarm rang. He rushed out reflexively. "Boss, I'm going to run away with him too." The scout who sent the message tilted his mouth and stuck out his tongue. His eyes rolled back. Then, he and the mammoth walked out of the town in a daze. Donovan shouted angrily, "Who is causing trouble? What is happening?" However, in the next second, his eyes began to turn white. The irritating sound of the flute suddenly turned into an extremely demonic laughter. After the demonic voice entered his mind, an unprecedentedly powerful force began to invade his brain. In a daze, Donovan took a dozen steps in one breath. At the crucial moment, the old mercenary finally broke free from the demonic sound's control with his strong will. "Pa!" He slapped himself in the face and finally woke up. Donovan looked around in horror. He realized that people were coming and going on the street. The people in Rolling Stone Town were pointing fingers at him. They did not seem to be affected by the flute sound at all. This time, he completely understood. He stood on his tiptoes and looked at his mount and subordinates, who were gradually leaving. Vaguely, he saw a figure riding backwards on the back of Mammoth Hallie. The man was playing the flute with one hand. Her other hand was still waving at him. At that moment, it was noon in the summer. Donovan felt as if a bucket of ice water had been poured on him. He suddenly turned around and looked at the equally confused Rhaegar. "Enough, Rhaegar. Let him stop. Original price, deal." The flute music stopped abruptly. Rhaegar revealed a happy expression and was about to say okay. A faint voice came from the back of the mammoth, "Aren't you going to consider a 50% discount? I quite like this female elephant. She reminds me of a lover when I was young. Don't get me wrong, I've never been in a relationship with a female elephant. It's just that the girl also has such a female elephant. By the way, Matthew, do you like this mammoth?" Donovan's face instantly turned pale. In the end, the mercenary group joined the new defense system of Rolling Stone Town to everyone's satisfaction. A 3-year lease. For the sake of Rhaegar's father, Mr. Donovan generously decided to cooperate with Rolling Stone Town at a 25% discount from the market price. In addition, the Formation Breaker mercenary group also rejected the various subsidies that Rhaegar kindly offered, as long as it was given to the station. The specific content of the negotiations was naturally negotiated by Zeller and the others. Matthew led his comrades, who had contributed greatly to the negotiations, back to the oak forest early. At night, he held a summer barbecue in the open space of the forest to welcome his invited companions. Considering Lumiere and Clegg's appetite, this time Matthew went all out and bought 2 sheep, a cow, and a pig from the neighboring farm to entertain the guests. Reality proved it. These 2 master-level laborers really had a lot of food. They had almost finished all the ingredients Matthew had bought, leaving only some leftovers. During the meal, there was also a small interlude. Perhaps it was the aroma of the barbecue that flew into the clouds. The cloud elf, Amelia, also excitedly came to the ground to freeload. Matthew naturally welcomed her. At this point, other than Eli, the other 5 responded. This was something Matthew was very proud of. No matter what the reason was. To be able to gather such a group of people together meant a lot of things. Using this opportunity, Matthew planned to share the ins and outs of the matter, as well as the possible situation he might face next. After that, he also had to explain the risks to them one by one and analyze the pros and cons. After all, war was never a joke. Even if Matthew could guarantee that regardless of the outcome of the battle, they would most likely be able to retreat from the battlefield. However, the specific risks still had to be informed in advance. The final choice was still in their own hands. Just as Matthew was about to explain, Lorraine, who was reading the little yellow book with great interest, suddenly stood up. There is an outsider. The others also reacted. Matthew naturally sensed it. Under the moonlight, a woman's figure suddenly appeared on the barren land in the north. She walked slowly towards the oak forest. Every step she took. When Matthew appeared in front of her, her bright eyes exuded a natural charm. Even though she was wearing a thick black veil, Matthew could also sense the soul-stirring beauty under the veil. It was a powerful charm that was about to come out. It was also different from the charm of warlocks. It's a little like the attraction of a god. Matthew was secretly vigilant. Then, he asked solemnly, "Madam, why are you here?" "I'm sorry, but this is private property." The woman's eyes flashed with surprise. What a handsome young man. Did Rhaegar give you this piece of land? Haha. Then I'll leave immediately. As she spoke, she walked towards Rolling Stone Town. Matthew took a step forward and asked, "Madam, what's your name?" The woman answered without turning her head. "Melinda." "Don't be nervous. I'm not here to do anything bad. I'm just here to see my daughter." As soon as she finished speaking, her figure instantly disappeared into the night. Matthew was slightly stunned. In an instant, he finally realized what the name Melinda meant. She was Sift's mother. That's true. Rhaegar's ex-wife? Chapter 602 Pre-Battle Preparing, Hand of Equalization. Chapter 602, Pre-Battle Preparing, Hand of Equalization. Please continue reading on x0vel.m. Translator, Lonely Tree. Melinda's appearance was probably related to Sift's coming-of-age ceremony. This woman's temperament was extraordinary. It gave people a feeling of superiority and inviolability. Matthew couldn't figure out her strength. So he turned to look at Lorraine. Lorraine narrowed her eyes. Tier 5 or very close to legendary. It's very likely that she already has all the conditions to advance to legendary, but for some reason, she has been suppressing her advancement. Domain? Lorraine nodded and said, "It's possible. The domain in her body is very mixed. Perhaps it's in the process of deepening." Matthew looked in the direction Melinda disappeared and sighed. She looks very mysterious. She came and went in a hurry and left almost no traces. Lorraine smiled. She did come very easily, but when she leaves, she might not be as calm as you think. Matthew looked at him in confusion. The latter pointed at the large group of people behind Matthew, including himself, and said, "She might have been frightened by us." Matthew turned around. Good heavens. He had not noticed that her companions who had followed him were all filled with killing intent, and Clegg had been pressing her hands on her twin blades from the beginning to the end. The aura of someone who was about to draw her saber and attack without saying a word was written on her face. No wonder Melinda left in a hurry after saying a few words to him. The dragon-slaying squad that Matthew had gathered had the strength to intimidate legends. She was a half-legend. Naturally, she did not dare to linger in this situation where she was not sure if they were friend or foe. Or perhaps, was she feeling guilty? Matthew even suspected that this land had some of her and Rhaegar's past. Otherwise, she wouldn't have said those words when she met him. He accidentally met Rieger's ex-wife. It was just a small interlude for Matthew. He would find an opportunity to inform Rieger, but not tonight. After bringing everyone back to the barbecue site, Matthew began to explain to everyone what they were going to do next. I believe everyone more or less understands that I have gathered everyone here for only one purpose, and that is to slay the dragon. Black Dragon Miyanogas is our only target. He is an evil dragon of unknown origin. He has already taken control of the neighboring Highleaf territory. He is suspected to be in cahoots with Red Dragon Kuzulas in the south of Rolling Stone Town. Therefore, Rolling Stone Town is currently facing a lot of pressure. As a member of Rolling Stone Town, I love this land and have a good relationship with the lord of this place, Mr. Rieger. A fierce battle is bound to break out between Rolling Stone Town and the Highleaf territory. I will participate in this battle and swear to kill that black dragon. Of course, before I invite you to join my team to kill the black dragon, I must tell you the risks involved. At this point, Matthew took a deep breath and said with a very serious expression, if you join this fierce battle with me, you might face 3 risks. The first risk came from the black dragon itself. Although Black Dragon Miyanogas looked like a young dragon, his body had developed ahead of time and was almost the same as an adult dragon. His strength was also much stronger than ordinary black dragons. He seemed to have the blessings of some higher-level existences on him. These blessings provided him with special abilities such as concealment and escape. I've already come up with a rather detailed plan for this. But there are always accidents. After all, fighting a dragon is a risky thing to do. The second risk came from the battlefield. Theoretically speaking, my team is a special operation unit in the official army of Rolling Stone Town. We can move without the main force and have a high degree of autonomy. There is a high chance that unknown damage on the battlefield will not be able to hit us. However, at the same time, war is full of uncertainty. If the enemy has prepared some methods that we have not thought of before, we may also suffer from the area damage of the frontal battlefield. Even though everyone here is an expert, I will do my best to ensure everyone's safety. However, there are still risks. I hope everyone will consider it carefully. The possibility of the third risk appearing is even lower. That is, we might have successfully killed the black dragon, but we would have suffered a great loss on the frontal battlefield. At that time, we would have no choice but to face the pressure of the frontal battlefield. The war between Rolling Stone Town and the Highleaf territory was likely to be a war of conquest. Even though it is within the rules issued by the Alliance. The conquest battle has to follow the rules of 3 battles and 2 wins, but the first battle is too crucial. Based on the situation of these 2 territories, as long as we lose the first match, there is a high chance there won't be a second and third battles. Therefore, neither side can afford to lose. Of course, most of the soldiers of the Highleaf territory are under the control of the Black Dragon Overlord. As for their combat power and morale, it is a big question mark. However, it is different in Rolling Stone Town. I can assure everyone that at least everyone who participated in the war is united. He said all of this in one breath. Matthew motioned for everyone to think carefully. He picked up a skewer of mushrooms from the barbecue rack beside him and began to taste them. This batch of mushrooms was the latest to grow in the mushroom house. The quality was quite sweet and tender, matched with Matthew's wine. It was delicious and refreshing. However, before he could enjoy it alone for too long, Cloud Elf Emily was the first to step forward. I'm a professional soldier, so I fully understand the risks of war. However, I was entrusted by Lady Bobo to participate in this war in her place. Chapter 603 Chapter 603, Pre-Battle Preparing, Hand of Equalization. Chapter 603, Pre-Battle Preparing, Hand of Equalization. Please continue reading on x0vel.m. Translator, Lonely Tree. You can rest assured that I have sufficient battle skills and excellent escape experience. If the entire army is wiped out, I will protect myself very well. Therefore, I will participate. And, can you give me a bunch of mushrooms? Not spicy, thank you. Matthew smiled and handed a string over. Immediately after, Clegg also stood up. Her eyes were bright, and her attitude was sincere. If it wasn't for you, I might have already died under the gaze of the abomination. I have no fear of war. I will fight to the end. But from the looks of it, I don't think that will happen. After all, everyone seems to be very strong. As she spoke, she looked around. Then, she looked at Matthew generously. Give me 2 skewers of beef? Matthew quickly handed it over. Samantha said. Clegg said exactly what I wanted to say. The last time we explored the hive, it was too dangerous. I don't even remember what happened. Clegg told me that. I owe you a huge favor and the residents of the Oak Tree domain. It's hard to offset it even if I participate in this war. Yes, you don't have to hand it to me. I'll get it myself. After saying that, she took the initiative to run over to help roast the skewers. Next was Lumiere. As the future king of the rainforest, he did not say anything. He just leaned over and gave Matthew a hug. He whispered into Matthew's ear. When my tribe was in need of money, you gave me a large sum of money. I know you might say I deserve it. Even so, it was still very rare. The outside world is always full of prejudice against our tribe. I have many seniors who want to leave the forest. However, that step was too difficult. Matthew. You've helped me a lot. I know that you wrote to me before because you wanted to continue helping me. But I'm really embarrassed to continue troubling you. If I can help you this time, I would be very happy. Remember. No matter who you fight with, I will always be on your side. He spoke very quickly, some of which were mixed with Django words. Matthew could only catch the general meaning. But he noticed Lumiere's slightly flushed cheeks. He knew that this guy was not good at expressing his emotions. He patted Lumiere on the back. He said softly, "Thank you." Lumiere chuckled, and his nervous and awkward mood eased a lot. He also ran over to ask for skewers. In the end, only Lorraine was left. When Matthew's eyes met his, the latter looked relaxed. Relax. When I was young, I had a fortune read by a famous prophet. He said that I wouldn't die even if the world were destroyed. Therefore, a mere war is not enough to scare me. Matthew asked curiously. How is the prophet now? Lorraine took out the jade-green piccolo from his waist and said with a smile. The day after he read my fortune, he was killed by a carriage that went out of control. Matthew was speechless. Then, he asked. You always said that something big would happen near Rolling Stone Town or High Leaf Ridge. Is the Black Dragon sneak attack a big event? Lorraine shook his head. Not really. Matthew's expression tightened. So there might be more serious incidents later? Lorraine said seriously. Frankly speaking, I don't know. Bards can only catch some clues, and their ability in prophecy is far inferior to a real prophecy mage. However, even the most powerful prophecy mage could not predict the future. I can only tell you that I have caught some abnormal signs. Rolling Stone Town is still the place with the highest probability of breaking news in the entire South. The Highleaf territory is second. As for how and when these things would happen, I could only have a very vague feeling. This feeling was not accurate. In the end, we are all mortals who are pushed forward by the tides of fate. But you don't have to be so nervous. The outbreak of a major event did not necessarily mean that it was a disaster. It usually brought about considerable opportunities. Under the current situation in the South, relatively speaking, Rolling Stone Town was already the territory with the best situation. Moreover, I'm here. As he spoke, he gave Matthew a reassuring look, then put the flute to his lips and began to play a cheerful piece of music. Accompanied by Lorraine's flute, the entire forest seemed to have become noisy. Lumiere was the first to get off the field and twist his body. Clegg and Samantha weren't any weaker. Only the cloud elf, Emily, stood at the side and watched the crowd dance with curiosity. Matthew watched from the side for a while and was about to go in to join in the fun. Who knew that at this moment? A zombie climbed up the stone stairs at the bottom of the passage. Behind this zombie, it was his countless clansmen and even more skeletons. They moved their hips and danced to Lorraine's music. At that moment, it was as if the oak trees had come to life. Some of them followed suit and twisted their postures, while others pointed at the dance of the undead. Matthew ran to the cemetery to take a look. Good heavens! Lorraine's flute music spread throughout the entire underground space. It was as if all living beings and the undead were infected by that cheerful mood. On the data panel. Hint, your companion Lorraine has played the legendary poem Midsummer Night Love Song. All units that listen to the music have +1 morale. Will check greatly increased. Peach luck +1. Chapter 604 Chapter 604, Pre-Battle Preparing, Hand of Equalization. Chapter 604, Pre-Battle Preparing, Hand of Equalization. Please continue reading on x0vel.m. Translator, Lonely Tree. Very quickly. Pegasus in the oak forest, burrowing owls and burrows, grouse by the stream. All the creatures in the oak forest also became active. The living and the undead. Under the moonlight, in the midst of the love song, they actually threw away their past prejudices and conflicts and danced harmoniously together. Matthew could feel the happiness that came from the depths of everyone's souls. Other than the mother of coolies, Myosaxai, who complained to him that the zombies were not working well under such beautiful music. The other units were all very happy. Even the arsonists in the workshop were working harder. So Matthew also relaxed. He was immersed in the beautiful ocean of music with everyone. After a short moment of joy, the intense preparation work continued. July 26th. Rhaegar represented Rolling Stone Town and officially submitted the application for the battle to the Alliance of Seven Saints. Their target was the High Leaf region. The war mode was Conquest War. Theoretically, the Conquest battle would be 1 and 2 out of 3 battles, but everyone knew that the winner of the first battle would basically win everything. According to Zeller scouts in the High Leaf region, the Black Dragon Lord was sending people to collect war tools from house to house, including military weapons, various fats, wood, and iron. The High Leaf region was a purely agricultural territory. Rolling Stone Town still had some textile industry. In addition to producing grains and cotton, the High Leaf region only had rich land resources and high mountain reservoirs. This news greatly boosted the morale of the people in Rolling Stone Town. This was because when Rhaegar was preparing for war, he did not really need to collect materials from the people. If they could not be bought on the market, he would issue a collection list to the residents through the city hall. The items on the list were also bought according to the market price. Therefore, the overall situation of the town was relatively optimistic. Matthew didn't participate in the direct battle, nor did he interfere with the preparation of the main force. He was mainly responsible for providing magic support and leading the dragon-slaying team to carry out special operations. However, in order to cooperate with a newly established arson squad, Matthew provided them with a large amount of blazing glue, Molotov cocktails, and high-purity sulfur ore. Many of the incendiary tools were in storage. Matthew sold them to Rhaegar at a wholesale price that was 20% lower than the market price. After the deal was done, in one go, he received 120,000 gold coins in return. This was obvious. Making money from war was indeed the fastest way to make money. When it came to price negotiations, neither of them was a calculated person. The accounts had to be calculated clearly. But for the common interests of Rolling Stone Town, they were all willing to make some concessions. For example, in the scroll Fae-Zibin's dragon-slaying spear, the result of the negotiations between the two parties was: Ray offered 250,000 gold coins, Matthew offered 50,000 in cash, and Soria offered 300,000 in interest-free loans. The ownership of this scroll was tightly held in Matthew's hands. Correspondingly, Matthew had to make the following promise. This scroll must be used to defend Rolling Stone Town or in a related war. And in return, Matthew would receive the highest priority claim for the dragon slaying. In other words, after the profits from slaying the dragon were converted into cash, they had to first make up for Matthew's actual cost, 400,000, and then Rieger's profits. Considering the significance of slaying a dragon, it could almost determine the direction of the battle. Rhaegar readily gave up the right to recover the profits of more than 600,000, in case. In other words, what if the slaughtered dragon had a higher value? The surplus had nothing to do with Rhaegar. Of course. When the two of them discussed the relevant terms, they were all doing their best to minimize losses. In order to prevent Matthew from losing money, Rhaegar also proposed that after the victory, Matthew and his dragon-slaying team would receive 15% of the tax revenue of the High Leaf region for the next 30 years. This was a considerable number. Matthew was shocked when Rhaegar brought it up. One had to know. Rhaegar had to feed an army of nearly 1,000 people. And his dragon-slaying team currently had less than 10 people. To be able to make such a decision, it meant that he was very optimistic about Matthew and the others' actions. It also further proved that Rhaegar's popularity was not without reason. These were not isolated cases. There were too many parties involved in starting a war. Even the economic relationship between Matthew and Rhaegar had to be calculated one by one. Food expenses during the war. Casualty allowance. Additional subsidies and reward mechanisms. The cost of weapons and items. Depreciation expenses for all kinds of large equipment. All these things are not described in one way. In short, at the end of July for more than a week, everyone, including Matthew, went in and out of the office hall of the liege's residence. Let alone Zeller. Even Rhaegar was so busy that smoke was coming out of his mouth. However, everything was sorted out before the end of July. To be able to achieve such high administrative efficiency. In addition to Rhaegar and Zeller working overtime, Little Patton also played a big role. This guy was a tax officer with outstanding calculation ability. He seemed to be good at administrative work. He was responsible for drafting many economic contracts during wartime. In comparison, as a magic consultant, Matthew gradually reduced the frequency of going to the office hall. He mainly trained his minions in the cemetery. Ever since he leveled up to level 16, Matthew's single summoning limit had also increased to 480. In other words, Chapter 605 Pre-Battle Preparing, Hand of Equalization. Chapter 605, Pre-Battle Preparing, Hand of Equalization. Please continue reading on x0vel.m. Translator, Lonely Tree. He could summon up to 480 zombies and 480 skeletons. The number of undead in the cemetery was obviously not enough. At this moment, the nearly 3,000 corpses that Matthew had brought over from the golden fertile field came in handy. With the blessings of the cemetery, he called out to the dead in the graveyard day and night. Zombies and skeletons formed one after another. The number of active undead in the cemetery had almost doubled. They would play a pivotal role in the upcoming battle. During this process, Matthew also discovered that the newly summoned zombie had completely lost the effect of the silver moon. This meant that the goddess of moonlight had quietly distanced herself. After the abomination incident, Matthew was more wary of her. The latter seemed to be too lazy to act. When the only contact between the two sides, the owl Ella, came over to help ripen the seeds, she did not talk to Matthew much. This meant that she was only there to fulfill her duty. For a nature soul like her, the will of the goddess of moonlight was above everything else. Matthew could only express his regret. In comparison, Samantha, who was also a favored one of the goddess of the moonlight, seemed much more normal. She still joined Matthew's dragon-slaying team in her own name. It seemed that she was not hindered by the goddess of moonlight. However, Matthew also noticed something unusual about Samantha. Ever since she arrived, she seemed to be looking around. She would also often have a disappointed expression on her face. At first, Matthew didn't understand what she was feeling down about. It wasn't until she started to ask him about where Eli went that Matthew vaguely understood something. But looking at the orc Clegg who was so close to her, Matthew was confused again. What was the relationship between these people? Clegg also asked where Eli had gone. For some reason, Eli didn't make it. Otherwise, Matthew would feel embarrassed for them. Time passed in this tense atmosphere. July 28th. At night. In the workshop of the cemetery. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A cold aura emanated from Matthew's right hand. Terrifying negative energy spread from the root of his palm to his forearm, all the way to his elbow. All his skin had turned greenish-gray. Looking at this scene, Matthew's eyes were filled with satisfaction. On the data panel. Hint, negative energy modification, successful. Your right palm, including your forearm, has been filled with negative energy. These parts obtained the following effects. 1. Palm, pale hand / negative energy modification instant death judgment / lifesteal judgment. 2. Forearm, negative energy modification / physical armor. When physical armor is activated, your forearm will be filled with negative energy, and you will receive 18 points of natural armor. 3. Right hand, overall you have gained 18 points of overall strength. Negative effects. In a state filled with negative energy, it will be difficult for your right hand to perform fine operations, such as writing words, copying scrolls, using the mage's hand, and so on. The first round of negative energy modification was quite successful. Since his right hand had already been solidified with the Hand of Paleness, many of the negative effects could be ignored. Usually, he just needed to wear leather gloves. The physical armor provided on the forearm was quite powerful. It directly turned Matthew's forearm into an iron hand. His 18 points of natural armor was comparable to Argus' Shield of Wondrous Mountain's second form. For a mage, it was a heaven-defying attribute. In theory, as long as his hand speed was fast enough, he could easily pull the arrow with his bare hands. However, at this stage, Matthew's attempt was not over yet. He took advantage of the fact that the negative energy in his right hand had yet to fade and slowly activated the oak domain. In the next moment, a massive amount of life force gushed out of the domain. It poured into Matthew's right hand. Warning, your right hand has been injured. Do you wish to heal it through the oak domain? Matthew pondered for a moment. He chose yes. The boosted life force rushed straight to Matthew's palm. The negative energy that had been injected earlier only resisted for a moment before it was quickly withdrawn. In the end, other than a small black dot in the center of his right arm, the rest of the place was occupied by life force. Matthew shook his right hand and found that it had recovered to its original state. Even the effect of the pale hand had been stripped away. Warning, your right hand has been healed by the life realm and has lost its negative energy characteristics. Do you wish to activate the undead realm to repair it? Matthew thought for a moment. In the end, he decided to give it a try. He first opened the equilibrium domain to make sure that he was focused enough before opening the undying domain. Suddenly, the negative energy began to counterattack. Matthew could only see his right hand turning gray and green. The two sides engaged in round after round of intense games. At the most serious moment, the back of Matthew's hand was as black as charcoal, and his palm was green and oily. His entire palm looked distinct. Fortunately, the equilibrium domain was still effective. Under the coordination of the domain of equilibrium, the life energy and negative energy had reached a preliminary agreement to take over the right hand. 10 minutes later, Matthew's hand returned to normal skin color. On the back of his hand, a domain map formed by 3 commas appeared. Oak tree, undead, equilibrium. The 3 balanced each other. They reached a temporary unification. On the data panel, Hint, you have managed to reconcile the conflict between life force and negative energy. You have obtained a brand new Hand of Equilibrium. Chapter 606 Chapter 606, Pre-Battle Preparing, Hand of Equalization. Chapter 606, Pre-Battle Preparing, Hand of Equalization. Please continue reading on x0vel.m. Translator, Lonely Tree. The Hand of Equilibrium had two forms. Pale Hand, when you use the Pale Hand, you will consume negative energy and release an instant death effect and a blood-sucking effect. During this period, a certain amount of life energy will be converted in an equal proportion. Healing Hands, when you use Healing Hands, you will consume life energy and continuously deliver healing effects to the outside world. During this period, a certain amount of negative energy will be converted. Your Equilibrium Element plus 20. You have received 1 practice point, Legendary Path. Warning, due to the lack of a domain pact, the current balance effect of the Hand of Equilibrium cannot be maintained for a long time. Please complete the writing of the domain pact within 360 days. Success. Matthew looked at his right hand in wonder. At this moment, he could feel the powerful negative energy and life force attached to the same hand. The two, which were originally full of conflict, perfectly combined together. All it needed was Matthew's sincerity. He could freely switch between the Hand of Paleness and the Hand of Healing. And if he chose to suppress his domain power, what appeared was the normal state of the Hand of Equilibrium. The Hand of Equilibrium did not have any special characteristics. It was just that his strength was slightly greater than normal. Other than that, Matthew noticed that the weakness of the Hand of Equilibrium was that it was easy to sweat all the time. This was not a big problem. Just prepare a few more handkerchiefs. 360 days should be enough for me to find the materials that can bear the domain contract, right? By then, I'll be able to coordinate my right hand with the ritual field, and I'll be able to advance a lot on the path of legend. Matthew thought contentedly. At this moment, Peggy suddenly walked in. She said unhappily, "Matthew, you haven't called me to fight recently. Do you think my combat strength is holding you back? I have to let you understand that I'm the best fighter under you. Please let me participate in this battle." Matthew looked her up and down and suddenly asked, "Did you level up?" Peggy said happily, "Yes. On the day the Black Dragons attacked Rolling Stone Town, I suddenly leveled up to level 17. Although I don't know what's going on, I'm also a tier 5 boss now." Level 17. She was 1 level higher than Matthew. Matthew suspected that there was something strange about Peggy. The reason why he didn't let Peggy participate in the battle was actually to protect her. The last time Peggy fought, she lost a lot of bones. Matthew's heart ached. However, seeing that she was in high spirits, Matthew did not want to discourage her. "Don't worry. I'll definitely bring you along for this battle, and I'll give you a very difficult task." Peggy was overjoyed. "Is that so? Then I want to kill 10 of them." Matthew smiled guiltily. Cooking for the army should be considered a difficult task, right? In fact, he did not want anyone to appear on the battlefield. If possible, peace was Matthew's greatest wish. Unfortunately, on the road to peace, it was destined to be full of ups and downs. The next night, outside the official post house of Rolling Stone Town, people were coming and going. Today was Sif's birthday. It was also the time for her coming-of-age ceremony. Matthew had arrived at the venue of the post house early in the morning, and his gaze swept back and forth among the visiting guests. Not long after, little Patton, who had been busy in the venue for most of the day, came to Matthew's side. Matthew asked in a low voice, "How is it? Have you told Rhaegar?" What was his reaction? Chapter 607 Chapter 607, Melinda's Warning, A Friend's Wife? Chapter 607, Melinda's Warning, A Friend's Wife? Please continue reading on x0vel.m. Translator, Lonely Tree. I told him. Little Patton looked around to make sure there were no sensitive people around, then whispered to Matthew. Then Rhaegar wanted to hit me. He thought I was joking with him. But when I repeatedly emphasized that this was your information, his attitude changed 180 degrees. Rhaegar probably realized very quickly that Melinda was here for Sif's birthday. Then, he became a little uneasy. But overall, he was much calmer than I expected. In fact, according to my observations over the years, Rhaegar had long let go of Melinda. Deep in his heart, there was only an obsession. This obsession was transferred to the Necromancer in his early years, causing him to crazily train an ability that specialized in restraining Necromancers. Later on, this obsession became a habit. Until you appeared. Rhaegar's obsession had already faded a lot. When he repeatedly confirmed with me that Melinda had really appeared in Rolling Stone Town, he seemed quite relieved. Matthew looked suspicious. Are you sure? Little Patton coughed. I shouldn't be mistaken. Rhaegar is actually a very cheerful person. He's optimistic by nature, humorous, and very good at comforting himself. To put it bluntly, this matter is just like that. Anyway, I don't believe that a person with his personality will develop a heart disease because of this. At most, it's just a small knot. Let the past be the past. Matthew nodded thoughtfully. Little Patton looked at the guests coming and going, and a nostalgic expression appeared on his face. Actually, we juniors have a pretty good relationship with Melinda. When she was still the mayor's wife, she always took care of us. I was about 3 or 4 years old at that time. Blake was already 7 or 8 years old. She often took me and Blake to the big city to play and even bought me a lot of candy. At that time, Melinda was the noblest woman in our eyes. She was very beautiful and knew magic. She always traveled to big cities like Deep Blue Harbor. She had expressed her dissatisfaction with Rolling Stone Town a long time ago and complained to Rhaegar for a long time. However, Rhaegar was not interested in such a bustling city. The conflict between the two sides had been going on for a long time, and it was indeed not something that could be explained in a few sentences. In my opinion, Melinda's pursuit of her own career was understandable, but she had left without saying goodbye. Perhaps she did not feel guilty towards Rhaegar. But she must feel guilty towards Sif. Matthew looked at little Patton in surprise. The latter shrunk his head guiltily. Don't tell Rhaegar what I said. I was just spouting nonsense. Matthew smiled and didn't comment. Everyone had their own stand. From little Patton's point of view, Melinda and Rhaegar's relationship was indeed a mess. The couple had been at odds for a long time, and leaving without saying goodbye was just a bad fuse. But he agreed with little Patton's last sentence. No matter what reason Melinda had, she had let Sif down. Speaking of Sif, Matthew had not seen her for a few days. On the eve of her coming-of-age ceremony, her bloodline awakening was nearing its end, and she was in an unprecedented radiant state. Matthew could feel the surging magic power from her. This kind of magic power could give her extraordinary casting ability and obtain a certain professional level. However, it was different from the awakening of a warlock. The awakening of demons usually required the power of time to settle. This was also their advantage. Warlocks' awakenings usually happened in a single wave, while demons' power was much more gradual. Considering that Thomas, who was suspected to be 1,000 transformers, was also under high surveillance. Under such circumstances, Rhaegar brought her back to the Liege's manor. After all, the conditions in the cemetery were still too poor. Sif hadn't appeared yet. There was already an endless stream of guests in the venue. Most of them were wealthy businessmen and dignitaries in Rolling Stone Town. Speaking of which, the Alliance's decree had indeed reduced the risk of war to a certain extent. Normally, when there was a high possibility of a war breaking out between Rolling Stone Town and the High Leaf region, many merchants would probably run away. After all, the current lord of the High Leaf region was a genuine black dragon. However, due to the restrictions of the Alliance laws, everyone knew that a sneak attack like the Black Dragons would not happen again. As for who would win the battle between the territories, to the merchants, it wasn't that painful. After all, who became the Lord did not affect their fundamental interests. Under such circumstances, Sif's birthday party was much livelier than expected. He saw familiar faces greeting him one by one. Matthew could only barely maintain his smile. No matter what the guests were thinking, they still attached great importance to Sif's birthday. Each of their presents was worth a lot. In comparison, Matthew's birthday present for Sif was slightly more ordinary in terms of price. It was an arc light bracelet that Matthew had purchased from the Alliance's merchant shop. The shining light bracelet was double enchanted. The first layer had a powerful defensive spell, Lightning Arc. This spell could be used 3 times a day. Not only could it repel enemies, but it could also cause binding, paralysis, and damage effects. Chapter 608 Chapter 608, Melinda's Warning, A Friend's Wife? Chapter 608, Melinda's Warning, A Friend's Wife? Please continue reading on x0vel.m. Translator, Lonely Tree. The second function was the entertainment function. It possessed a photographic skill that could be used to save photos of specific scenes. What Matthew valued more was the ability to take pictures. There weren't many items with similar functions in the Alliance store, but it was actually very meaningful to many people, especially women. Of course, the biggest reason Matthew chose it was because the bracelet looked very good. It was so good that even a man like him could not bear to part with it. The original shining light bracelet was sold for 900 gold coins. A similar high-quality imitation was sold at Roderick's factory for only 150 yuan, but it was much worse in appearance. After weighing the pros and cons, Matthew still reluctantly bought the authentic product. After all, looks were a lifetime thing. In the midst of his thoughts, Sif walked out of the dressing room. She was wearing a white gown today. Her face was rosy, and her eyes were bright, as if she was a fairy who had walked out of a painting. Riegar stood beside her, looking at Sif with a doting gaze, but when he looked at the crowd, his eyes were filled with inexplicable panic. The music in their ears suddenly became cheerful. Seeing that all the guests had taken their seats, the banquet was about to begin. Suddenly, an ethereal and graceful voice sounded in everyone's ears. "Fortunately, I am not late." Hee hee. The moment the voice appeared, Matthew noticed that Rieger's expression had become very strange. He was angry and nervous. In the next second, a woman who looked 70% similar to Sif walked in unhurriedly. She was wearing a black dress. She was tall and had an outstanding temperament. The hem of her dress that dragged on the ground emitted a little light, like countless diamonds arranged in an array or like silver sand formed by the stars in the sky. She looked less than 30 years old. If she were to be placed together with Sif, people would probably think that they were sisters instead of mother and daughter. Behind her, a strange mechanical life form was following her closely. It was a golem that looked like an empty shell, but Matthew sensed a familiar smell inside the golem. "Mommy!" Sif exclaimed, her eyes filled with disbelief. She subconsciously took a few steps forward. Melinda also smiled and went up to her. At that moment, Matthew saw Rieger's body move. He seemed to want to stop all of this, but in the end, he held back. Sif and Melinda were about to collide. Suddenly, a figure stood between them. "You shouldn't be here." Zeller looked at Melinda, his eyes cold. Melinda's eyes flashed with anger. She glanced at Riegar and couldn't help but sneer. "Are you standing up for someone, Zeller? If you really love him that much, why don't you be with him?" Zeller looked at Melinda expressionlessly. "It has nothing to do with anyone. Currently, Rolling Stone Town is in a state of war. All those who enter and leave have to go through strict checks. I don't have your identity report or proof of entry and exit. This means that you have sneaked into Rolling Stone Town. In this case, I can't rule out the possibility that you're a spy, Madam Melinda. No matter what you want to do, you must accept our inspection before that." After saying this, he turned around and whispered to Sif. "I'm sorry. But now, you should return to your father's side." Sif raised her head, disappointment in her eyes. But in the end, she still obediently listened to Zeller's suggestion and returned to Rieger's side. At that moment, a powerful aura erupted from Melinda's body. She absorbed all the light around her, and her surroundings seemed to have turned pitch black. Only she became dazzling and could not be looked at directly. "Do you want to stop me from reuniting with my daughter?" She glared at Zeller. He exerted pressure on him with the unique temperament of a superior. Zeller did not retreat. His body did not even tremble slightly. He looked coldly at Melinda. "Do you need me to call the guards?" Melinda didn't say anything, only silently expanding her domain. Warning, Melinda, Secret Sorcerer LV19/Space Rover LVI, is releasing the domains of concealment and intimidation. As a warlock, Zeller didn't have any domain. This was also where he was at a disadvantage. The others were all intimidated by Melinda's intimidating aura. At this moment, Matthew stood up. He quickly walked forward, even passing Zeller and arriving in front of Melinda. With the power of his domain, Matthew easily negated Melinda's threat. He looked at the other party's increasingly dissatisfied eyes. "Madam, please accept the examination. If you just want to see Sif, there are plenty of opportunities." Matthew's words could be said to be an insinuation. "If you really care about Sif, why haven't we seen you in the past 10 years? Melinda clearly understood Matthew's meaning. Her expression turned ugly. At this moment, the strange automaton behind her suddenly took a step forward and asked Melinda in a very stiff tone, "Do you want me to kill this mage for you?" At that moment, there was chaos behind Matthew. Clegg suddenly rushed to Matthew's side from the crowd, her eyes fixed on the automaton. "This is a construct undead. They were the ones who destroyed my hometown." Chapter 609, Melinda's warning, a friend's wife? Chapter 609, Melinda's warning, a friend's wife? Please continue reading on x0vel.m. Translator, Lonely Tree. Her eyes turned red. If it weren't for the way of the Sword Saint that allowed her to maintain her rationality, with the orc's physique, she would have most likely gone berserk by now. Matthew narrowed his eyes. He stretched out a hand and used his arm to stop Clegg. It was for her to calm down. Melinda didn't seem to want the situation to worsen. She waved her hand and asked the construct undead to retreat. The latter retreated and said mockingly, "Melinda, you care too much about the feelings of mortals. It would be much simpler if you followed my method." "Shut up, Hughes," Melinda berated. "Hughes? Are you the necromancer from that night?" This was the first time Rieger spoke after seeing Melinda. His gaze was fixed on the construct undead. The latter laughed coldly. "I'm a noble space undead, an existence that mortals like you can't understand. I can summon dead souls, but I'm not a necromancer in the secular sense. But it was me that night. A useless person like you should have been abandoned long ago. In order to pursue the true meaning of life and the truth of the universe, Melinda made the right choice by joining us." Rieger clenched his fists tightly. "Enough, Hughes. If you say one more word tonight, I'll have Angus send you to the astral world to mine." Melinda berated softly. Hughes shrugged and silently retreated to the back. Rieger unclenched his fist and looked at Melinda angrily. Melinda's attitude softened. "I just wanted to see my Sif. I know I owe her a lot, but I'm still qualified to attend her coming-of-age ceremony, right? After all, I am her mother. This is a fact that no one can erase." As she spoke, she looked at Sif gently. Sif quickly lowered her head. Her shoulders were trembling slightly, but she didn't say anything. In the next second, she held on to Rieger's arm tightly. Tears were glistening in her eyes. The atmosphere became even more silent. Clegg's eyes were red as she stared at the construct undead Hughes. Matthew patted her arm and said softly, "Please believe me." Clegg nodded heavily and silently retreated into the crowd. Listen, Rieger, there's no need for us to be so hostile. Melinda's tone became very gentle. Although there are many unpleasantness between us, I am Sif's mother, and you are her father. Today is Sif's coming-of-age ceremony, so we should both take a step back. You know I can't be a spy. On the contrary, I'm here to give you advice. It is of great significance to the fate of Rolling Stone Town. I hope we can sit down and talk like a family, okay? Riegar looked at the woman in front of him with a complicated expression. She still looked the same as she did in the past. Her eyes were as gentle as before. However, a slight stinging sensation on his arm brought him back to his senses. He could feel the mocking and worried gazes of the guests. Then, he said calmly. First of all, we are no longer a family. Secondly, for Sif's sake, I'm willing to talk to you. As he spoke, he led Sif and Melinda to a small room next to the venue. The construct Undead also wanted to follow. In the end, Lumiere stopped him. A moment later, the music started. The guests dispersed. On the surface, everyone returned to their normal state. But in reality, the gazes that were cast towards the room next door all revealed the thoughts in the depths of everyone's hearts. Zeller asked Blake and the others to maintain the law and order at the scene. Zeller winked at Matthew. The two of them quickly left the scene and walked in another direction. After a few turns, the noise gradually faded away. The two of them arrived at a small, dark room. This was the place where Zeller had used to monitor the entire ball. He was waiting for him to take out a huge crystal ball from the cabinet beside him. After the activation of the magic tool was completed, pure white light burst out from the crystal ball. Gradually, a clear picture was presented. Matthew could hear all their conversations. In a hidden room, the atmosphere was cold at first. Sif hid behind Riegar like an injured kitten. Riegar's state did not look too natural. His body was tense, and his body movements were somewhat stiff. Of the three, only Melinda looked the most relaxed. She reached out and touched Sif's forehead and bangs lovingly. The latter lowered her head even further. Riegar frowned but did not stop her. What advice are you talking about? He asked. Melinda sized Sif up and said to Riegar in a very casual tone. Everyone in Ascana knows about your portal. Both the Suki Kingdom and the Brew Alliance wanted to take it for themselves. Other than that, there were still many people who coveted the portal and Rolling Stone Town. Before the mystery of civilization was removed by the gods, the plane barrier was still very thick, which was why Rolling Stone Town had been peaceful for the past decade. However, the times are different now. Why do you think the gods want to remove the lock of civilization? They had only one goal from the beginning to the end. That is to return to this land. Riegar frowned. Chapter 610, Melinda is warning, a friend's wife? Chapter 610, Melinda is warning, a friend's wife? Please continue reading on x0vel.m. Translator, Lonely Tree. Melinda snorted. You can't defend Rolling Stone Town, Riegar. You don't understand how much interest is involved here. It's not just that portal. The underground of Rolling Stone Town contains the opportunity for the return of the gods. With the gradual changes in the situation in the south, this place will become more and more dangerous. You need some extra strength to protect this place for you. If you want Rolling Stone Town to remain the same as it was in the past. Riegar seemed to have guessed something. His eyes became clear. Why don't you make yourself clear? Melinda smiled. I represent an extremely powerful force in the astral plane to negotiate with you. Storluck Industries. I believe you've heard of it. The factories and soldiers of Storluck Industries have spread all over Purgatory and the Abyss. The depths of the astral plane are their paradise. It won't be long before they arrive at the prime material plane before the gods. When the time comes, the price will be different. I hope that you can accept the aid of the Storluck Industries. Of course, in return, we hope that Rolling Stone Town can provide a little convenience in the teleport portal and other aspects. Hearing this, Sif's lowered face suddenly turned pale. Rhaegar was even more furious. So you came back just to negotiate with me? Back then, Rolling Stone Town was nothing in your eyes, so you left without any reluctance. Now that it has become valuable again, is it worth it for you to personally come over and say a few good words? Melinda didn't retort. She only said lightly, I thought you would have matured after so many years, Rhaegar. The facts have proven that I was not wrong back then. You are a big fool living in your own fantasy. No one is more childish than you. Talking about benefits and me coming back to see Sif didn't conflict. Do you understand? As she spoke, she said aggressively, if Sif continues to follow you, she will become a big fool like you sooner or later. You should let her see what the real world is like instead of protecting her in your arms forever like a cub. Rhaegar sneered. So, after more than 10 years, you suddenly thought of teaching me how to educate my daughter? Melinda's expression softened. I admit that I was wrong to leave without saying goodbye in the past, but you disappointed me too much back then. Putting all these aside, I sincerely hope to save Rolling Stone Town from the upcoming quagmire. You have no idea what kind of enemy you are facing. Rhaegar said without hesitation. There have always been many people who want to kill me. But I'm still alive. Melinda raised her eyebrows. If you continue to be stubborn, then the Kingdom of Suki, the Brew Alliance, and the Storluck Industries will all become your enemies. And as far as I know, there are already quite a number of forces eyeing Rolling Stone Town. The Order of Calamity was reorganizing itself, intending to make a comeback. The Church of Withering had cleaned up the mess in the Watcher's Highland, and they would set their sights back on the land. Of course, there's also the Storluck Industries. 5 Dragon Alliance, Thousand Transformer, Jiliu City, Bayan City. As far as I know, these forces, or some of the parties who benefit from them, have their own ideas about Rolling Stone Town. When the war is fully unfolded, you might find that you are surrounded by enemies. Maybe you can win once or twice. But can you keep winning? Trust me, Rhaegar. Working with Storluck Industries is your best option. Only we can protect you, protect Rolling Stone Town, and protect Sif. Rhaegar looked at her mockingly. So you're now a lobbyist for Storluck Industries? Melinda's expression did not change. I'm a senior member of the Freedom Club in the Storluck Industrial Headquarters. Strictly speaking, I'm not a lobbyist. I'm just here to see Sif and help you find a way out. This is my last favor to you, Rhaegar. If you don't cherish it, I'll take Sif away, and Rolling Stone Town will be destroyed in a sea of fire. Rhaegar shook his head silently. He looked at the woman with exquisite makeup in front of him with a face full of emotion. Is that all you wanted to say? Melinda frowned. With your knowledge and strength, you have no idea what's buried under Rolling Stone Town. That's something that even Ronan is afraid of. Do you think he's really trapped in the astral plane? He secretly escaped to seek refuge. Even in the eyes of the Seven Saint Alliance, Rolling Stone Town is a hot potato. Even legendary mages don't dare to guard this place. You're just an average warrior. What right do you have to continue guarding this place? However, what she got in response was only a curse from Rhaegar. Fuck you. Melinda glared at him. You better watch your words in front of Sif. Rhaegar pulled his arm out of Sif's embrace and sneered at Melinda. Sif is an adult now. I believe she will have her own judgment. Even if she were underage, I would still scold you. Fuck you. Fuck you. Listen, Melinda, you're a self-conceited, ungrateful bitch. You always look down on everyone and order them around. Listen to what you said. With just a few words, not only did you want to take Sif away, but you also arranged the future of Rolling Stone Town. Chapter 611, Melinda's Warning, A Friend's Wife? Chapter 611, Melinda's Warning, A Friend's Wife? Please continue reading on x0vel.m. Translator, Lonely Tree. I just want to ask you on what basis? Do you have 3 tits or 6 buttholes? Why should everyone accept your kind advice? Why is everything you see and say right? What right do you have to spout nonsense in front of me? Did you care about Sif 1,000th of how I care about her? Do you know even 1,000th of what I know about this land? Idiot. Get lost. Good, good, good. Melinda wasn't angry but laughed instead. This is your attitude toward me. This is the quality of the Suki prince. It's just nice to let my daughter see your true appearance. Rhaegar rolled his eyes. I never hide my true appearance. But you are the same. You never seem to hide your greed and arrogance. Melinda no longer looked at Rhaegar. Instead, she turned to Sif decisively. Child, come with me. You'll have a better future in Storlek Industries. I have placed high hopes on you. The past 10 years was a small misunderstanding. I will use the future to make up for it. Don't hate me, child. Don't believe your father's words. If a mother was not helpless, why would she give up on her child? My blood flows in your veins, as well as a secret that I worked so hard to keep. These are things that your rude and incompetent father doesn't know. I will give you the best conditions. Your monthly allowance will be at least 3,000 gold coins. From now on, you don't have to worry about your safety. I will maximize the potential of your bloodline, and you will have a chance to enter the legendary stage before you turn 30. Child, don't you want to try living with your mother? Leave with me. I won't stop you from returning to Rolling Stone Town. I just want to take you to see the outside world. Her eyes were still warm and tender. Sif raised her head longingly. She looked seriously at the face that looked exactly like her and then slowly said, Mom, I'm not sure. I'm very happy to attend my coming-of-age ceremony. But how good would it be if you didn't say anything? Melinda frowned. Sif sniffled and said softly. Actually, I haven't blamed you since you left. I just miss you sometimes. When I was young. Every time I missed you, I would go to find Dad. Dad told me that you're a very ambitious person. It's all his fault that you left because Rolling Stone Town couldn't provide the stage you needed. He told me to try my best to understand you and not hate you. I want to be a good child. So I did it. I don't hate you, really. I saw you today. You're completely different from the mother I dreamed of when I was young. I can't imagine how there can be such a mean and selfish woman like you in this world. I can't go with you, no matter where we go. I'm having a great time in Rolling Stone. I have my father to accompany me, Uncle Zeller and Madam Wesley, Matthew, and Peggy with me. Uncle Lorraine, who had been visiting frequently recently, was also very interesting. I don't want to go anywhere. I just want to stay in Rolling Stone Town. Hearing Sif's monologue. Melinda's expression was a little angry from embarrassment, but soon, her anger turned into contempt. You are as hopeless as your father. Of course, I don't think this is your fault. This is the result of many years of wrong education from Rhaegar. It won't be long before I change your mind. No one can stop me from bringing you along. As she spoke, she ignored the furious Sif and looked at Rhaegar again. If you continue to obstruct me, not only will Storlek Industries not become your partner, but it will also become your enemy. After the invincible space undead enter the prime material plane, they will immediately start looting and sweeping this place. You won't be able to win. However, Rhaegar only grabbed Sif's shoulders tightly and was too lazy to say another word. Get lost. Sif lay on his shoulder and sobbed softly. Melinda's expression changed several times. In the end, she said to Sif, as a matter of routine, Happy coming-of-age ceremony, my daughter. This is my gift. However, Sif suddenly broke free from Rhaegar's embrace and roared at her like a little lioness. Who wants your present? Get lost. Melinda looked at Sif in disbelief. Her expression quickly changed from embarrassment to calmness. I will give you more time to consider. After the war with the High Leaf region is over, I will return. I hope you two can be wise then. After saying this, her figure disappeared into the crystal ball. Matthew saw Sif crying in Rieger's arms. Rieger's expression was a little relieved. He was just infected by Sif. He also looked like he was about to cry. Zeller closed the crystal ball and commented. Melinda is still the same Melinda. No matter where she goes, she is always self-centered. It has become her instinct to point fingers at others. Wait, where are you going? He looked at Matthew strangely. Tonight, it's not just Rieger who has a personal grudge against her. Matthew's voice came from outside the small dark room. You'd better exercise restraint. Zeller hurriedly said. I know when to stop. Chapter 612 Melinda's Warning, A Friend's Wife? Chapter 612, Melinda's Warning, A Friend's Wife? Please continue reading on x0vel.m. Translator, Lonely Tree. Matthew replied and disappeared. 3 minutes later. In an open space outside Rolling Stone Town. A magic carpet slowly descended. Matthew, along with the orc sword St. Clegg and Samantha, blocked Melinda and the construct Undead. Madam Melinda, why are you in such a hurry? I think we have to find some time to resolve the problem between my friend and your guard. Matthew looked at her calmly. Melinda's expression was very ugly. I'm not in a good mood right now. Young man who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth, I'll spare you this time for the sake of Rieger. Get out of my sight immediately. Matthew laughed and said. Let me test the standards of the people from the prime material plane. Melinda, look at them. They can't wait to die. If you keep siding with you, you'll be misunderstood. Why bother? Behind Matthew. Clegg silently drew her twin blades. Melinda's eyes became stern when she saw that they were about to get serious. Did Rieger send you here? Matthew shook his head. I told you, this is a personal grudge between my friend and your guard. Please try not to get involved. Otherwise, it will be very troublesome. Melinda sneered. You have a good relationship with my daughter, right? What if I forcefully intervene? Don't tell me you still dare to attack me? Matthew had a strange look on his face. Auntie, you really don't have any idea. Yes, I care about Sif, but compared to Sif, I care more about Rieger's feelings. If there was a chance to avenge Rieger tonight, I won't hesitate for even half a second. Of course, the ideal situation would be for you not to stop them from settling their personal grudges. Since you're Sif's biological mother, I can guarantee your safety. Matthew's words infuriated Melinda. A powerful pressure began to erupt from her body. However, this pressure only lasted for half a second before it disappeared. In the darkness behind Matthew, 2 figures slowly appeared. Silver Snake Richard. Lorraine the Nightfall Chant. In the wilderness, more people arrived one after another. So, there's still a certain risk in showing off in other people's territory. What do you think? Matthew threatened Melinda with a smile in his eyes. Please make way. We only want to kill the person beside you. The construct Undead suddenly cried out, Melinda, you must help me. I can kill 10 of these ugly orcs, but I can't deal with those 2 legends. Heh, this is not fair at all. I'm only at the 5th tier. Matthew shrugged. I'm sorry, this is a lineup prepared for the Black Dragon Overlord. I'll just treat this as warm-up. Melinda was so angry that her chest heaved up and down. She tried to use the concealment domain to escape, only to find that all escape abilities and spells in this space had been sealed. I don't need anyone else. I can do it myself. The orc swordswoman Clegg bellowed, and the 2 blades in her hands lit up with white light as she pounced at the construct Undead Hughes. Hughes snorted coldly and went up to meet her. The 2 sides engaged in an intense battle. To be fair, Hughes and Clegg were evenly matched. If the 2 sides fought one-on-one, it would probably be difficult to determine the winner even after half a day. However, Lorraine could not help but take out a piccolo and play it for a while from time to time. Under Melinda's furious and humiliating gaze, powerful buffs hung on Clegg's body one after another. Clegg instantly felt like she was being helped by a god, and she felt like she was on fire. After more than 10 rounds, her blade split open the automaton's joint. It relied on the unique restraint of chi against undead creatures. As Hughes wailed, this construct undead was chopped into soul powder by Clegg. The undead soul in the construct disappeared. There was only a pile of cold armor left on the empty ground. After killing Hughes, Clegg couldn't help but let out a long howl towards the sky. Then, she stabbed her twin sabers deep into the ground in front of her. She knelt down on both knees and clenched her hands together as if she was mourning for her clansmen who had almost been wiped out. Melinda coldly watched this scene. She said rudely to Matthew, "You're dead meat for provoking the people of Storluck Industries. Can I go now?" Matthew said, "No." Melinda looked at him warily. "What exactly do you want to do to me?" Matthew smiled. "Zeller has already said that Rolling Stone Town is currently in a state of war. We can't let any suspicious person enter and leave freely. Before we eliminate the suspicion that you are a spy, please come with me." Melinda said angrily, "Go ask Riegar. How can I be a spy?" Matthew's face instantly turned stern. "I'm sorry, but I don't trust Riegar's judgment about you. In fact, I don't want to lie to you. Before this war ends, you won't be allowed to leave Rolling Stone Town." Melinda was completely enraged. "Do you want to imprison me?" Matthew blinked. "Don't use such unpleasant words. I just want to invite you to my grave for a month or half a month. When the war is over, I will naturally let you go." Melinda fell silent. Then, she laughed in anger. "I originally thought that with Rieger's character, it would be impossible for him to do such a despicable thing, tie her up." A dull thud hit the back of her head. Her eyes rolled back. She instantly froze on the spot. Richard walked out of the darkness behind her and threw the branch he picked up on the ground back to the ground. "This woman talks too much nonsense. Let's go. Lock her up in your cemetery." "Right, do I need to report to Riegar?" Matthew shook his head. "Let's talk about it after the war is over. I'm afraid that Riegar will misunderstand." Richard shrugged. Lumiere took the initiative to carry the unconscious Melinda. Lorraine said with a face full of emotion, "He can even kill his potential mother-in-law. As expected of an evil necromancer. But I have to remind you that this woman has a hidden mark on her body. Today, it was my brother Richard and I who joined forces to suppress her hidden domain to stop her from going. Your cemetery may not be able to hold her." Matthew thought for a moment. "Then why don't we lock her up somewhere else?" 20 minutes later. Crucible roof. Tower Genie number 177 said to Matthew with a troubled expression. "Oh, Matthew, you know that I have no interest in ordinary humans. This isn't a prison, and it doesn't provide imprisonment in any sense." Matthew waved his hand. "I'm not here for you to imprison her. I just want to ask you something. How can I contact the people in the Black Suah Mountain Jail? I think that is the best place to imprison people with powerful magic power, right?" 177 thought about it. "What is your relationship with the prisoner?" Matthew pondered. "She's my friend's wife. Or MV friend's mother." 177 was immediately interested. "Tell me in detail." Chapter 613 Chapter 613, Information on the War, the Service Content of Black Suah. Chapter 613, Information on the War, the Service Content of Black Suah. Please continue reading on x0vel.m. Translator, Lonely Tree. Matthew didn't hide anything and roughly explained Melinda's situation. 177 was disappointed after hearing it. "That's all?" Matthew was both angry and amused. "Then what else do you want to hear?" 177 immediately said. "I'm not interested in human females. However, I do know some connections to the Black Suah Mountain. The fortress was used by the Alliance to imprison powerful criminals. Other than the official prisoners, they do provide private imprisonment services, but the cost is higher. Matthew hurriedly asked. Can I pay with knowledge points? 177 pondered for a while. I remember that it's possible. The higher-ups of Black Su'a are all mages, and they're usually the ones with poor academic abilities. They're generally more eager for knowledge points. I can give you a recommendation letter and ask you to bring it to Head Warden Alexander of Black Su'a. He should be able to give you some convenience for the sake of this letter. As he spoke, a bright blue magic light lit up in the depths of the hall. A letter with familiar material and style appeared in front of Matthew. Matthew looked at it. The handwriting on it was exactly the same as the recommendation letter Ronan had written for him to join the alliance. He opened the content. As expected, it was written by Master Ronan. Was this left behind by Great Wizard Ronan in advance? Matthew's heart was filled with surprise. 177 shrugged. Ronan is a person who likes to plan everything. In fact, he wrote many recommendation letters for you in advance and left them with me. No matter what kind of connections you need to use, there are relevant letters that you can use. Of course, these are just high-sounding statements. If you ask me, he might be afraid that you will be jailed for committing a crime, so he left a token to communicate with the warden in advance. Don't be moved by this small favor. Remember, we are the founders of. Ronan must die. Matthew was indeed touched. He did not expect that the great wizard Ronan would have prepared so much for him while he was wandering in the astral world. But after feeling touched, Matthew also vaguely realized that perhaps Ronan had learned some news before he went to the astral plane. There's also a possibility that he really chose to stay in the astral world voluntarily or of his own accord. In the midst of his thoughts, Melinda, who was in Soldier's arms, let out a muffled groan as if she was waking up. Matthew frowned. 177 reminded. She's about to wake up. Do you need help? Matthew nodded and said, please let her sleep for a few more hours. 177 took out another magic collar. This is a new product of my research. It's called the Sleepy Collar. Not only can it be powered up, but it also has the effects of sleepy and numbing. You can try it. Matthew hesitated. Seeing that Melinda was waking up, he could only personally put on the collar for her. You are. Melinda weakly opened one eye. Her memory seemed to have been temporarily lost, and she didn't recognize Matthew immediately. Matthew took the new remote control from 177. He pressed the yellow button. A powerful electric current erupted from the collar, instantly stunning Melinda. Thank you, 177. Matthew thanked him. 177 said proudly. No need to thank me. My collar-making skills are top-notch. But a friendly reminder, try to control the number of times you power up. Otherwise, you might have to prepare a cleaning spell and a change of clothes in advance. Incontinence? When these words appeared in Matthew's mind, he saw Melinda's unconscious body twitching on the ground and knew that 177 was telling the truth. Hence, he quickly asked Soldier to carry Rieger's ex-wife. After bidding farewell to 177, he quickly headed to the teleportation hall. Just as he walked out of the magic elevator, a smiling man walked over. When he saw Matthew, an exaggerated expression of surprise quickly appeared on his face. Ayaya, I didn't expect to meet you here, Mr. Matthew. Mr. Fandral? Matthew looked at the mage in surprise. Fandral had no intention of walking into the elevator. Instead, he kept chatting with Matthew. Matthew quickly realized. Fandral didn't run into him by accident. He was waiting for him. Looking at the other party's posture, he probably had something to tell him. Hence, he suggested to find a place to sit. Fandral agreed readily. The two of them found a secluded corner in the Crucible House lounge and sat down. I really didn't expect to see you here today. I thought you were busy recruiting new mages. Matthew took out 2 cups from his luggage. After pouring milk into them, he handed one of them to Fandral. Strictly speaking, he and Fandral did not have a deep relationship. They first met during Matthew's assessment to join the Alliance, and Fandral was the main mage in charge of the assessment. Since then, due to his AL's identity and his suspected relationship with Isabel, Fandral had been very enthusiastic about Matthew. Even after Isabel gave Matthew the cold shoulder. This middle-aged mage, who was well-rounded, had always maintained a very good attitude when he met Matthew. Although he knew that Fandral was a sly and shrewd person, it was hard for Matthew to hate him. Faced with Matthew's seemingly casual probing, Fandral chuckled and revealed his signature harmless expression. Chapter 614 Chapter 614, War Information, Services at Mount Black Suah. Chapter 614, War Information, Services at Mount Black Suah. Please continue reading on x0vel.m. Translator, Lonely Tree. I'm not in charge of vetting newcomers anymore. Of course, I'm not the only one. The Alliance stopped recruiting new mages a month ago. Matthew raised his eyebrows. Is that true? Looks like my luck isn't bad. I managed to join the Alliance before the recruitment stopped. Fandral smiled. You're different from the others. However, he did not elaborate on what was different. Instead, he changed the topic. In the context of the war, most of the people in the Alliance have been trained to be the adjudicators of the war. I heard that a battle would have at least 3 official mages and even more apprentices. These 3 mages would be a chief adjudicator and 2 deputy adjudicators. The 2 deputy adjudicators were responsible for tracking and recording the marching situation of both sides and the details of the battle. The most important thing was to confirm whether both sides had strictly adhered to the rules of the secret war order. And the main judge had a high degree of freedom to judge the content of the war and even the outcome. Of course, most mages would use this power cautiously. The war itself still depended on the strength of both sides. What do you think? Hearing this, Matthew's pupils constricted slightly. He realized that Fandral was here to leak the secret. What if one of the parties in the battle violates the secret order? Matthew asked. Fandral smiled faintly. I don't know, but rumors say that the legendary mage will personally take action. Matthew was shocked again. Are there enough legendary mages? Do they have that much energy? He asked. Fandral shook his head. That's what I can't know, but the higher-ups are very concerned about the upcoming tide of war. It seems that there have been several fierce quarrels between the 7 saints, but the final outcome has been decided. All legendary mages will work together to ensure that all battles will be carried out under control. If someone really dares to go against the world's will, then the Alliance probably wouldn't mind showing the world the power of a legendary mage. Fandral's words greatly subverted Matthew's understanding of the 7 Saint Alliance. He had thought that the Alliance was a rather loose mage organization and that the secret order of war was more like a guiding framework than a golden rule. But now, it seemed like the Alliance's upper echelons were extremely determined to control the war. If all the legendary mages in the Alliance could work together, then the direction of the continent might really be within the control of the Alliance. Fandral continued. In the south, the battle between Rolling Stone Town and High Leaf Region has been set as the first battle after the secret order of war was issued. This battle is the center of attention. Other than the 3 adjudicators in charge of this battle, there will also be a large number of mages from the Alliance watching. They were required to learn the art of war and the rules of refereeing in this battle, in order to deal with the battles that would break out in other places in the future. The location of the battle had been decided. It's in the Moss Green Hills. Matthew nodded without batting an eyelid. Was the Alliance planning to use this battle as an example? As for the location of the battle, Matthew was not surprised. The Alliance arranged battles to lower the intensity of the battle and reduce casualties. The largest uninhabited area between Rolling Stone Town and High Leaf Ridge was the Moss Green Hills. There were only a few active Mad Frogmen there. As long as they moved away a portion of the Mad Frogman tribe, it would become an excellent battlefield for the class. The bad news was, The most elite soldiers in Rolling Stone Town were the cavalrymen of the Lord's Guards, and the cavalrymen were obviously not as effective in the hills as they were on the plains. After that, Fandral revealed some more details. For example, the specific time of the battle was set to be August 2nd. On August 1st, the troops of both sides would be inspected by the deputy adjudicator and then enter the predetermined positions to prepare for battle. For example, there were currently 2 conditions for victory in the battle. The first was occupy points. The second was annihilation. There was no need to say much about annihilation. Whether it was Rolling Stone Town or Highleaf Hill, as long as the enemy's army was defeated or the enemy surrendered, it would be counted as victory in this round of battle. However, it was more interesting to occupy points. This condition of victory was formulated to prevent one of the parties from circling around the mountains and playing guerrilla warfare. Take the Moss Hills as an example. Overwatch Mountain in the south was set as a strategic target. As long as one side occupied the Overwatch Mountain and held on for more than 15 days, they would automatically win the battle. From another angle, it seemed that winning by occupying points could also reduce unnecessary casualties. It could only be said that the Seven Saint Alliance had gone to great lengths to control the intensity of the war. Finally, Fandral sighed. Actually, there are many different voices within the alliance, but the Silver Council has already completed internal coordination. Only some details were still being discussed. For example, was it reasonable for dragons to only take up 1 spot on the battle list? Most people felt that it was unreasonable. Any dragon's combat strength exceeded 300 to 400 people or even more. In small-scale battles, both sides had 1,000 people each. A dragon could sweep away everything. Wasn't this forcing the various territories to seek the help of the dragons? Even if there were no dragons, they still had to seek the highest individual strength possible, especially the kind that could bypass the rules. Chapter 615 War Information, Services at Mount Black Suah. Chapter 615 War Information, Services at Mount Black Suah. Please continue reading on x0vel.m. Translator, Lonely Tree. After all, the influence of such an existence would only be weakened in a battle of more than 10,000 people. And such a battle was too difficult to break out. Looking at the entire South, Lion City, which had 3,000 elite soldiers, was already a strong candidate for the hegemony of the South. The other competitors were also of similar levels. The real war of 10,000 people would probably only be seen when they annexed a large number of nearby territories. Therefore, under such circumstances, the existence of dragons as individuals was actually a loophole in the rules of the alliance. However, the strange thing was, the Silver Council didn't seem to want to close this loophole. I heard that many places are actively contacting the dragons now. The rulers of those territories hope to become allies of the dragons. I say it's ridiculous. If a dragon can become an ally of a ruler, why doesn't he become a ruler himself? Fandral said a lot. Matthew memorized all the key contents. In fact, he and Fandral had similar views on the loophole. For ordinary territory battles, dragons were indeed too buggy. But he did not express his opinion. Because he had already registered as a mage in Rolling Stone Town, he was not allowed to speak on related matters. Strictly speaking, only Alliance mages like Fandral, who were not registered in any city and would not participate in the war in the future, could be the adjudicators of the battle and express their opinions on the details of the secret war order. He could only listen to the information that Fandral revealed to him as if he were listening to a story. A moment later, Fandral put down his cup and straightened his clothes while standing up with a smile. Speaking of which, today's unexpected encounter was all thanks to Lord Edmund. He had lectured me for a long time today, which delayed my journey to the northernmost floating city. In the end, I accidentally entered and left, but I met Matthew. Just treat what we talked about as a story. Don't take it seriously. Alright, after chatting for so long, I have to get down to business. I wish you all the best. Edmund? Was Edmund showing him good intentions again? Matthew immediately asked. These stories, unless the level of confidentiality high? Fandral looked around. In the end, he said in a low voice. It's neither high nor low, but if no one told you, you probably wouldn't know until before the battle. As far as I know, that black dragon has many spies within the Alliance. So you don't have to feel any psychological burden. After all, there might be more people who tipped him off than you. He patted Matthew's shoulder. Good luck, don't think too much. Lord Edmund just doesn't want that black dragon to win, that's all. Fandral left with a smile. Matthew pondered for a while. A moment later, he brought Soldier and Melinda to the teleportation array to Black Suwa Mountain. Mount Black Suwa was a floating fortress that hovered above the western desert of Ainder. The teleportation circle within the Alliance could only reach the teleportation platform south of the fortress. If one wanted to enter the heavily guarded Black Suwa Mountain prison, one had to take a 20-minute cable car ride. He successfully passed the guard's inspection. Matthew and the others boarded the cable car and slowly headed toward the giant in the sky. On the cable car, Matthew looked around. Everywhere was a vast desert. It was said that the domain field here was permanently fixed as a desert maze. Those who accidentally entered this place would almost certainly lose their way and eventually die tragically in the merciless desert. This was the place where the Alliance's mages' expressions changed at the mention of it. This was because Mount Black Suwa had the largest forbidden magic zone in the entire Alliance, as well as professional wardens who specialized in fighting against mages. Black Suwa Army. This place was not only a desert for living creatures but also a desert for magic. From the moment Matthew boarded the cable car, he felt the magic power in his body being continuously suppressed. The closer he got to the ferocious fortress, the stronger this feeling became. 20 minutes later, when the cable car officially landed on Mount Black Suwa Fortress, Matthew found that his magic power had been suppressed to only 1/10 of what he could use. The effects of the spells were greatly weakened. He hadn't entered the real anti-magic zone yet. This was only the edge of the anti-magic zone's influence. No wonder no mages are willing to come here. Matthew couldn't help but feel a chill down his spine. He instinctively disliked this place, and the thought of leaving quickly rose in his mind. He could only convince himself to restrain this instinct. Are you visiting the prison or something? After the cable car landed, a Black Suwa army soldier came up to welcome them. His face was covered in pitch-black armor, making it impossible to see his face clearly. His right hand was holding a weapon that looked like a spear, and his tone was extremely stiff. I have something to discuss with the warden. Matthew smiled and handed over a few small gold coins before taking out Ronan's recommendation letter. The Black Suwa soldier skillfully put the gold coins back into his pocket, then glanced at the recommendation letter, turned around, and left, leaving behind a sentence. Then please wait here for a while. 15 minutes later, the Black Suwa army trotted out. Mr. Alexander has invited you. Please follow me. The two of them passed through two huge gates. They followed a small path that led to the depths of the fortress. Along the way, Matthew didn't see any prisoners, but the strict security that was almost every 10 steps still gave him a lot of pressure. Chapter 616 War Information, Services at Mount Black Suwa. Chapter 616 War Information, Services at Mount Black Suwa. Please continue reading on x0vel.m. Translator, Lonely Tree. Each of the Black Suwa army soldiers had an unusually strong build. They were comparable to the barbarians in the north. The strong smell of blood coming from their bodies also made people feel nauseous. The entire prison was filled with an indescribable smell. Matthew did not react at first. But later, he realized that it was the spread of magic caused by the excessive use of cleaning spells. The spread of magic and the pressure of the magic forbidden zone combined to form an environment that was extremely unfriendly to mages. Because it was too depressing. In the end, Matthew could only comfort himself. Actually, you're a druid. Fortunately, they did not walk for too long. After passing through 4 huge gates, they came to a platform. They followed the rotating stone stairs behind the platform and arrived in front of a towering round tower. According to the introduction of the Black Suah army, this spire was the mage tower of the head warden of Mount Black Suah, Alexander. This was the tallest building in the fortress. Standing at the top of the tower, one could overlook the entire fortress and the poplar desert below. The warden's office was on the first floor of the mage tower. I've already passed the letter to Mr. Alexander. He's waiting for you inside. The Black Suah army soldier politely pointed at the gate of the mage tower. Matthew nodded politely at him and quickly walked in. He had just stepped through the gate of the mage tower. An unprecedented sense of relief surged into Matthew's heart. He was surprised to find that the pressure from the anti-magic zone had disappeared. Are you feeling better? A burly man in a formal black suit came over. Hello, I am Alexander, the warden of Mount Black Suah. Matthew quickly held his strong hands. Hello, I'm Matthew, a registered mage in Rolling Stone Town. As he spoke, he inadvertently looked at Alexander's palm. Isn't this too big? One hand was as big as Matthew's 3 hands. Don't be surprised because I have barbarian blood. Alexander's expression was serious and businesslike. I've already read Lord Ronan's letter. The contents are vague. I don't quite understand what he means. But no matter what, when we're in the territory of Black Suah Mountain, everything has to be done according to the rules here. I won't allow the corrupt ways of the Alliance to appear under my rule. Do you understand? If I hadn't experienced the dragon worship sect incident, I would have believed. Matthew cursed in his heart. However, the incident in the dragon worship sect could have been orchestrated by Edmund. As the head warden, Alexander didn't know about it. No matter what, Matthew was the one who needed help. Therefore, he spoke his request as quickly as possible. Private custody? Alexander's gaze quickly focused on Matthew. Is it that woman? Matthew nodded. Alexander said. With your identity as Al, you can theoretically apply for a certain number of private custody services, provided that you pay enough gold coins. Matthew quickly said, I can pay the equivalent amount of knowledge points. Alexander nodded. That's fine. Please bring the person who needs to be detained here. As he spoke, he led Matthew deeper into the first floor of the mage tower. After passing through a hall filled with fish tanks, they came to an open room. On the left side of the room was a dim magic array, and on the right side was a huge scale. Put her on the scale of sin. Alexander pointed at the magic scale and said. Matthew immediately asked Soldier to put Melinda on the scale. A few seconds later, a light blue number appeared above Melinda. The crime index is 30. The prisoner isn't too bad. At most, she has only done a little immoral things. A mini notebook appeared in Alexander's hand. As he spoke, he recorded meticulously. Matthew asked curiously. Can this scale reflect a person's degree of sin? How much is the sin for an ordinary person? Alexander calmly replied. Around 20. It's lower for children. Usually, it won't exceed 15. Matthew was eager to try. Can I try? Alexander nodded and said. Of course you can. So Matthew let Soldier carry Melinda and jumped up himself. Very quickly. A light green number appeared on his body. 12. Alexander's expression changed. In the next second, his tone became respectful. Your degree of sin is relatively low. It seems that the atmosphere in the Alliance has improved in the past 2 years. At least there are mages like you around. Matthew was a little embarrassed by his praise. He didn't think he had done anything. Then, he asked curiously, is there anyone with a lower degree of sin than me? Alexander nodded and said. Yes. But if the degree of sin is too low, it doesn't necessarily mean that a person is pure. For example, if the 7 saints of the Alliance stood on the scale, the number displayed would only be 0. Matthew was curious. Why? Because I'm afraid. The scale under his feet suddenly said. Matthew looked down and saw a pair of eyes staring at him. He hurriedly walked down. The pair of eyes quickly disappeared. Alexander said emotionally. Chapter 617 War Information, Services at Mount Black Suah. Chapter 617 War Information, Services at Mount Black Suah. Please continue reading on x0vel.m. Translator, Lonely Tree. Actually, the degree of sin is just an indicator. It can only represent a person's past, but it can't reflect a person's future. I know someone. The first time he entered the prison, he came here as an intern mage. He stood on the scale of sin, and the index displayed was exactly 12 points. However, he left Mount Black Suah. A few years later, I personally captured him and brought him back. When he stood on the scale again, the crime index had already become a pitch-black 200 points. This shows how fragile humans are. They always change their will and state of mind for one reason or another. There are very few people who can stick to their original intentions. They might even become an anomaly in the crowd. Heh, what a joke. Alexander's words seemed to have a hidden meaning. Matthew did not reply. Alexander then activated the magic circle beside him, letting Melinda lie down and assess her ability. Very quickly. Colorful magic lights surrounded Melinda. Alexander quickly interpreted these different magic runes. In the process of recording, he dictated the results to Matthew. Secret Sorcerer Level 19, Space Wanderer Level 1, Intelligence 20, mastered 6 domains, including Concealment, Knowledge, Astral, Intimidation, Self, and Esoteric Spell. The equipment on her body was analyzed as follows. The prisoner's case is suspected to be related to the Storluck industry. Yes, you need to pay more for this. The evaluation results appeared in Alexander's small notebook. Melinda's custody information had already been entered. Next, we're going to talk about the treatment of prisoners in prison. These are all details. Is there a need for torture? How many times a day? Was there any time and frequency for her to be released for relaxation? Do I need to provide the companionship of the opposite sex? Would you like to open an access to the library for the prisoner? Does your prisoner need extra entertainment? Normal diet or high-calorie diet? Or reduce the food supply? Should the prisoner be allowed to defecate? How is the hygiene? How is the sleeping environment? Should we make noise or release soothing music in the room? Single room, double room, triple room, or shared bed? Here, fill out this form. Alexander handed a blue form to Matthew. Matthew quickly checked. Melinda was indeed not easy to deal with. After all, she was Rieger's ex-wife, and Matthew could not go too far. But her identity was indeed very sensitive. Rieger might have lost his mind, and Zeller seemed to have made a mistake. Matthew could only plug this loophole for them. At least during the war. Melinda must be imprisoned. Just imprison her normally. Don't abuse her, don't violate her, and don't deliberately cause her harm. However, there's no need to let her live too comfortably. It's best if she doesn't come into contact with others. Any conditions she puts forward will be rejected. Matthew ticked as he verbally communicated with Alexander. The latter seemed to be listening very seriously. He nodded from time to time. Immediately, Matthew could not help but point at one of the options and ask. What do you mean by not allowing defecation? Alexander immediately replied. The clients of the private imprisonment business always have that strange request. In order to keep up with their needs, Mount Black Suah has also been improving its business capabilities. In this regard, we have developed the constipation technique, which can prevent the prisoner from defecating normally. At the same time, we can also provide services such as clysters. Matthew was stunned when he heard that. Who was using the private confinement service at Mount Black Suah prison? Why did it seem like the service was gradually becoming more and more indecent? Matthew was shocked. Alexander took the initiative to introduce. It's the same for the environment down there. We have a lot of fleas and cockroaches in the prison to meet the needs of different customers. Similarly, we also have a very powerful drug that repels fleas and cockroaches. If you want to create a worse imprisonment environment, then the water prison might be a better choice. However, the current water prison is already full. If you want it, you might have to wait. We can even provide a limb-cutting service. Don't worry. After the imprisonment period is over, we guarantee that we can stitch everything back for you. Matthew shook his head. He didn't expect that the lesson here at Mount Black Suwa was even wilder than 177. He only wanted to teach Melinda a lesson, not cripple her. He quickly checked all the items. After discussing with Alexander for a while, both parties signed the contract. In the end, Matthew paid a sky-high price of 1 knowledge point per week for Melinda to stay in a private room in the prison. During her imprisonment, she couldn't take a step outside. The food was ordinary, and the environment was ordinary. No one would talk to her, and no one would harass her. She would be completely isolated from the world for a period of time. After doing all this, Matthew said goodbye to Alexander. When he left the Black Suwa mountain prison, Matthew suddenly saw a group of people coming from the platform on the other side of the teleportation array by cable car. There were 2 familiar faces on the cable car. They were Shoei and Macwhite, whom he had met during the Dragon Worship Sect incident. They seemed to be escorting 2 unkempt prisoners to the Sky Fortress. The 2 of them also saw Matthew. At that moment, their expressions seemed a little awkward, but they soon put on stiff smiles. Matthew returned the favor with a gentle smile. This seemed to calm their hearts, and their smiles became more natural as they walked away. The cable car gradually descended. Matthew looked back and saw that the fortress in the sky was constantly moving away. At a certain moment, he suddenly felt that this fortress was like a ferocious beast lying in the air. And the cable cars were like food that led to the mouth of the giant beast. He couldn't help but recall Soria's words. The world is like a dirty fish tank. Matthew shook his head and couldn't help but laugh at himself. After returning to Rolling Stone Town, Matthew immediately shared the information he got from Fandral with Zeller and Riegar. This information was very crucial, enough to influence the direction of the upcoming war. 12 days later, the Alliance issued war permits to Rolling Stone Town and Highleaf Hill, respectively, and issued more detailed war orders for this battle. Most of the content mentioned in this document had been disclosed by Fandral in advance. Therefore, there was almost no need for additional preparations. The army of Rolling Stone Town had already been assembled. The next day, it was August 1st. Finally, it was time for the battle to begin. At noon, after the army of Rolling Stone Town had assembled in the Lord's Mansion, then, they continued to move to the moss green hills in the northwest. The residents of Rolling Stone Town lined the streets to see him off. Countless flowers and tears fell on this originally peaceful land. It added a chill to the hot summer. Northwest. Lark patches of dark clouds gathered on the moss green hills. It seemed like an unprecedented storm was brewing. Chapter 618 banned necromancers from participating in the battle. Chapter 618 banned necromancers from participating in the battle. Please continue reading on x0vel.m. Translator, Lonely Tree. On the barren land northwest of Rolling Stone Town, the cavalrymen led their warhorses at the front. In the middle were a large number of supplies and carriages. Behind them were the garrison, the militia, the reserves, and the temporarily recruited civilians. Such a large marching scene clearly exceeded the requirement of 1,000 people. However, this did not violate the rules. The secret order of war required that only registered personnel from both sides could actually participate in the battle. However, it did not specify that only these 1,000 people would complete all the transportation and logistics work during the war mobilization. In this way, Rolling Stone Town recruited a large number of laborers to provide labor for transportation. This way, not only could they ensure the soldiers' combat effectiveness to the greatest extent, but they could also carry more war resources. For example, in the middle of the group, hidden in the thick oilcloth-covered oxcarts, were 4 ballistae and 1 dragon crossbow. On the carriage board near the ballista, it was also filled with an astonishing amount of ironware. This ironware would play a crucial role in the upcoming battle. Matthew withdrew his gaze from the car. At this moment, he was riding on the Crimson Flame Nightmare, wandering to the west side of the convoy. He looked further west. A wide river appeared on the horizon. The High Leaf Ridge was just across the river. At the end of the river was their destination, the moss green hills, which had extremely complicated terrain. It was midsummer, and the weather was hot. The sky above Rolling Stone Town was clear, and the soldiers narrowed their eyes and covered their heads as they hurried. However, after approaching the moss green hills, the heat suddenly subsided. All of this was due to the influence of the thick clouds above the hill. Matthew stared at the thick, dark clouds, feeling uneasy. He quickly circled to the other side of the team and walked alongside Zeller and Rhaegar. The weather in the moss green hills is likely to be an unexpected factor. If it rains in the second half of the night, the ground will become very muddy, which may affect our travel plan, Matthew said in a deep voice. Zeller looked worried. I'm afraid it's magic. Matthew had the same concerns. For some high-level mages in certain fields, it was not difficult to control the clouds and rain. However, to affect the weather in such a large area, it required at least a veteran in the storm field or the rain field. According to their current intelligence, there was no such person in the Black Dragon army of the Highleaf region. However, if the storm was really aimed at Rolling Stone Town, it was very likely to cause a series of chain reactions. They had no choice but to deal with it carefully. I'll ask Lorraine about it later, Matthew said. Where's Richard? Zeller replied. He's still in Rolling Stone Town, preparing to draw in the net. Once we've dealt with the warlock suspected to be 1,000 transformers, he'll rush over to meet us. Matthew asked. Did you find anything? Zeller frowned. Ever since you reported his existence to me, I've been stalking and intercepting him for 24 hours. It turned out that Thomas was indeed a spy from the Highleaf region. He contacted a noble family in the Highleaf region, and that noble family was the first human force to join the Black Dragon Overlord. Thomas was instructed by the Black Dragon Lord to steal information about Rolling Stone Town. This means that Miyanoga's is not as simple as we thought. His last attack was the result of careful preparation. The other thing that is more suspicious is that I found that Thomas's warlock power comes from a certain kind of chromatic dragon, but it's not a black dragon. Matthew nodded. The Five Dragons Alliance. This term was not unfamiliar. Ever since Melinda mentioned it that night, Matthew had secretly looked it up. However, most of the intelligence channels could only get a simple name. Only Lorraine's sources had gotten more information. This was a dragon alliance formed under the will of Dragon God Brook. Currently, it was only active in the south. But as time passed, if Dragon God Brook could strengthen his infiltration into the human world, then the chromatic dragons would most likely unite under his influence. This situation was definitely not good news for humans. The power of the warlocks who worked for the Black Dragon came from another chromatic dragon. This added another layer of haze to the already foggy battle. Don't worry, we're not unprepared, Matthew encouraged. Countless pairs of eyes from the Seven Saint Alliance are watching this battle. Even if the chromatic dragons really want to make some big news, the legendary mages won't allow it. Zeller smiled helplessly. It's a good thing that Rolling Stone Town has you. Otherwise, I'd still have a big question mark on which side the legendary mage is on. Matthew also smiled. Zeller's concern could only mean that he understood the morals of mages too well. That was indeed the case. If Matthew hadn't joined the alliance, Rolling Stone Town would have been at a disadvantage in this battle. Do you think Miyanoga's is reading our intelligence? Zeller asked. Matthew shrugged. I'm not sure. Maybe. Fortunately, we have also obtained their information. Perhaps this is a battle where information is semi-public. Matthew couldn't help but recall the crazy war deductions they had been doing over the past few days. Previously, he had received the registration list of the High Leaf region from Fandal, which roughly recorded the distribution of the forces of the High Leaf region in this battle. Chapter 619 Chapter 619, Banned Necromancers from participating in the battle. Chapter 619, Banned Necromancers from participating in the battle. Continue reading 0n beta 0xn0vel.m. Translator, Lonely Tree. Commander, Black Dragon Miyanogas. Deputy General, Dragon Priest Devara LV-19/Drow Assassin Horns LV-17. 300 human soldiers, half of them are mercenaries, and the other half are human soldiers who surrendered to the High Leaf region. 300 kobolds and gnolls, Bear Goblin 100, Orc 200. The Black Dragon Overlord's personal guards. Drow secret force of about 20 people. The good news was that almost all of them were infantry. The bad news was that the advantage of cavalry in most areas of the Moss Green Hills was not obvious. Matthew and the others had carefully analyzed the registration list. The Black Dragon Lord himself was not included. The elites were 100 bear gnomes and 200 orcs. The bear gnomes were very tall and strong and could be used as mini trolls. They were not afraid of death and had endless strength. The orcs were also a first-class infantry race. Matthew was currently unable to obtain their equipment, but considering that the Black Dragon Lord had been looting the High Leaf region, he reckoned that the best equipment had been given to them, so it would not be too bad. The orcs had strong physiques, and the more they fought, the braver they became. They had an obvious advantage in close combat and were probably just a little weaker than the barbarians and trolls in the north. The rest were just random soldiers. The kobolds and gnolls were going along with it. The mercenaries and human soldiers of the High Leaf region might not be willing to work for the Black Dragon Overlord. Therefore, he had no choice. As long as they could annihilate the 300 elites of the enemy, their chances of victory on the battlefield would be infinitely high. No matter how strong the Black Dragon was, it could not turn the situation around. In comparison, Rolling Stone Town's list was more balanced. Commander, Riegar. Deputy General, Matthew Zeller Donovan, Troops, 200 human cavalrymen, including knight attendants. Garrison, Infantry 270, Archers 30. Militia and Reserves 300. 121 people from the Formation Breaker mercenary group. 8 members of the Special Operations Unit, Lorraine, Richard, Liweichi, Lumiere, Layla, Obist, Clegg, Samantha. Of course. Balance was balance. The real elites were the 200 cavalrymen and Donovan's Formation Breaker mercenary group. It was still unknown how much effort the latter was willing to put in. Therefore, the three of them repeatedly deduced 3 core points about this battle. First, the special forces must try their best to contain or even kill the Black Dragon Lord. At the very least, they must keep him out of the main battlefield. Second, seize Overwatch Mountain as soon as possible and try to win in station mode or use this as an opportunity to seize the initiative in the battle. Third, on the battlefield, we must create the conditions for the cavalry to charge. The above 3 conditions were easy to say. However, no one could guarantee that it could be done 100% in practice. Therefore, the 3 of them thought of countless possible scenarios. Zeller, especially, had written more than 3,000 possible entries about the battle situation. This was so that he could quickly respond to any situation on the battlefield. It could be said that, for the sake of this war, everyone in Rolling Stone Town had worked hard and made ample preparations. According to what Riegar said, if I can't win even with this, then I might really have to go home and breed. In order to prevent that from happening, Riegar's current state could be said to be divine. He was riding a fine horse with the blood of hell. The armor on his body was tightly sewn together, and 3 long spears were hung on the horse's back. The big sword on his back flickered with colorful greasy luster from time to time under the sun. Obviously, he had applied all kinds of oil in advance this time. At this moment, Rhaegar adjusted his horse and approached them. His expression was very serious, but his voice was very low. "I heard you locked Melinda up." Matthew looked at him in surprise and then glanced at Zeller. Zeller raised his hands to show that he didn't do it. Matthew could only explain. "I see that you guys don't seem to be on guard against her, so." "Well done," Rhaegar said fiercely. "I've had enough of that woman, but because of Sif, I can't do it myself." Matthew heaved a sigh of relief. "It's good that you understand. In fact, I plan to release her after the war is over." Unexpectedly, Rhaegar quickly waved his hand. "Don't. Please don't. She's now a high-level magic consultant for the Storluck Industries. If we let her go back, she'll be in trouble. Let's lock her up for a little longer." Matthew hesitated and said. "But private confinement at Mount Black Suah costs money." Rhaegar waved his hand. "I'll pay." Matthew's eyes lit up, and he looked at him suspiciously. "Do you still have money?" Rhaegar coughed a few times and said to Matthew in a very low voice. "I still have some savings. Ever since Melinda left, my spending has been greatly reduced. I've saved quite a bit over the past decade, so I should be able to keep her locked up for a while, right?" Matthew thought to himself. That's right. He's a prince, after all. His family must be well off, so he no longer has any psychological burden. About 10,000 gold coins a week. Rhaegar was shocked. A moment later, he hesitated and said, "For Sif's sake, I'll do it." Matthew couldn't help but roll his eyes. Zeller was also speechless. However, this small interlude had diluted the tension between the three of them. A moment later, Matthew took out a jar from his pocket and carefully handed it to Zeller. "Give it to the archers, but be careful when using it. Don't touch any wounds. For humans, this thing is enough to kill them at the sight of blood." Chapter 620 Banned Necromancers from participating in the battle. Chapter 620 Banned Necromancers from participating in the battle. Continue reading 0n beta 0xn0vel.m. Translator, Lonely Tree. Zeller took it carefully. "Arrow frog poison?" Matthew nodded. This was the poison produced by the ability Arrow Frog's gift he had obtained from Suya. This was all he had accumulated after so long. However, the effect was also quite shocking. This poison was absolutely fatal to any small or medium-sized creature. Matthew even considered poisoning the enemy. However, after thinking about it carefully, the success rate of poisoning was not high. If it failed, it would be a pure waste. It was better to let the archers use it. At least they could guarantee a certain efficiency. After that, the three of them communicated for the last time before the battle. The team gradually approached the mountain area south of the hills. Matthew rode his horse to the front of the team. At this time, Silver Snake Richard had already dealt with the spy warlock and was catching up with the team again. Hence, he greeted Rhaegar and the other two. The high-level adventurers who belonged to the special forces quickly gathered around him. Lorraine took out his piccolo and gently played it. In the next second, under the soldiers' astonished gazes, fat and strong horses with white manes ran over from the western horizon. Phantom Colt. This group of mystical creatures was one of the races that Lorraine had contracted. The Phantom Colt could run 3 times faster than an ordinary horse, and it had the advantage of both short-distance sprinting and long-distance running. However, it was very difficult for ordinary people to gain the friendship of a Phantom Colt. Everyone except Matthew. Everyone mounted their horses. "We'll leave first." Matthew waved at Rhaegar and the others. The 9 members of the Special Operation Team instantly left the team and began to run towards the moss-green hills at an extremely fast speed. Not long after, their figures disappeared from everyone's sight. At noon, on a small slope that was 50 to 60 meters high, a group of people stood proudly on the mountaintop. The Phantom Colts were leisurely grazing at the foot of the mountain. A blue light lit up above his head. A magic carpet slowly descended. A middle-aged mage with a pale face and scholarly temperament sat on the magic carpet. You guys came quite quickly, but remember not to cross the border. Before the war officially begins, you can't cross this small slope. The middle-aged mage warned. Matthew nodded and asked. You are the judge of this battle, right? May I know your name? The middle-aged mage said calmly. During the war, we won't have any contact with the registered mages of the territory, so you don't need to know my name. You only need to remember my number. My number is Judge 07. In this battle, I will be the deputy adjudicator of Rolling Stone Town. I will record everything that happened to the army in Rolling Stone Town. Please don't try to bribe, threaten, intimidate, or kidnap me. There is at least one legendary mage watching every battle. The battle at the Moss Hills was even more special. Currently, there were more than 100 mages evenly distributed on the top of the hill. They will observe your every move in an invisible manner. So don't even think about crossing the line. Of course. As long as everything is done according to the rules, there is no need for you to feel too much pressure. We are only adjudicators, and we will never interfere with the war itself. Matthew revealed an expression of understanding. So we only need to wait here for orders, right? Judge 07 nodded indifferently and said. I've already verified your identities. There are no problems with the list. Next, we just need to verify the identities of the troops. Matthew bowed politely to him. All right. Thank you for your hard work. Judge 07 didn't say anything, but he started the magic carpet and returned to the sky. Lorraine couldn't help but pinch his nose. With so many people staring at me, I'm too embarrassed to read the little yellow book. Lumiere looked at the sky curiously. Are there more than 100 mages up there? Don't they feel the heat in the sky? Clegg analyzed. I guess that's because they're all using invisibility. Lumiere was confused. Aren't the units that used invisibility afraid of the heat? Clegg said seriously. The reason why we can feel the heat is all because of the sun. With the invisibility spell activated, the sun can't shine on their bodies, so of course, they won't feel the heat, unless that it? She said the last sentence. She also looked a little uncertain. She looked at Samantha and Matthew with a questioning gaze. Samantha pondered and said. I can enter stealth mode occasionally, but the temperature is affected by the surrounding environment. Light alone doesn't seem to matter much, right? Matthew was also stumped by this strange way of thinking. Would the units under invisibility be affected by the heat of the sun? This seems to depend on the nature of the invisibility spell. He looked at Richard while thinking. As an expert in invisibility, the latter just silently turned his head away as if he was very disgusted to participate in the discussion of this problem. In the end, Lorraine stood up to help Matthew out. The easiest way to know the answer to a question is not to think, but to act. As he spoke, he took out a huge megaphone from somewhere and placed it by his mouth. Then, he raised his head and roared into the sky. Hey! Mages in the sky! Are you guys hot or not? Lorraine's shout echoed in the hills for a long time. A minute passed. Chapter 621 Chapter 621, Banned Necromancers from Participating in the Battle. Chapter 621, Banned Necromancers from Participating in the Battle. Continue reading 0n beta 0xn0vel.m. Translator, Lonely Tree. No one answered. Richard couldn't help but laugh. The mages are not that free to respond. However, before he could finish his sentence, voices could not help but come from a corner in the sky. Of course it's hot. I can't stand the heat. If it wasn't for the magic carpet's cooling spell, I would have been dried up long ago. It's noon in the middle of summer. I'm almost turning into a jerky. The complaints of the mages nearby could be heard one after another. The originally quiet moss-green hills seemed to have suddenly turned into a market. The mages were all complaining about the bad weather, although they did not show themselves. However, they could determine their location from the distance of the sound. Everyone looked up curiously. Lumiere even wanted to chat with one of the mages. But very quickly, a stern female voice rang out. Silence. The market instantly became a library. Matthew's face lit up when he heard this voice. Immediately after, Judge 07 quickly appeared. He flew in front of Matthew's men and said with an unhappy expression, "Don't try to get close to the spectating mages." Matthew thought to himself, is it that strict? His face was full of smiles. "I'm sorry, my friends are very curious about magic. That's why there's such a small episode." Judge 07 was unmoved. A verbal warning. If you commit the same mistake again, it will be regarded as challenging the rules of the battle. Matthew was unhappy, but the battle was imminent. It was not a wise thing to fall out with the deputy adjudicator. So he apologized in the most sincere tone. It won't happen again. Seeing his good attitude, Judge 07's expression softened. He whispered to Matthew, "Don't try to do this in front of everyone. I know you want to confirm their location, but this has already affected the fairness of the battle. I met Lord Edmund this morning. He gave me a lot of good advice. For example, I'll be stricter at the beginning. I'll only be able to cooperate with you better after leaving a solid impression on the others. But there's not much room for me to manipulate to your benefits. I can only try my best to record words that are beneficial to you on the written records." Edmund's men again? Matthew had mixed feelings, but he could only express his gratitude verbally. After sending off Judge 07 again, Matthew greeted everyone and signaled for them to behave themselves. 3 p.m. Matthew saw that it was about time, so he rode the Nightmare to a piece of land southeast of the mountain. This piece of land was close to the Gold Digger Basin, and there were countless earthquakes on it. He quickly arrived in front of a deep cave. Then, he began to chant loudly. "Undead summoning." As Matthew chanted, skeletons and zombies crawled out of the hole one after another. At first, it was nothing. However, the number of undead around Matthew increased, forming an ocean of undead. Matthew could feel many gazes on him. Matthew was unmoved. The number of skeletons and zombies was increasing. Judge 07 finally couldn't sit still anymore. He appeared beside Matthew and asked in a low voice, "What's going on? What are you doing?" Matthew chuckled and said, "I'm a necromancer. I've already registered myself on the list, right? It's normal for necromancers to summon undead creatures, right?" Judge 07 hesitated. Then, he looked at the unfathomable hole. "But isn't this number too much? Based on your current summoning scale, you would need to establish at least one negative energy channel in order to achieve your goal." Matthew asked curiously, "Can't it be that my magic ability is outstanding?" Judge 07 was stunned. Then, he gritted his teeth. "Alright, in theory, a necromancer's summoned creatures are indeed part of his strength. But, I have to help you frame it better in the war records." As he spoke, he took out a small notebook. It quickly recorded August 1st, 3 p.m. Matthew, Necromancer, the Deputy General of Rolling Stone Town, happened to find a large number of skeletons in the wild. Matthew took the opportunity to use the summoning of the dead. He has obtained skeletons X480, zombies X480, and a number of ghosts. This part of the undead army is a manifestation of the personal strength of the necromancer and does not conflict with the number of people in the war registration list. When he was writing, he deliberately tilted the small notebook to the side. Matthew naturally saw it clearly. Thank you," Matthew said enthusiastically. Judge 07 waved his hand and flew into the sky on the magic carpet again. Not long after, Matthew led the 1,000 undead and moved towards the top of the mountain. Of course, he had transported these undead from the cemetery to the pit in advance. If Matthew were to summon so many immortals from scratch, he would have to drain his mana and mental strength. In fact, Just maintaining such a large number of undeads to carry out the operation took up his full concentration. He was almost unable to cast spells of the 3rd tier and above. If Matthew wanted to cast high-level spells, he had to give up on controlling the undead. However, in that case, the attacks of the undead would be somewhat random, and it would be easy to cause accidental injuries. Therefore, in the early stages of the war, Matthew would play the role of a behind-the-scenes manipulator. Only when he really needed to show his fangs. Only then would he give the enemy a thunderous blow. Chapter 622 Chapter 622, Banned Necromancers from Participating in the Battle. Chapter 622, Banned Necromancers from Participating in the Battle. Continue reading 0n beta 0xn0vel.m. Translator, Lonely Tree. 4 p.m. The north side of the mountain was already filled with the undead. Matthew ordered the undead to stand by. Then, he took a breath and grabbed a high-quality negative energy stone to recover his vitality. A moment later, he began to chant another version of the undead summoning spell. In a flash, a huge bone dragon descended from the sky. And behind the bone dragon, there were actually 3 more bone dragons following them. This scene once again alarmed the mages in the air. Matthew even heard people whispering and pointing. However, he ignored it. He only happily greeted Filey. It seemed that Filey was doing well in the negative energy plane and had taken in a new bone dragon as his underling. The development of the bone dragon army was just around the corner. However, Judge 07 could not help but appear again. He asked anxiously, "Where did you summon the 4 bone dragons? This number seems to have exceeded the limit." Matthew asked. "Mr. Filey is my summoned creature, and the other 3 bone dragons are his followers. In theory, they are also part of my personal strength. I remember that the Alliance didn't issue any rules for this, right?" Judge 07 seemed to feel a little pressure. "But this way, the actual number of people on your side participating in the battle far exceeds the rules of the battle." Matthew comforted him, "Don't be nervous. The summoning will be over soon." Judge 07 was shocked. "Do you still have more summons?" He hadn't finished his sentence. A huge gray spatial rift suddenly appeared on the east side of the small mound. The bone dragon Filey was roaring with its head raised. Accompanied by his roar, a large number of undead rushed out of the negative energy plane. Skeletons, zombies, ghosts, mummies, vampires, dark warriors, banshees. Although the last 4 types were relatively rare. However, the unique temperament of the middle-tier undead still attracted a lot of attention. Because it was a cross-plane summoning, Filey did not bring many undead. There were only about 500 of them in total. However, these 500 were all high-quality items that he had collected in the 6-ring land with his identity as a king. The average quality was about the same as Matthew's. One had to know. Matthew's undead had various special bonuses, such as the Dark Life contract. For a moment, an army of more than 1,500 undead surrounded the hill. Judge 07 was completely dumbfounded. "Are you going to create an undead disaster?" Matthew looked at Judge 07 innocently. "There's nothing wrong with my summoned creatures. Mr. Filey is my close companion, and he's also the lord of the negative energy plane. It's already very restrained for a lord to bring 500 undead. Is there a rule that says a necromancer's summoned creature can't summon another summoned creature?" Judge 07 looked troubled. Then, he sighed. In the small notebook, it was recorded truthfully 4 p.m. Matthew, the deputy general of Rolling Stone Town, summoned a bone dragon that then summoned another 500 undead to the south of the moss green hills. Considering that the rules of the Alliance did not state that a summoner's summon could not summon another summoned beast, Matthew's actions did not violate the rules of war. Therefore, it was passed. He hesitated for a moment. Then, he took out another booklet. The other booklet was to collect war opinions. It is strongly recommended that necromancers be banned from participating in the battle. And the one before this suggestion was, It is strongly recommended that dragons are prohibited from participating in the battle. He did not hide this from Matthew either. After writing, he smiled bitterly. I don't know what the higher-ups are thinking. They have to set rules and leave loopholes. If this continues, other than finding dragons, the various territories will probably have a craze for finding necromancers. Matthew expressed his understanding of his work. But in fact, his mentality is none of Matthew's business. As long as they could win this battle. No matter how the rules were changed, it had nothing to do with him. In any case, as long as it was related to rules, there would definitely be loopholes. If this one was blocked, he could just drill into another one in the future. However, it was obvious. Judge 07 was under immense pressure. After that, he simply did not go up to the sky. He just stayed on the ground and stared at Matthew to see if he had any more ruthless things to do. However, Matthew remained quiet. He controlled the undead army to stand guard. Until night fell. The troops of Rolling Stone Town arrived at the south of the hill one after another. The first to arrive was naturally the cavalry. At first glance, he saw so many undead. Even the experienced cavalrymen would feel some fear. But very quickly, when they realized that these undead would not harm them but would instead become their allies to attack the enemy, their mentality adjusted a lot. It was the same for the other soldiers. This was because they had been prepared beforehand, and Matthew had a good personal image. When the army of Rolling Stone Town arrived, there was only slight chaos, but soon everyone calmed down. Judge 07 quickly finished counting. In the end, he reported the results of the verification. The preparations for the battle have been completed. The army of Rolling Stone Town has been confirmed. We can start the battle. The female voice from before rang out in the sky. The army of the High Leaf region has also been confirmed. Let's wait until dawn. Hence, the logistics and civilian workers began to cook. The soldiers ate their fill in an orderly manner. The final rest began. In front of the small mound, there was clearly a large group of people. It was rather quiet. Most of the human soldiers were participating in the war for the first time, so it was inevitable that they were nervous. However, Rhaegar and Zeller didn't deliberately let them relax. They should be nervous. Only by being appropriately nervous could one unleash a stronger combat power. Just like that. Time passed by. 11:30 p.m. The soldiers reassembled into their formation. It was 12:00. The female voice in the sky said, "The first battle of the Moss Green Hills has officially begun." In the next second, a sparkling white light shot into the sky. Everyone narrowed their eyes to take a closer look. It was Matthew, who was riding a Pegasus, flying into the sky. In the night, the Pegasus shone brightly. Matthew was still holding a lantern in his hand. The lantern's glow fell and turned into specks of green light, guiding the direction of the undead. Almost at the same time, Matthew, who was at the front, Rhaegar, who was in the middle, and Zeller, who was at the back, all took out an identical scroll and tore it open. A few seconds later, all the units were glowing with a dark blue light. Hint, you have used the marching spell scroll. Plus 50% movement speed of your troops. Stamina consumption 20%. Matthew did not hesitate. He rode his Pegasus all the way north. The undead army took the lead and quickly crossed the hill, heading deeper into the moss green hills. Behind them, Rhaegar raised his sword high. Follow the Pegasus. Target, Overwatch Mountain. The army of Rolling Stone Town quickly followed. The civilian workers who had been recruited previously stayed where they were. Silently, they sent the soldiers away with an expectant gaze. Marching at night was actually a tough job. Especially the terrible terrain of the moss green hills. Fortunately, the dark clouds above them did not have time to brew into a storm. The ground that had been stepped on by the undead was relatively hard. More than 2,500 units in Rolling Stone Town rushed forward with all their might. The original plan was to take about 5 hours. In the end, they arrived in less than 3 hours. When Matthew rode his Pegasus and led the undead to the highest peak of Overwatch Mountain. It was pitch black at the foot of the mountain in the west. They didn't even see the shadow of the Black Dragon army. Everyone could not help but heave a sigh of relief. At least one of the 3 core goals had been achieved. Matthew ordered the undead to build a defensive line on the western slope. Reeker's men also began to climb the mountain one after another. The militiamen pushed carts of ironware to the top of the mountain. A large amount of war equipment was transported down. They began to race against time to set up fortifications on the mountain. Until 6 a.m. When the construction on the western slope was taking shape. Matthew, who was in the sky, could vaguely see the thick fog in the west. A dense line of troops appeared. However, what puzzled Matthew was, although this army's numbers and types of soldiers were roughly in line with the previous intelligence. However, the most important role was missing. Black Dragon Lord Miyanoga's was nowhere to be seen. Matthew's heart was filled with doubts. Black Dragon isn't here? Where did he go? Chapter 623, Chapter 623, We are really too lucky. Chapter 623, We are really too lucky. Continue reading 0n beta 0xn0vel.m. Translator, Lonely Tree. The Black Dragon's whereabouts were unknown, which was puzzling. However, after discussing it, Matthew and the other 2 decided to remain unfazed. Overwatch Mountain was the winning condition in the point occupation mode. As long as a few parties occupied it, they would be able to take the initiative to a certain extent. In this aspect, the disappearance of the Black Dragon didn't have much of an impact. At the moment, the people of Rolling Stone Town were organizing the construction of the fortifications according to their own rhythm. As for the tents and other buildings, they would have to wait until the southwest fortifications were completed before they could allocate manpower to build them. On the Overwatch Mountain, a round of intensive construction was underway. It was almost noon. The High Leaf region finally reacted. Everyone noticed. Their army was mainly gathered on a hill 5 kilometers southwest. The characteristic of the Moss Hills was that there were many mountains. There was actually a small hill 1 kilometer away from Overwatch Mountain. That hill was only about 1/3 shorter than Overwatch Mountain. Although they couldn't look down on the surroundings like the Overwatch Mountain, they still had a relatively superior visual advantage. Therefore, at this moment, a team of human soldiers from the High Leaf region had reached the top of the mountain. They looked as if they wanted to set up a sentry post there. Of course, the enemy was not reckless. Behind the group of human soldiers were 2 groups of orc warriors. They guarded the 2 sides of the hill. If the people of Rolling Stone Town wanted to go down the mountain to interfere, they might be stopped by the orc warriors. In fact, although the distance between the 2 sides was only 1 kilometer at the high point. However, the rugged terrain and potholes made charging a cautious matter. Furthermore, the Black Dragon had yet to appear. The army of Rolling Stone Town had no reason to descend the mountain to attack. However, it was unacceptable for Rolling Stone Town to allow the enemy to set up a sentry post on a mountain near their camp. Matthew immediately found Rhaegar and whispered a few words into his ear. A moment later, a team of archers stepped forward. They were close to the southernmost part of the mountain. They pulled their longbows and tried to shoot at the mountain next door. However, this was far beyond the range of an archer. Even though they had tried their best, most of the arrows did not fly past the middle line between the 2 mountains. The furthest they could shoot was barely enough to reach the opposite slope. Seeing this scene, the High Leaf soldiers who were busy setting up sentry posts laughed. They had been a little cautious at first. However, when they realized that the enemy could not hurt them at all, they couldn't help but lean towards the direction of Overwatch Mountain. One of the leaders even took off his pants provocatively in the direction of Overwatch Mountain, intending to relieve himself in front of everyone. However, in the next second, a dark green light shot out from the top of the Overwatch Mountain. Thrust. The sharp arrow wrapped in wind elements pierced through the leader's knee. The latter's hands trembled, and his legs went soft. Not only did he pee on his body, but he also sat down paralyzed. This scene shocked everyone present. Even the bowmasters from Rolling Stone Town looked over curiously. On the other side of the mountain peak, a zombie was holding a jade green bow and was ready to fire. Jade Wind, Kiss of the Wind. Under Matthew's command. Renezem held her bow and aimed from afar. A few seconds later, she loosened her grip and shot another arrow accurately at the other knee of the leader. The latter had completely lost the ability to walk and was lying on the ground, crying and wailing. At this moment, the High Leaf Regent's side clearly hadn't realized what had happened. A rash fellow wanted to go up and help the leader. Whoosh! Renezem shot another arrow. The Kiss of the Wind traveled more than a kilometer and accurately hit the rescuer's chest. This time, it was not his knees. It was the real heart. These 3 consecutive arrows almost scared the human team on the opposite mountain. One of the smarter ones held a small round shield. Then, he tried to drag the leader away. However, the surface area of the round shield was too small. Whoosh! A green light flashed. Renezem fired her 4th arrow, accurately hitting the enemy's abdomen. The latter fell to the ground in pain. Then, the 4th, 5th, and 6th. When all the people who didn't believe in evil had become cold corpses beside the leader, they were all stunned. Only then did the human soldiers on the other side realize that there was an unfathomable sharpshooter in Rolling Stone Town. A full 10 minutes later. Only then did a team of humans with tower shields slowly approach the place where the leader had fallen. The tower shield could provide a one-sided defense with no blind spots and was indeed the archer's nemesis. Renezem glanced at it for a while before putting down the Jade Wind. However, when she started to use her bow again, the bow and arrow in her hand turned into a unique magic arrow. Sky-striking arrow, special arrow/emerald wind arrow. You can bind an item to this arrow and shoot it without affecting its normal range. Current carriage, grease pack. Wing wing. Under the effect of magic, the arrow left the bowstring silently. Only the bowstring was trembling wildly. In the next moment, the magic arrow hit a huge tower shield. Bang! A light explosion sounded. A large amount of oil seeped through the defense due to the splashing effect. Matthew had specially processed the fat packet. Not only was there a constant grease spell, but it also contained a large amount of flammable substances. Therefore, a circle of grease quickly formed around everyone. Chapter 624. Chapter 624, We're really lucky. Chapter 624, We're really lucky. Continue reading 0n beta 0xn0vel.m. Translator, Lonely Tree. When the pungent smell of asphalt entered the soldiers' noses, Matthew had already handed over a fire arrow. Renezem calmly took the arrow and casually shot it. Bang! The enemy mountain immediately burst into flames. The flames were like demonic mercenaries that attacked the bodies of every soldier. At first, they were still raising their tower shields, trying to retreat while raising their shields. However, when the flames reached their arms, only then did they feel the arrival of the Grim Reaper. At that moment, the soldiers wailed as they threw away their tower shields and retreated down the mountain. However, it was this action that completely ruined their chance of escape. Renezem aimed at the gap and shot an arrow at it. The opposite hillside was soon filled with grief. In the end, a total of 17 human soldiers who had tried to set up sentry posts on the opposite mountain were wiped out. 11 of them were shot to death by Renezem. The remaining 6 were burned alive. Among them, the leader had the most tragic ending. When the fire reached him, he ran with his 2 broken knees under the effect of his survival instinct. Unfortunately, this scene did not last long. His life was taken away by the flames. For a moment, the people of Rolling Stone Town were overjoyed. Renezem had single-handedly wiped out 2 opposing squads. This result was undoubtedly a morale boost. especially the archers. They were shocked by Miss Zombie's shooting skills and were in awe. On the other hand, the High Leaf region was in a gloomy mood. They had lost this secondary vantage point. They could only set up sentry posts in places with poor visibility. This would have a lot of negative effects on their surveillance of Overwatch Mountain. During this process, Matthew also noticed an interesting detail. That was when the human troops were attacked by Renesm. The orc troops on both sides of the hill were indifferent, although their duty was to assist in the defense. However, seeing the human soldiers die, the orcs did not have the slightest attitude to help. This could be seen from the internal situation of the High Leaf army. He had won the first battle. The people of Rolling Stone Town were even more enthusiastic about building the fortifications. In the afternoon, the enemy moved again. A team of orcs tried to circle to the northwest and cross a shallow river, trying to clit into the rear of Rolling Stone Town. However, this scene was captured by Zeller's surveillance spell. He had wanted to send a team to deal with the enemy. Matthew, however, said that he would take care of it. The orcs thought they were very careful. The 8 of them wore their disguises and slowly approached the river. Although the river was small, the sound of water was rapid. They formed a long line and advanced in an orderly manner. However, when the last orc soldier stepped into the river, a pair of curved daggers that were dim in the daytime were placed on his neck. Whoosh! An almost inaudible sound. The orc's head rolled a few times in the air and fell into the water with a plop. It flowed downstream with the current and the riverbed. However, the sound of water was very loud. The remaining orcs continued to try to cross the river. They didn't notice that a pair of scimitars was approaching their junior like the Grim Reaper. 1, 2, 3. When the orc at the front successfully crossed the river, he stepped on the riverbank and subconsciously looked back. He only saw 7 orcs' headless corpses standing in the river. His eyes widened, and his pupils suddenly constricted. Before he could even scream, a chill cut through his throat. Puff! A spinning scene appeared in his field of vision. At the last moment of his life, he finally saw the Grim Reaper clearly. It was a skeleton that twisted its crotch while killing. After 2 consecutive defeats, the High Leaf region finally did not dare to make any more moves. They obediently camped on the hillside 5 kilometers away as if they were going to fight a protracted war with Rolling Stone Town. Rolling Stone Town did not let down their guard. Zeller's surveillance spell was running 24 hours a day. Matthew would also ride his Pegasus from time to time to go around the enemy's head openly. The Black Dragon was not around. The air superiority was easily in Matthew's hands. In addition, Pegasus had the ability to become invisible. Many times, Matthew could fly past the enemy's head. After a few rounds of investigation, the army of the High Leaf region knew nothing about Rolling Stone Town. However, Matthew had a thorough understanding of the enemy. The distribution of the troops was almost exactly the same as the information given by Fandral. Meanwhile, in the camp, Matthew found Dragon Priest Drava, who was the commander-in-chief, a bearded human general, and a gnoll with only one ear. The 3 of them each led a different troop. The campsites of the 3 troops were also clearly separated. It was obvious. The Black Dragon was not around. The possibility of the High Leaf Army's betrayal was very high. This made Matthew feel relieved. Probably before night, it was impossible for the enemy to take action against Overwatch Mountain. This was exactly what Matthew and the others wanted. In their plan, time was on their side. The confrontation between the 2 armies below had turned into the construction of a camp. In the sky, a huge magic carpet enveloped the range of the invisible magic ball. There were dozens of people sitting on the magic carpet. These people were not alliance mages. Instead, they were the city lords from the south. The battle at the Moss Green Hills was the first battle in the south, and it was also a milestone in the alliance's plan, because it had a strong demonstration effect. Chapter 625 Chapter 625, We're really lucky. Chapter 625, We're Really Lucky. Continue reading 0n beta 0xn 0vel.m. Translator, Lonely Tree. Therefore, many city lords applied to come and watch the battle. The alliance agreed. However, each territory could only allow one observer. Therefore, everyone present was the number one figure in the southern territories. Regarding the scene in front of them. Of course, the city lords had thought of this. In fact, no one would think that the two sides would fight to the death on the first day of the battle. This did not conform to the logic of war. Therefore, the words that they were discussing the most were Necromancer. Bayan City. Whether it was against the rules, etc. In the northeast of the magic carpet, far away from the other city lords, there were 4 people sitting. 3 of them wore brooches on their chests that symbolized their status as lords. The other female was a mage apprentice from the Alliance. The 3 lords here were Lady Elena, the Lord of Deep Blue Port, Barton, the Lord of Lion City, who had the reputation of being the Golden Lion and had recently swept across the East Coast, and Gavin, the Lord of Golden Water City, who had lost his reputation. Among the 3 of them, Elena's presence was the weakest, but because of her natural beauty and extraordinary temperament, she attracted a lot of attention. The Golden Lion Barton was the most imposing. He had golden hair and a pair of sharp eyes. His every move revealed the aura of a king. Gavin, the Castellan of Goldwater City, was a young man who looked very weak. However, his eyes were unusually lively, and his eyes were extremely long. When he narrowed his eyes, he looked like a fox who was thinking. At this moment, the 3 of them also discussed the issue of necromancers. Are all necromancers so powerful? Wouldn't Bayan City be invincible then? The Golden Lion asked with a solemn expression. Gavin was also puzzled. I've seen some necromancers who had a headache just by maintaining 100 summons. How could they be as relaxed as this one? Look, he can even ride a horse. Wait, aren't flying horses sacred creatures? Why would it be controlled by a necromancer? Elena smiled but didn't say anything. The female apprentice named Leslie explained. Necromancers do have some expertise in summoning the undead, but to achieve such an effect, I'm afraid it's because Mr. Matthew's personal strength is too strong. The Golden Lion nodded. Matthew is indeed very powerful. Did you see him just now? The zombie archer and the skeleton assassin were both summoned by Matthew, but the strength they displayed far exceeded that of ordinary adventurers. This is already unreasonably powerful. Leslie smiled and said. It's only reasonable that he's powerful. I once assisted him in a BL spell research project. He's a particularly rigorous person. More importantly, his background is very deep. The 3 lords were immediately interested. How deep? Leslie lowered her voice mysteriously. He might be the youngest owl in the history of the Alliance. There were rumors. Mr. Matthew, Mage Ronan, Lady Isabel, Sir Edmund, and Lady Soria all had an unclear relationship. Recently, it was revealed that he was suspected of having an affair with the strongest battle mage in the Alliance, Margaret. In addition, a few demons and lords in the astral world, as well as some gods in the heavenly palace, seemed to be gathering information about Mr. Matthew. Although he was relatively low-key, he was connected to these powerful existences. How can he be an ordinary person? After Leslie finished speaking, the 3 of them had different reactions. Elena was a little surprised. Gavin looked at the situation below with interest. Golden Lion Barton frowned and said. Why would such a powerful mage choose to register in a small place like Rolling Stone Town? Doesn't he know that this is a huge gamble? Or is there something powerful in Rolling Stone Town that we can't see? Gavin joked. Is it possible that he just thought Rolling Stone was closer to home? Barton did not refute. He was actually seriously considering the possibility of such a situation. At this moment, Leslie interrupted again. According to the details of the secret order, if you ally with Rolling Stone Town, you can use the foreign aid quota of your allies to let Lord Matthew join the battlefield during the battle. This way, not only will you not have to face his undead army, but he will also become your partner. None of the three lords were surprised. Just like Rolling Stone Town. After all the territories received the secret order, they did thorough research on it. Soon, they realized that the alliance encouraged alliances. Although non-registered mages could not participate in the battle and the registered mages could not move freely, they could join other territories as allies. There was no need to say much about the usefulness of a mage. Therefore, those territories with powerful registered mages would also be roped in by more people. I don't like necromancers. But I think we can try to get along with Matthew. Golden Lion Barton rubbed his chin and commented. Gavin chuckled. I still want to take a look. Elena rolled her eyes and suddenly said, which side do you think will win this battle? Why don't we make a bet? The Golden Lion and Gavin looked at each other and suddenly said in unison. Rolling Stone Town. Elena was shocked. She thought that she was the only one who knew about the hidden talents in Rolling Stone Town through her cousin Lorraine. Chapter 626, Chapter 626, We're Really Lucky. Chapter 626, We're Really Lucky. Continue reading 0n beta 0xn0vel.m. Translator, Lonely Tree. She didn't expect that these two castellans, who seemed to know nothing about Rolling Stone Town, would make the same judgment as her. Hence, she could not help but ask. Why would you think that? Gavin chuckled. Because you suddenly raised this question when everyone is optimistic about the High Leaf region. This means that you have information that we don't know. Then, the winner is most likely Rolling Stone Town. Elena obviously didn't believe him. She asked suspiciously. Do you dare to conclude that Rolling Stone Town will win based on this alone? Gavin smiled like a fox. He found a few more lame excuses to try to get away with it. On the other hand, the Golden Lion was much more straightforward. He said bluntly. Rolling Stone Town submitted the application for the battle after the Black Dragon attack. This meant that they were not afraid of the Black Dragon at all. And from the marching arrangements and strategic direction of Rolling Stone Town, it was not hard to see that they had made ample preparations for this battle. On the other hand, in the High Leaf region, they are simply a mess. I don't know what that Black Dragon is up to. He was probably afraid of the killer move in Rolling Stone Town. It could also be that he was doing something strange. It's just the way of war. The greatest taboo was for the commander to have wild fantasies. Perhaps he felt that hiding was a good strategy to confuse the enemy and make them unable to attack. But correspondingly, this kind of behavior was also a great harm to his soldiers. From the perspective of war, that Black Dragon still has a lot to learn. Gavin laughed and said. What Mr. Barton said makes sense. Barton glanced at him and didn't say anything. Elena still looked unwilling. But Highleaf has a giant dragon. A real dragon. Gavin immediately replied. Dragons may be very powerful, but they have never truly ruled this land for thousands of years. Lady Elena, just give up. There's no way the two of us would bet on Rolling Stone Town losing. If we could really make such a ridiculous decision, the heads on our necks would have moved countless times. The Golden Lion was even more domineering. Giant dragon? It is just a bigger beast. It's a pity that I can't participate. Otherwise, I would definitely slaughter them. Elena looked at the two men helplessly, and the sense of helplessness in her heart grew stronger. These lords were all shrewd people. She had originally planned to use her beauty and Deep Blue Port's prosperous economy to try to form an alliance. In the end, she did not gain any advantage at all for half a year. This made her pay more attention to the silly guy below her. I wonder if Rhaegar is still the same after so many years. Just as Elena was deep in thought, Gavin suddenly exclaimed. There were also slight sounds from where the other lords were. Everyone looked down. To the northeast of Overwatch Mountain, where there should have been no one, a team of mad frogmen had appeared. What was even more ridiculous was The Mad Frogmen's convoy was extremely long. They were using oxen to pull the carts as they slowly approached Overwatch Mountain. Why did a convoy appear? Where did this crazy frogman come from? Shouldn't this area have been cleared? What's going on? Did so many unexpected factors occur in the first battle? Just as the lords were discussing among themselves, a group of people suddenly rushed down from the slope of Overwatch Mountain. The three leaders were all extremely valiant. At the front of the group was a savage with a black charcoal head. As he ran, he bared his fangs and brandished his claws. His speed was as fast as lightning, and he almost instantly rushed from the mountain to the side of the Mad Frogman convoy. Following closely behind was a female orc. Beside her, there was an owl beast running wildly. Behind them, they were the militia and reserve forces of Rolling Stone Town. In the next second, an even more shocking scene appeared. When the dark-skinned young man rushed to the side of the convoy, all the frogmen suddenly started to scream. They looked terrified as they fled in all directions. The Mad Frogmen, who were known for their combative and xenophobic nature, did not stay behind to guard the precious assets in the car. Instead, they ran away without a trace. The exaggerated acting skills of the Mad Frogs caused everyone to complain. Anyone with a discerning eye would know that this group of Mad Frogmen were acting as logistics for Rolling Stone Town. The carts were piled with all kinds of logs. Some of them even had buckets of hot oil on them. The oil was still steaming. At this moment, Judge 07 could not help but fly down. The people of Rolling Stone Town happily accepted nature's gift. Judge 07 could not help but ask Matthew, who had rushed over, "What is this?" Matthew answered truthfully, "The Mad Frogman's convoy." Veins were popping on Judge 07's forehead. When did the Mad Frogman learn how to tame cows? Matthew thought for a moment. Maybe they have also advanced with the times? Judge 07 gritted his teeth. Then where did they get so many logs? Don't tell me the Mad Frogman suddenly mastered powerful logging techniques. Matthew pondered and said, "Maybe they want to renovate their village?" But they were unlucky. They happened to pass by here and were robbed by us. In that case, we're really lucky. Judge 07 subconsciously wanted to cover his head with his hands. He could imagine how many pairs of eyes were watching him from above. He could only grit his teeth and take out a small notebook to record. 5 p.m. A group of Mad Frogmen passed by without warning. They had accidentally obtained a large amount of logs, stone materials, and other edible fats. The secret order did not prohibit either side from plundering the wild creatures in the battle area. Therefore, it was approved. He braced himself and wrote this down. Judge 07 took out another opinion book. He had just raised his pen. He saw Matthew's bright smile. He gritted his teeth again. He quickly wrote on it. Matthew is strongly prohibited from participating in the battle. After finishing this, he quickly flew to the clouds. At this moment, Judge 09, who was in charge of recording the situation in the High Leaf region, protested to him. "What is this?" Judge 07 answered truthfully, "The Mad Frogman's convoy." Judge 09 asked in disbelief. "When did the Mad Frogman learn how to tame cows?" Judge 07 recalled Matthew's wording. "Perhaps they have also advanced with the times?" Judge 09 stared at him and asked, "What about hot oil and stone?" Judgment 07 subconsciously followed Matthew's answer and replied, "Maybe they want to renovate their village?" But they were unlucky. They happened to pass by here and were robbed by the army of Rolling Stone Town. In that case, they are really lucky. Judge 09 looked at him speechlessly. Judge 07 realized that he had not answered the question and shut his mouth awkwardly. "I protest on behalf of the High Leaf region. Rolling Stone Town is obviously cheating," Judge 09 said. In the next second, a graceful figure appeared on the magic carpet. "Your objection is invalid." It was a gentle female voice. Chapter 627, Chapter 627, What are you doing? Chapter 627, What are you doing? Continue reading 0n beta 0xn 0vel.m. Translator, Lonely Tree. When the woman appeared on the magic carpet, all the mages immediately stood up and bowed slightly. The lords were stunned for a moment. Those who reacted quickly followed suit and saluted. Those who reacted slowly were even slower in saluting. The magic carpet was silent. This was because the person in front of him was one of the three heaven mages, Lady Soria. She was also the chief judge of this battle at the Moss Green Hills. And when Soria said that his protest was invalid, Judge 09 naturally lowered his head. All right. Soria explained. Any confrontation under the rules will have loopholes. The significance of this battle is to allow us to find these loopholes before more wars begin and then make up for it by adding rules and regulations. However, we cannot deny the content of this battle just because of the loophole itself. Because the loophole is not the problem of the two sides, but our dereliction of duty. Judge 07 immediately added. You're absolutely right. Soria looked at the lords again. Her smile was as gentle as ever. We also welcome everyone to point out possible loopholes to us. On the one hand, we can quickly modify them to ensure that the battle is fair and just. The lords quickly nodded and bowed. They were just short of patting their chests to guarantee that they would report the loopholes they discovered to the Alliance. However, in reality, only loopholes that were not beneficial to oneself could be reported. A loophole that was beneficial to oneself, how could that be called a loophole? Soria seemed to be aware of this. She did not talk to the lords for too long and waved her right hand. In the next second, a gray portal appeared at the edge of the magic carpet. Soria said gently, I'm afraid it will be very tiring for everyone to watch the battle here. On one hand, the battle can't be finished in a day or two, and on the other hand, everyone needs to rest. That's why I prepared a resting room for everyone. The rooms and supplies in the resting room could meet all the daily needs of everyone. Moreover, it was not expensive. It only cost 100 gold coins per hour. With everyone's wealth, it should be more than enough. If you need anything, just enter the door. There will be mage apprentices waiting for you inside. After saying this, the lords looked at each other. Soria's figure disappeared. Everyone began to discuss the topic of the resting room. Everyone's expressions were not too good. Everyone was denouncing Soria's act of trying to earn money in public. However, it was Soria. For a moment, the atmosphere above the magic carpet became a little strange. Seizing this opportunity, Judge 07 asked Judge 09, "Where's your black dragon? Are we still going to fight?" Judge 09 pulled a long face. No comment. Judge 07 reminded. Don't get too involved. We're just spectators and recorders. The outcome of the battle has nothing to do with us. Judge 09 could not help but complain. This is just my professional ethics, okay? The outcome of both sides has nothing to do with me. But then again, what's wrong with Matthew? Isn't he Lady Isabel's mentor? Why is Lady Soria the main judge? I was wondering why you didn't tell us about the chief judge's identity before. It turns out that he has reached this level. Judge 07 thought for a moment. For the first battle in the south, shouldn't we send a heavyweight? Lady Isabel was indeed powerful. However, her current identity was a little special. Moreover, mortal wars were probably boring for legendary mages. If that lady came over, she will kill both sides because she doesn't want to waste time. Judge 09 nodded. What you said makes sense. Just as he was about to say something, he suddenly turned to the west. I have to go. Judge 09 took out a broomstick, mounted it, and flew away. He looked in the direction where he had left. Judge 07 looked thoughtful. Below the magic carpet, on the Overwatch mountain, a new round of construction was in full swing. After receiving the frogmen's supplies, Rolling Stone Town suddenly had a large number of rolling stones, logs, hot oil, and various tools. This provided good conditions for the defense of the position. The defense of Overwatch Mountain was not that simple. The top of the moss green hills was not so much a mountain as a larger mound. And Overwatch Mountain was the largest of these mounds. This thing had nothing to do with being easy to defend and difficult to attack. The defenders on the mountain had to defend against attacks from all directions. Considering the rugged terrain of the mountains, the mobility of the cavalry was also greatly reduced. This increased the difficulty of Matthew's and the others' plans. In order to deal with this situation, the people of Rolling Stone Town were mainly working in three directions. On the one hand, it was the construction of fortifications. These fortifications were mainly concentrated in the southwest, including a large number of wooden fences, traps, iron traps, nails, and deep pits. With everyone's hard work, the fortifications in the south were already in shape. If the enemy wanted to attack this side, they would have to pay a heavy price. The second aspect was the construction of a three-dimensional defense system. Matthew's Undead was in charge of defending the northwest. The Necromancer's numbers tactic played a crucial strategic role at this moment. Chapter 628 Chapter 628, What are you doing? Chapter 628, What are you doing? Continue reading 0n beta 0xn0vel.m. Translator, Lonely Tree. Skeletons and zombies covered the entire mountain and blocked any entrance to the mountain on the northwest slope. To the enemy, such a large number of undead could also form a psychological deterrent. The Formation Destroyer mercenary group was currently in charge of guarding the southeast. In the next few days, Rolling Stone Town would also build a large number of fortifications here. However, due to the terrain, the slope here was relatively steep. It was not as urgent as the southwest. The northeast was considered the rear of Rolling Stone Town. Rhaegar had set up a part of the barracks on the hillside, and there were several sentries at the foot of the mountain. Half of the cavalrymen were stationed on another mountain in the northeast. These cavalrymen were the elites of the elites, and they were in charge of patrolling the area. Their mission was to occupy this mountain and give Rolling Stone Town a relatively stable rear. At the same time, they could ensure that if the people had no choice but to retreat down the mountain, they could act as cover. The third aspect was to establish a strong early warning system. These included Zeller surveillance spells, the scouts roaming scouting, Matthew's Pegasus, and so on. These three aspects had to be as perfect as possible. Only then would the Overwatch Mountain be more stable. In order to achieve this, everyone was working hard. In the beginning, there might be passion as support. However, as time passed, only their tenacious will was left to support their bodies and push forward. At night, many soldiers were tired. Fortunately, the camp had already been built. According to the task assigned earlier, everyone took turns to rest. The night deepened. The fog rose. Faintly, an ancient and desolate chant came from the southwest. At that moment, Matthew only felt that there were countless pairs of eyes staring in the direction of Overwatch Mountain in the vast white fog. At this moment, Zeller found him. The dragon priest blocked my surveillance spell. I can't monitor Overwatch Mountain 360 degrees now. Matthew nodded. This was within their expectations. If the enemy possessed magical abilities, they had long guessed that anti-reconnaissance spells or treasures would appear. Together with the thick fog, the enemy had cut off Zeller's vision first, which was a hidden danger to the defense system of Rolling Stone Town. In order to make up for this, the rogues led by Richard had to increase the frequency of going out, but going down the mountain meant higher risks. Except for Richard. If the others were discovered, they would die without a burial place. This included Soldier. As a sword dancer with extremely strong individual combat strength, Soldier was also very fragile. When the enemy came prepared, Soldier might not be able to escape into the Shadow Realm as easily as usual. Once he was controlled, It would only take a few seconds for him to be shattered into pieces. Therefore, Matthew was very careful when he ordered Soldier to go out to investigate. He would rather ride his Pegasus a few more times to scout out the location. He did not want the undead under him to die because of this. However, this undoubtedly increased Matthew's burden. Maintaining such a large undead army was a very exhausting and focused task. He still had to take on the role of a scout. This, indeed, made him a little tired. But there was nothing he could do. Ollie was only close to him. Fortunately, Rhaegar quickly noticed this situation. He noticed that Matthew flew out to check his vision almost every 15 minutes and immediately stopped him. There's no reason to put all the pressure of flying on you. Rest well first. Rhaegar said seriously. Matthew spread his hands. Other than Richard, no one else is more suitable to explore the field of vision than me. I do have the Fog Scroll and the Gale Scroll, but these scrolls must be saved for more critical times. Rhaegar waved his hand. Trust me, go and rest. I still have a way. As he spoke, he took out a copper whistle and put it in his mouth. Then, he blew hard. An ear-piercing sound immediately spread in all directions. Not long after, a clear eagle cry came from the horizon. A giant eagle flew over from the fog. He flew around Overwatch Mountain and landed beside Rhaegar. Just like I told you before, don't transform, buddy. Rhaegar hurriedly said. Before the giant eagle could say anything, the figure of Judge 07 appeared in front of them again. He was speechless. He stared at the Eastern Eagle for a long time before he could not help but say, "A druid?" The giant eagle did not say anything. Judge 07 looked at Rhaegar with a conflicted expression. He doesn't belong to the list. Logically speaking, I should give you a warning. Unexpectedly, Rhaegar's eyes widened. He is my pet. Can't I bring my pets to the battle? Judge 07 seemed to have expected this. His expression gradually became numb, and his tone became routine. He asked the Eastern Eagle when, "Are you his pet?" Hawking blinked. "I think I am." Judge 07 rolled his eyes. But he still wrote in his little notebook, 9 p.m. The Lord of Rolling Stone Town, Rhaegar, summoned an Eastern Eagle. Even though he was a true druid. However, if it was proven that the druid had always maintained his wilderness form, then, theoretically, it can indeed be classified as a pet, as Rhaegar said. Chapter 629 Chapter 629, What are you doing? Chapter 629, What are you doing? Continue reading 0n beta 0xn0vel.m. Translator, Lonely Tree. Rhaegar raised his torch and looked at Judge 07's notebook. Then, he asked excitedly, "You allowed it? Then I'm going to continue." Judge 07's body trembled. Is this just the beginning? Before Rhaegar could reply, the giant eagle, Hwen, immediately let out a long cry. This sound was extremely penetrating, almost reaching the ears of every creature in the moss-green hills. Half an hour later, a group of giant eastern eagles came from the distant horizon. They flapped their wings and created a huge wind. The strong wind blew away the fog. It also improved the visibility at night. 1, 2, 3, 12. Judge 07 counted silently. In the end, he could only continue writing. The Great Eastern Eagle that Rhaegar summoned has summoned 12 new Great Eastern Eagles. We have reason to believe. As long as he wanted to, it could also summon more creatures. Thus, I suggest, in future battles, we would have to restrict the summoning spells. Of course, I deeply suspect that even if summoning is banned, these people will still be able to see other loopholes. Therefore, the most convenient way was perhaps, Rolling Stone Town is forbidden from participating in the battle. The arrival of the Great Eastern Eagle greatly relieved the pressure on Matthew's shoulder. They flew very high, and their vision could penetrate the fog. Once they found any movement, they could come back and report to Hwen, and then Hohen would pass it on to Riegar or Zeller. Matthew could rest. It was late at night. Overwatch Mountain gradually quieted down. Except for the soldiers on duty, who were still looking nervously at the dark mountain. Most of them had entered a dream that was either deep or shallow. Around 1 a.m. a loud bugle horn immediately alerted everyone. Woo-woo. It came together with the horn. A large amount of fire had appeared in the southwest. The enemy is attacking the mountain. Someone attacked at night. Cries of alarm spread throughout the entire military camp. Everyone was frantically arranging their weapons and armor. However, when the soldiers rushed out of the camp, the horn had stopped abruptly. Matthew swooped down on his Pegasus, and when he returned, his expression was a little ugly. It's harassment. The horn was a feint. A group of humans sneaked close and suddenly lit a torch. They shook it a few times and ran away. I didn't dare to chase after them. Riegar nodded. Matthew was right not to pursue them. However, it was clear that the enemy commander was not simple. His intentions were obvious. It was to affect the state of the Overwatch Mountain soldiers through constant harassment. As expected. 2 hours later, the soldiers were appeased and returned to the camp. Another horn sounded. This time, the flames appeared in the northwest. There were more and more of them, and there were even faint roars of orcs. This time, the sound of the horn also alarmed most people. Matthew did not rest well either. He flew over with Hohen in anger but found that the orcs had thrown some torches at the mountain and ran away. Considering that the black dragon had yet to appear, he had no idea what was going on. He forcefully endured this anger. After returning to the mountain, the military camp was still in chaos. Many soldiers thought that a war was about to begin and were looking for their superiors. Zeller had to quickly spread the order with spells to suppress the chaos. The current situation was not optimistic. As the defending party, they were most afraid of this kind of constant harassment. The enemy only needed to send a small number of people to stir the nerves of most people. Prolonged harassment would not only affect the soldiers' sleep, but it would also affect their combat effectiveness and morale. This was a problem that had to be properly resolved. In fact, Matthew and the others had plans for this. Facing the harassment battle. The solution was the special forces. This was because if the enemy wanted to harass them, they would definitely not send out a large number of people. If they sent a small number of people, they would definitely not be a match for this group of experts. As long as the enemy dared to come, Lumiere and Clegg alone could wipe out several teams. Not to mention Matthew himself. The awkward part was that the Black Dragon had disappeared. The special forces had lost their target and were instead distracted by the Black Dragon. In order to ensure that they could focus their fire on the Black Dragon as soon as it appeared, they had to be careful. Matthew had asked his friends to be on standby at a specific place. In this way, they seemed a little restrained. Is this also Black Dragon's strategy? Matthew was surprised. The reality was like this. Even if you had 1,000 or 100 plans, there was still a possibility that something unexpected might happen. Even if you think you're smart, the enemy might not be an idiot. Although the army of the High Leaf region had all sorts of problems, the commander-in-chief of the other side undoubtedly had a certain sense of war. If the Black Dragon knew about the existence of the Special Operations Team, he might have made such a decision. Matthew's brain spun rapidly. Very quickly. He decisively changed his previous strategy. 2 people in a group, take turns to hide at the foot of the mountain. If we encounter enemy feints again, we immediately annihilate them after confirming the number. But be careful. Don't chase too deep in case the Black Dragon suddenly appears. Under Matthew's arrangements, Lumiere and Lara were in the same group. Clegg and Samantha were in the same group. The 4 of them were responsible for taking turns to guard against the southwest and northwest feints. Richard guarded the southeast alone. He was so energetic that he didn't even need sleep. Only Lorraine could compare to him in this aspect. but correspondingly, legendary bards were not very useful in such situations. Chapter 630, What are you doing? Chapter 630, What are you doing? Continue reading 0n beta 0xn0vel.m. Translator, Lonely Tree. At most, he could only play a lullaby when everyone couldn't sleep. But when Lorraine suggested doing so, Matthew tactfully rejected him. He did not want to sleep too soundly. In order to cooperate with the special forces to attack the harassment team, Rhaegar also sent some people as support. After that, it stopped for a while. 5 in the morning. The horn sounded for the third time. At this moment, the soldiers in the military camp seemed to be somewhat numb. Many people were awakened and did not immediately look for their weapons. Instead, they asked each other if it was another enemy disturbance. Just as they slowly got up, suddenly, the eagle's urgent voice came from the sky. A large number of human and orc troops have appeared in the dense forest in the northwest. This isn't a feint. The enemy's main force has moved out. For a moment, the military camp was in an uproar. The nervous Rhaegar and the others began to organize their troops in a hurry. At this moment, at the foot of the mountain in the northwest direction, the orcs at the front were already fighting with the zombies and skeletons. In the darkness, Matthew rubbed his swollen eyes. He rode on his Pegasus and headed straight for the battlefield. The vanguard troops made up of orcs were quite powerful. In less than 10 minutes, they tore open several cracks in the line of defense formed by the undead. The orcs at the front had almost reached 1/3 of Overwatch Mountain. Matthew looked at this scene with a solemn expression. At this moment, a figure rushed over from the ground. It was Rhaegar. Rhaegar charged at the orc, raising his sword high up and slashing down. Bang! The orc blocked it. The weapon in his hand broke into two. The big sword cut through the orc's shoulder blade and into his chest. The latter let out a painful roar. Rhaegar kicked him in the chest. The orc rolled down the mountainside like a ball. At the foot of the mountain, even more of the enemy's vanguards were engaged in battle with the undead. The thick fog before dawn was too dense. Even Matthew couldn't tell what was going on. Let my men come. Pull the undead's battle line to the north. Rhaegar shouted loudly. Matthew calmed down and maintained his focus. He began to shift the battle line for the immortals. Behind Rhaegar, the first infantrymen who had finished organizing themselves quickly arrived at the mountainside. They formed a defensive formation. As the undead pulled and retreated, the infantry of the two sides faced each other across the air. It was as if even their breathing had become as heavy as mercury. Just as the two sides were about to engage in close combat on the northwest slope, a black shadow made use of the fog and chaos to climb up the mountain from the northeast. The drow assassin Horns was as light as a cat. After dodging 2 patrolling cavalrymen and 3 heavily guarded sentry posts, he successfully arrived at the camp on the northeast slope. His movements were cautious and elegant. The drow's racial talent gave him an advantage in the night. Furthermore, the assassin's ability and skills that were designed for stealth allowed him to be like a fish in water in such an environment. But even under such circumstances, his heart was still beating fast. Yes, it was. He had carried out similar missions countless times. But a real war. This was his first time participating. He knew very well what his actions meant to the army of the High Leaf region. He had to succeed. He had no way out. Fortunately, his operation seemed to be going quite smoothly. Rolling Stone Town was guarded by a large number of soldiers in the northwest, southwest, and southeast. Naturally, the northeast side was a little weaker. They also considered the possibility of a high-level assassin. Therefore, on 2 high points in the camp, Horns had discovered the existence of the True Sight gem. It was a treasure that could naturally counter invisible units. However, for a true rogue expert, the anti-stealth range was limited, and the mechanism of the True Sight gem was rigid. It was just a matter of doing a few more operations. He relied on his powerful perception and perfect control of distance. Horns managed to sneak in through the blind spot of the true sight gem. It was even easier inside. This was the logistics camp. The soldiers in the logistics department woke up because of the horn. However, this place was very far from the main battlefield. They were not particularly nervous. More importantly, the logistics soldiers were generally weak. It was impossible for anyone to sense his existence as a high-level assassin. Thinking of this, Horns could not help but smile. He touched the poison sac on his waist. He was about to walk towards the kitchen. But at this moment, he suddenly saw a towering skeleton with empty eyes sitting among the soldiers. She was looking in his direction. At that moment, Horn's heart tightened. He almost thought that he had been discovered. But immediately, the towering skeleton tilted its head. Horns heaved a sigh of relief. He laughed at himself and said, "Am I being too nervous? I was almost scared by a low-level skeleton." Horns felt ashamed. Therefore, when he passed by the towering skeleton, he glared at it fiercely and cursed in his heart. "What are you looking at? Can you even see me?" The towering skeleton looked silly and did not react. Horns felt bored and went straight to the kitchen. 8 minutes later, he came to the temporary kitchen. He began to search for a suitable target to poison. He carefully walked into the narrow space. A moment later, he saw a huge water tank. Immediately, his face lit up. The moment he placed his hand on his waist, an intense pain came from his spine. Horns wailed in pain. At that moment, he looked down and saw a sharp axe poking out of his chest. The immense pain struck the drow assassin's nerves. At that moment, he vaguely heard a righteous voice. "What are you doing? Why are you sneaking around?" Chapter 631, Chapter 631, Power of 5 Dragons. Chapter 631, Power of 5 Dragons. Continue reading 0n beta 0xn0vel.m. Translator, Lonely Tree. At the moment of life and death, Horns didn't slow down at all. His body quickly turned into nothingness. Years of training had made his combat instincts reach their peak. The moment he realized that he had been ambushed, he opened the door to the Shadow Realm. Forced shadow escape. When the gentle shadow world accepted him like a mother's embrace, Horn's immense pain finally dissipated. After using the power of the shadow to resist the pain, he quickly planned his retreat route. Firstly, a forced shadow pulse was required. Although this action might cause greater damage to his already torn body, this was the only way to escape. He had to use this pulse to reach the next point where the Shadow Realm connected to the prime material plane. Then, he would rely on his strong willpower and tenacity to quickly leave the battlefield and save his life. In his many years of assassination, similar scenes did not happen often, but they were not unique. Horn still remembered that when he was young, he had been chased to the ends of the earth several times. At that time, he also felt that he was on the verge of death. But in the end, he did not die. Every single time, he relied on his strong will to survive and skillful escape techniques to escape. And this time, he believed that it would be the same. In a flash, this thought flashed through his mind. His strong will to live drove him to bend his body, and his brain was spinning crazily. The power from the Shadow Realm came from all directions. It formed a vortex in his heart. Power accumulation completed. He was about to successfully cast Shadow Pulse. But at this moment, in the pitch-black world, a pale and rough eyeshadow barged in. At that moment, Horn's eyes widened. He could not believe that the enemy could accurately find the shadow node he was hiding in. In a flash, a rough hand grabbed his neck. "Come out." When Horns heard the voice, he was dragged out of the shadow world. At the same time, a huge bone blade slashed at his chin, cutting off 2/3 of his head and half of his shoulder. This cow, on what basis? This was Horn's last thought in this world. Pa! The corpse of the drow assassin fell to the ground, knocking over a shelf in the kitchen. The clattering of plates falling to the ground was incessant. 10 seconds later, a fair-skinned but skinny soldier rushed in first. He was wearing obviously ill-fitting armor and a comically large hat. Under the brim of the hat was a pair of lively eyes. What happened? Big Sister Peggy? The young man asked nervously. Peggy held the half-dead body in her hand and replied. I'm fine. I caught a sneaky guy. The young man said in shock, Wow, is this an assassin? Why did he turn his skin black? Peggy stared at the corpse in her hand and muttered. Is there a possibility that this is a drow? The surprise in the young man's eyes deepened. Is this drow? So there really are people who are born black. He looked at Peggy with admiration. Sister Peggy, you know so much. Peggy chuckled. She quite liked this clever young man called Domi. Domi was the youngest member of Rolling Stone Town to participate in this battle. He was originally a reserve member. Because they heard that there was money to be paid for participating in the battle, they racked their brains to join the battle. The military officer had rejected Domi's request to join the battle many times. However, Domi recommended himself through various channels. In the end, he still managed to get a chance to join the logistics team as a reserve. The nominal commander of the logistics team was an old man in the garrison. However, since the first day of the battle, Domi had been following behind Peggy, who was an unusual logistics member. This made it hard for Peggy not to like him. Sister Peggy, there is a war going on over there. Do you think there will be more assassins sneaking in? Asked Domi. Peggy nodded. Go and inform Alan, the logistics manager. Tell him to inform Zeller and the commander of the cavalry. I will personally check the camp. Domi asked enthusiastically. I'll inform them. But is there anything I can help you with when it comes to searching for other assassins? Peggy thought for a moment. Yes. Go and change the position of the 2 gemstones at the entrance of the camp. Realization dawned on Domi. Is it because the position of the true sight gem was not right, so the assassin was allowed to sneak in? Do you want me to adjust my position so that you can force a potential assassin to reveal himself? However, Peggy shook her head. Anti-stealth is my innate ability. I don't need to rely on other powers. Those 2 gems are too dazzling. They're shaking my soul fire. Move him. It's best if you move them to a corner so that they don't hinder me. Domi was dumbfounded. After a long time, he scratched his head and did as he was told. At the same time, on the southwest slope, the infantrymen of Rolling Stone Town engaged in close combat with the High Leaf army that was attacking at night. Blake, who was born with divine strength, led the team in front. After the Undead army retreated to the north, he was in charge of the defense line at the foot of the mountain. Chapter 632 Chapter 632, Power of 5 Dragons. Chapter 632, Power of 5 Dragons. Continue reading 0n beta 0xn0vel.m. Translator, Lonely Tree. With the cooperation of more than 10 garrison members, they quickly killed the orc team that was charging at the front. Very quickly. They were entangled with a brand new human infantry team. However, the overall intensity of the war was not very high. Other than the orc team that was killed. Although the enemy was powerful, the small teams were very scattered, and the battle line was very long. It gave people the feeling of an all-out attack, but it was not as fierce and powerful as they imagined. When the infantry battled, Matthew flew across the sky on his Pegasus, observing the battle below. He was also paying attention to the Black Dragon's movements. He found that the human troops of the High Leaf region had indeed moved. Not only had almost all of them moved out, but there were also archers behind them who had been shooting arrows to cover them. In the first round of contact, many of Matthew's undead died because they were caught off guard. Fortunately, it was under Matthew's control. The undead had already redefended the mountainside and the riverbank in the north. The undead army and Blake's garrison formed a relatively solid defense line. Matthew also tried to order the undead to take the initiative to attack. However, the effect was very ordinary. The main reason was that it was really difficult for him to micro-control the undead team with his focus. They lacked intelligence and were easily at a disadvantage when they came into contact with the enemy on a tactical level. Matthew quickly realized. Without the support of a spell like the Undead Calamity, a simple undead army was not suitable for an attack. However, it was very suitable for defense. Therefore, he did not pursue more. Instead, he chose to continue fighting steadily and let the zombies block the flanks of the garrison to ensure Blake's and the others' safety. For a moment, the shouts at the foot of the western mountain were obvious. But very quickly, Matthew realized that the intensity of the battle was not as high as he had imagined. It seemed that the enemy had no intention of advancing. Some of the enemy squads even retreated a large distance after encountering a powerful attack. There was no hesitation at all. This feeling was very inexplicable. Either the enemy had no intention of attacking the mountain head-on, or the other party was playing a psychological game. Matthew was very curious about the thoughts of the enemy commander, Deleva. However, as the main commander, Riga was very calm. He kept using his loud voice to order everyone not to pursue and just hold on. As a result, the battle had turned from a surprise attack to a stalemate most of the time. Occasionally, there would be an intense battle on one side of the front line, but once there were casualties, the enemy would quickly retreat. They fought for about half an hour. A faint glow appeared in the sky. Dawn was approaching. However, Matthew noticed that the thick fog near the moss-green hills had reached its maximum. The visibility near the battlefield was reduced to less than 3 meters. If it weren't for the fact that Rieger's voice was extremely loud and clear, everyone would have been able to hear him even in the midst of countless noises. The fog alone would probably be a great hindrance to the designated passage. To be on the safe side, Rolling Stone Town decided to shrink their defensive line. But at this moment, Blake and the others also realized that the enemy had begun to retreat quickly. Along with this process, the wind seemed to have changed. The fog that shrouded the enemies had suddenly began to dissipate. The army situation in front of the Highleaf region was clearly seen. They looked like they only had around 300 people. There were no more reinforcements. There seems to be something wrong with the enemy. Their main force hasn't appeared. It's still harassment this time, but it's a more decent feint. If we're bold, we might be able to take down this feint attack. Blake slashed down an enemy with all his might and then rushed up the hill. He came to Rieger's side and asked if he should pursue it. Rieger looked up at the sky. Matthew's faint voice came from the foggy sky. Don't be anxious. Go down and gather the troops first. You can chase after them for a while, but don't cross that river. As he spoke, he took out a scroll of fog and tore it open. Thick magic patterns rippled like water. In an instant, the fog within a radius of several miles around Matthew dissipated. He looked down from above and saw everything clearly. He found that there were no other soldiers of the Highleaf region in the hills and forests in the northwest. The elite orcs and bear gnomes did not appear at all. This seemed to be similar to Blake's judgment. On the mountainside, with the help of the light of dawn, Rieger also saw the scene of the enemy retreating in a sorry state. There was a strange expression on his face. However, he still did not give the order to pursue. Matthew's gaze wandered between the dense forest and the shallow shore. Not long after, Blake had already brought his men to the river. He had cut down several enemies tonight, and he was currently in a state of killing desire. He almost couldn't help but rush over. Matthew landed by the river in time. He saw the human soldiers retreat into the forest. His gaze swept across the dense forest. A moment later, Matthew suddenly asked loudly into the forest, "Is there an army hidden among you?" Ability, ask nature. The forest was silent. Blake said excitedly. See? There's no ambush. Let me lead the team in charge. As long as we kill them, our chances of winning this war will greatly increase. However, before he could finish his sentence, a series of complaints came from the forest. Yes, yes. There are many orcs lying in ambush in the forest in the east. Their poop stinks. Chapter 633, Power of 5 Dragons. Chapter 633, Power of 5 Dragons. Continue reading 0n beta 0xn0vel.m. Translator, Lonely Tree. There are more than 30 bear gnomes hiding in the stone pit on the west side. They're too fat. The garrison team was shocked when they heard this. They rubbed their eyes and looked over, but the dense forest was empty and uninhabited. Matthew let out a long laugh and rode on his Pegasus. He came to the sky above the forest and began to throw flour down. As the flour fell down, the 2 troops that were hiding in the dark through the group invisibility spell were instantly exposed. They were the 2 elite troops of the High Leaf region. It was not difficult to see from the rough display of the flour that the infantry of the High Leaf region had retreated through the path between the 2 troops. What if Blake led the army to charge? A pincer attack from both sides would definitely collapse. He might even die. Seeing this scene, Blake broke out in a cold sweat. He subconsciously scratched his beard, not knowing what to say. Should we retreat? Blake looked awkwardly at Matthew, who had returned from the sky. However, Matthew still shook his head. He turned back to look at the hill. At this moment, a dark red magic flag rose into the sky beside Rieger's hand. That was the order to charge at full force. Charge. I'll cooperate with you. Matthew patted Blake's shoulder as he rode on the back of the spirit bone dragon, Filey. Surrounded by countless undead, Filey led the 3 bone dragons and flew to the sky above the dense forest. Dragon's might. One swooped down. Although the bone dragon's dragon might be small, it still made the orcs and bear gnomes, who had just been seen through and were hesitating to retreat, feel a little uncomfortable. Their bodies were obviously stiff. At that moment, Filey directly cut into a group of orcs on the flank, its tail and claws attacking these strong foreign races without any restraint. Matthew was not idle either. The Pale Hand went all out and began to try to harvest lives. The orcs were quite resilient. Soon, they recovered from their stunned state. However, at this moment, Filey had attracted the attention of the vast majority of the enemy troops and once again soared into the sky. This time, he did not dare to dive down, no matter what. However, this continued. It bought time for Blake's infantry and the undead to approach. The dense forest itself was not big, only a small area. With the rapid influx of the undead, the main battlefield became very crowded. At this moment, a sharp whistling sound came from the depths of the enemy. At that moment, all the enemies who received the order began to retreat quickly. This time, they were really retreating. This was because their speed of retreat was several times faster than before. Matthew noticed a yellow glow on their bodies. It was obvious. That was the effect of the tactical spell, retreat. The enemy retreated from the dense forest at the fastest speed. Matthew did not see Dragon Priest Delava, but his micromanipulation of the troops was an eye-opener. In just a few minutes, the 3 troops all withdrew from the dense forest. The orcs and bear gnomes covered each other and escaped the danger zone first. The human troops that had been used as bait were not so lucky. Some of them were entangled with Blake's infantry. The remaining group had just escaped from the dense forest when they suddenly heard the sound of hooves. In the north of the dense forest, the 2 rows of cavalrymen quickly bypassed the lush vegetation and charged at them from both sides of the valley. In the enemy formation, the shrieks that symbolized retreat grew louder and louder. However, when the spear of the first cavalryman pierced through the defeated infantrymen of the 3 High Leaf Ridge, a massacre was inevitable. Not to mention that when the cavalry arrived, Matthew, who was riding a spirit bone dragon, was chasing after them. Blood and negative energy. It quickly soaked the ground inside and outside the forest. The chase lasted until 7 in the morning. The first battle in Rolling Stone Town was a victory. With 1 surviving, 3 heavily injured, and 17 lightly injured, they had killed about 130 enemy soldiers. Most of them were human infantrymen from the High Leaf Ridge, with a few half-orcs and the slowest bear gnome. There were 3 captives. In fact, Blake and the others had already gone red from killing. The enemy troops who were escaping had no chance of survival at all. On the contrary, the 3 of them lay down on the riverbank and pretended to be dead to fool the pursuers. Then, they raised their hands and surrendered while the people of Rolling Stone Town were cleaning up the mess. Only then did they save their lives. At noon, the interrogation of the 3 captives was nearing its end. Peggy's unexpected gains were also handed over. This is the wood lizard's kiss. It's a very strange poison. It's not poisonous by itself. After being consumed, it will only cause mild diarrhea at most. But this poison will lurk in the human body for up to a week. During this time, if you smell some special pollen, your limbs will stiffen, and the symptoms will last for at least a few hours. When we fought with the enemy, we found that the dragon priest seemed to have the ability to control the fog. It shouldn't be too difficult for him to control the airflow. He should be able to send pollen into the airflow. Matthew said solemnly. From the looks of it, there are at least 2 goals for this raid. The first one came from the main battlefield. He used group invisibility and mist to create double obstacles and wanted to use them to lure and kill our troops. Fortunately, we were careful enough to avoid the disaster. The second should be the poison of the drow assassin. Our luck is pretty good. They probably didn't succeed. Zeller nodded. I'll strengthen the toxin testing of food and water. During the interrogation just now, the 3 captives claimed in unison that they had joined the 5 Dragons Alliance and were the descendants of the 5 dragons. We also found the same amulet on the dead soldiers. It seems to be a token that represents their identity. The black dragon hasn't appeared for a long time. Do you think it has something to do with these amulets? The 3 of them looked at each other. Matthew directly believed that these amulets were related to the disappearance of the black dragon, but there was no more information now, so he could only wait and see. However, the black dragon did not make them wait for too long. It was almost noon. Lorraine suddenly found them. Good news and bad news. The good news is that my sources have found traces of the dragon. The bad news is that there are 5 dragons. As he spoke, he waved his right hand, and a golden light surged into the foreheads of Matthew and the others. In an instant, they shared the information that Lorraine had captured. Hint, your partner Lorraine has shared a piece of gossip with you. Black Dragon Miyanogas used the reason that a large number of descendants of the 5 dragons had died to activate the Dragon Blood contract in the 5 Dragon Alliance. The other 4 dragons in the 5 Dragon Alliance lent a portion of their power to Black Dragon Miyanogath. Miyanogas has obtained the power of 5 dragons. He is now even stronger. Level 20. In addition, he used the power of the 5 dragons to summon 4 giant dragons from the secondary plane. They were the White Dragon Youth, Black Dragon Youth, Red Dragon Youth, and Blue Dragon Youth. They will become followers of Miyanogas. Chapter 634. Chapter 634, Are we still fighting? Chapter 634, Are we still fighting? Continue reading 0n beta 0xn0vel.m. Translator, Lonely Tree. After quickly checking the information shared by Lorraine, Matthew and the others looked a little solemn. With the power of 5 dragons, the Black Dragon officially had the strength of a half-legend. As a species at the top of the food chain, a quasi-legendary dragon might have more destructive power than ordinary legends of other species. Of course, ordinary legends did not include legendary mages. Everyone knew mages were the race with the most destructive power. With 4 more young dragons, theoretically speaking, it's not that terrifying. Matthew was the first to comfort them. As long as we can prevent them from swarming together and causing us a lot of trouble, if we can break them one by one, we still have a considerable chance of winning. What he said was actually not wrong. Young dragons were generally not as powerful as adult dragons, and Black Dragon Miyanoga's was clearly an exception. Otherwise, he would not have joined the 5 Dragons Alliance, which was made up of adult dragons, as a young man. The hierarchy of the Dragon Society was also very strict. As followers of Miyanoga's, the other 4 young chromatic dragons would definitely be a level lower than Miyanoga's. Matthew estimated that they were at most level 16 or 17. It was not like the Special Operations team could not fight them. However, he was also worried. Miyanoga's strength had increased greatly, and he clearly had the blessing of the dragon god Brook. Whether Faye Zibin's dragon-slaying spear would be as effective as expected was still unknown. They had to be more cautious in the war against the dragons. It's indeed a good idea to break them one by one, but the dragons are too big and very tough. Do we have any way to restrain them? Zeller asked for everyone's opinion. At this moment, the other members of the Special Operations team were also surrounding him. Hearing this, everyone fell silent. There was a huge risk in trying to contain the dragon. One of them was his own safety, and the other was the risk of a loophole in the plan if the control failed. Even though everyone there was an expert. However, no one dared to guarantee that they would be able to complete this mission. After a few minutes, Lumiere scratched his head. Why don't you let me try? I can go and restrain that black dragon. I've fought with the dinosaur uses in the forest. Its size is similar to that of the black dragon, but it might be weaker in terms of strength. But now that I've become stronger, I should be able to hold it off. But I don't know how long I can last because I've never fought a dragon before. Matthew pondered. Richard said seriously. It's very difficult to restrain the dragon. I can guarantee that I can escape unscathed under the pursuit of the dragon, but I'm not confident that I can fully attract the other party's attention to myself. We can't ignore the intelligence of the dragon. Their judgment of the battlefield is quite sharp. If we're not careful, we might face casualties on our side. As soon as he said that, everyone fell silent again. After a long time, finally, someone stood up. Then let me do it. Lorraine patted the piccolo on his waist and said with a relaxed expression, "T have a song that can restrain a portion of the dragons. Hilt the price is that. After playing this song, I might not be able to help for a short period of time." Matthew looked at him solemnly. Can you do it alone? Lorraine smiled. Don't underestimate a legend. Richard sniffed, its expression complicated. Lorraine patted him on the shoulder. I'm sorry. Considering your pride, I should have said not to underestimate demigods. Richard said angrily. I know that my ability isn't very useful against creatures like dragons. There's no need for you to be so sarcastic. You can just mock me. Lorraine was delighted. Don't worry, Mr. Silver Snake. We're on the same side now. I won't be sarcastic to you easily. Although you're useless, at least in the legendary civil war of the human race, I still recognize the prestige of you rogues. Richard's face was livid, and he was unwilling to say anything more. The two of them hadn't gotten along well since they met. It was even more common for them to quarrel with each other. Matthew wanted to smooth things over. Zeller said. If you are prepared to fight those 5 dragons, I will arrange for a ballista squad and 2 cavalry squads to provide support. In addition, we may have to change our strategy. Riegar, in order to ensure that the special forces will not be attacked from behind, our main force must also be deployed to intercept the enemy on the way. If there is a chance, we should even try to destroy the remaining troops of the High Leaf region, including those tough bones. Riegar nodded seriously. The tough bones Zeller was referring to were the bear goblins and orcs of the High Leaf Ridge. The reason why Rolling Stone Town chose the station-winning mode was to minimize the sacrifices. However, there were changes. If they waited until the 5 dragons joined forces with the frontal forces and forcefully attacked the mountain, it would be very difficult to defend Rolling Stone Town. In order to avoid this, they had no choice but to adapt to the situation and switch from the retreating side to the attacking side. While Matthew and the others were facing the dragon, they would also descend the mountain and engage in hand-to-hand combat with the troops of the High Leaf region. It was also an extremely cruel war. Fortunately, they had plans for such situations. Chapter 635 Chapter 635, Are we still fighting? Chapter 635, Are we still fighting? Continue reading on x0vel.m. Translator, Lonely Tree. Matthew and the others discussed for a while. They made their own decisions. A moment later, Rhaegar grabbed Matthew's shoulder and said seriously, "Don't be thrifty." Matthew was stunned for a moment before he nodded. "I know." The two of them gave each other a high five. A few minutes later, the soldiers on the southwest slope saw a small group of people slip to the foot of the mountain. Beside the stream, they mounted their phantom colts and quickly disappeared into the hills in the north. Very quickly, the soldiers also received the order to stop building the fortifications. All the troops began to assemble. The first to be dispatched were the scouts. They used their fastest speed and took great risks to track the most realistic retreat route of the High Leaf army. The others were also getting ready. Northwest of Overwatch Mountain, the centaur Obist was mixed in with the undead army. His expression was very stiff. However, with the command authority he obtained from the cemetery ritual field, Obist was still able to control these undying creatures with some difficulty. For this, he had to pay unprecedented attention. After all, he was not a necromancer. The authority that Matthew gave him could only allow the army to repeatedly jump between the 3 options of attack, defense, and standby. This undead army was also very important on the battlefield. Matthew's orders were very clear. As long as he could save the life of a soldier in Rolling Stone Town, he would be willing to pay the price of 10 or even 20 undead. This command made Obist feel gratified. At the same time, it also increased his pressure. He didn't know what kind of battle he would face. But the only thing he could do was to do his best to protect the main force of Rolling Stone Town. Meanwhile, in the northeast of Overwatch Mountain, similarly, on the hillside, the two of them who were packing their bags suddenly looked towards the north. They saw the group of phantom colts heading north. Suddenly, Peggy said to Domi, "You can go back. I have to go to the north." Dummy was shocked. "But Alan just told us to go to the south." Peggy said stubbornly, "No, I want to go north." Domi scratched his head. "All right, your sister Peggy. Master Alan can't control you." Peggy stared blankly at the north and didn't say anything. Domi keenly noticed this anomaly. "Sister Peggy, what's wrong?" Peggy composed herself. "There's a voice calling me in that direction. I have to go." Dummy asked curiously, "Is it Lord Matthew?" Peggy shook her head. No. Matthew will only let me stay in a safe place. That voice, it's very different. I've only heard it in my dreams before." Domi exclaimed. As expected of big sister Peggy. "You are actually a Terran skeleton who can dream. It's so cool." Then, he asked with a flattering expression, "Sister Peggy, why don't you bring me along?" Peggy shook her head decisively. "You're still young. You should stay in a safer place. Go find Alan and tell him where I am. Tell him not to worry." Domi said in disappointment. "Sister Peggy, why do you always despise me and refuse to take me anywhere? Is it because you think I'm different from you? Then, when I die, I want to become a little skeleton and follow you every day." Peggy grabbed his shoulder and growled angrily. "Little brat, don't talk nonsense. To be a living person is better than anything else, understand?" Domi was shocked by her attitude. He quickly lowered his head. "I'm sorry, big sister Peggy. I just think that skeletons like you are very cool. And you don't have to eat. You can save a lot of money for the family. Don't worry, I'll definitely live well, okay, big sister Peggy? When the teenager Domi raised his head again. However, he was shocked to find that the tall and dignified figure was no longer around. Domi felt extremely disappointed. Sigh, to put it bluntly, big sister Peggy still despises me. But do you know that I only feel a full sense of security when I'm by your side? He muttered as he left. Until his figure disappeared on the mountain path. The towering skeleton flashed past. A moment later. She began to stride towards the north. North of the moss-green hills. On a huge altar. Judge 09 could not control his body, and his arms and legs could not help but tremble. This was not because of fear. It was the pressure of a species at the top of the food chain. Dragon's might. Even though the most powerful black dragon, Miyanoga's, was very restrained, the 4 underlings he summoned from the secondary planes were very impressive. Not only did the 4 young dragons crazily release their might on their bodies, but 20 guards also quickly appeared beside them. These guards had different ways of doing things. The young blue dragon's guards were a group of iron skin puppets. The guards of the young red dragon were a group of strong mutated lizard men. The young green dragon's guards were a group of serpent men. The white dragon's followers were a bunch of ugly kobolds. It was not difficult to tell the strength of these 4 young dragons from the number and quality of their guards. Their body size also proved this point. Judge 09's chest heaved up and down violently. He had personally witnessed the black dragon activating the contract of the 5 Dragons Alliance through the altar that the dragon had buried in advance and then opening the door to the secondary plane. Chapter 636 Chapter 636, Are we still fighting? Chapter 636, Are we still fighting? Continue reading on x0vel.m. Translator, Lonely Tree. He should have reported this situation in time. However, he was intimidated by the dragon's might. He could not even move. After the black dragon's matter was settled, he barely gained control of his body. He immediately said loudly, "Wait a moment. You can't act immediately. I have to report it." Before he could finish his words, he could not help but scream. Because at that moment, a huge head pounced at him. It was the young red dragon. He pressed his huge head against Judge 09's chest, and a large amount of saliva flowed out from between his teeth, forming a stream in an instant. "How about I eat you before you report it?" He. Before the young red dragon could finish his sentence, an even larger figure smashed down beside him. The huge dragon's head slammed into the red dragon's head and upper body from the side. The latter fell to the side in a sorry state. For a moment, the earth shook. "You can't eat him. Idiot." Black Dragon Miyanoga's warned. The young red dragon said indignantly. "Why?" The black dragon said angrily. "Because of Soria. This is not a secondary plane where you can do whatever you want. There's a creature here called Soria." When that name came out of the black dragon's mouth, the red dragon, who had been resentful, suddenly lost the desire to argue. He lowered his head slightly. His hind legs began to tremble uncontrollably. "Do you remember? Soria." The black dragon continued to roar in his ears. The lower half of the red dragon trembled even more violently. The young red dragon wasn't the only one who had such a reaction. The other 3 young dragons were also not used to it. Seeing this scene, Judge 09 seemed to be immune to the dragon's might suddenly, and he puffed out his chest proudly. It turned out that Lord Soria's name also had the effect of stopping the young dragons. Seeing how afraid the dragons were, he immediately felt less afraid. At this moment, Black Dragon Miyanoga's was still lecturing the youths. "This is the prime material plane. Everything must be done according to the rules. Dragons that don't follow the rules will encounter Soria. Do you understand?" The 4 young dragons nodded obediently. Don't attack the wizards of the Seven Saint Alliance. Because they are in cahoots with Soria. Do you understand? The black dragon continued to lecture. The young dragons could only continue to nod their heads aggrievedly. Whoever I hit, you will follow suit. Don't make your own decisions. Do you understand? The black dragon continued to establish its authority. At this moment, there was a hint of impatience in the eyes of the young dragons. During this process, Judge 09 had already finished his report. The black dragon's lecture was not over yet. A beautiful figure appeared in front of him. So, is this how the Five Dragons Alliance is used? Baruch, you seem to have crossed the line a little. Saria looked at the light on the altar calmly. In the next second, the light disappeared completely. The black dragon immediately lowered his head to the ground when he saw Soria. Esteemed and mighty holy mage Soria, my lord Baruch has still abided by the agreement you made with him. The Five Dragons Alliance helps each other, but they definitely have no intention of exploiting the loopholes in the secret order. You see, my followers are all summoned from the secondary planes. They are not dragons native to the prime material plane, so they should enjoy the status of summoned creatures or followers. The black dragon's tone was very respectful. As he spoke, he slapped the heads of the young dragons 4 times in a row. He directly slapped the heads of the young dragons that were originally standing high in the sand. Of course, these young dragons were not stupid enough to raise their heads. They just had the inherent stubbornness of teenagers. In the face of Soria, a terrifying creature from the legends, their hearts were actually filled with fear. They looked up instinctively. However, the black dragon's slaps gave them a way out, and they also lowered their bodies. At that moment, all 5 dragons submitted to Soria. Their attitude was so good that it was touching. Judge 09 also went over to report the details. After listening to the report, Soria stared at the strange light emitting from the black dragon's body and said calmly, "Theoretically speaking, this summoning is still in accordance with the rules, so I'll allow it. But you can only do this once in this battle. There can't be a second time. Do you understand?" The black dragon was overjoyed. "Understood. Then you can go. The war will continue," Saria said as she walked towards the altar. Judge 09 asked in surprise, "Where are you going?" Saria's voice was heard faintly. "Oh, don't worry about me. You guys go ahead and fight. It's just that I haven't met my old friend in a long time, so I plan to have a chat with Baruch." As she spoke, her figure disappeared from the altar. The black dragon looked at this scene in shock. He was actually a very perceptive dragon. He clearly understood the significance of this battle to the Seven Saint Alliance and dragon god Baruch. As the mystery of civilization was unlocked, the gods of the heavenly palace had once again found a way to project divine power directly into the main plane. The black dragon was one of those who benefited. He understood that the gods were trying to regain their influence on the human world. The role of the Five Dragons Alliance in this war was a test by Baruch. Chapter 637 Chapter 637, Are we still fighting? Chapter 637, Are we still fighting? Continue reading on x0vel.m. Translator, Lonely Tree. The black dragon had gained power far beyond its peers by following the dragon god's wishes. But he was also very clear. The Seven Saint Alliance was the true master of this land. He had to know his limits. Thinking of this, the black dragon calculated in his heart. I can destroy Rolling Stone Town, but it's best to keep that necromancer alive. That way, I'll give the Seven Saint Alliance some face. Even if Soria falls out with Baruch again, she won't be able to do anything to me. With this thought in mind, the black dragon brought his 4 underlings and flew towards the south aggressively. At this time, the 5 dragons flew low in the sky. The airflow above the hill shook violently. The sharp whistling sound was endless. However, as they flew, a tiny figure suddenly appeared in their line of sight. The figure was standing on a high slope below. He was alone. Her pure white robe fluttered in the wind. For some reason, the 5 dragons lowered their altitude at the same time. They landed in front of the slope. The black dragon looked at the lonely figure strangely. There seemed to be an inexplicable temperament that attracted him. The 4 young dragons from the secondary planes were also sizing up the humans on the mountaintop with different attitudes. This person has a seductive aura, the red dragon said. Is he a male succubus? The green dragon asked in confusion. His meat must be delicious. The white dragon drooled. In the end, only the blue dragon stepped forward and asked solemnly. Who are you? That person looked at blue dragon with a wooden expression. His eyes began to tear up. I am a bard. Blue dragon was puzzled. Bard, why are you crying? The man walked down the hill with light footsteps and walked leisurely to the path between the 5 dragons. His voice was carried into the ears of the 5 dragons by the mountain wind. I'm a mortal. I'm sad for the passing of time. I grieve for the loss of youth. I sigh that all things in the world have turned to dust. I pity that peerless beauty, but also obliterated the smoke and dust. I lament the majesty of the gods, like yesterday's dusk. I grieve that your fate is but written into the dust. The 5 dragons were confused. However, other than the white dragon, the other dragons all had thoughtful expressions. What did he say? Are you scolding us? Why don't I understand? White dragon asked loudly. However, the weeping bard walked north without a care. His footsteps were very fast. He stepped into the clouds. He landed on the top of the mountain again. His voice came slowly. Son of Brook, listen to me. The fate of the dragon tribe has long been foretold in the vast history. A moment later, a beautiful flute sound rang out. The 4 dragons were immersed in the flute music. They followed the poet's footsteps and headed north. Only the white dragon stood there foolishly. He shouted at the backs of the other dragons in a daze. Then, are we still going to fight? As soon as he finished speaking, an intense pain suddenly came from his head. White dragon turned around. However, he realized that a savage-like fellow had jumped onto his back and was frantically punching his head with his fists. Hey, you little bug! The white dragon was furious and wanted to fight back. But in the next second, he saw many figures charging at him from all directions like mad dogs. Chapter 638 Chapter 638, Battle Angel's Partner, Unlucky Person in the Astral World. Chapter 638, Battle Angel's Partner, Unlucky Person in the Astral World. Continue reading on x0vel.m. Translator, Lonely Tree. Seeing this scene, the white dragon youth immediately panicked. As a true dragon, his ability to sense danger was still extraordinary. Almost immediately, he could feel the death god approaching him. This was a test he had never experienced in the secondary planes. At the crucial moment, he didn't have time to ask his companions for help. The white dragon's wings flapped violently. Along with this movement, a faint dragon's might was released. Whoosh! The majesty of the giant dragon merged into the breeze. It instantly enveloped the surroundings. However, to the white dragon's despair, he soon realized that his dragon's might did not seem to have the effect he had expected. Not only did the savage man lying on his body not move at all, the other humans who were charging at him only showed a slight delay before continuing to charge. In fact, everyone in the Special Operations team had taken the resistance potion that Matthew had bought at a high price. This potion could greatly increase one's resistance to draconic aura. In addition, everyone present was an expert. Their tenacity and willpower were not low, thus creating such a scene. However, the white dragon didn't know about this. This scene seriously overturned his understanding. Even if he tried his best to flap his wings, he only glided a short distance away. He was about to be surrounded by other humans. At the moment of life and death, He bit the savage, who was lying on his back and affecting his balance. However, the other party was unusually agile. Lumiere released his hands and jumped away from the white dragon's fierce attack. In the next second, he opened his hands again and grabbed the white dragon's tail. "You're courting death." White Dragon flew into a rage. He began to use the words of draconic magic. Although it was the simplest draconic spell, it would greatly alleviate the passive situation in front of him once he used it due to the unique law enhancement. However, 2 seconds after the white dragon chanted the draconic spell, his body involuntarily showed signs of losing balance. At that moment, White Dragon was surprised to feel his center of gravity being dragged backwards. Whoosh! Whoosh! His soft belly rubbed against the mountain path that was full of gravel, causing dust to fill the sky. In a breath, the White Dragon was actually dragged by Lumiere by his tail, and he was dragged 4 to 5 meters away. Immediately after, something even more terrifying happened. With the help of this running force, White Dragon's center of gravity shifted further to the side. He watched helplessly as he was thrown 180 degrees sideways like a hammer. Boom! Lumiere flung it hard. The White Dragon's head crashed into the hill beside it. The chanting stopped abruptly. The world shook. The White Dragon was instantly stunned. An unprecedented sense of danger and fear welled up in his heart. In this chaotic world, a sharp pain pierced through his heart. A female orc rushed out from the side of the mountain path. The 2 daggers in her hands were extremely sharp, and she accurately slashed at the White Dragon's wing roots one after another. Each of her slashes avoided the scales and produced the effect of penetrating deep into the bone marrow. In just 8 seconds, Clegg's combo of attacks had actually chopped off the White Dragon's right wing. Woo! The White Dragon raised his head and cried. He wanted to call his companions for help. But at this moment, no one could save him. Lumiere, Clegg, Samantha, who had transformed into an owl beast, and Richard, who was holding the dagger of equality, had surrounded him from different angles. Even if he had recovered from the fainting state, he was also unable to resist the combined attacks of the 4 experts. In the end, the group of 4 only took about 5 minutes to successfully end the White Dragon youth's life. This was because in the later stages, in order to prevent the White Dragon from struggling on its deathbed, everyone was more careful. The successful killing of the White Dragon boosted everyone's confidence. After all, there was a huge gap between the young White Dragon and the Black Dragon Miyanogas. The difference in size and strength between the 2 sides was not just a little bit. When Lumiere touched the White Dragon, the latter was more or less affected by Lorraine's charm. His brain was a little slow, which led to his sudden death. But even so, a dragon was a dragon. When the first dragon successfully fell under the feet of the party, the glimmer of hope became more and more obvious. If they could kill one, they could kill more. This was an obvious logic. In the sky, Matthew rode on a Pegasus to observe the overall situation. After the White Dragon died, the other 3, including Richard, were panting. Only Lumiere still looked energetic. A few seconds later, he quickly observed that 2 of the 4 dragons that were leaving had gone out of control. The wail of the White Dragon, when it died, woke up the young Red Dragon and Green Dragon, who were leaving with Lorraine. The 2 dragons left Lorraine's song in a daze. When they stumbled on the hills in the north, their wills were also gradually waking up. The bloodline of the 5-colored dragon species began to resonate subtly. A few seconds later, they realized the tragic death of the White Dragon. No! There's an ambush! The Red Dragon immediately noticed Matthew in the sky and the members of the Special Operations team on the ground. His choice was rather reckless. He actually flew directly towards Lumiere and the others. The Green Dragon was much more cunning. Chapter 639 Chapter 639, Battle Angel's Partner, Unlucky Person in the Astral World. Chapter 639, Battle Angel's Partner, unlucky person in the astral world. Continue reading on x0vel.m. Translator, Lonely Tree. He instinctively followed the red dragon for a while. But not long after. He suddenly changed his direction and flew towards the north at lightning speed. Lord Miyanogas. Lord Miyanogas. Please wake up from the illusion. That bard is a liar. Before the green dragon could finish his anxious call, a bright, magical radiance descended from the sky. In an instant, he felt his body stiffen violently. Immediately after, under the effect of gravity, the green dragon slowly landed on the hill beside him, and his body completely lost its ability to move. Hint: you have successfully used the dragon immobilization spell. The young green dragon will be frozen for about 10 seconds. 10 seconds was enough. Lorraine was still steadily pulling the most troublesome black dragon and the other blue dragon. Matthew heaved a sigh of relief. On the mountain where the green dragon was frozen, 4 bone dragons quickly appeared, led by Filey. These bone dragons were all buffed with 4x gravity. The 3 bone dragon underlings had clearly been trained by Filey. As soon as they appeared, they skillfully pressed their bodies against the green dragon's various parts. Then, they crazily used their mouths to bite the scales on the green dragon's body. The green dragon was in extreme pain. He had actually recovered from his frozen state in advance. Roar. He let out an angry dragon roar in an attempt to wake up the black dragon boss, who was getting further and further away. However, the remaining 2 dragons seemed to be possessed. They followed Lorraine without looking back. This scene caused the young green dragon to feel despair. However, the current situation in his body made him even angrier. Bone dregs that blaspheme the glory of the true dragon. I will tear you into pieces. The green dragon shook his body violently, and a large amount of pale green mucus was secreted between his scales. He spat out balls of intense green flames from his mouth. After the flames were spat out, they quickly turned into a poisonous gas. If it was any other creature, they would definitely be severely poisoned. However, the bone dragon was undead. It was the unit of natural immunity to toxins. The young green dragon's struggle was obviously an instinctive reaction in a panic. It lacked a realistic response. Under Filey's command, not only did the 3 bone dragons not retreat, but they also suppressed the green dragon even more. Filey himself was even more intense as he used his chin to chisel the green dragon's head. It was also during this process Matthew suddenly noticed that a long bone needle had grown out of the chin of Filey, who had evolved into a spirit bone dragon. This bone needle was very thick. Its tip was dark gold, and the end was golden. It looked like a golden javelin. At that moment, the bone needles rubbed against the dragon's scales frantically. From time to time, flames would flash from the green dragon's head. The scene was unusually intense. However, a true dragon was much stronger than a bone dragon. The green dragon found an opportunity. Suddenly, he crushed the chest of a bone dragon underling with a bite. Taking advantage of the latter's chance to dodge, he exerted strength in his 4 limbs and flapped his wings violently. A gust of wind rose from the ground and carried him up into the sky. In a flash, he was like a greasy loach as he slid away from Filey. The other 2 bone dragons were clearly having a hard time keeping up with the true dragon. The green dragon was about to flee. At this moment, a bald head that shone under the sun suddenly appeared in front of the green dragon. The latter said nothing. He raised his fist and threw a powerful right uppercut at the green dragon's nostrils. Bang! A muffled sound. Li Weiqi, who was arranged by Matthew to be the main attacker of the second group of the Special Operation Team, displayed the powerful close combat strength of a level 5 divine dragon ancestor. Under the effect of chi, circles of invisible waves followed this right hook and went deep into the green dragon's skin. It reached his brain. Wang! At that moment, the green dragon felt its mind go blank. His body could not help but lean to the side. The green dragon's hysterical wails could only be the final footnotes left behind by the loser of this battle. In the next second, Phily led the bone dragon's underlings and swarmed forward once again. It began to ravage the unconscious green dragon crazily. As for Liweichi and Lara, Shadow Oathbreaker, they took every opportunity to make up for their own damage. It was to reap the life of the green dragon. As a member of Cluster 2, the Cloud Elf, Amelia, had originally planned to join in the fun. However, Matthew changed her assignment in time. Go help Lumiere. He pointed at the battlefield in the west and said quickly. Amelia quickly demonstrated the etiquette of the world's Mantis unit. Then, she flew towards the mountain in the west like a piece of white paper. The battle there was obviously much more intense than before. On one hand, the red dragon was much stronger than the white dragon. On the other hand, it was also because the four of them had consumed a certain amount of physical strength in the intense battle with the white dragon. When facing the dragon, any moment of physical exhaustion could cost them their lives. Therefore, everyone was very careful. Except Lumiere. This guy seemed to have endless stamina. As soon as the red dragon came over, he pounced aggressively. His fighting style was also abnormally fierce. Barehanded. There was no armor. He relied on his strength, was comparable to an astral monster, and his movement technique was comparable to a top-notch rogue to fight the red dragon head-on. However, this time, the young red dragon was still suppressing Lumiere as a whole. The former was slightly stronger. Moreover, his body size was closer to that of an adult dragon. Chapter 640, Battle Angel's Partner, Unlucky Person in the Astral World. Chapter 640, Battle Angel's Partner, Unlucky Person in the Astral World. Continue reading on x0vel.m. Translator, Lonely Tree. The threat of the red dragon's breath was far more terrifying than other dragons. Lumiere spent most of his time avoiding damage and attracting the Enem's attention. Only occasionally would he retaliate. However, his fists did not seem to hurt the red dragon. It was different from the white dragon. The threat of the red dragon meant that Lumiere would find it difficult to crush him as he did the white dragon. This move was too risky. It was very likely that the red dragon would kill him in one move. Lumiere was at a slight disadvantage in the front. However, Richard, who was holding the dagger of equality, showed extremely powerful lethality. With the top movement technique of a legendary rogue. With his immunity to dragon's might, the red dragon couldn't touch him at all. With the percentage of damage provided by the dagger of equality, he was able to deal a lot of damage. Richard could use its super fast output frequency to deal a huge amount of damage. Ding ding. Just as the red dragon and Lumiere were dealing with each other, Richard had already left a series of wounds on his body. The scales of the red dragon were very fine. However, legendary rogues still had their tricks up their sleeves. Richard could always accurately find the gaps between the scales and stab the dagger into them to cause damage. In just a few minutes, the red dragon could clearly feel his life slipping away. This feeling made him panic. He jumped up and flew into the air, trying to get rid of Lumiere and Richard to observe the whole situation. But at this moment, Cloud Elf Amelia's reinforcements had arrived. The thin and extremely long Cloud Elf skillfully unloaded a magic cannon from her back. It was a black technology from Cloud Edge City. The caliber of this cannon was much larger than normal cannons, but it was very short in length. This made Amelia look like she was holding a strange basin. Bang! A loud noise came from the basin. A blue ball of light flashed. In the blink of an eye, the blue ball of light smashed into the red dragon's abdomen and a huge electric current spread through the red dragon's body from where the cannon hit. The latter wailed. The scales on his body began to flow with all kinds of lightning. His body was forced to descend slowly. Seeing this, Amelia took out a strangely long gun barrel. The gun barrel was aimed at where the red dragon had fallen. Another bang sounded. Suddenly, a strange net shot out. There were all kinds of nails around the net. It quickly covered the red dragon's entire body in the net, and the nails around it were deeply embedded into the soil or rocks. The moment these nails landed on the ground, more sparks appeared on the net, constantly stimulating the red dragon's scales and skin. This was the beast trap from Cloud Edge City. Although these electric currents were difficult to cause real damage to the dragon, however, the control effect it provided was solid. The red dragon was only immune to half of the paralysis effect. Immediately, his body kept twitching, and he was no longer as arrogant as when they first met. Amelia counted silently. When the last number was counted, she quickly took out a remote control and pressed the green button. In the next moment, the electricity on the net had disappeared. Only the red dragon's scales were still emitting sparks. Lumiere and Richard immediately rushed forward. Clegg and Samantha also began to use their skills to deal damage to the twitching and paralyzed red dragon. For a moment, the wails of two different dragons came from above the hill. The young green dragon and the young red dragon were enduring the wrath of the human adventurers on two different mountains. This scene was not unique. However, it was also extremely rare. Because they had made plans in advance, every single person in the special operation team had made preparations for slaying the dragon. They had rehearsed it many times in advance. Therefore, everything went exceptionally smoothly in the actual battle. A Tier 5 adventurer's top-notch damage output was enough to make a dragon tremble. Moreover, Matthew had gathered the elites of the elites. On both sides of the battlefield, the two groups of people simultaneously unleashed their maximum firepower. In just 3 minutes, the young red dragon and green dragon died one after another. The former was killed by Richard with the dagger of equality, and the percentage damage from these famous weapons successfully drained the last drop of life of the red dragon. The latter was stabbed to death by Filey. During this period of time, Liweichi and Lara caused a lot of damage. However, the thing that truly dealt a fatal blow to the green dragon was Filey's newly evolved big chin. The terrifying bone needles pierced through the green dragon's brain again and again. In the end, he took the latter's life. When the two mournful cries that symbolized the death of life sounded above the hills, Matthew wasn't too pleased. He was still riding on the back of the flying horse, looking towards the north with a solemn expression. Lorraine should not be able to hold on much longer. He could vaguely hear the music of the bards. The rhythm started to become chaotic and slow. This meant that Lorraine's power was rapidly depleting. As expected, the bard's soft voice rang in his ears. "I'll stall the black dragon for a while longer. You guys kill the blue dragon as soon as possible. I can't hold on for too long alone. You'd better get ready as soon as possible. I'm bringing them back." In the next second, Matthew saw Lorraine's figure reappear on the northern horizon. Chapter 641 Chapter 641, Battle Angel's Partner, Unlucky Person in the Astral World. Chapter 641, Battle Angel's Partner, Unlucky Person in the Astral World. Continue reading on x0vel.m. Translator, Lonely Tree. His figure was erratic. It was like the flash of a legendary rogue or the footsteps of a top-notch monk. Behind him, they were two giant dragons with turbid eyes. Matthew looked down. Everyone was in a very tired state. Even Lumiere seemed to be exhausted. In the end, every minute and every second of the battle with the dragon was a huge consumption. To be able to kill 3 dragons in such a short period of time, even if it was just a young dragon, it was also enough to make Matthew and his team famous heroes. However, they were about to face the 4th dragon. There were even more terrifying black dragons that gathered the power of 5 dragons. Matthew silently took out Faye-Zibin's dragon-slaying spear. Then, he quickly conveyed Lorraine's intentions to the rest. Everyone gave Matthew an affirmative answer. They were ready for the final battle. As the music continued to become more rapid, Lorraine's figure appeared on the top of the mountain, less than 100 meters away from them. Immediately after, he suddenly flashed toward the east. The groggy black dragon followed closely. He was like a duckling that had just hatched from an egg, following Lorraine's every step. The young blue dragon seemed to have been jolted awake from a dream. The smell of dragon blood in the air made him alert. The bloodstains all over the mountain and the 3 corpses with holes in them made him even more furious and afraid. He could not help but roar, "Boss Black Dragon! We've been ambushed. All 3 of them are dead." The blue dragon was a magic expert among the chromatic dragons. These 3 sentences weren't ordinary shouts either. He instinctively used the soul shout of draconic magic. This time, the black dragon suddenly woke up from its charmed state. Seeing this scene, he could not help but fly into a rage. But in reality, the angry expression only lingered on the black dragon's face for less than half a second. Because at that moment, Lorraine, who was standing in front of the black dragon, suddenly took off his shirt, revealing his clear and healthy 6-pack abs and heart-shaped chest hair. Matthew looked at it from afar. He could not help but feel a little dizzy. The sound of his flute became more soothing. The black dragon stared at Lorraine's chest in a daze. His thoughts became sluggish again. "I don't want to go with you." The black dragon was still trying its best to resist. However, a few seconds later, he had returned to his previous mode of following Lorraine. Matthew could not help but heave a sigh of relief. However, he could also clearly see it. A drop of blood flowed out from the corner of Lorraine's eye. It was obvious. In order to forcefully stall the black dragon, he had to pay a considerable price. Matthew made a prompt decision. Kill him. Everyone pounced on the blue dragon. Lumiere and Filey were at the forefront of the pack. The former punched Blue Dragon in the chest. The latter used the same technique and pressed down on the Blue Dragon's back with the multifold gravity technique. The Blue Dragon was about to be suppressed by them. But in the next second, strange syllables quickly erupted from the Blue Dragon's chest. His body quickly turned illusory. It turned into a ball of thick steam. Lumiere was too close. There were slight burns on his forearm and face. Even Filey was forced to take half a step back by the steam. Over there. Amelia noticed the blue dragon running away. This guy actually escaped to the sky in one breath. She instinctively wanted to use the monster trap to attack the blue dragon. However, she aimed in. She realized that the other party was flying too fast and too far away. Not good. He seems to be trying to escape. Everyone was surprised to find out. The cunning blue dragon was casting buffs on itself while flying south. He was flying with all his might. No one present had the chance to stop him. This situation was beyond his original plan. Matthew's Pegasus could not catch up to the blue dragon's speed at all. The black dragon is about to lose control. Lorraine's voice sounded again. Matthew looked at Blue Dragon's disappearing figure, gritted his teeth, and turned around. Kill the black dragon first. Don't worry about Blue Dragon. But be careful. He might return. This was a relatively correct decision he could make in a hurry. However, there were still hidden dangers. After all, the blue dragon was proficient in magic. If he suddenly returned while everyone was dealing with the black dragon, the outcome would be difficult to predict. In order to avoid this, Matthew decided to go all out and kill the black dragon the moment it woke. He gripped Fezibin's dragon-slaying spear tightly and was about to fly in the direction of the black dragon. But at this moment, Matthew suddenly felt something and looked towards the south. At that moment, his eyes widened as he saw an unbelievable scene. He saw a tauren skeleton jumping in the mountains. With every jump, she was able to rush over 100 meters away. What was even more amazing was that, as she ran and jumped, her body was burning with golden flames. The flames kept burning her bones. Large patches of black fell off like paint peeling off. The bones on her body seemed to be as white as jade and as dark as gold. Peggy? Matthew was surprised to see the other party running towards him. The two sides were clearly far apart. But for some reason, he could clearly see every detail of Peggy's body. Her body was not the only thing burning. Chapter 642 Chapter 642, Battle Angel's Partner, Unlucky Person in the Astral World. Chapter 642, Battle Angel's Partner, Unlucky Person in the Astral World. Continue reading on x0vel.m. Translator, Lonely Tree. Her soul fire was also burning. Warning, your summoned creature, Peggy, has ignited her soul fire and awakened part of her powers from her previous life. However, such an action might seriously overdraw her life as an undead. The soul fire was the foundation of the undead. Why did Peggy ignite the soul fire? Matthew was puzzled at first. Several seconds later, the flames burning on Peggy's body grew brighter. A pair of huge wings suddenly stretched out from her back. The wings were made of light and fire, and the patterns on them spread out like waves. Peggy flapped her wings of light and fire. Her entire body shot up from the ground like a missile and quickly flew into the clouds. In a flash, Matthew didn't even see what happened. He could only see Peggy's body rapidly descending from the clouds. She held a huge bone blade in her hand. The bone blades were in a similar state as her wings, being reconstructed by the power of light and fire. At this moment, on the bone blade, drops of bright red blood were constantly evaporating. The blood quickly merged into Peggy's body. It seemed to have injected more energy into her soul. Then, Matthew saw the sky in the distance. A behemoth that had been split into two was slowly falling. It was a spherical object. And the headless blue dragon's corpse. Boom! The blue dragon's corpse fell among the mountains. It caused a huge explosion. But Matthew didn't have time to check on the unlucky blue dragon. He was more concerned about the abnormal changes in Peggy's body. After Peggy killed the blue dragon in one hit, the wings on her back spread out, and she flew in front of Matthew at an extremely fast speed. Matthew looked at her curiously. Why are you here? There was a firm will in Peggy's soul fire. There is a battle that belongs to me here. I will complete it. Matthew, I need something from you. Can you help me? Matthew was stunned. Immediately, he could feel the inexplicable sadness in Peggy's heart. The sorrow was as heavy as a tsunami. Matthew's heart skipped a beat. He took a deep breath and looked at Peggy with the same determined gaze. I'll give you whatever you want. Peggy pointed at Matthew's chest. Immediately, a thought was transmitted to Matthew's heart. Matthew pulled out a small copper box from his pocket without hesitation. Then, he handed it over. Peggy opened the box and swallowed the contents without even looking at it. The small yellow particles melted in Peggy's soul fire. Suddenly, an even more powerful aura erupted from her body. Hint, your summoned creature, Peggy, has fused with a demigod level. She was advancing to become a demigod. As a Valkyrie in his previous life, Peggy's demigod ritual was to kill powerful creatures of the same level with divine power or divinity. I'm here to kill him. I remember his aura. Peggy pointed at the black dragon that was gradually awakening. This is a battle between me and him. The flames on her body burned even brighter. Her fighting spirit was also unprecedentedly strong. Matthew's heart skipped a beat. More information was appearing on the data panel. Hint, your summoned creature, Peggy, has awakened into battle angel form. In her battle angel form, her level is much higher than yours, so the contract between you two has been temporarily changed to a two-way summoning contract. Would you become the Valkyrie's closest companion? The confirmation was successful. You have received a share of the Battle Angel's power. Battle Angel's power, you will gain 100% of Battle Angel Peggy's strength and template. During the duration of Battle Angel form, you can choose to be exactly like her. During this period, you cannot use any other abilities or spells. Can I also become a Valkyrie? Regarding this sudden change, Matthew was also stunned. However, he did not have the time to deal with it. The black dragon had completely escaped Lorraine's charms. He was flying over in anger. And during the flight, his body began to exude a scent of divinity. Matthew had only sensed this smell on the altar of the god of midnight. I remember you. You are a traitor. Peggy pointed her bone blade at the black dragon and said. Black dragon Miyanoga's cursed out of nowhere. What are you talking about? But in the next second, his eyeballs suddenly turned turbid white. A vast divine power surged from an unknown place and directly penetrated every corner of the black dragon's body. I remember you too, Lady Peggy. Back then, I had a very deep impression of you. I didn't expect you to have become like this. A cold voice came from the black dragon's body. It was obviously not Miyanoga speaking. Who is he? Richard asked warily. Peggy did not speak. She clenched the bone blade in her hand tightly. Pentashade Dragon God, Baruch. Lorraine's voice drifted over from not far away. I knew it. How could ordinary dragons be so difficult to charm? So, it's a vessel for God's descent. You're really audacious. Aren't you afraid that Soria will get angry? Baruch chuckled. Soria? Are you still counting on her? I'm sorry, little cuties. I'm afraid your holy mages can't even take care of themselves now. Astral world, twin heavens, endless ruins. Soria calmly looked at the ghost-like figures in all directions. Her voice was still calm and gentle. So it was a trap. Baruch's astral remnant body, evil Empress Babash's projection, the Maiden of Pain, the evil demon Trier, the sacred body of the war god, and 19 saints. It seems that the heavenly palace has become history. You actually gave up on your divine avatar. Is it because of the thing you found under the bridge of all life? The evil demon Trier, who was also the avatar of the god of midnight, chuckled softly. Don't try to get information from us. Because all of this is meaningless. When we're ready to make a move, it means that we're not just targeting you. The Alliance of Seven Saints is about to become history, and you, like your teacher Faye Zibin, will disappear forever in the ruins of the Twin Heavens. This is our greatest respect for you, Miss Soria. Forgive me for being blunt, but there's no point in fighting. If you choose to surrender, we'll consider leaving you a place in the new era, just like the other legendary mages in the Alliance who work with us. Soria asked without changing her expression. Even at such a time, you still don't forget to sow discord. As expected of a god known for his dirty works. The god of midnight was unmoved. It's up to you whether you want to believe it or not. But if there were no traitors within the Alliance, do you think we would have been able to complete this successful ambush? Soria snorted coldly and did not say anything. The god of midnight advised again. I admit that the reason I didn't want to fight Vaughn was to reduce casualties. But you have to admit that this is the astral plane. You're alone and helpless. Who knew that Soria would actually ask? Who said that I'm alone in the astral plane? Have you forgotten that there's an unlucky fellow in the Alliance who has been floating in the astral world? In the next second, a portal appeared above the ruins. A handsome young man walked out of the portal. He looked bright and radiant. Chapter 643, Chapter 643, I'm a mage. Chapter 643, I'm a mage. Continue reading on Zendel.m. Translator, Lonely Tree. Ronan? All the gods were surprised. However, a few of them had a look of understanding in their eyes. Ronan quickly walked to Saria's side. Around his body, 3 celestial light balls that were filled with mysteries and involuntarily attracted people's attention quickly appeared. These 3 balls of light were the external manifestation of the domain fruit formed after Ronan refined and condensed the domain he was good at. The 3 balls of light represented 3 magical domains: evocation, curse, and mystical techniques. Evoking magic was a spell that was based on the 4 elements and usually had extremely destructive power. Its external manifestations were usually fireballs, ice, acid, rocks, wind, and so on. The curse domain was more inclined towards summoning. Mystical arts was the most special. It was a new field that combined magic and divine arts. In the Age of Enlightenment, this domain was not among the 8 major magical domains. It was slowly developed by mages later on. Ronan, who was now a superior legend, was the best in this field. It seems like the rumors are true. Isabel didn't banish you, but you obtained the secret treasure of the goddess of magic in the depths of the astral world. I remember that when you appeared last time, the mystical domain hadn't formed yet, right? The god of war, who had appeared in the form of a saint, looked at Ronan solemnly. The latter smiled lightly. He did not intend to explain to the gods. However, with Ronan's appearance, in this vast ruin, the atmosphere within the gods had undergone a subtle change. The power confrontation between a mage and a god was very dangerous, especially since they weren't in their own divine kingdom. There was a risk of death if they were not careful. In the world of Ander, the gods of the heavens were usually divided into 3 levels based on their strength. Gods with strong divine power, gods with weak divine power, God's servant. A divine mage was usually able to fight against a god with strong divine power. The superior legends of the Alliance of the 7 Saints naturally corresponded to gods with weak divine power. As for the God's servant, it was almost equivalent to an ordinary legend. When fighting against a holy mage or a superior legend, the role that a God's servant could play was actually very limited. Most of it depended on the outcome of the high-level battle. However, the current situation was, although there were many people present, only the god of war, who had the body of a saint, was equivalent to a powerful divine power. The rest of the people had weak divine power. Most of them were useless God's servants, who could only be used to fill up the scene. They could not be relied on in a real fight. The god of war might be able to stall Soria. The rest of the people would find it hard to gain an advantage from Ronan. This was because he was a superior legend who was said to be the closest to becoming a holy wizard. Before that, Ronan had received widespread attention in the Heavenly Palace because of his astonishing combat achievements during his rise. Now that he had once again obtained the secret treasure of the goddess of magic and condensed the 3rd domain fruit, his combat ability might soar to another level. Now, it was no longer a matter of whether he could win or not. It was whether or not they should continue fighting this battle. The gods were all very realistic existences. A change in a small factor could affect their decision, let alone Ronan. Today, I only wanted to catch up with Baruch. I'm not interested in causing trouble for anyone else, but if you want to help Baruch, Link just asked me if I needed any help. You know, he's also in the astral plane. Moreover, he's been exposed to the elements for so many years. His temper is also very irritable now. Soria smiled, her words full of warning. The holy mage Link had stayed in the astral world for many years to guard the intelligence lock. If he could escape and come here, he would probably have a greater impact on the battle than Ronan. The Midnight God said coldly. Impossible. I used the concealment domain to seal this place in advance. It's impossible for any news to spread. Soria smiled and said. Believe it or not, Link is already on his way. As for how the news got out, you should have had your doubts the moment Ronan appeared. If there are no people from our camp in your midst, how would Ronan know that I was transferred to Twin Heavens? Her words were clearly imitating the Midnight God's provocation just now. Even though she said that, many gods stood up and said that they did not believe that there would be a traitor among them. Their expressions were as determined as ever. However, the gradually dissipating killing intent and hesitation clearly revealed their current state of mind. There might be many internal conflicts within the alliance. But, the gods were also in a state of disunity. All alliances were built on benefits and could collapse at any time. Soria keenly sensed the subtle changes in each god, although she looked aggressive. However, regarding this battle, she wasn't very confident either. If she could use words to dissolve the alliance of the gods and reduce the intensity of the battle, that would be the best thing. However, Soria's plan soon fell through. Because at this moment, another beam of light from the heaven realm descended. More and more gods appeared in front of them in the form of victors or spirits. The two most powerful of them, the Lord of Storm and Ocean and the God of Glow and Knowledge, both had their own bodies of saints, which were the bodies left in the mortal world before they became gods. Chapter 644, 11 Ma Mage. Chapter 644, 11 Ma Mage. Continue reading on Zndel.m. Translator, Lonely Tree. After throwing away the divine persona, a god with the body of a saint would obviously be more powerful than a god in the form of a spirit. These two were powerful gods on the same level as the war god. If they fought 3v1, Saria had no chance of winning at all. Moreover, she had to be careful. Other than them, a large number of familiar faces from the heavenly palace were also appearing. In just a few breaths, Saria realized that almost half of the entire heavenly palace was here. At the crucial moment, a tired and hoarse voice appeared on Soria's left. Do you want to start a war with the Alliance? The holy mage Link finally arrived. The saint's image of the god of light and knowledge was a very refined scholar. He shook his head and looked at the three mages with a clear and honest gaze. If Soria were alone, we would have killed her without hesitation. But since you have already predicted our actions, there is no need to continue fighting. We came here with only one request, and that is to open a hole in the wall of Calamity. Soria's pupils constricted. So that was what they were planning. The wall of Calamity that the gods referred to was also known as the Eternal Barrier. It was another layer of protective wall that the Calamity Mage had built against the plane barrier of the prime material plane. This protective wall was very thin. However, it could stop most of the heavenly realm and outer layer life forms. Link sneered. Open the Eternal Barrier and let you in to light the divine fire again, right? The God of Light and Knowledge said sincerely. The rules set by the Calamity Mage are still there. Even if we return to the prime material plane, we can only become demigods at most. We can't truly become gods. We've already given up on our divine persona, and we've been banished for hundreds of years. The Calamity Mage didn't kill us, which means that she still thinks we have value in existence. In that case, as the heirs of her will, you should leave us a way out. Just like what the true descendant of the Calamity Mage, the Nameless Mage, advocated, let us return to the prime material world. We may regain some power, but we will no longer be gods. He kept a very low profile. His tone was also very gentle. Even the most radical Link only frowned and did not retort immediately. But this time, Soria said firmly, you will never be able to open the Eternal Barrier. This is an unquestionable matter. The God of Light and Knowledge let out a long sigh. So, we still have to fight, right? Soria, Ronan, and Link had firm gazes. The gods did not speak anymore. In the ruins of the Twin Heavens, the power of domain and law began to dance. Arcane spells and divine power intertwined like a tide. Some of the substances were being destroyed, while some were being created. The flickering light and shadows reflected on the former mountain paradise. Only endless chaos and nothingness were left. Moss Green Hills, southwest of Overwatch Mountain. The troops of the High Leaf region had bypassed the Overwatch Mountain and were currently crossing a long canyon at an unbelievable speed. North of the canyon, it would be a relatively flat area. After passing through that area, they officially arrived at the northern part of the Moss Green Hills. Over there, it was also the location where the Special Operations team sniped the dragon. On a mountain to the east of the canyon, Rhaegar and Zeller looked at this scene with solemn expressions. When he received the information from the Eastern Eagle, they rushed to the scene immediately. But now, they could only watch as the enemy's main force headed north. Even though they were in the process of a long-distance raid, the troops of the High Leaf region were also clearly divided into echelons. For example, the most elite orcs and bear gnomes were at the front. The soldiers behind them were divided into groups of 2s and 3s, and they were hurrying on with all their might. If Rhaegar were to engage his troops to intercept them at this moment, basically, they could kill all the low-level soldiers in the High Leaf region. However, it was hard to say how much of an impact this would have on the current situation. What if the elite troops led by the dragon priest ambushed Matthew and the others? If the special operation team's dragon-slaying plan failed, or there were even a large number of casualties, the scales of this war would tilt towards the High Leaf region. Regarding this, their hearts were unusually heavy. They had guessed that the main force of the High Leaf region would make some unusual movements, but they did not expect the dragon priest to be so decisive. Because Rolling Stone Town had adopted a more conservative defensive stance. Changing tactics at the last minute obviously required time. However, from the looks of it now, what they lacked the most was time. It's too late. Someone has to stand up and stop those two troops. Rhaegar gently stroked the big sword behind him, his eyes unusually firm as he said, "Let me lead the cavalry to charge once." Zeller instinctively wanted to shake his head. The terrain in the north of the canyon was indeed suitable for cavalry to charge forward. However, Dragon Priest Deleva was an uncertain factor. His magic could very well cause great damage to the cavalry. And the bigger hidden danger was, this was a charge without backup. They saw it clearly. In order to hurry, Devala had cast the marching spell on the main group. Some orcs had traces of berserk magic on them. On the other hand, the bare gnomes were covered in the terrifying effects of the dragon form spell. Each of these spells was strategic and could greatly increase the effect of the group. It was very dangerous for Rhaegar to lead the cavalry to charge forward alone. Chapter 645 Chapter 645, I'm a Mage. Chapter 645, I'm a Mage. Continue reading on Zendel.m. Translator, Lonely Tree. But in the end, Zeller only gritted his teeth. Good. You go. Remember to harass them back and forth. Don't have any intention of killing Deleva. I'll get the destroyer and the garrison to follow as soon as possible. The two of them looked at each other. Without another word, they turned around and left. A moment later, more than 100 cavalrymen followed Rhaegar to the north. More than an hour later, the cavalrymen successfully arrived at the small plain north of the canyon before the main force of the High Leaf region. Under Rhaegar's command, the cavalry was divided into 3 groups. The largest group was led by him, and they were heading straight for the enemy that was coming out of the canyon. The other 2 groups were lying in ambush on the flanks to harass or provide support. Midsummer noon. The weather was unusually hot. The flowers and plants by the roadside were all curled up. The warhorses took turns stomping their hooves restlessly. Bean-sized beads of sweat dripped down from the knights' masks. Some fell into the yellow mud. It instantly evaporated. Not long after, at the entrance of the valley, the flag of the troops of the High Leaf region appeared. Rhaegar raised the whip in his hand high up. Without any unnecessary shouts, he only lightly lashed the horse's belly. The warhorses began to speed up. The knights behind him followed closely behind. The sound of horse hooves began to ring out on the plains. The enemy had obviously noticed this scene. Before the cavalry could get close, a group of berserk orcs roared and rushed out. They fearlessly charged towards the cavalry. Knock, knock, knock. The rhythmic sound of horse hooves rang in everyone's ears. Rhaegar calmly observed the battle formation in front of him. Just as the cavalry he led was only about 150 meters away from the orc army charging at the front, the orcs were all stunned. Rhaegar suddenly shifted to the right. The cavalrymen immediately turned around. Dust rose under the orcs' furious gaze. The warhorses from Purgatory displayed excellent tactical execution and overall quality. The cavalrymen went around to the right and decisively avoided the berserk orcs. Then, they made a small circle to the side and suddenly accelerated again. This time, the large group of cavalrymen led by Rhaegar was like a sharp knife that pierced into the group of orcs who had just left the valley and were still in a frenzy. For a moment, the cavalrymen's spears pierced through the orcs' chests as if they were piercing through candied haws. A tragic wail sounded on the battlefield. The sound of spears breaking rang out in the cavalryman's ears from time to time. Knock, knock, knock. Knock, knock, knock. After a fierce charge, more than 30 orc corpses lay on the ground. Rhaegar led his team and retreated to the east. At this moment, the team of berserk orcs from before followed them relentlessly. Hurry up and leave. Don't linger in battle. Rhaegar calmly gave the order to retreat. A small group of cavalrymen on the side also came over to provide support. Under the good cooperation of both sides, the cavalry led by Rhaegar had perfectly shaken off the enemy's pursuit. This was a rather successful charge and retreat. However, Rhaegar's eyes were still filled with a solemn expression. Because there were still many enemies. They were emerging from the mouth of the valley at an unbelievable speed. Among them was the dragon priest, who was good at strategic spells. Prepare for the next charge. Rhaegar shouted. The cavalrymen shouted. They gripped their spears tightly and adjusted the posture of their horses. They slowly followed Rhaegar to the other side of the hill. From this angle, they could clearly see the flag of the war chariot that Deleva was in. The dragon priest was yelling at something. Not long after, the war chariot he was riding on was pushed to the front by the two bear gnomes. On both sides of the battle formation were two small teams of orcs, and in front of them was an elite infantry made up entirely of bear gnomes. Rhaegar had sharp eyes. He even found two teams of archers near the chariot. These archers were very likely to cause fatal damage to the cavalry. However, the change in the battle situation did not allow him to think too much. After adjusting the formation, Deleva continued to move forward. As for the troops behind him, they seemed to have been completely abandoned by him. All he wanted to do now was to go up north to support the Black Dragon. It's indeed dangerous to rush like this. Rhaegar sighed deeply in his heart. But he couldn't let that kid shoulder all the pressure, right? Thinking of this, he decisively issued a new order. Keep your distance and harass the enemy's tail and flanks. Just like that. He stood on the hill and watched as the Deleva formation quickly emerged from the valley. When the time was right, the sound of horse hooves rang out again. The sky was filled with shouts and killing sounds. The orcs who were prepared immediately activated their berserk mode. This time, they did not launch a counterattack against the cavalry. Instead, they surrounded the square formation tightly. Rhaegar led the cavalry to charge. When he got close, he suddenly used the same trick again, intending to stab at the tail wing where there were few people. However, at that moment, a short chant sounded. In an instant, a large area of mud appeared in front of the rear wing of the formation and the cavalry. Tactical spell, area petrification. In a flash, the warhorse under Rhaegar's back burst forth with a powerful leap. Whoosh! It actually carried Rhaegar and flew across the muddy area. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of horse hooves was slightly chaotic. However, Rhaegar still steadily rushed over. The remaining people were not so lucky. Although the warhorses they rode also had the bloodline of the Purgatory, there was a huge gap between them and Rhaegar's. Chapter 646, Chapter 646, I'm a Mage. Chapter 646, I'm a Mage. Continue reading on Zendel.m. Translator, Lonely Tree. Very quickly, Rhaegar heard the sound and exclaimed one after another. There was also the sound of hoofs falling. At that moment, Rhaegar's heart sank. But immediately after, an electric current stimulated his mind. He quickly located Dragon Priest Delava's location amidst the dense crowd of enemies. You dare to come so close to cast a spell? You're courting death. At that moment, Rhaegar suddenly jumped down from his warhorse. Flames from Purgatory enveloped his entire body, and a pair of wings spread out from his back. A pair of huge goat horns took shape in the flames. The big sword in his hand let out a sharp whistling sound. Whoosh! Whoosh! Just like that, he barged into the enemy's formation alone. Puff! Puff. Puff. 3 orcs were beheaded by Rhaegar. There were also a few more arrows on his body. However, Rhaegar seemed to have no reaction to this. In the next moment, he quickly raised his sword. His entire body was like a spinning top as he spun into the enemy's tail. He went straight for Dragon Priest Delava. North of the hills, an unexpected battle slowly began. Peggy raised her golden bone blade and aimed it at the black dragon that was emitting a mysterious aura. The bone blade emitted an intoxicating luster under the sunlight. Golden light shone down from the sky. With the help of a mysterious force, the bone blade transformed once again, turning into an energy sword that burned with eternal flames. Hint: you have consumed a certain amount of XP. Your battle angel companion, Peggy, has summoned the sun sword of the sun god's kingdom. You have obtained the projection of the sword of the blazing sun. A slight burning sensation surged from his palm. Matthew looked down. He realized that he had an energy sword that was exactly the same as Peggy's. Not only that, there was also a surge of energy accumulating on his back and chest. As long as Matthew wanted to, these 2 negative energies could be released at any time. At that time, he would completely enter the battle angel form and become an existence exactly like Peggy. Come. You have lost to me once, but I'll give you another chance to challenge me. The pentashade dragon god Baruch, who was residing within the black dragon's body in the form of a god's descent, issued an arrogant challenge. After today, I will take your soul and leave it on Eternal Gathering Island forever. I admire you very much, so you will become my servant and not anyone else's. Of course, the necromancer beside you is not so good. His bones are very ordinary, so he is not qualified to be my servant. Peggy did not refute. Her figure quickly disappeared from where she was and then quickly appeared on the back of the black dragon. Bang! The blazing sun sword struck the black dragon's back, making a metallic sound. A dragon scale was sent flying. There were still a few drops of blood on it. The others also planned to follow suit. But at this moment, a powerful, repulsive force quickly repelled them. With the black dragon as the center, a barrier that was filled with a dignified aura quickly formed. Matthew's location was also affected by the barrier. At that moment, he felt that even his breathing had become very uneven. Warning: you have entered the divine domain of the pentashade dragon god Baruch. In the divine territory, the pentashade dragon god Baruch was 100% immune to physical damage, magic damage, and divine spell damage. Matthew's breathing stopped. Completely immune? How can we fight like this? What was even more troublesome was, other than him, Peggy and the weak Lorraine, the other little companions were all ejected out of the god domain. Outside the divine territory, Lumiere still wanted to charge forward, but he was stopped by Richard. Don't rush. This is the domain of a god. You can't rush in. Lumiere was instantly dumbfounded. Then what should we do? We can't let Matthew and the others get beaten up inside, right? Richard looked at Peggy deeply. We can only trust them now. Besides, we can only do what we can. Lumiere asked. For example? At this moment, Li Weiqi pointed at the group of guards summoned by the 4 young dragons and said, for example, kill these dragons' lackeys first? Everyone looked at each other. Then, they rushed forward. Within God's domain, Peggy, who had transformed into a battle angel, was fighting fiercely with the black dragon. The black dragon's physique was very strong. However, Peggy also displayed extraordinary combat qualities. Her battle angel form gave her the ability to fly straight up and down. Her speed was also much faster than the black dragon. Thus, Baruch was simply unable to reach her. On the contrary, Peggy could still find time to hit him. Unfortunately, the effect was not obvious. In the domain of the gods, even an angel would find it difficult to harm him. Matthew watched calmly from the side. He planned to lean next to Lorraine and ask if there was a solution. But at this moment, Peggy suddenly flashed and appeared at the tail of the black dragon. At that moment, a powerful force tugged at Matthew's body. It was as if even his heart was about to be pulled out. Domain-breaking slash! Peggy shouted. At the same time, Matthew's figure also appeared beside her in time. He looked like a marionette who was doing the exact same sword-raising action as Peggy. Puff! Puff! 2 energy swords descended one after another. 2 deep and shallow wounds quickly appeared at the base of the black dragon's tail. You guys are courting death. Baruch was furious. He turned around and pounced on Peggy. Peggy's figure paused for a moment before she escaped in the nick of time. Chapter 647, Chapter 647, I'm a mage. Chapter 647, I'm a mage. Continue reading on Zendel.m. Translator, Lonely Tree. Matthew also fled the scene in time. At that moment, he suddenly understood Peggy's intentions. She paused for a moment just now. It was to attract Baruch's attention. She was afraid that Matthew would become Baruch's target. Thinking of this, Matthew couldn't help but feel a surge of warmth in his heart. But very quickly, this warmth was replaced by intermittent vomiting. Domain-breaking slash! Righteous slash! Holy flame slash! No matter what move Peggy shouted, it was not a simple move. Matthew would be summoned to her side immediately after she called the move. He launched the same synchronized attack as her. Time passed. Matthew always felt that the names of these moves were his own. And he also deeply understood how difficult it was to be a summoned creature through these repeated moves. Let's not talk about anything else. The sudden pull of being summoned could easily make one nauseous. However, aside from these disgusting feelings, Peggy's fighting style had indeed had some effect. It could always break through the effects of the domain. Some of the later moves could also cause some damage to the black dragon. The damage was actually quite considerable. It was only because of the existence of the divine territory that the black dragon's HP was slowly recovering. It was just like how Peggy did not seem to have dealt much damage to the black dragon, even after showing off her skills for a long time. On the other hand, Matthew was about to go numb. But to Baruch, this situation was a humiliation. At this moment, he lay on the ground, his small eyes burning with anger. I didn't expect you to have recovered to this extent. Battle angels are indeed the most outstanding souls in this world. The death god is really an idiot to actually let go of a top-grade soul like you. Good, good, good. Since this level of divine territory can't trap you, then let me see just how good you can fight. In the next moment, countless phantoms appeared in the divine territory. Under Matthew's horrified gaze, these phantoms quickly turned into existences that were exactly the same as the black dragon. Clone? Matthew said in surprise. Lorraine, who was resting at the side, finally leaned over. It's not a clone. Every single one of them is a physical entity. Matthew frowned. Faye-Zibin's dragon-slaying spear in his hand seemed to have become even hotter. Is there a way? The black dragons were about to attack Peggy. He quickly asked Lorraine. Lorraine was silent for a moment before he slowly said. This isn't a complete divine domain, but a demigod domain. Theoretically, a demigod of the same level should be able to neutralize this domain. However, under Matthew's expectant gaze, he explained awkwardly. I'm not a demigod of the same level as him. However, it's not entirely impossible. Lorraine coughed heavily. Have you heard of the Mad Second Hand? We can ask him for help and break open the divine domain from there. However, we might have to pay a price for this. In the northernmost floating city. On the wall of the library hall. At this moment, only 2 shadows were watching the most important crystal ball. On the crystal ball, the scene quickly changed. 3 battles. Different locations, but the same fate. Perhaps you haven't seen the torrent of fate that has secretly linked them together. From the perspective of fate, they have all reached the so-called equilibrium node. In this state, victory in any battle may change the outcome of the other two battles. This is the so-called favor of fate. In fact, fate is a complete bitch. She'll help whoever wins. Roderick's voice echoed in the hall. The Guardian of the North, Chen, replied in a low voice. There's no need to explain in such detail, Roderick. I got full marks in my prophecy class. Roderick immediately asked. Then, can you predict who will be the next one to walk out of the room? Chen fell silent. The two of them were gathered here, not to chat but to wait for a result. They each had a heavy burden and could not leave the prime material plane. Isabel, who was in the room, was the most likely existence in the Alliance to support the astral battlefield. Thus, the conversation in the room could have a huge impact on the Alliance's future. They were waiting for a result. Inside the house, Isabel roared angrily. You still won't let me out at a time like this? The gods need to be taught a lesson. If you hadn't stopped me, I would have killed them all. Now, immediately, let me go to the astral plane. Edmund stood quietly in front of her. After she vented her emotions. Only then did he calmly say. Teacher, I will never let you out. Isabel looked at him coldly. So you're just going to watch them get surrounded? Edmund silently adjusted his collar. He suddenly turned around and walked towards the door. I'll go. Isabel couldn't help but sneer. Are you going to join the enemy? Edmund was silent for a moment. Then, he sighed softly. Teacher, I know you have a deep prejudice against me. But I am also a mage. Isabel looked at his back coldly. This time, Edmund did not turn around either. He walked out of the door with determination. At the same time, 9 balls of light of different colors suddenly appeared around his body. And to put it bluntly, I'm the one who's the most like you among all your students. Chapter 648 Chapter 648, The Favor of Fate. Chapter 648, The Favor of Fate. Continue reading on Zendel.m. Translator, Lonely Tree. In the astral plane. Twin heavens. Outside the ruins. A hurried figure passed through the plane portal and quickly flew into the depths of the ruins. At this moment, there were hundreds of shadows flickering outside the ruins. These phantoms were either from the heavenly palace, the abyss purgatory, or other outer planes. Their true bodies had yet to arrive. They only sent out various projections to watch. When Edmund's aura appeared outside the ruins, many existences looked at him in surprise. Edmund turned a blind eye to it and continued forward. The projections along the way had no intention of stopping him. Just as he was about to reach the core area of the battle, a projection next to him quickly condensed into a physical body. It was a young man dressed in hunting clothes. His skin was very white, and there was a scar on his face. He was the son of Winter Sun. After the fall of the 3 Winter Sisters, it was he who obtained the divinity and domain related to Winter and became the master of the relevant domain. The child of Winter once possessed great divine power. But like the goddess of moon, Asha, in order to adapt to the rules set by the Calamity Mage, he had to abandon some domains and abilities. At present, he only had the main domain of the Winter Sun and the strength of a weak divine power. The Winter Child stopped Edmund. Are you going to fight alongside them? Edmund replied without thinking, of course. The Winter Child looked at him deeply. This doesn't match your image of a smart person. Edmund said calmly. A truly smart person knows when to be smart and when to forget about being smart. If you are here to stop me, this is not a decision that a smart person should make. The Child of Winter took half a step back and spread his hands. I have no intention of stopping you. On the contrary, I'm doing this out of goodwill. Do you know how many people have come from the Heavenly Palace? Edmund said calmly, it doesn't matter how many people there are. As if it was the first day the Winter Child had met Edmund, he asked tentatively. Can you offer a price that will satisfy their appetite? Edmund shook his head. I know what they want. The eternal barrier is the bottom line of the alliance. No mage will allow it to be destroyed, let alone let us open it from the inside. The Child of Winter said in a serious tone. But we have already given up on our divine persona. Edmund nodded. Yes, you have given up on the divine persona. This is very good. This is a major concession. There are many planets in the astral plane that you can reincarnate on. There are so many subplanes here. Even if you want to experience the feeling of becoming a god again, there are plenty of opportunities. But the eternal barrier, I still say the same thing, is the bottom line of the Seven Saint Alliance that cannot be touched. The Winter's Child said somewhat regretfully. I thought you were the kind of person who could be reasoned with. Edmund smiled. Of course I can. If you want, I can talk nonsense with you for 10 days and 10 nights. But no matter how many times or how long we talk about the eternal barrier, the result will always be the same. The Child of Winter sighed deeply. In the next second, he took the initiative to make way. Go, old friend. Don't die inside. You're the only mage I'm familiar with in the prime material plane. If you die, I won't be able to drink the fine wine from the Ander continent. Edmund smiled as he brushed past him. But a few seconds later, the smile on his face quickly disappeared. The battle in the area ahead was in full swing. The three top-notch mages were facing different levels of attacks from the Heavenly Palace. Link's condition was the best. He had clearly suppressed the war god's saint body in a direct confrontation. If it weren't for the help of others, the war god would have been defeated long ago. This holy mage had the most attackers. Saria and the Lord of Storm and Ocean were tied. The intensity of the battle between the two was not high. Most of them were still probing each other. Saria would even take the initiative to provoke other gods, but her actions had little effect. Very few gods would choose to beseech her because of her actions. This was because most of the gods, led by the god of light and knowledge, were attacking Ronan. The latter was in a slightly sorry state. But it was not as bad as it looked. The battlefield was extremely chaotic. However, Edmund knew that the three of them were safe for the time being. There was no need to say more about Link and Saria. Ronan, who was besieged by everyone because he was the weakest on the surface, also displayed the skills of the strongest legend. At this moment, Ronan was using Ether Walk to enter and exit the ruins of the Twin Heavens. He was surrounded by enemies. But every time he appeared, no one dared to step forward. This was because there was an extremely large and terrifying magic array surrounding him. They were the only two divine spells that Ronan had mastered. Disintegration Matrix. The other one was Ether Walk. The Disintegration Matrix was the final upgraded version of the legendary Great Disintegration spell. This spell could create a matrix that could not differentiate between friend and foe. No matter who came in, their clothes and equipment would instantly melt, and their entire body would be stripped clean. They could only run naked. What was even more terrifying was Ronan's Disintegration Matrix had a 1 in 8,000 chance of directly disintegrating the enemy's soul. Chapter 649, Chapter 649, Fate's Favor. Chapter 649, Fate's Favor. Continue reading on Zendel.m. Translator, Lonely Tree. The probability was very small. But to the gods who cherished their lives, no one dared to bet on this probability. Therefore, a strange phenomenon was formed on the ruins. A naked young man was running around naked. There were many people chasing and blocking him. However, the gods did not dare to risk entering Ronan's disintegration matrix. Secondly, they could not interrupt his ether walking. They could only be led around by Ronan like he was walking a dog. What was worse was that Ronan was an extremely thick-skinned fellow. Whenever a god got close, he would even take the initiative to run naked and get close to them. In the beginning, a god servant accidentally entered Ronan's disintegration array and all his equipment and clothes were instantly shaved clean. In the end, the god servant escaped in a sorry state. The effect of the disintegration matrix lasted for several months. In the following period of time, he probably wouldn't even be able to wear clothes. With this god servant as a negative example, no one dared to get close to Ronan. When Edmund arrived, Ronan even took the initiative to pounce on the person chasing him. His ether walking was fast, ruthless, and steady, although the gods had ways to avoid it. However, he also caused a ruckus. For a moment, the battle became a little comical. "How is it? Is there a lot of pressure?" Edmund greeted Ronan from afar. The 10 balls of light were extremely dazzling in the astral plane, and they immediately suppressed the gods who hated Ronan to the core. Ronan looked at Edmund in surprise. Then, he smiled and said, "It's hard to say. I think they're under more pressure. They can't even force me to use the third spell." Edmund smiled, but he did not expose the truth that Ronan did not have a third divine spell of such strength. He faced the god of light and knowledge. That's because he held back. Ronan shrugged and did not refute this point. The god of light and knowledge smiled. "You've finally arrived, Mr. Edmund. I was just thinking that if it were that crazy woman Isabel who came, today's twin heavens would probably be covered in blood." Edmund said calmly. "The Seventh Saint Alliance still abides by their promise. My teacher will not step into the astral plane again." The god of light and knowledge was even more satisfied. "I knew you were a smart person. Now, we can negotiate." However, Edmund shook his head. "We can negotiate, but we need an explanation for ambushing Madame Saria." The god of light and knowledge smiled gently. "We didn't ambush Miss Saria. From the results, we just met in the astral plane by accident." Edmund looked straight at him. "Playing word games like this won't help the negotiations. Miss Soria was indeed ambushed by the Heavenly Palace. That's what I saw. We can negotiate. However, hand over the pentashade dragon god Baruch to us first." He seemed to be surprised by Edmund's unyielding attitude. The god of light and knowledge couldn't help but frown. "You promised us that we could resolve the conflict between us peacefully." Edmund nodded. "Yes, but you screwed up. I came here today to settle at least 2 accounts with you. The first was your attempt to ambush the Alliance's mages. The second stroke was about the Eternal Barrier. Let me warn you again. Do not harbor any ill intentions towards the Eternal Barrier. Otherwise, you will lose your last bit of dignity." The god of light and knowledge seemed a little angry. He looked at Edmund with a dark expression. "Are you sure this is the will of the nameless wizard? Or is it your own decision?" Edmund calmly replied. "This is the will of the Seven Saint Alliance. Now, please excuse me. I have to settle this score on behalf of Madame Soria. If I can't take Baruch away because someone else is obstructing me, the next person to appear here will be my teacher, Lady Isabel." As soon as he said that, the face of the god of light and knowledge immediately changed. He cursed loudly. "Are you crazy? Do you know that if she makes a move, the whole of Ander could be destroyed?" Without turning his head, Edmund said. "Thanks for the reminder, I know. So if you really care about Ander that much, please stay where you are. I'm a little sensitive. I'll feel that my life is in great danger if there's even the slightest movement. At that time, I might just remove my teacher's seal." The god of light and knowledge stood there with a livid face. His lips moved wildly. It seemed to be communicating with some existence. He also seemed to be cursing crazily. But in the end, he still didn't do anything. Just like that, under everyone's watchful eyes, Edmund shuttled through the gods alone. He ignored the others. He only had eyes for that astral body that possessed a third of Baruch's consciousness. Edmund. Baruch's broken astral body was in the form of a 7-headed dragon. The 5 dragon heads represented each type of chromatic dragon. The remaining 2 represented the past and the future. But in reality, these 2 heads were severely underdeveloped. This meant that the pentashade dragon god Baruch had only dabbled slightly in the temporal domain and was far from reaching the level of a veteran. Chapter 650, Fate's Favor. Chapter 650, Fate's Favor. Continue reading on Zndel.m. Translator, Lonely Tree. Don't push your luck. Baruch's 7 heads simultaneously warned. Edmund looked at him steadily. I was the one who was in charge of mediating the conflict between you and Ms. Soria last time. Now it seems that I really did something unnecessary back then. Baruch, oh Baruch, I have something to give you. Baruch asked warily. What? My head. As Edmund spoke, he grabbed his head with both hands and twisted it forcefully. A crisp crack was heard. Edmund actually twisted his own head off. He held his head with both hands. A little blood flowed out of the wound on his neck, but it quickly flowed back. Mr. Baruch, I've admired you for a long time. Please don't reject me, said Edmund's head, smiling. In the next second, it suddenly disappeared. All that was left was a stiff-looking headless body. Baruch nervously tried to sense where the head had gone. Several seconds later, he felt his skin and organs itch. He looked down. A shocking scene appeared. Heads had actually grown out of Baruch's shattered astral body. To Baruch's massive body, those heads were like red rashes on a human's body. However, the red rashes were too dense. It instantly covered Baruch's entire body and parts of his internal organs. What was even more terrifying was, the heads looked exactly like Edmund's head. Let me have a taste of you, Baruch. The thousands of heads let out a strange, low laugh in unison. In the next second, Baruch was caught off guard as he held in pain. All the heads began to gnaw at the surrounding flesh and blood crazily. Suddenly, a large chunk of Baruch's astral body had been gnawed off. The atmosphere became miserable, sinister, and strange. The gods widened their eyes and stood far away, nervously watching this spell from another world. The smell of blood attracted a group of ignorant astral creatures. However, as soon as they approached, Edmund's head grew out of their bodies as if they had been infected. More and more heads appeared on the ruins of the twin heavens. They grew like wild grass. It was as if no one could see the end. North of the moss-green hills, within Baruch's divine domain, Matthew was still discussing with Lorraine whether he should ask for help from the creation of Twilight, the mad second hand. A stern shout was heard. Domain-breaking slash. Matthew was dragged over again. He helplessly raised the sun sword in his hand and imitated Peggy's posture as he slashed down heavily. However, this time was different from before. Matthew was surprised. This time, the domain-piercing slash had actually succeeded in piercing through a quarter of Baruch's divine domain. Moreover, it had dealt 2 serious damage to the black dragon. On the data panel, Major World Event, Edmund's divine spell, Otherworld Magic Parasite Cranium, has devoured the astral remains of the pentashade dragon god Baruch. Hint, you are currently at the equalization point. Any action may affect the other 2 equalization points, or you may be affected by the other 2 equalization points. You sensed the shift of your luck factor. A pair of invisible hands of fate gently stirred the river. In the following period of time, you will be blessed by fate. Fate's favor, you will obtain luck in all senses. The favor of fate? Matthew was a little confused. He tried to use the dragon immobilization spell on the furious black dragon, although a quarter of the divine territory had already been broken through. However, the other party's resistance was still very high. In theory, the success rate of this immobilizing spell was less than 0.05%. However, a joyous scene appeared. When Matthew's spell hit the black dragon, the latter immediately stiffened. His divine domain has loosened. Hurry up and kill him, Peggy shouted. Lumiere and the others immediately rushed in through the gap in the divine territory. The group of people gave the immobilized black dragon a beating. Chapter 651, God Slayer. Chapter 651, God Slayer. Continue reading on Undead.m. Translator, Lonely Tree. Seeing this, Matthew also hurriedly dispelled his battle angel form. He rushed to the black dragon. He used the pale hand to caress it crazily. The others were also doing their best to deal damage. All kinds of damage landed on the black dragon's body as if it was free. Dragon scales were scraped off, and a large number of wounds quickly appeared. The stinky dragon blood flowed out from all over the place. However, the black dragon's vitality was too strong. Power of 5 dragons and demigod mode. This allowed his HP to reach a level that Matthew had never seen before in his life. After being besieged by so many people for so long. Judging from his health bar, he had only lost about a quarter of his health. From this, one could see how terrifying the demigod black dragon was. A moment later, one of the black dragon's claws began to move. This was a sign that he was about to wake up from the dragon immobilizing spell. Matthew retreated unwillingly as he touched it again with his pale hand. However, his luck was pretty good at the end. He had actually triggered the instant death judgment. At that moment, terrifying negative energy gathered near the wound caused by the hand of paleness. The temperature of the surrounding air seemed to have dropped by several degrees. Matthew could see it clearly. The demigod black dragon's HP plummeted like a flood. Under the effect of the imminent death effect, the demigod black dragon was about to enter a near-death state. But at this moment, a burst of green light suddenly erupted near the wound caused by the pale hand. There were also many runes that symbolized the domain of life. Bang! A crisp sound rang out. The negative energy rune that symbolized the success of the instant death judgment quickly disappeared. What replaced it was a ball of dark green light. Under the dark green light, more blood gushed out from the wound. It completely dyed the ground below the hill red. Hint: your pale hand has triggered the instant death penalty. The god's descent vessel, Brook, is about to enter a near-death state. Brook had triggered the effect of tenacity, demigod trait. Brook was immune to the instant death effect. This instant death effect will be converted into a large amount of damage. God's descent vessel, Brook, SHP was reduced to 25%. Warning: Brook is about to enter a weakened state. Warning: Brook is about to enter berserk mode. Matthew looked away from the data panel with some regret. However, it was common for demigods and others to have resistance or special abilities against instant death. The pale hand had already taken away half of the demigod black dragon's HP. Even if the other party entered a berserk state, it was just a dying struggle. Thus, he calmly said to everyone, "Pay attention to your own safety. Be careful not to make him lash out of desperation." However, just as he finished speaking, an angry dragon roar came from the black dragon's chest. Dragon's might. No. This wasn't an ordinary dragon's might. This was a dragon's might mixed with the aura of a demigod. Even though everyone had taken a potion to resist willpower, most of their movements were slowed down by this roar. Especially the few who were close to him, they were almost immediately punished to stand on the spot. Matthew's heart tightened. He was just about to support Lumiere and Clegg, who had turned into wooden figures. However, the demigod black dragon didn't care about them at all. After that roar, Brook stomped on the ground with his hind legs, and his huge body pressed down on Matthew like a toppling skyscraper. His target was Matthew. Matthew instantly realized that his dragon immobilizing spell and pale hand had made Brook feel a huge threat. At the crucial moment, his reaction was extremely fast. He immediately opened a portal 5 meters in front of him. When he saw the black dragon pouncing towards the dimensional door, Matthew activated the legendary flying spell. After a feint, he immediately fled in the direction far away from the dimensional door. The black dragon was very fast. He pounced at the starting point of the dimensional door. The second time, he moved half a body toward the end of the teleportation gate. The third time, he chased after Matthew. The effect of the legendary flight spell was far superior to the ordinary flight spell. But even so, in the face of the demigod Black Dragon's terrifying physical attributes, the physical distance between the two sides was still closing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Seeing this, Peggy immediately went up to stop him. However, with a swing of his tail, Peggy and the others retreated a lot of distance. Not far away, Lorraine tried to cast an immobilization spell. However, the enemy had just recovered from the immobilization spell and would gain additional immobilization resistance for a short period of time. Therefore, his spell failed. Amelia fired a behemoth trap at the demigod Black Dragon, but the latter's tyrannical physical fitness completely ignored the effects of the electric current. For a moment, Matthew and the Black Dragon left the crowd control's range. The former used the legendary flying spell to escape frantically. He did not even dare to take a breath. The latter chased after Matthew relentlessly, vowing to swallow him whole. At the crucial moment, Richard stood up. He raised 2 fingers high, and a black chip was held between his fingers. Richard's figure turned into a cloud of black smoke and disappeared. Legendary Rogue's exclusive ability, King's Chariot Transposition. The black smoke dispersed. Matthew appeared on the spot, slightly confused. The Black Dragon suddenly realized. The person he was chasing suddenly became Richard. He bit him angrily. The latter paused for half a second. Then, he instantly entered the shadow plane. Chapter 652 Chapter 652, Godslayer. Chapter 652, Godslayer. Continue reading on Zendel.m. Translator, Lonely Tree. The Black Dragon missed his target, but he no longer chased after Richard. Instead, he drew a semicircle in the sky and pounced crazily at Matthew. At that moment, Matthew really felt unprecedented pressure. Samantha transformed into a leopard and jumped over to cast Cat's Elegance on him. But this was far from enough. The pressure from the demigod Black Dragon was too strong. If he wanted to chase after Matthew wholeheartedly, the others would not be able to stop him, including Peggy. Even Matthew's summons could not stop the Black Dragon's advance. They could only provide harm and harassment. It was especially difficult to block and control. But Matthew quickly realized that this was an opportunity. As long as he could steadily hold the Black Dragon's aggro and nothing happened, his team would most likely be able to kill the demigod Black Dragon without suffering any injuries. He looked at the menacing Black Dragon and took a deep breath. Just as he was about to tell the others about his plan. On the hillside, suddenly, someone leapt high into the air and fearlessly crashed into the Black Dragon in the sky. Lumiere! Be careful! Matthew exclaimed. Lumiere immediately jumped in the direction of the Black Dragon. Seeing this, the latter revealed a crazy smile. He opened his bloody mouth and bit Lumiere in the air. Due to the sudden incident, no one expected Lumiere to jump into the Black Dragon's mouth, so it was difficult for others to help. In a flash, Lumiere adjusted his angle slightly in midair before being swallowed by the Black Dragon. No. He wasn't swallowed by the demigod Black Dragon. Matthew saw it clearly. Lumiere relied on his strong balance and flexibility to squeeze through the Black Dragon's gums. His feet stepped on the Black Dragon's tongue. Then, he exerted his strength. At that moment, Lumiere leapt high into the Black Dragon's mouth and punched the dragon's upper jaw. Roar! A ball of dragon breath mixed with acid and flames came out of the Black Dragon's throat. Under normal circumstances, the opening and closing angle of the Black Dragon's mouth was only between 30 and 60 degrees. However, under that punch, the maximum opening and closing angle of the Black Dragon's mouth was over 90 degrees. There was even a fist mark on the Black Dragon's nose. Immediately after, Lumiere's body fell. His feet nimbly searched for a support point between the dragon's gums. Just as Brooke was about to close his mouth in anger, he leapt high into the air again. He punched upwards. Puff! The black dragon's left nostrils emitted a burst of flames. Puff. Soon, smoke began to rise from his right nostrils. Lumiere punched the black dragon 3 times in a row, leaving him unable to close his mouth. The latter's body also lost its balance. He fell on the hill in a sorry state and began to roll violently. Just as he was rolling, Lumiere grabbed onto one of the black dragon's fangs. Borrowing the force of the roll, not only did he perfectly maintain his balance, but he also pulled out the fang in one go. Woo-woo! Brooke cried out in pain. Lumiere raised the fang high and was about to stab it into the black dragon's upper jaw. The latter's head shook violently. Finally, Lumiere, who had been distracted, was thrown out. However, the fang still left a deep scratch on the black dragon's tongue. It was so painful that the black dragon kept sneezing. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. They looked at Lumiere with respect. Such a crazy fighting method did not seem like a warrior from a civilized society. On the contrary, he looked like a primitive human who had to fight all kinds of monsters in the Dark Age. The most important thing was, Lumiere's crazy operation not only severely injured the black dragon but also successfully diffused the aggro on Matthew. The subsequent battles would also become more relaxed. Everyone carefully surrounded the black dragon from all directions. Matthew stepped on Filey's head. Lumiere's fighting spirit had infected him to a certain extent. In the dark, not only did he calm down, but he also seemed to have entered an extremely mysterious state. Domain. Domain. His current divine domain is already riddled with holes. As long as we use the power of the domain to cancel out the remaining divine domain, he'll definitely die. Matthew realized this. It wasn't that Peggy's domain breaking slash was useless. The main reason Lumiere's crazy operation was effective was because Peggy had been compressing his opponent's divine domain. He had lost his 100% damage immunity. As the vessel of God's descent, he was just an ordinary beast. Thinking of this, he closed his eyes and quickly focused. Hint, your partner, Battle Angel Peggy, has shared a portion of her demigod authority with you. Demigod power. When you are maintaining a domain, you can maintain up to 6 domains at the same time. Becoming a demigod was obviously very beneficial. Matthew had used up all his focus and could only maintain 2 domains at the same time. And just becoming a demigod could open 6 at the same time. This was extremely helpful in battle. Without hesitation, he chose to activate the following domains: Oak Tree, Undying, Tauren, Equalization, Dragon Slaying, and Grave. In an instant, the power of the 6 domains overlapped with each other and began to offset the influence of Brooke's remaining divine domain. 6 illusory commas appeared beside Matthew. They flew around Matthew like celestial bodies. It showed the noble power of the domain. Even though his domain was still a long way from condensing a fruit. Chapter 653, Chapter 653, Godslayer. Chapter 653, Godslayer. Continue reading on Zendel.m. Translator, Lonely Tree. But at that moment, Matthew had a feeling that victory was within his grasp. He could feel that Brooke's divine domain was weakening. All the laws in the domain would favor him. All random factors would draw closer to him. Matthew even had an illusion. If the black dragon was attacking him without any regard for his life, he might fall because his left foot tripped his right foot. No. Perhaps this was not an illusion. Perhaps it's the taste of being favored by fate. Matthew's eyes reflected a smiling face. That was the smile of fate. He could feel a powerful force pushing him forward. At this moment, he was omnipotent. Is this the feeling of having the same strength as the heavens and the earth? At that moment, Matthew had some understanding of fate. At the side, Lorraine also decisively activated his domain. As a demigod, he could also open 6 domains at the same time. Traveler, Prodigal Son, Dusk, Love, Maiden, and Mandarin Duck Tail Flower. The other legend, Richard, could open fewer domains. But there were also Silver Snakes, Shadows, and Cycles. These domains greatly offset the influence of Brooke's divine domain. Peggy took the lead and slashed with the sun sword in her hand. Lumiere continued his previous reckless fighting style, causing the black dragon to howl. The others followed suit. At that moment, Brooke finally realized what fear was. His 4 limbs gripped the ground tightly. Then, he took a small leap into the air and turned around. With this action, his tail swept out violently. Whoosh! Lumiere was unable to dodge in time and was sent flying by the dragon's tail to a nearby hill. The others could only temporarily avoid the edge. The demigod black dragon suddenly flew high into the sky. His speed was ridiculously fast, and he arrived at a height of 100 meters in almost an instant. But at that moment, Matthew had also predicted his escape in advance. The moment the black dragon rose into the sky, he accurately used the dragon immobilization spell on the other party. When the black dragon flew into the air, only then did the effects of the immobilization spell suddenly appear. The latter's body continued to fly upward slowly. At that moment, the flames on Peggy's body were suddenly extinguished. She flew up like a missile and spread her wings quickly. Immediately after, a large number of bones appeared on her wings. As she flew, she folded her wings. Suddenly, the huge bone wings completely surrounded her. She turned into a bone cocoon. The bone cocoon was like a spindle-like object. When it approached the black dragon's body, the bone cocoon began to spin at high speed. Thrust. In the end, the bone cocoon that Peggy had transformed into pierced through the black dragon's lower abdomen. The tip of her high-speed spinning wings tore through the dragon's heart and then drilled out from his back. Immediately after, the bone cocoon opened on both sides, and Peggy's wings and face were covered in the dragon's blood. She gently stepped on the dragon's head. A wail sounded. The black dragon's upward momentum finally disappeared. His huge body suddenly fell under the effect of gravity. The effect of the immobilization spell began to disappear. However, the huge damage caused by Peggy made the black dragon lose his ability to fly. He could only flap his wings in vain and finally fell into a swamp. When Matthew and the others rushed over, the black dragon was still crawling with difficulty in the swamp. His bones and internal organs were almost completely shattered. However, the little bit of divine domain that remained allowed him to maintain the spark of life. This was enough to prove the terror of the path of the gods. Everyone stared coldly at the black dragon. He was carefully guarding against the last attack in his near-death state. Black Dragon's eyes were waiting. He did not say anything. He just stared at Matthew. Matthew took a step forward. Richard and Liweichi stopped him at the same time. Matthew gently patted their hands away. Just like that, he walked up to the black dragon under its gaze. "Remember, you didn't really kill me. This is just my vessel." The black dragon let out a soft sound. Matthew chanted a spell. In the next second, a thin line of light appeared between him and the black dragon. That was the effect of the Reaper curse. Without saying a word, he came before the black dragon and pressed his right hand, which was filled with negative energy, on the black dragon's forehead. The latter's body could not help but twitch. Then, he completely lost his life. Hint: you have killed the black dragon Miyanogas. You have obtained more opportunities to explore the dragon-slaying domain. Your area legend level, south of Ainder, +L. Your race's hatred points, dragon, +L. You and the rest of your party members have obtained the title of Dragon Slayer Warrior. This title will be widely spread in the southern world in the form of world news or stories of bards. Hint: you have killed the pentashade dragon god Brooke's divine vessel. Demigod. You have obtained a chance to explore the divine domain. Your world legendary point, Ainder, +L. +1 attention points to the heavenly palace. You and the other members of your party have obtained the title of God Slayer. This title will be widely spread throughout the world of Ander in the form of world news or stories of bards. Hint, after this battle, you will become famous. You will obtain more opportunities to explore the domain of celebrities. Hint, for your first time bathing in dragon blood, your physical body has undergone a transformation. Your physique permanently +1. Hint, the first time you killed a god, your spiritual power has been sublimated. Your concentration is permanently +1. For a moment, a dazzling array of information filled Matthew's eyes. He didn't have the time to look closely. Because at this moment, the ability of Ask Nature suddenly took effect passively. Ask Nature, a group of brambles under the scorching sun sent a message. An adult red dragon named Kuzulas is leading an army of more than 2,000 people to the main battlefield in the moss-green hills. He seems to have great malice towards you. Chapter 654, Chapter 654, Dragon Slaying Token. Chapter 654, Dragon Slaying Token. Continue reading on Zndel.m. Translator, Lonely Tree. Interception Battlefield. At the rear of the elite troops of the High Leaf region, Rhaegar was advancing alone. After activating the second form, his strength had reached the level of Tier 5, and his entire body was burning with flames from hell. Anyone who approached could be burned by these flames. Not only could the hellish flames cause extremely high damage to people, but the most terrifying thing was the pain that penetrated deep into their bones. The pain of being burned by the hellish flames was enough to make most people lose their combat ability for a short period of time. A small number of people even fainted on the spot. At this time, Rhaegar turned into a fiery tornado and charged into the enemy formation. 2 rows of orc soldiers immediately approached. Rhaegar ignored them. He only had eyes for dragon priest Deleva, who was hiding behind the soldiers and retreating. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. In order to cast the spell Petrify to Mud, the commander, Deleva, actually left the safest spot in the middle of the formation. Rhaegar had to seize this opportunity to completely turn the tide of the battle. He leapt high into the air, and his entire body paused slightly in mid-air. At that moment, the flames on his body suddenly solidified into an orange-red blood cloud. A few seconds later, the blood cloud suddenly pierced through the 2 rows of orcs at lightning speed. Ambush, Swallowtail, the exclusive ability of the Suki Prince, the hellish fire seemed to have turned into a burning swallow. It passed through every orc's body with ease. Everyone who was hit was directly flipped over. They fell to the ground in a sorry state, wailing in pain. Clearly, they had lost their ability to fight. And with the momentum of this charging ability, Rhaegar instantly passed through the orc soldiers and arrived in front of Dragon Priest Deleva. At this moment, Deleva was alone. The distance between him and Rhaegar was less than 20 meters. This distance could be covered by a Tier 5 warrior within a second. There's a chance. Rhaegar's spirit was lifted. He took the time to glance at the situation on the battlefield. Affected by fossilized mud, the cavalrymen fell into a bitter battle. Some orcs surrounded them. The 2 sides engaged in a chaotic battle in the quagmire. The 2 cavalrymen who were supporting them were still on their way. But as long as he successfully killed Deleva, the battle situation would be completely reversed. In a flash, Rhaegar continued to charge forward without hesitation. However, at this moment, Deleva, who had been retreating, suddenly stopped. He faced Rhaegar and tore open his silk robe. At that moment, a powerful pressure slightly hindered Rhaegar's advance. It was Dragon's might. Rhaegar's pupils constricted. He saw the dragon priest's naked body under his robe. On his chest was a tattoo of the pentashade dragon god Baruch. The dragon's might just now came from this. However, what made Rhaegar feel uneasy was that he noticed that the muscles under the tattoo were clearly defined, and the thick fibers were quickly bulging, giving off a strong feeling. SSSSSSS. The dragon priest let out a lizard-like sound. In the next second, his originally well-defined and strong muscles began to expand extremely quickly. Even his height had increased by about 30%. This was the effect of dragonification. Immediately after, he roughly kicked away the 2 wooden boxes on the cart behind him. Then, he held the weapons in the 2 boxes tightly in his hands and raised them high. Rieger's heart sank. The weapon in Dracula's hands was a xenogenic weapon, melon hammer. This guy was not an ordinary spellcaster at all. He was a warrior with the ability to cast spells. Rieger suddenly felt unprecedented pressure. For Deleva to be able to wield such a heavy hammer, he was obviously not an ordinary warrior. If he used the normal method to fight the other party in close combat, it would probably be difficult to achieve the goal of ending the battle quickly. After a long time, the others were about to surround him. In fact, just as Rieger was slightly delayed by draconic aura for a few seconds, the orcs on both sides of the battle formation had already surrounded them. At this time, even if Rieger wanted to retreat, it would be very difficult. This was an unprecedented impasse. Rieger's heart began to pound. This feeling was both strange and familiar to him. The strange thing was that he had lived in peace for almost 20 years. The familiar feeling came from when he was still a teenager. He was always stirring up trouble at that time. Every day, he was on the verge of death. There was a period of time when he was even obsessed with that feeling. He believed that only by constantly challenging himself and challenging life and death could he become stronger. But why did everything change? Was it the incident in Purgatory Town that he was unwilling to recall? Or was it after he accidentally had Sif after a night with Melinda? Rieger could not remember clearly. He only knew that now, he was in the same desperate situation as when he was Vance. Life is meant to be fought. He vaguely recalled the catchphrase of that high-spirited youth. In the next moment, he smiled as he charged towards Deleva for the last time. The distance between the 2 sides was instantly shortened. Deleva wasn't afraid at all. A sinister smile appeared on his face as he swung the 2 melon hammers in his hands at Rieger's face and chest. He couldn't hide anymore. As long as he dodged, the orcs next to him would interfere with their battle. Chapter 655 Chapter 655, Dragon Slaying Order. Chapter 655, Dragon Slaying Order. Continue reading on Zndel.m. Translator, Lonely Tree. Deleva wanted to kill him in one blow. Rieger had to use that move. The unique skill that Rieger had relied on to become famous in his youth. Ether Battle Steps. Ether Battle Steps could create an invincible domain of 1 or 2 body lengths in a very small melee space. This kind of invincible domain allowed the soul to enter the ether plane for a short time and then return quickly. During this process, his physical body would also disappear for a short period of time. This kind of invincible domain could directly charge through any enemy weapon without any collision. Not to mention getting hurt. Thus, this footwork was also known as the invincible battle footwork by the enemies of Purgatory. It was Rieger's speciality. It was also his trump card that he had used to survive many times on the edge of life and death. However, would it work this time? Rieger did not know. At that moment, he had completely turned into the reckless youth of the past. He gave up thinking and only relied on the memories and feelings of his soul to charge straight at the other party's hammer. Now, Rieger instinctively seized the opportunity. A familiar yet strange feeling welled up in his heart. At that moment, he suddenly felt a chill. It was the fleeting touch of the other party's hammer against his forehead. This is bad. Rieger's heart turned cold. Time seemed to have slowed down many times. He watched helplessly as he was hit by the golden melon hammer and was about to bleed. He was extremely regretful. He also laughed at himself. That's right. He had not used this ability for many years. He had almost forgotten the feeling of being on the verge of death. Why should he count on the other party to cooperate with him this time? Then, he was a little unwilling. His soul in the ether plane keenly captured his mistake. I'm just one step away. I probably won't die on the spot, but it'll be difficult to find another chance to kill Deleva. As he thought about it, Rhaegar suddenly felt a little strange. In the past, when souls entered the ether plane, they would also get far more time to think than in the prime material plane. But wasn't it too long this time? Just as he was puzzled, suddenly, the sound of a clock could be heard. Kacha-kacha. The noise lasted for a long time. It seems to be the sound of the second hand. For some reason, such a feeling emerged in Rhaegar's heart. In the next second, a pair of invisible hands suddenly pushed his back. Rhaegar's consciousness instantly returned to his physical body. At that moment, he was surprised to find out he had actually successfully used ether battle steps to bypass Delava's pair of hammers. Wait a minute, didn't I make a mistake? He didn't know what had happened. But Rhaegar obviously wouldn't let go of such an opportunity. Under the surprised gaze of Delava, Rhaegar waved his sword skillfully. Sword skill, instant moon. The incomparably sharp blade mercilessly slashed at the left side of Delava's neck. The big sword sliced down to the left like butter. First, it was the chest and shoulder bones. Then, his stomach and ribs. Then, it was the right side of Delava's waist and abdomen, as well as his hip bone. Thrust. The sword left Delava's body. The latter was dumbfounded as he was split into two. Rhaegar lifted his leg and kicked. The two halves of the dragon priest's body fell to the ground one after another. At that moment, a large amount of blood spurted out. Bathed in his blood, Rhaegar roared towards the sky. This roar affected the entire enemy formation. When the enemies discovered that their commander-in-chief had been cut into two pieces and was lying on the ground, most people had lost their will to fight. Other than the bare gnome army that was still resisting stubbornly, most of the people had scattered and fled. Even the orcs looked at each other for a while before running into the valley crazily. At this moment, the two cavalrymen who were in charge of providing support rushed over. They broke the orcs' formation and completely ensured Rhaegar's safety. Meanwhile, in the east of the canyon, the flag that symbolized the formation breaker mercenary group flew over. One after another, giant eastern eagles descended from the sky. Zeller brought his most elite troops to the scene. At this moment, the miscellaneous soldiers of the High Leaf region were still slowly walking out of the valley. The scattered soldiers caused even greater panic. That's why an unbalanced pursuit slowly began. What made Rhaegar even more gratified was that Matthew's figure appeared in the northern sky. He was riding on a flying horse, and there were still traces of blood on his face. However, he was full of energy. It was obvious that he had won the battle with the Black Dragon. Are we going to win? This thought appeared in Rhaegar's mind. But at this moment, he suddenly saw a dense crowd of people appearing in the west of the canyon. It was an army of at least 1,000 people. And the commander of this army, it was a muscular adult red dragon. In the northernmost floating city, in the deserted library, only Chen and Roderick were still watching the scenes in the crystal ball. Do you understand, Mr. Chen, who scored 100 points in prophecy? Roderick said slowly. Here, at this critical juncture, the hand of fate pushed Rhaegar and saved his life. Otherwise, the Suki prince, who has gradually become mediocre in recent years, might very well die here. Chen said disapprovingly. Isn't this luck? Besides, the Suki prince should have other trump cards. He might not die so easily. Chapter 656, Chapter 656, Dragon Slaying Order. Chapter 656, Dragon Slaying Order. Continue reading on Zndel.m. Translator, Lonely Tree. Roderick nodded. Indeed, we can't rule out the possibility mentioned, but if it weren't for fate, he would never have been able to use the ether battle steps that could create a 3-step difference. I'm sure you won't deny this. And the one who pushed him forward was the hand of fate. It could have come from Matthew, or it could have come from Edmund. Because, at that moment, they were on the same side. Every effort they made could affect the direction of the equilibrium node. This is the power of fate. Chen fell silent. After a while, he asked honestly. Alright, I admit that my understanding of prophecy is still at a very superficial level. Then, can you tell me what the so-called equilibrium node means? Roderick said. This is a state that is difficult to describe with words. It can only be said to be extremely mysterious. Most people only knew a little about fate. Many of them felt that as long as they became strong enough, they could completely control their fate. The fate of the people at the bottom had no effect on them. Of course, this was a huge mistake. In the eyes of fate, the so-called experts were just slightly stronger ants. They were not much different from ordinary people. In a sense, fate did not favor them any more than ordinary people. If you find this hard to understand, I can give you an example. The probability of a legendary mage picking up money when he goes shopping is not higher than that of an ordinary person. Chen said. But legendary mages can use divination. He doesn't need to go out to pick up money. There will naturally be ordinary people lining up to give him money. Roderick smiled and said. You're right, but what does that have to do with fate? You can change a part of fate through your own hard work, but you can't change the way fate treats you. That's the key. Chen nodded and said. I think I understand now. But you said before that fate is a bitch. Roderick explained. The most fundamental source of this saying actually comes from the Calamity Mage. It has two meanings. The first meaning is that to the Calamity Mage, fate is indeed a bitch that can be kneaded at will. Her power is too powerful, and it has already exceeded the scope of our understanding, including the fate domain. Thus, when I discuss the fate domain, I usually ignore this example. She is the most unique existence. The second meaning was that for people other than the Calamity Mages, the abominable part of fate is often the way she treated you, sometimes cold and sometimes hot. But like I said before, she treats everyone equally. If fate was a goddess, then she must be in existence above the gods of the heavenly palace. She wouldn't even care about your attitude towards her. She's more like a river that runs forward, never-ending, entertaining herself. Chen's voice was filled with confusion. You're confusing me. Aren't I asking about the equilibrium node? What does it have to do with fate being a bitch or a goddess? Roderick said. Only after you have a basic understanding of fate will you be able to understand more concepts. To be honest, the Alliance's current prophecy class is too simple. Even someone like you can get 100 points. I'm really worried. Chen sneered. I feel that the Alliance has been neglecting mages' physical fitness in recent years. I strongly recommend that you join classes such as close combat and melee magic and take an assessment. Do you want to try and see how many points you can get? Roderick coughed twice. Let's get down to business. My previous explanation was just to let you understand that in this world, no matter how strong or weak, everyone's weight in the domain of fate is the same. Based on this point, every group would have a very obvious phenomenon of rise and fall. In other words, a person's fate not only depended on their own efforts but also on the progress of history, the major events of the era, and the fate of the race that was closely related to them. You should know the history of the Troll Empire, right? Back then, they fell apart under the conspiracy of the gods. Some of the trolls who originally dominated the continent even degenerated into ogres. This was actually something that was worthy of sympathy. However, behind this historical event, there was a shocking fact that was rarely known. The year the Troll Empire collapsed. The combat power of the upper echelons of the empire was actually more than 10 times stronger than the combat power of the gods in the prime material plane. Many people believed that the rise of the gods led to the collapse of the Troll Empire. Actually, that was not the case. The two were opposites in terms of causality. It was the collapse of the Troll Empire that accelerated the rise of the gods. Otherwise, the gods didn't need to use those schemes in order to make the Troll Empire fall apart. Hearing this, Chen, who was originally a little drowsy, became excited. What kind of conspiracy did the gods use? I remember that the gods alienated the royal family of the Troll Empire. Roderick calmly explained. That is just one of the thousands of conspiracies. In fact, the most crucial method of the gods was to continuously corrupt the Troll Empire from the inside through various methods. This process lasted for 200 years. Chapter 657, Chapter 657, Dragon Slaying Order. Chapter 657, Dragon Slaying Order. Continue reading on Zndel.m. Translator, Lonely Tree. Many people believed that the Troll Empire had collapsed overnight. Actually, that was not the case. In those 200 years, many things happened. It could be the corruption and bribery of a troll official. It could be that a troll noble was bullying the lower class. It could also be a cruel massacre of innocents by a troll lord. These things seemed insignificant individually. However, the combination of these factors caused the Troll Empire to collapse completely. Putting aside the political and sociological reasons, I believe that similar incidents are more likely to harm the fate of the Troll Empire as a whole. It wasn't as if the upper echelons of the Troll Empire hadn't noticed this phenomenon. It was because they thought that all of this had nothing to do with them. As long as they could control their powerful strength, what did the life and death of mortals have to do with them? But they were wrong. They were ridiculously wrong. The fate of a group was closely related to the fate of an individual. At a certain point in time, when the gods and the Troll Empire were fighting, the river of fate arrived at the equalization point. At the equilibrium node. If everyone in the Troll Empire worked together, then the balance of fate would tilt towards the trolls once again. Which is what we talked about before fate's favor. Unfortunately, the trolls didn't do that. On the contrary, the gods who were actually weaker at that time were favored by fate. They worked together with their believers to collapse the Troll Empire. After that, for a long time, this kind of favor from fate had always been with the gods. Regarding this phenomenon, there were actually many explanations in the field of prophecy. Personally, I think the closest explanation to the truth is, in the world we live in, there exists a virtual existence known as the plane's general consciousness. This thing affects many factors in our daily actions or battles. When you or your faction is favored by the plane's consciousness, it would be easier for you to obtain the favor of fate. As for the equilibrium node, it was a special state that allowed one to connect with the same faction or the fate chain within the race. In the equilibrium node, every effort that people made, every victory they obtained, it was easier to obtain the favor of fate than under normal circumstances. Actually, it was about the fate of the group. The people of the Sioux country have studied more than us. They created a brand new term, chi luck, and used it to refer to the fate of a group. I think this term is very appropriate. Chen asked in confusion, so what is the relationship between chi and fate? Roderick was speechless. Did you not understand what I just said? Chen nodded straightforwardly. Just tell me. Roderick said angrily. As I said at the beginning, these three battles are interconnected. Our victory on any battlefield will increase our chances of victory on the other battlefields. And I've observed that more and more equilibrium nodes are appearing in various parts of Ander. This usually means that the situation is still expanding. Chen blinked. So what should we do? Is there anything I can help with? Roderick said bluntly. If you have time, go and kill 2 more dragons. Not only dragons but also creatures related to the dragon race, even kobolds. I intend to issue an emergency dragon slaying order. All the Alliance mages who are free and capable go out and kill the kobolds. What do you think? There are only the 2 of us now. If you don't object, I'll just announce it directly. Chapter 658 Chapter 658, Did I Let You Run? Chapter 658, Did I Let You Run? Continue reading on Zndel.m. Translator, Lonely Tree. In the Astral Plane. Twin Paradise Ruins. under the various gazes of the gods. In the end, the remnants of the pentashade dragon god Baruch's astral body were devoured by Edmund's head. Baruch had been defeated so quickly. On the one hand, it was because Edmund was using a very novel spell from another world, making it difficult to guard against. On the other hand, it was also because his own astral body was barely enough to meet the standard of weak divine power. As the bait for the operation of the heavenly palace. Everyone present knew this. Most of the well-informed people had already learned that Baruch's god's vessel had been destroyed. At this point, the pentashade dragon god Baruch had lost 2/3 of his power. He might have to hide in his kingdom, Eternal Gathering Island, for a long time. This was under the premise that the Alliance did not find trouble with him. Alright, Baruch has already received the punishment he deserves. Continuing to flaunt your strength at this time isn't a wise choice. The god of light and knowledge jumped out. His tone was much colder than before. Mr. Edmund, I hope you can realize that the reason why we didn't stop you is not because you were strong but because you bore the seal of another person. You shouldn't be willful because of this. Instead, you should be more cautious. Edmund smiled. Of course, he understood the fundamental reason why the gods feared him. Isabel, who had swallowed the Chaos Mystery Lock, was a super bomb. He was the only one who could control the bomb. The gods feared him. In fact, they were afraid of the bomb on his body. Edmund knew this better than anyone else. He might even have gone one step further. Bombs are only threatening when they don't explode. This was an important argument he used to convince Isabel and the other mages of the Alliance. As of now, this argument was quite correct. Immediately, Edmund looked straight at the god of light and knowledge's unfocused white pupils. Every day before this, I used the standards you mentioned to demand of myself. I believe that the Alliance of Seven Saints should represent absolute rationality and civilization. I think we should deal with everything without emotion. But I'm tired today. I don't want to be so rational anymore. Why can my teacher be willful, my peers willful, and my students willful? But I have to maintain absolute rationality? I had always hoped to find a relatively rational and win-win way to deal with matters between mages and gods. However, the result was that I failed to please either side. So today, I just want to say, what does the destruction of the world have to do with me? As soon as he said that, the atmosphere in the ruins became even more tense. The gods fell silent. Edmund had always been the oil between the Alliance of Seven Saints and the Heavenly Palace. He always played the role of persuading everyone to look at the big picture. However, when such a character showed his crazy side, it proved that the situation had indeed progressed to the point where they could not tolerate each other. A moment later, War God said coldly, "That's why I've said it before. Mages are all jackals of the same tribe. After removing your disguise, you're exactly the same as your teacher." Edmund's eyes lit up. That's the best compliment I've heard today. The Lord of Storm and Ocean said rudely, "Stop talking nonsense. You know our needs and intentions. We have to enter the prime material plane. Our roots are there. You guys need us too. The heavenly change is about to erupt. A group of mages can't handle such a cosmic disaster." Edmund said calmly. "Then follow my plan. All of you return to the Heavenly Palace first. You promise to give up all your divine power, divinity, and domains. We will give you a certain number of reincarnation channels at regular intervals. If you really want to return to the prime material plane, you won't mind this plan, right?" The god of light and knowledge sighed and said, "As you can see, most of us have completely given up on divinity. If this continues, we won't be able to survive in the outer planes for a long time. The Heavenly Palace has already shown their determination to stake everything on this. Do you really want to force us into a dead end?" He then added, "The reason why we are still negotiating is not because of you and Isabel but because of that nameless mage. He is the most qualified existence to represent the Calamity Mage, isn't he?" Edmund nodded. "You're right. However, the nameless mage has never interfered with the Alliance's decision-making on specific matters. This has always been his style. He will only give us some suggestions that he thinks are feasible. The plan I drafted is based on his suggestions. At present, it is also the most likely agreement that both sides will accept and reach an agreement. War God said angrily. Your so-called win-win plan is that we lay down all our weapons and become your lambs to be slaughtered or even your slaves? Edmund did not back down as he mocked. Is it because you treated us like this before that you think we will treat you like that? The Seven Saint Alliance has always maintained an open attitude towards reincarnators. Regardless of whether they were gods or visitors from another world when they were alive, we did not interfere at all. Of course, you all know this, don't you? Chapter 659, Chapter 659, Did I Let You Run? Chapter 659, Did I Let You Run? Continue reading on Zmbel.m. Translator, Lonely Tree. The gods fell silent again. At this moment, the Winter's child, who had some friendship with Edmund, suddenly stood out. He looked straight at Edmund. But you didn't get the approval of the Seven Saint Alliance, did you? I'm willing to give up my divine power, divinity, and domain right now. I just want to return to my hometown. Can you let me in? Edmund was silent for 2 seconds, then said. As long as you return to the heavenly palace first, I will try my best to convince them. War God immediately sneered and said. So you expect us to put our safety on your efforts? Edmund's attitude towards the Winter child was not bad. However, he never had a good expression in front of the god of war. If our positions were reversed, I'm afraid none of the gods would care about the life and death of mages. Will you be as considerate as I am? The god of war choked and frowned, but he couldn't say anything. That's because we're far stronger than you. After losing the Calamity Mage, the Seven Saint Alliance has no right to rule over Aender. The Lord of Storm and Ocean said loudly. If the Calamity Mage were still here, you would probably have a different face now. Am I wrong? Edmund smiled. Fortunately, you still remember the Calamity Mage. Do I need to remind you that she has only left this world temporarily? Perhaps she has just gone on an interstellar trip. She could return at any time. In dealing with the problem of the gods, she must be more experienced than me. At the mention of the Calamity Mage, the gods' expressions changed. Some of the grumpy gods immediately began to curse. There were also some who were in charge of being sarcastic. However, in the face of the verbal swords of the gods, Edmund maintained a neither servile nor overbearing attitude throughout, laughing and joking as he choked back all the other party's words. He said a lot of things. It sounded very reasonable, but on second thought, it seemed like he had not promised anything. In the end, the alliance of seven saints that he represented was not willing to back down on the matter of the eternal barrier. The negotiations between the two sides gradually reached a stalemate. Soria looked on coldly. She looked at Edmund with a hint of admiration in her eyes. Is he stalling for time? Is it because of the equilibrium node? Link's voice rang in her heart. Soria nodded gently. For existences like them, they could naturally clearly feel the birth and disappearance of every equilibrium node. IVIOST or TNE equilidr1 Noahs were locati in TNE prime material main. It was the territory controlled by the Seven Saint Alliance. This was actually very beneficial to them. As long as there was no trouble in their own territory, most of the equilibrium nodes would eventually end up in their favor. At that time, the astral battlefield would also benefit from fate's favor. Isabel's luck in picking students is always enviable. Edmund might be even more outstanding than we expected. Soria replied. Link's attitude was relatively cold. Yes, I am. It is more than luck. In her early years, she was indeed good at discovering a person's strengths. But what's up with Edmund's domain? 10 domain mastery? Is he really that powerful? And wasn't the domain of mystical techniques just developed by Ronan? At this point, Ronan also joined their private chat channel. I've indeed just developed the mystical domain. Perhaps Edmund has found a similar pathway from other places. I just feel that his fruit of wondrous arts is 80 to 90% similar to the one I took out from the coffin of the goddess of magic. Could it be that the goddess of magic left more than one fruit? But it doesn't matter. I'm already unrivaled in the field of mystical techniques. When I go home and digest that mystical fruit, I can even consider weaving another magic net in Ander. Soria's expression turned strange when she heard that. She instantly knew the origin of Edmund's mystical fruit. But at this critical juncture, she couldn't possibly tell Ronan that there might be a burglar at his house, right? That's why. While Ronan was crazily imagining how to weave a magic network in the future in his private chat channel, she could only cough lightly from time to cover up her embarrassment. On the other hand, Edmund, who was also aware of all this, could still stand beside Ronan without batting an eyelid while having a war of words with the gods. He didn't forget to give Ronan some advice on the weave. His shamelessness was truly astonishing. Edmund's ineffective conversation with the gods was drowsy. But at least the atmosphere at the scene was not as tense. In this round of probing, the Alliance gradually understood the background of the gods. They had indeed obtained something very important from the bridge of all living things. Most of the gods among them had indeed given up on their divinity. However, the eternal barrier was still an insurmountable moat for them. If the gods could really cut a hole in the eternal barrier as they claimed, then the eternal barrier would be destroyed. They would have done it secretly long ago. They would not set up a rough situation like today, which would force the two sides to negotiate. In the end, they couldn't afford to wait. After understanding everything, the initiative gradually returned to the Alliance. The Alliance was indeed weaker than the Heavenly Palace. However, the various legacies left behind by the Calamity Mage were enough to make the gods go crazy with jealousy. Chapter 660, Did I Let You Run? Chapter 660, Did I Let You Run? Continue reading on Zendel.m. Translator, Lonely Tree. Everyone, we can no longer pursue today's matter. The premise is that you must return to the Heavenly Palace. There is still room for improvement in the plan I proposed before. Fighting with us now is meaningless. So what if you can kill us all? The eternal barrier is indestructible. This is reality. Please recognize this. Edmund smiled at the gods. Even if you give up your divine persona, you can still live in the Heavenly Palace, right? The gods had yet to respond. A cold voice suddenly sounded from the sky. It's already come to this. You so-called gods wouldn't still believe the promises of the hypocritical mages, would you? Compared to hundreds of years ago, your strength has been exhausted by them. This is a conspiracy written on their faces. If you can accept this, you should go back to the Heavenly Palace and hide. When my fleet raises the prime material world, you can come and compete for the Emperor's favor. At that moment, everybody sensed in surprise that 4 giant warships the size of asteroids had appeared in the space above the ruins. The source of the voice was a space undead wearing a steel mask. Undead Prince? Edmund looked at the space undead that had suddenly appeared with a grave expression. This person carried an extremely strong invasive aura. His strength was not below that of a holy mage. And the 4 space senators behind him actually had the strength of a superior legend. The appearance of the Prince of Undead and the Space Archon immediately made the originally relaxed atmosphere even more tense. The aggressive invasion and construction of Storluck Industries in the astral plane had long attracted everyone's attention. However, neither the gods nor the Alliance had the strength to interfere with the outer planes. However, they were all very clear about the terrifying strength of this alien race from the depths of the astral world. As long as everyone nods and completely closes the barrier to the divinity, the singularity cannon of the rebirth will be able to directly aim at the eternal barrier. I've never believed that there's an absolutely perfect defense in this world. I'll only need 3 shots at most to dig a plain passage in the eternal barrier. The Prince of Undead said to the gods. My suggestion is that you should make a decision as soon as possible while you still have some use. Once we're more prepared, the cannons of the reincarnation might aim at the Heavenly Palace as well. Soria stepped forward. Prince of Undead, I remember that the Alliance of Seven Saints and Storluck Industries once signed a secret agreement. The Undead Prince laughed loudly. You said it was a secret agreement. It's not counted. Of course, if the Alliance can open the Eternal Barrier and let my fleet in, we can sit at the negotiation table and discuss the details. All in all, no matter what attitude the Alliance has, the Storluck industry will definitely sweep through the prime material plane. This is an unchangeable trend. The Undead Empire will rise from the ashes in Ander, and the Great Emperor will build his Milky Way throne in the mortal world. All of this is a prophecy in the Book of All Ages, and no one can change this. Soria looked at the 4 fleets floating in the astral world with a stern gaze. One gold coin after another jumped out of her demi-plane and turned into dust. A moment later, she had obtained all the information about the Space Undead starship and the Singularity Cannon. The Undead Prince's reincarnation is one of the most powerful starships in the Undead Empire. The Singularity Cannon on it has terrifying destructive power. The good news is that the Singularity Cannon has a very high demand for energy. Storluck Industries has been building all kinds of energy stations, but in the end, they can only fire 3 shots at most. Soria quickly shared the information with the others. The mages all had serious expressions. Although it was only 3 shots. However, every single shot from the Singularity Cannon would probably require a holy mage to use all their strength to barely block it. However, under the watchful eyes of this group of enemies, they didn't even know how much chance they had of surviving after blocking. Don't close the barrier to the divine realm yet. We can continue negotiating. Edmund hurriedly said to the gods. The barrier was mainly composed of 3 layers. The first layer was a natural plain crystal wall. The second layer was the barrier of the divine realm built by the gods. The third layer was the eternal barrier, built by the Calamity Mage. If the Heavenly Palace closed the barrier to the divine world, then the reincarnation Singularity Cannon might really be able to make a hole in the eternal barrier. My apologies, Mr. Edmund. The god of light and knowledge sighed softly. We really want to return. Just like the Undead Prince said, the Alliance is not sincere to us, so we can only choose to cooperate with them. At that moment, the mages could instantly feel that the protective shield surrounding the prime material plane had completely disappeared. It was obvious. Heavenly Palace and Storluck Industries had probably reached an agreement a long time ago. The scene from before. TT was the gods' final attempt to break the barrier on their own. In the end, reality made them choose to cooperate with the Space Undead. At that moment, the Undead Prince smiled and raised his hand. The starships began to quickly reassemble and transform into rings that were arranged neatly. The center of the ring lit up with a dazzling white light. That was the sign that the Singularity Cannon was brewing. It's too late. Chapter 661, Chapter 661, Did I Let You Run? Chapter 661, Did I Let You Run? Continue reading on Zndel.m. Translator, Lonely Tree. Link's voice rang in the ears of the other mages. Bang! A blinding white light shot out from the ring before the sound could be heard. It shot fiercely towards the surface of Ander. In the next moment, a huge round shield appeared in front of white light. Buzz! 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 The white light instantly melted the shield. The residual power of the Singularity Cannon hit the eternal barrier, but it did not cause too many ripples. Link. Soria suddenly looked at his companion. At this moment, the latter's body was burning with white flames at an astonishing temperature. Link coughed up blood as he waved his hand to indicate that he was fine. But in the next second, the second Singularity Cannon shot out from within the ring. When the same white light flashed again, everyone present heard the sound of gold coins shattering. In the end, the second Singularity Cannon hit a huge, glistening gold coin. This time, the residual power of the Singularity Cannon triggered a strong energy reaction on the eternal barrier. Soria's face was extremely pale. That attack had almost consumed all of her magic power. However, there was still a third shot from the singularity cannon. The Prince of Undead remained silent, staring greedily at Ainder. He raised his right hand again. The ring lit up with a dazzling white light for the third time. But this time, who could resist? The mages looked nervously in the direction of the eternal barrier. At this moment, he could only hope that the power left behind by the Calamity Mage could perfectly neutralize the last singularity cannon. However, just as the white light was about to leave the ring, a figure suddenly appeared in front of the singularity cannon. Edmund! Everyone exclaimed. Moss Green Hills. When the Red Dragon Kuzulas led his 2,000-man army to the battlefield, Judge 07 and Judge 09 appeared in front of him at the same time to give him a warning. However, the Red Dragon Kuzulas said unhurriedly, Red Mountain has chosen to give up the battle in this round. However, isn't a sneak attack allowed in the secret order? I just want to avenge my compatriots. This doesn't violate the rules of the Alliance, right? Please make way. The two judges looked at each other. They had just received Roderick's dragon-slaying order, although they did not know what had happened. But they all realized one thing. They had to stop the Red Dragon's plot. However, at this moment, a gentle voice came from behind them. Please make way. It was the sound of a scroll being torn. Before the two judges could react, the Red Dragon Kuzulas were the first to smell danger. He looked behind the two mages. At that moment, the Red Dragon was scared out of his wits. Under the sunlight, golden coins floated in the sky. These 100,000 gold coins revolved around Matthew like quicksand. In the next second, all the gold coins collapsed at an extremely fast speed. A spear suddenly appeared in Matthew's hand. The Red Dragon Kuzulas was awakened from the fear deep within his bloodline. He fled in a panic without looking back. However, at this moment, Matthew's spell had already locked onto the other party. Did I let you run? A faint voice sounded. Matthew's figure quickly faded away. Immediately after, he instantly appeared on the back of the Red Dragon. The golden spear in his hand emitted a bright light. Driven by the power of magic, Matthew used all his strength to stab the spear in his hand down. There was a crisp sound. Immediately after, it was the wail of a dying Red Dragon. Boom! In the golden light that filled the sky, the Red Dragon that had just escaped 100 meters fell heavily on the hill. His body was pierced through by a golden spear. The tip of the spear pierced through the back of his back and out of his chest. It pierced through the Red Dragon's chin and out of the bridge of his nose. In the end, this incredible golden spear nailed the Red Dragon to the top of the mountain. The latter's body twitched twice. There was no sound at all. Chapter 662 Chapter 662, Gold Coins. Chapter 662, Gold Coins. Continue reading on Zendel.m. Translator, Lonely Tree. The golden spear pierced through the Red Dragon's body. Matthew stood on the dragon's head and looked down at the surroundings. At that moment, the clamor over the mountains and plains ended. All the soldiers stared blankly at the towering, ferocious dragon head on the hill. And the person on the dragon head. There were still some blood stains on Matthew's face. Peggy flew over from the side and stopped behind Matthew in the form of a flaming angel. In the next second, Filey also brought his bone dragon army over. They surrounded Matthew in the center, forming a defensive formation. The undead army led by Obist also arrived late. As soon as they approached the battlefield, the undead could not help but rush in Matthew's direction. As more and more undead gathered around the Red Dragon's corpse, the number of undeads increased. The entire moss green hill was filled with a cold and bleak smell. The Red Dragon Kuzulas is already dead. Do you still want to fight for him? Matthew coldly questioned the 2,000 soldiers from Red Mountain. Everyone looked at each other. No one dared to come out and answer. They only retreated silently. On the battlefield. The last line of defense in the hearts of the troops under the command of the High Leaf region had finally been broken. All the soldiers, including the bugbears, threw away their weapons and knelt on the ground to surrender. Judges 07 and 09 flew down at the right time. They quickly communicated with the highest-ranking officers in the High Leaf army. A moment later, the two of them announced at the same time. The first battle of the Moss Green Hills ended here. In theory, this was only the first battle of the 3 battles. However, no one who had witnessed the entire process of this battle would think that the High Leaf region would fight a second battle. The powerful, high-end combat strength of Rolling Stone Town had actually suppressed the dragon army of the 5 Dragon Alliance in this battle. This was something that many people did not expect. However, this result seemed to indicate another obvious fact. Dragons were indeed powerful. However, Aender was still the world of mages. After the results were announced, the battlefield was filled with cheers. The soldiers of Rolling Stone Town were busy taking in prisoners and organizing the battlefield. The lords on the magic carpet in the sky also prepared to leave the scene. This battle wasn't exactly spectacular, but it was also bizarre enough. The 2 parties involved in the battle were frantically trying to cover their own interests from all angles. Many of the details were worth pondering over. Therefore, when they were retreating, most of the lords were still having close conversations with their good friends. Of course, the name that was mentioned the most was naturally Matthew, who was still standing on the head of Kuzulas. Matthew could feel the ardent gazes of the city lords. He could guess what they were thinking. Unfortunately, he had no interest in participating in the battle for other territories. This battle was already soul-stirring and exhausting enough for him. At this moment, he could completely understand why Rhaegar hated war so much. This was indeed a very tiring thing. Even after killing a dragon with the help of a magic scroll, his heart was filled with joy. However, when that deep sense of exhaustion and pain surged into his heart, even he would have to digest it on the spot for a while. Peggy slowly landed beside him. "Are you okay, Matthew?" she asked with concern. "I'm fine. I'm just thinking about how to use these dragon corpses to recover as much as possible." Matthew sighed softly and frowned. Because no matter how he calculated, he felt that it would be very difficult to recoup his losses. "Have you completed your ritual?" he asked Peggy. Peggy said proudly. "It'll be completed after we destroy Baruch's god's vessel. From now on, I'm a demigod. If you fight in the future, just call me. I'll cover you." Matthew noticed that the flames on her body had disappeared. "Your battle angel form requires the burning of soul fire, right?" Peggy nodded. "I usually only use my battle angel form in very important battles. In that form, I can have a sense of invincibility, but I can also feel my life rapidly slipping away. I've obtained some memories of the past, but most of them are related to combat. These combat techniques allow me to have very strong combat power in my normal form." Matthew felt a little gratified. After becoming a demigod, Peggy's strength was at the peak of Tier 5. He finally had a powerful fighter by his side. "Speaking of which, I had a feeling during the battle just now that our battle would affect another normal fate. Although this feeling is very strange, it seems extremely real." Matthew was very serious about sensing the domain of equilibrium. However, there was very little feedback from the domain or the data panel. He once suspected that it was his imagination. After hearing this, Peggy revealed a thoughtful expression. "I seem to have experienced something like this in my previous life. Unfortunately, I can't remember the exact details. However, there is a very subtle connection of fate in this world. When a group of people are fighting for the same goal, the victory of each individual will increase the chances of the other individuals winning. I'm not sure if this understanding is correct, but it seems to be related to the sun god that I used to serve. Would the victory of an individual in the same group increase the chances of other individuals winning? Was this the meaning of the equilibrium node?" Chapter 663, gold coins dropped. Chapter 663, gold coins dropped. Continue reading on Sndel.m. Translator, Lonely Tree. Matthew thought to himself. However, his expression made Peggy misjudge him. The towering skeleton grabbed Matthew's shoulder. Are you jealous? I was indeed the sun god's battle angel in my previous life. But now, you are my partner. Matthew was stunned. Peggy was still consoling him. At least we won. At this moment, Matthew realized that the other party was comforting him. He felt a warmth in his heart and wanted to say something. But in the next second, the cow's claw that was holding his shoulder suddenly tightened, causing Matthew's shoulder to hurt. Look, Matthew. He dropped gold coins. Peggy shouted. Matthew followed her gaze. The red dragon Kuzulus suddenly opened his mouth wide, and gold coins bounced out one after another. In the beginning, the gold coins were still flying at a speed like water. But very quickly, more and more gold coins came out of the dragon's mouth. They turned into a golden river. They piled up at the foot of the mountain. This scene shocked everyone near the battlefield. Everyone watched in surprise as the gold coins piled higher and higher at the foot of Matthew Mountain. Soon, they passed over the red dragon's head and buried it in the sea of gold coins. Is Kuzulus that rich? At first, Matthew thought that these gold coins were the little treasury of the red dragon Kuzulus. However, he soon realized that this was not the case. Because the gold coins that gushed out did not stay where they were. Instead, it was jumping around on the ground. They were like little fairies. What's going on? Matthew sharply noticed that not only did the red dragon spit out gold coins, but many people on the battlefield also had gold coins automatically flying out of their pockets. Some of these gold coins were on the ground, while others were in the air. However, they all agreed. They moved with a kind of rhythmic and light beat. Hey, my money! What happened? Where did the gold coins come from? This is mine. Voices rose and fell on the battlefield. Very quickly. This scene spread to everyone nearby. Perhaps not just nearby. Cloud Edge City. Wisdom Palace. In an alchemy laboratory filled with all kinds of equipment and potions. A short, flat-chested girl with a steel helmet on her head was busy up and down. Her hands caressed the items one by one, accompanied by a powerful infusion ability. These items were all given different attributes. She was one of the most talented occult machinists. Boba Wilkins was very good at this. This was the trump card of the mystic machinists, and every mystic machinist had their own method of injection. She was no exception. Alright, inject a little bit of arsenium or other poison into this gold coin, then mix it with the pile of gold coins and send it to that greedy snake. With his habits, he will definitely lick the surface of this gold coin crazily. In a few days, he will die suddenly, and I will be able to pass the second round of the mystical machinist assessment. Bobo is truly a genius. When she thought of her next course of action, Bobo was incomparably excited. Then, she took out a gold coin and placed it on the workbench. But at this moment, something strange happened. The gold coin was suddenly sucked to the ceiling. Bobo was stunned. She didn't mind and took out the second gold coin. However, when she let go, she heard a slap. The gold coin was also sucked up to the ceiling. Bobo stared blankly at the two gold coins on the ceiling. In the next moment, she angrily took out a piggy bank. She poured out all the gold coins inside. Walala! A series of crisp sounds rang out. The gold coins were sucked to the ceiling right in front of her. This is bad. Could it be that I accidentally licked myself when I was making the poison just now, and I'm hallucinating? Bobo was shocked. She touched her body with her small hands and found that she was unharmed. It was not a sign of poisoning. So she looked at the pile of gold coins on the ceiling and fell into deep thought. Did I discover a new magical phenomenon? Bobo was ecstatic. But immediately, she began to think about a very realistic problem. How do I get the gold coins down from the ceiling? She tried to solve this problem with her jumping ability. However, it was enough for half a day. In the end, she quietly went to the warehouse next door and brought a ladder. Jade Court. On the highest floor of the Elegy Flower Tavern, Bina was leaning against the railing and looking into the distance. This was the southernmost building in Jade Court. Standing at the highest point, she could vaguely see the border of Jiliu City and the barren mountains north of Rolling Stone Town. She actually couldn't tell which of the mountains in the distance matched her memory. She only came over occasionally to take a look. Her heart would become calmer. A moment later, a general wearing the uniform of the Windchaser unit walked over with 2 glasses of wine in her hand. She gently handed Bina some wine. The latter waved her hand helplessly. Thank you, Tarani. But I just turned 16. It's not suitable for me to drink too much. Tarani didn't mind. She flipped the glass in her right hand, and it instantly turned into a glass of juice. Bina took a sip of the juice, and her eyes narrowed. Chapter 664, Chapter 664, Gold Coins. Chapter 664, Gold Coins. Continue reading on Zndel.m. Translator, Lonely Tree. Tisk, so sour. Tarani gloated. This is your punishment for always rejecting me. Bina narrowed her eyes, but her tone was sincere. Thank you, Tarani. You've helped me a lot, but I can't thank you enough. Tarani said lecherously, why don't you give yourself to me? Bina was speechless. You're clearly a girl too. Why can your expression be so wretched? Tarani pretended to be serious and scolded. Being wretched isn't a man's privilege. This is Jade Court. You country bumpkins have to watch your words. We value fairness and justice here. We don't allow discrimination in any sense. Under her winking performance and serious narration, Bina laughed again. She had been in Jade Court for so long. She naturally knew that Tarani's second sentence was a famous quote from an extremely xenophobic wood-elf noble in the history of Jade Court. The origin of this sentence could no longer be traced. But now, most of the elves quoted this to mock themselves. After all, the phrases were often used to make a joke. Bina, who had been feeling a little heavy-hearted, suddenly relaxed. Tarani was obviously very good at pursuing girls. She struck while the iron was hot and said, Jade Court's traditional autumn dance party is about to begin. I'm still lacking a dance partner. You have to accompany me. Bina hesitated. She actually disliked the traditions of the wood elves. At such a ball, as a human, she would more or less be discriminated against. However, before she could reject her, Tarani spoke first. Don't worry, no one will embarrass you when I'm around. How about this? Let's throw a gold coin. If it's heads up, you'll be my dance partner. If it's negative, then I'll be your dance partner. Deal? Bina laughed again. Tarani took the opportunity to take out a gold coin and threw it high into the air, letting it fall to the ground. However, after the gold coin landed on the ground, it was neither facing up nor facing down. Instead, it kept spinning on the ground. This gold coin is interesting. At first, Tarani was still watching the joke. However, as time passed, the gold coin was spinning like a top, showing no signs of falling. Tarani looked at the gold coin in surprise. She stepped forward in disbelief. She moved her foot away. That gold coin was still spinning. The two girls looked at each other. They didn't understand what had happened. After a long time, Bina covered her mouth and laughed. Looks like even if I go to the early autumn ball, my dance partner will be someone else. In the northernmost floating city. In the library. Roderick said slowly. Alright, I've already written the dragon slaying order. This kind of paperwork is really troublesome. In the past, it was Edmund who was in charge of writing it. Why is this guy always writing so quickly? Right, what format did that guy use to send the message? Before Roderick could ask further, Chen's voice was heard. It seems that there's no need to issue that dragon-slaying order anymore. Take a look at yourself first. You're already dropping gold coins, old man, as they spoke. Roderick was surprised to see the millions of gold coins on him automatically leave his storage device. These gold coins grew wings. They began to soar in the library. Seeing this scene, Roderick wasn't panicking or angry. When he and Chen looked at each other, there was a hint of surprise in the eyes of both parties. Because this scene had happened several times in the history of the Alliance. Roderick quickly turned the crystal ball. As expected. Through the prophecy spell, he knew that this incredible scene was happening in every corner of the continent. People everywhere were shocked to find that the gold coins in their pockets were out of control. However, some places were out of control for a long time. In some places, it was only for a short period of time. At that moment, it was as if all the gold coins were celebrating one thing. Or rather, a person's return. In the astral plane. When Edmund blocked the aim of the singularity cannon, his body also began to mutate rapidly. At first, he turned into a dark sphere. Then, buds and bumps began to grow on the surface of the sphere. In the blink of an eye, his body turned into a star beast formed by countless slender chains and a black hole-like sphere. Facing the onslaught of the singularity cannon, the astral beast that Edmund had transformed into opened its mouth with all its might. That was the black hole. In an instant, the singularity cannon shot into the black hole. A moment later, the star beast's body naturally disappeared. Edmund stood where he was, safe and sound. This scene shocked everyone present. The Prince of Undead, who was originally confident of victory, was even more surprised. He looked at Edmund in disbelief. How is that possible? How could he have swallowed a singularity cannon? He's not even a holy mage. The gods were also in an uproar. Many pairs of eyes were focused on Edmund's face. Very quickly, they realized that Edmund was also a little dumbfounded. He didn't seem to expect that he could take this shot so easily. It's not Edmund, Link judged. Chapter 665 Chapter 665, Gold Coins Dropped. Chapter 665, Gold Coins Dropped. Continue reading on Zmbel.m. Translator, Lonely Tree. That cannon was moved and shot into the depths of the astral plane. Even Edmund doesn't have this ability. None of us do. At this moment, he noticed that Soria's expression was a little strange. What's wrong? Asked Link. Soria's eyes were filled with disbelief. At that moment, a gentle voice rang in everyone's ears. It's normal for mechanical tools to malfunction. Is it possible that you didn't check every screw on the deck carefully before taking off today? The undead prince looked around. Who is it? Who's mocking me? My reincarnation is the sturdiest starship. My space sailors will never make any mistakes. The gentle voice asked, Really? Is your starship really that powerful? The undead prince sneered. If you don't hide like this, I'll immediately let you know how powerful the rebirth ship is. Alright, I agree with you. The voice said, These starships are all rare collectibles. Therefore, I won't stand on ceremony. As soon as he finished speaking, a giant hand suddenly appeared above the starry sky. The hand was huge and seemingly invisible. It came from the depths of the astral world, passing through all the planets and planes along the way without causing any impact. Until it hit the 4 starships. A magical scene happened. There was a loud bang. The 4 starships were immediately flattened from their 3-dimensional form. No. The mages and gods present could clearly feel it. The 4 starships had been forcefully turned from 3-dimensional existences into 2-dimensional existences. At that moment, the 4 starships and the deep space behind them seemed to have become a deep oil painting. Time seemed to have frozen in that starry sky. The hand that came from the depths of the starry sky quickly stroked it. This process was like adding a frame to the oil painting. For a moment, the frame and the oil painting were completely pulled out of the starry sky. The giant hand grabbed the frame. He casually rubbed it a few times. The latter rapidly shrank, turning into a normal-sized oil painting. In the next moment, the owner of the hand also appeared in front of everyone. It was a scholarly scholar wearing gold-rimmed glasses. He was holding the picture frame, and the oil painting in the frame displayed 4-star ships. "It's quite nice, isn't it?" The scholar smiled. The undead prince's face suddenly turned cold. In the next second, he disappeared without a word. The 4 space senators who had followed him also fled in all directions. The scholar happily patted the edge of the frame with his right hand. With every pat, a figure would appear in the painting. At first, it was the 4 space archons. Then came the exhausted prince of undead. Not long after, in the starry sky in the frame, there were more than 100 shadows of miracle. "Is there anyone else who wants to be a guest in my painting?" the scholar said gently to the gods. Whoosh! 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 On the ruins of the twin heavens, all the figures disappeared. Until this moment, Soria could not help but shout, "Teacher!" The scholar turned around with a serious expression. "Stop. Firstly, I'm not your teacher. Secondly, we'd better go back quickly. Hint, you have used Fazibin's dragon-slaying spear in the state of equilibrium node. You have obtained complete victory over your node. Your faction has obtained the favor of fate. Fate's favor, by chance, when you use Fazibin's dragon-slaying spear, the sound of gold coins shattering awakens a gold coin that Fey Capital left in twin heavens before he ascended. The gold coin turned into Fazibin's image and scared off the Alliance's enemies. To thank you for waking him up. That gold coin had specially activated Fazibin's passive ability, Cashback. Cashback. When you use the cost-consuming series of spells, a certain percentage of the gold coins you consumed will return to your hands. Hint, you have received 150,000 gold coins. Awakening with 1 gold coin? Matthew didn't understand. But in the next second, 3 figures quickly appeared in front of Matthew. 2 of them were Edmund and Soria. The last one. He was a graceful scholar. That's right. I was just a gold coin. The scholar explained to Soria. Of course, due to some historical reasons, it's normal for me to tie my awakening to some coins, right? Chapter 666, Chapter 666, Giant Beast and Wife Killer. Chapter 666, Giant Beast and Wife Killer. Continue reading on Zendel.m. Translator, Lonely Tree. Soria and Edmund looked at each other. There was disbelief in their eyes. However, now was not the time to be calculative. Immediately after Soria announced the victory of Rolling Stone Town as the chief judge of this battle, she hurriedly took Matthew and Rhaegar away from the scene. The lords who had yet to retreat saw the scene. They all revealed thoughtful expressions. Of course, more people looked at the small mountain of gold coins under the red dragon Kuzulas. Such a large amount of wealth was naturally very tempting. However, when they saw the towering skeleton standing on top of the red dragon's head with a protective expression, they were shocked. They all dispelled the dark plans in the depths of their hearts. They had seen the terrifying combat strength that the towering skeleton had just displayed. In fact, it was not only Peggy's amazing performance in her battle angel form. The brilliant performances of Lumiere, Lorraine, and the others were also seen by everyone. After the battle at the Moss Green Hills, Rolling Stone Town was destined to become famous in the South. The members of the Special Operation Team led by Matthew would also enter the sights of the various lords. Even if they couldn't invite them to become external aid for the battle they were facing, they could not let the enemy invite them. This was the tacit understanding that the lords had reached in the depths of their hearts. The battle at the Moss Green Hills was destined to have a far-reaching impact. It set the main theme for the war in the South. In the following war craze, he was afraid that there would be many shadows of both sides in the battle. In the entire South. It was also about to set off a wave of chasing after necromancers and high-level combatants. However, none of this had anything to do with the soldiers on the battlefield. They were celebrating this hard-won victory. Even though Rhaegar and Matthew had been taken away, the rest of the people were also enjoying the joy of the moment. The only ones who didn't fit in were the undead led by Peggy. They formed a circle around the hill. They were carefully picking up the gold coins. It was as if she was afraid that someone would pick one up if she were too late. Soria's Crystal Palace. In an extremely spacious reception room, everyone's figures appeared one after another. Matthew and Rhaegar looked somewhat confused. However, under Soria's calm gaze, they were able to calm down. The two of them sat down. The scholar introduced himself. Like I said before, I'm just a gold coin. I haven't given myself a name yet. Before that, you can just call me Gold Coin. Before Mr. Fazibin left this world, he was very bored, so he created me. He injected a part of his personality, memories, and power into a gold coin. Thus, I was born. But at that time I didn't have my own consciousness, so I couldn't understand what Mr. Fazibin did. I only remember that he chose to leave after doing this. In my memories, he seemed to be making a final attempt. When I woke up, I can no longer find any traces of him in this universe. Combined with some of his previous memories, I guess he probably chose to ascend. He left this world. He followed the Calamity Mage. But whether he succeeded or not, I don't know. The only thing I can be sure of is this. Mr. Fazibin did not die in this universe. After saying this, Goldcoin said humbly, "You can see me as Fazibin's child." Considering the memories and feelings left behind by Mr. Fazibin in my mind, of course, I'm willing to become a member of the Alliance. But then again, I'm only a gold coin. You can't expect too much from me. Edmund shook his head. You saved my life, Mr. Gold Coin. Your strength is shocking. The power of the singularity cannon and that oil painting. Gold Coin shook his head and said, "Oh, that was a misunderstanding. In fact, I'm not as powerful as I appeared to be. Whether it was the singularity cannon or the undead prince and his fleet, I didn't take them into this painting. That was just a smokescreen." As he spoke, he took out the oil painting again and placed it in front of everyone. Matthew and Rhaegar went over to take a look. He didn't find anything. Edmund and Soria quickly saw through the clues. Realization dawned on Edmund. Are they moving? They weren't taken in, but only banished? Goldcoin revealed an expression that said, "That's right. I don't have the ability to destroy the Prince of Undead, nor do I have the ability to completely seal the 4-star ships. But ever since I woke up, a voice in the depths of my heart has been urging me to do something for the Alliance, so I decided to pretend to be Mr. Fazibin and put on a good show. As you can see, this oil painting is actually just a window. It can see the current state of the Prince of Undead and his starship. I banished them to the deep space of the universe. There are a lot of space mazes nearby. It will be difficult for them to return to the vicinity of our planet at once. It will take at least 7 to 8 years. As for the singularity cannon, it will hit the barrier around Ainder 3 years later. This is something that cannot be changed." Edmund frowned. "Are you sure it's 3 years? Goldcoin shook his head honestly. "It could be 2.5 years or even 2 years. Chapter 667, Chapter 667, Giant Beast and Wife Killer. Chapter 667, Giant Beast and Wife Killer. Continue reading on Zndel.m. Translator, Lonely Tree. I can't be sure, but this is all I can do. The ability that Mr. Fazibin gave me allows me to have the power of a holy mage when I use it, but it can't last for long. Moreover, the number of times I can use it is very precious. Once I use it up, it will be gone. I've already used it once just now. Edmund's expression softened. No matter what, you have already helped us a lot. To be able to delay the attack for 3 years, even if it's only 2 years, is great news for Einder. Goldcoin smiled shyly, his eyes filled with joy. Edmund and Soria, on the other hand, had unusually serious expressions. However, Goldcoin did not notice this. He happily turned to Matthew and said, "Was it you who woke me up? I heard that your name is Matthew. Are you willing to be friends with me?" Matthew quickly reached out his hand. With pleasure. Although he had yet to figure out what had happened in the astral plane, it was an indisputable fact that the gold coin left behind by Faye Ibn seemed to have developed its own consciousness. It was also a dream for Matthew to have a good relationship with gold coin. These 3 gold coins are my companions. Unfortunately, they are not as lucky as I am to be chosen by Mr. Faye Ibn. The scholar smiled and handed 3 gold coins to Matthew. I plan to travel around the Einder continent for a while. As long as you inject a portion of your mana into a gold coin, I will immediately appear in front of you. Every time you call me, I will do one thing for you unconditionally. After all, if it weren't for you, I might never have been awakened. Mr. Faye Ibn only gave me strength and memories, and the favor of fate was the key to giving birth to my self-awareness. From this perspective, I can also be considered the child of Mr. Faye Ibn and Mr. Matthew. Goldcoin said enthusiastically. Matthew scratched his head. He wanted to retort, but he didn't know how to say it. He could tell. Although Goldcoin had part of Faye Ibn's memory and great power, his temperament was like a newborn baby, innocent and romantic. He looked like Faye Ibn when he was young, but he was definitely not Faye Ibn himself. At this moment, Rhaegar could not help but interject. So, what does all of this have to do with me? Goldcoin said enthusiastically, "Oh, of course it's related. The favor of fate often requires the joint efforts of the people above the equilibrium node. And you are also a part of the equilibrium node." As he spoke, he roughly explained the meaning of the equilibrium node. Although Rhaegar didn't really understand. However, this did not stop him from proudly sticking out his chest. "So, killing the dragon priest at the risk of my life counts as meritorious service?" Goldcoin explained seriously. "No, in the equilibrium node, you're the one who's dragging us down. In fact, I've observed that the favor of fate created by Mr. Edmund and Mr. Matthew has been shared equally among us. If it wasn't for the favor of that part, you might have died long ago. In other words, you've diluted the favor fate has for me. This is of great significance to me. At least I don't have to owe fate too much. After all, there was a price to pay for the favor of fate. Fate would not favor a person forever. No matter how hard you tried, she would always seem capricious. But in the end, fate would always favor a group that was united. I'm very happy that I can become a group of this race. A group that was united as one?" Everyone looked at each other. Even Rhaegar didn't know what to say. Just as Goldcoin was communicating with Rhaegar and Matthew, Edmund said to Soria. "Link and Ronan both chose to stay in the astral plane, but it seems that Mr. Faye Ibn has not really returned. They are in a very dangerous situation. I have to inform them. But with their personalities, I'm afraid they won't be willing to come back. Link still needs to suppress the mysterious lock, and Ronan seems to still need to digest the secret of the goddess of magic in the astral plane." Soria glanced at him and nodded gently. "You can go, but the matter between you and Ronan needs to be resolved properly." Edmund gave a rare awkward smile. Then, he said confidently, "I can handle Ronan." Then, he opened a portal that led to the northernmost floating city. Before leaving, he told Goldcoin, "No matter what, as Mr. Faye Ibn's spiritual bloodline, the Seven Saint Alliance will always be your home. However, if you need me, just call my name or come to the northernmost floating city to find me." After saying that, he nodded at Matthew in a friendly manner. Then, he hurriedly walked into the portal. He watched Edmund leave. Matthew finally arrived in front of Soria. What happened after you went to search for the pentashade dragon god Baruch? Has great mage Ronan appeared? Can you tell me what happened in the astral plane? Saria didn't look to be in a good mood. However, she still patiently recounted what had happened in the astral plane. Matthew was dumbfounded. Compared to the battle in the Moss Hills, he felt that his experience was already thrilling enough. However, in the crisis of the Twin Heavens ruins, the danger he was facing was simply insignificant. Storluck Industries has officially revealed its ambitions? The Prince of Undead and his Singularity canon will make a comeback in 3 years? Chapter 668 Chapter 668, Giant Beast and Wife Killer. Chapter 668, Giant Beast and Wife Killer. Continue reading on Zndel.m. Translator, Lonely Tree. The gods might even force the abdication? Matthew felt a headache coming on. Soria looked amused. These are all things that a holy mage should be worried about. As a little mage who hasn't even reached tier 5, your mission doesn't concern this. Matthew thought about it and agreed. If the sky collapsed, there would be tall people to hold it up. There were so many geniuses in the Alliance, and he was just a small shrimp. It was good to be able to watch the show from the side. At the critical moment, he would help if he could. If he couldn't help, he could only lie flat. But there is one thing that I really hope you can do. This is also the reason why I brought you here today. Saria said in a serious tone. What is it? Matthew asked curiously. Rhaegar, who was affected by Soria's gaze, also showed an expression of attentive listening. After this battle, High Leaf region will become a part of Rolling Stone Town, and Red Mountain, which has lost its dragon lord, will inevitably fall into turmoil. I hope that Rolling Stone Town can unite the South and the Central region, including High Leaf Ridge, Golden Fertile Field, Red Mountain, Apple Avenue, and even Jiliu City. I hope to see the Rolling Stone Kingdom rise in the South in the next 3 years. There was an unquestionable look in her eyes. Rhaegar looked troubled. I'm sorry, but I don't think I have the ability to become a king. I also don't want to launch an invasion and cause more casualties. Soria looked at him calmly. What if I told you that conquering more territories and establishing a unified king is to save more innocent civilians in the upcoming disaster? What I'm about to say is a top secret within the Alliance. Only the victor of the Battle of the Moss Green Hills is qualified to listen. The secret is that in the future, the Alliance will build 3 Suderlars. Refuge strongholds in the south based on the performance of the war. If Rolling Stone Town doesn't fight for one of the 3 spots, we will support other forces. I can't reveal too much about why the super stronghold is being built. I can only tell you that the great changes in the Heavenly Family Palace are accelerating the arrival of the Heavenly Change. In the next 15 to 30 years, most places in Aender will become uninhabitable and even dangerous. Our world is about to face the invasion of darkness once again. Although it won't be the end of the world, for the humans living on this land, it's not much different from the end of the world. This is a worldwide crisis, and it's also the reason why the gods and the Storluck industry are restless. Here, these are the fire seeds. There are only 3 in the entire south. If you don't fight for it, your people will be mercilessly devoured when the heavenly change arrives. As Soria spoke, she showed a small flame in his palm. After hearing this, Rhaegar's expression became extremely solemn. Matthew couldn't help but ask. What kind of disaster will the heavenly change cause? Soria sighed deeply. I can't say it because when I mention the specific name of the disaster, the speed of the disaster will increase. But what I can reveal is that there are many types of disasters caused by the heavenly change. According to Roderick's prophecy, the first stage of the disaster is Giant Beast. Take note that the giant beast I'm talking about is not a small creature like the dragon. They were the prehistoric remnants of the Dark Age, true giants. Some of the giant beasts could even lift mountains or highlands. Even a holy mage would find it hard to kill them. This is because the heavenly change will weaken our strength, and they are the protagonists of the next era chosen by fate. After leaving the Crystal Palace, Saria's words seemed to still echo in Matthew's ears. The grim challenge of the future world had already arrived before his eyes. Matthew used to think that the days of the heavenly change were far away from him. However, after learning the secret of the astral war from Soria, he was shocked. That was why he could clearly feel that the changes in the world were far beyond his imagination. The days of peace were passing by quickly. Where would the fate of humans and mages go? This was something that even the most powerful prophecy mage would not dare to say. Matthew and Rhaegar returned to Rolling Stone Town. At this moment, the small town was decorated with lanterns and streamers, cheering and jumping for joy. Every household was welcoming the heroes who had returned from the battlefield. Except for a few people who were wiping their tears. The entire Rolling Stone town was immersed in the joy of victory. Matthew and Rhaegar had something on their minds. However, seeing this scene was not good enough to dampen everyone's interest. It was night. After a round of celebration, many of the participants were already drunk. The people from the Special Operations team were no exception. Lumiere finished the wine that Matthew had brewed himself. The others couldn't hold their liquor as well as him. Only Clegg had a draw with him. Seeing everyone drinking excitedly, Matthew had no choice but to ask Rhaegar to take out all the good wine he had hidden. Late at night, Matthew's grave was littered with living people. On the other hand, the undeads were still energetic. This scene was quite strange. In the workshop, after taking a nap, Matthew focused his attention on the domains. After this battle, he had made some gains in 3 domains: dragon slaying, gods, and celebrities. The first was the dragon slaying domain. After killing Minogas, Matthew became a veteran in the domain of dragon slaying. This was further strengthened after the death of Kuzulas. Therefore, Matthew obtained 3 domain abilities in this domain. Above the dragon, you have obtained a higher prestige than dragon's might. Normally, you could suppress this kind of dragon's might. When it reaches a certain level, you can release it to create an impact and intimidation effect similar to the dragon's might on the people around you. Dragon Slayer IL, you will be 100% immune to dragon's might. Recruit dragons. When you encounter a young or younger dragon, you can recruit it due to your majesty. The latter will have a certain chance of submitting to you and becoming your follower. There was also a permanent status. Dragon's Blood Nemesis. When you deal damage to a unit with dragon blood, the target will suffer an additional 50% damage. The above 3 abilities and 1 state were all very practical. However, it seemed to be a little targeted at the dragons. For a peaceful person like Matthew, who had always been kind to others, it was a little unnecessary. And the accidental entry into the divine domain gave him 2 abilities. Knowledge of gods. You will obtain the basic knowledge of the gods in the heavenly palace. When you meet a god, relevant knowledge will automatically appear in your mind, including but not limited to the dark history before becoming a god, the misdeeds after becoming a god, their personality and hobbies, their godhood domains, their connections, and others. Divine Spell Transformation. You can present spells that are 1 rank lower than your own level in the form of divine spells. These 2 abilities were quite practical. The former allowed Matthew to avoid the pain of reading a large number of books and literature. And the latter seemed to enable him to swindle others and pretend to be a charlatan. Even though the gods didn't have much influence on the continent now. But the future was hard to say. After all, the alliance was in a precarious situation. He thought about it. Matthew looked at the 3rd domain. The celebrity domain only provided a slot for 1 ability, and it was one of the 3 familiar options. Name on everyone's lips. You can become a celebrity that everyone knows and gain the admiration of many people. During this process, you will be able to absorb a very small amount of the power of faith. Acting skills. How can a celebrity not have skillful acting skills? Your acting ability will be greatly improved. Wife killer. Your reputation allows you to conquer married women without fail. Matthew looked at the 3rd option and fell into deep thought. Just as he was pondering the relationship between the celebrity domain and the wife killer ability, A gentle voice rang in his ear. I'm sorry. Can I take up a little of your time? I want to talk to you about the deeds of the mad second hand. Matthew looked up. A little fairy that flew out of nowhere was lying timidly on the edge of the lamp cover, looking at him with anticipation. Chapter 669 Chapter 669, War Divide and Brand Spell. Chapter 669, War Divide and Brand Spell. Please reading on Zndel.omicron. Translator, Lonely Tree. Matthew looked at the little fairy without batting an eyelid. Are you a believer of the mad second hand? The little fairy nodded sincerely. Yes, yes. Hello, my name is Little Stream. I used to work as a gardener for the Ice Queen. I was in charge of taking care of the exotic flowers in the fairy garden, mainly watering them. I'm very good at spurt spells. Therefore, my work has always been highly praised by the queen. But one day, the queen is missing, and the priestess has chased us out. So I lost my job. I can't water flowers and plant grass. I felt that my life had lost its meaning. Until one day, I met the mad second hand. This little fairy named Stream had a very sharp mouth. Matthew said one sentence, and she could babble a dozen times. Just introducing herself was enough to make her seem like she was talking nonstop. She seemed to have noticed the concern in Matthew's eyes. Stream said seriously. Regarding Mr. Secondhand, you don't have to worry about him being evil. Yes, he is a little crazy. However, we fairies have been crazy for thousands of years, and we haven't found any major problems. Therefore, madness was not the same as evil. In fact, Mr. Secondhand was a very gentle and kind person. Even among the Twilight creations, he is the most special one. Hearing Stream's words, Matthew was not surprised. After all, with his experience with the fairies, no matter how crazy the words of the little fairies were, he would feel that it was reasonable. However, he couldn't help but interject. You clearly know that he is a creation of Twilight, yet you're still willing to continue believing in him? Stream looked up with an innocent expression. What else? The creatures of Twilight are also part of the great creatures. They are not inferior to the gods of the same era. In terms of individual character, some creatures of Twilight are far nobler than the gods. Under such circumstances, welcoming the embrace of the great Mr. Secondhand is also a reasonable choice. I heard that in some worlds, some people even worship some demons and ghosts with low moral character and no power to speak of. That's what's strange, right? Matthew did not refute. He only said calmly. But as far as I know, Twilight creatures' obsession is to destroy the world. Stream corrected. It's their duty, not their obsession. I admit that some Twilight creatures naturally like to cause destruction, but Mr. Secondhand is different. He likes to save people. As I mentioned before, he isn't just a Twilight creature. He is a thinker. Would you like to spend some time with me to tell you his story? It doesn't take long. 10 minutes will do. As she spoke, she looked at Matthew with anticipation. Matthew's heart softened subconsciously. His heart became highly vigilant. Warning, you have sensed the corruption of the mad second hand. Once you listen to the story of the believers of the mad second hand, you will be inclined to chaos and madness to a certain extent. Matthew hurriedly stopped. Sorry, I'm a little tired today. Let's talk about it next time. Stream looked disappointed. She asked unwillingly. Can't you even give me 10 minutes? How about 5 minutes, no, 3 minutes? Matthew insisted on refusing. I'm sorry, I'm really tired. I can't hold on for more than a minute. As he spoke, he revealed a tired expression. The reason why Matthew did not forcefully chase this little fairy away was mainly because he did not want to completely offend the mad second hand. This guy had already gotten his hands on the fairy's flower garden. No matter what the other party's purpose was, Matthew did not want to become enemies with them for the time being. All right then. A look of disappointment appeared on Stream's face, but she quickly regained her composure and looked full of energy. "When you have time next time, you must listen to me tell the story of Mr. Secondhand." Matthew responded perfunctorily. The little fairy was tactful and disappeared on the spot. After Stream left, Matthew's expression became serious. The mad secondhand came uninvited, which was a little against common sense. Could it be that he had been targeted by the mad secondhand when he was strolling in the fairy's flower garden? Or was there something wrong with the two-piece set that the female priest gave her? Otherwise, it was impossible for the Stream to pinpoint his location so accurately. In order to find out the ins and outs, Matthew began to flip through the battle records frantically. The fight earlier was too intense. There were many records that he did not read. Many of the details of this grade were exposed. Matthew started from the beginning of the battle until the dust settled. It took a total of 6 hours. During this process, he might as well do a battle replay. At the same time, he also discovered the traces left behind by the mad secondhand in this battle. Was Rieger's life actually saved by the mad secondhand? But according to Gold Coin, isn't it fate that saved him? I actually have the mark of the mad secondhand on my body. When was this mark left behind? It seems to have something to do with fate. Matthew focused his attention and looked closely. He found that there was a very faint second-hand brand on his body that could disappear at any time. And when he stared at the brand for more than 10 seconds, a new notification appeared on the data panel. Hint: do you wish to accept the gift of the mad second-hand? After accepting, you will enter the realm of madness and luck at the same time. You have obtained the motto of the mad second-hand: the crazier you are, the luckier you are. Knowledge of the gods: you have obtained a secret about the mad second-hand. It is said that the original mad second-hand died when it was sealed by the gods. Chapter 670, War Divide and Brand Spell. Chapter 670, War Divide and Brand Spell. Please reading on Snvel.omicron. Translator, Lonely Tree. The current mad second-hand was a brand new twilight creation that Loa, the god of luck, had replaced after killing the mad second-hand. He has the independent will of the god of luck, Loa, and controls the authority of the domain of luck. He also has the madness and responsibility of the second hand of madness. There's such a story? Matthew's horizons were broadened. The ability of divine knowledge was indeed useful. Therefore, the favor of fate is essentially an increase in short-term luck. Because it involves the domain of luck, those who are favored will easily be targeted by the second hand of madness. Oh no, I have to inform Riegar. Tell him to be careful. He thought about it. Matthew rushed to the liege's residence in a hurry. It just so happened that Riegar had been busy working all night. Matthew took him out and looked him up and down. He was surprised to find that there was no mark of the mad second hand on Riegar's body. This surprised him greatly. Riegar asked in puzzlement. Matthew told him the whole story. Riegar touched his chin after hearing this. Perhaps my will is too strong, and the twilight creations are unable to corrode me. Zeller, who was also busy at the side, heard this and commented. It's also possible that the twilight creations aren't interested in you because your value is too low. Matthew felt that this sentence might be close to the truth. After all, when the twilight creature Galen had tried to recruit him and Li Weiqi, Riegar had been ignored. Perhaps this was the luck of mediocrity. Matthew heaved a sigh of relief. As for the brand on his body, there was no need to worry because the brand was very faint and would disappear in a few days. In fact, that was indeed the case. That night, Matthew noticed that the mark of the second hand of madness had left his body. However, although Matthew did not receive the domain given by the other party, after the brand disappeared, the mad second hand had left something in his body forever. Hint: you have obtained the ability from the domain of luck, win every 3 rounds. Win every 3 rounds. When you are gambling or using gambling techniques, you will always win whenever you encounter a round of 3 or a multiple of 3. The scope of this ability was very limited. It could only be used in a narrow sense of gambling, and it did not seem to be very useful. It should be a small Easter egg left for him by the mad second-hand strategy of casting a wide net. Matthew did not take it to heart. Among the 3 choices of abilities in the celebrity domain, in the end, he still chose the wife killer. It was not that Matthew had any special preference for other people's wives. Instead, all 3 abilities were very weak. Only the wife killer ability had a certain application. What if one day he had to deal with an enemy who was someone's wife? Perhaps this ability would come in handy? It was the same as winning every 3 times. Matthew also categorized the wife killer as an Easter egg ability. It was not a loss for this ability to take effect once. He did not think too much about it. In the following period of time, the office hall of the Liege's residence was constantly busy. In order to cope with the busy paperwork, Zeller had to hire 2 assistants to help, one of whom was Patton, who had been studying circuits and lights in Matthew's cemetery. Rolling Stone Town indeed had a lot of work to deal with at the moment, such as absorbing the army of the High Leaf region, officially accepting the surrender of the High Leaf region, and sending officials, especially tax officers, to the High Leaf region for inspection or governance. After working overtime for more than a week, the High Leaf region had officially become a part of Rolling Stone Town. Many refugees were happy about this. This was because they had originally escaped from the High Leaf region. Now that Rhaegar had promised to let them return to their homes, this was naturally great news. High Leaf region and Rolling Stone Town had always been close to each other, and the merging of the 2 regions was nothing more than a matter of changing the lord. Therefore, it was handled smoothly overall. However, if he were to follow Soria's suggestion and swallow the Red Mountain and the Golden Fertile Field in one go, it would probably take a little more effort. Rolling Stone Town was currently in the limelight, and Rhaegar's reputation was also very high. With the victory of the Moss Green Hills, if they insisted on taking down these 2 territories, they had a lot of confidence. However, there would definitely be a lot of secret compliance. Even if he swallowed all these territories, there were also various problems that could be encountered in the actual operation. In theory, the humans in the south were of the same species, but each territory had its own unique customs, and there was a chain of contempt between them. For example, the residents of Rolling Stone Town often discriminated against the people of High Leaf Hill, thinking that they were a group of cotton farmers. The Golden Fertile Field was their wheat warehouse. On the other hand, the people of Red Mountain discriminated equally against the other poor territories, thinking that the southerners of the other territories were all country bumpkins. The discrimination and hostility between territories were difficult to mediate. The internal conflicts within the territory were even more ubiquitous. Under such circumstances, if they wanted to establish a Rolling Stone kingdom, it was definitely not enough to rely solely on violence or buying people's hearts. Rhaegar needed to issue a series of regulations, decrees, and systems to coordinate the interests of the various territories and quickly promote the integration of the territories. However, no matter how brilliant the ruler was, in this process, they would inevitably face an extremely difficult period of pain. This was also the reason why the mages were unwilling to go down and start their own country. This thing was really too troublesome. It was so troublesome that Rhaegar, who was late every day and left early to take an afternoon nap, began to work overtime crazily. Chapter 671 Chapter 671, War Divide and Brand Spell. Chapter 671, War Divide and Brand Spell. Please reading on Zndel.omicron. Translator, Lonely Tree. Matthew saw everything. He was filled with emotions. However, he could not help but increase the intensity of his slacking. At the same time, he was secretly happy. Fortunately, he was a mage. He left these troublesome matters to Rhaegar and Zeller. He only needed to take care of his own land. This was not difficult for him. After all, the undead were always more obedient than the living. While the other 2 were busy dealing with official business, Matthew had already started to take stock of his gains from this war. The first was the corpses of the 6 dragons. According to the previous distribution principle, Matthew got priority in dealing with the 6 bodies. Dragons were full of treasures. Their skeletons could be used to make bone dragons. Flesh, internal organs, scales, and tendons all had their own uses. Among them, Matthew had collected more than 10 barrels of dragon blood. This dragon blood could be used to make alchemical items or to mass-produce powerful dragon blood warriors. Even if it was used to grow mushrooms, it seemed to be a good use. As for the other things, he planned to entrust them to the alchemists within the alliance. After a series of high value-added production, the corpses of these 6 dragons would bring Matthew a batch of good dragon equipment and high cash income. Among them, the profits from the corpse of the red dragon Kuzulas were solely owned by Matthew. The profits from the other 5 dragon corpses would be equally distributed to every member of the special operation team. Matthew was a particular person. He was never stingy with sharing his wealth with others. Apart from the dragon's corpse, Matthew's undead had suffered heavy losses in this war. However, these losses paled in comparison to the new corpses he had obtained. A few days after the war, every day, Matthew rode his Pegasus and hung the lantern Viscount Fan had given him as he dragged corpses into the cemetery. After this wave of operations, there were more than 5,000 corpses in the cemetery. In order to facilitate the storage of the corpses, Matthew had asked the troll Sinwak to dig 2 large graves. However, they filled up quickly. It could only be said that the development of the cemetery was urgent. Except for the corpse, Matthew also received a large amount of war dividends, which mainly included the following 3 contents. First, cash. The total value of the red dragon Kuzulas and black dragon Miyanoga's discovered assets in their respective territories was about 800,000 gold coins. Matthew took 380,000, and the rest was the dividends for Rhaegar and the other friends. And 300,000 of the 380,000 gold coins were used to repay Soria's interest-free loan, and 50,000 of the 80,000 that Matthew actually received was the capital. It could only be said that Faye Ibn's spells indeed cost capital. Fortunately, he still had cash back. The 150,000 gold coins were a real positive benefit that made up for Matthew's inner trauma. In addition, both High Leaf Region and Red Mountain were facing the war reparations proposed by Rolling Stone Town. The money was currently being negotiated within the alliance. As long as it was dealt with, Matthew and his special operations team would also receive a high bonus. This part of the profits was the real profit. He just needed to wait. Second, taxes. Just as Rhaegar had promised, Matthew received 15% of the tax revenue of the High Leaf region for the next 30 years. One step further, Rhaegar also suggested that every time Rolling Stone Town acquired a new territory, Matthew would receive the same amount of tax revenue. This was also a form of repayment for Matthew becoming a registered mage in Rolling Stone Town during the war. It was obvious. Rhaegar was also very clear. Without Matthew, Rolling Stone Town would not have been able to win this war. The third aspect was the gift of territory. Previously, Rhaegar had only given his land to Matthew as a private gift. After the battle at the Moss Hills ended, Rhaegar made an official announcement through the city hall. In the name of war rewards, he gave Matthew a larger area of land northeast of Rolling Stone Town and north of the farm area. Not only that, Matthew also obtained absolute autonomy in this land. This treatment was on the same level as Ronan's ownership of the Mage District of Rolling Stone Town. The area of land that Rhaegar gave this time was really exaggerated. It was almost 10 times the size of the land that he had given him previously. The northernmost part of it even included the Ghost Granny Castle near the border. This area was named the Forest District. Matthew was the master of the forest. On this land, even Rhaegar had to look at Matthew's expression. It was enough to show the sincerity of the former. In fact, Rhaegar had also asked Matthew if he wanted to build a mage tower in the forest. Matthew temporarily refused. He was a necromancer and a tree master, so he didn't need a mage tower. In a sense, the cemetery and the sanctuary of life had replaced the role of the mage tower. However, Rieker's reminder also made Matthew realize that he really needed to build a more comprehensive experimental center. Other than that, Matthew also received many additional rewards from Rhaegar. Most of them were directly handed over to Matthew's friends. He didn't keep much for himself. This victory and the rewards that far exceeded their expectations also gave Matthew's team a better atmosphere. Everyone had lived in the forest or cemetery for more than a week. They got along quite happily. However, happiness was always short-lived. Everyone had their own things to do. A week later, everyone started to leave. Lorraine returned to Deep Blue Harbor. His cousin, Lady Elena, needed his support, and he himself enjoyed the debauchery of Deep Blue Harbor even more. Li Weiqi planned to head north to seek an opportunity to break through to legend. Clegg and Samantha were also planning to go north, but their destination was the plains north of the island. It was said that there were many orcs living there. Clegg planned to contact the local orcs before considering whether to mobilize them to counterattack Storluck. Cloud Elf Amelia had returned to Cloud Edge City, and she was going to report to Lady Bobo. On the other hand, Lumiere was invited by the city lord of Lion City to visit the city. Of course, Matthew had guessed the Golden Lion's ambition. He told Lumiere that he could arrange a job for him here. But Lumiere refused with a smile. "I have a family to support. More than 10 women and many children. This is a huge expense. I don't want to cause you trouble. This war has given me some inspiration. I think I'm quite suitable to be a mercenary. I plan to go to Lion City to take a look first before deciding whether to accept the invitations of the various castellans to participate in various battles. In the future, I will also consider bringing a group of warriors from the tribe to participate in the war in the south. I'm sorry, the war may be a disaster for the southern territories, but for us, it seems to be an opportunity." Matthew did not try to dissuade him this time. Although Lumiere looked honest, he was also a little silly sometimes, and he was actually a very smart and opinionated guy. Once he decided on something, it was also very difficult for him to change. Perhaps becoming the king of mercenaries was also the path that the future king of the rainforest had to take. "Then I wish you the best of luck in becoming the strongest mercenary in the south." Matthew smiled and gave his blessings. After sending off most of the people, the cemetery suddenly became a little deserted. Fortunately, Matthew did not lack company. Lara, Richard, Chuka the Thousand Transformers, Obist, Argus, Peggy, Soldier. Unknowingly, he was often surrounded by so many people. Half a year ago, he was still a bitter necromancer who planted trees alone every day and had to go to school during the day. Thinking of this, Matthew felt like it was a lifetime ago. He calmed down. He returned to his normal daily life. His daily routine was nothing more than planting trees, building graves, talking to animals, occasionally planting mushrooms to brew wine, chatting with Peggy, playing dice with Renesm, and tutoring in spells. His days were quite fulfilling. A month passed in the blink of an eye. When September arrived, the weather in Rolling Stone Town became less hot. Matthew could clearly feel an abundant life force returning to the earth. The restriction of planting oak trees every day also disappeared. Matthew began to plant trees more diligently. On this day, just as he placed a small sapling into the pit, a new notification appeared in front of him. Hint, you have obtained a new side mission, Autumn's Carnival. Autumn Carnival, please choose a brand new type of tree to plant on a large scale. For every 40 trees planted, you will receive 1 spell enhancement point. You can choose a spell as your signature spell. After that, you can use spell enhancement points to increase the effects of your signature spells without limit. Chapter 672 Chapter 672, Matthew's Messenger. Chapter 672, Matthew's Messenger. Please reading on Zendel.omicron. Translator, Lonely Tree. The new side mission refreshed Matthew's spirits. In the normal mage growth system, signature spells were the same as the ability of spells. They were considered high-end supreme magic techniques. Every mage could choose one or more signature spells in their field of expertise. Through specialized training and more actual combat, the effects of signature spells were often stronger than ordinary ones. However, this process was full of hardships and also required extremely high monetary costs. Therefore, a typical 4th or 5th tier mage would only have one signature spell. Those who had two signature spells definitely existed with outstanding financial resources, energy, and talent. After Matthew advanced to tier 4, he could train a signature spell through his own hard work. And this mission could allow him to improve on this foundation and obtain a second signature spell slot. Moreover, from the mission description, the effect of the signature spell formed in this way might be stronger than ordinary signature spells. Matthew was full of anticipation. As for which spell to choose to become his signature, Matthew hadn't thought about it yet. However, there was a high chance that spells from the undead domain would be more suitable. After all, he was still a necromancer. Anyway, the spell enhancement points obtained from the mission could be saved, so he was not in a hurry to choose a spell. He would just specify a higher limit later. The key was what tree he was going to plant next. Previously, during the main mission, Matthew had thought about what tree to plant for a long time. However, the oak tree's position in the natural domain was unique, so in the end, he didn't have much trouble. As for the trees after the oak tree, Matthew also had an idea in his heart. After weighing the pros and cons of all aspects, Matthew finally decided to plant pine trees. First of all, the climate in Rolling Stone Town was very suitable for pine trees. Secondly, the pine forest and the oak forest did not conflict. Thirdly, pine seeds were relatively easy to obtain, which had a profound impact on Matthew's production capacity. After confirming the target, Matthew began to make a detailed plan. At the initial stage, he planned to plant pine trees far away from the oak forest. After all, the oak forest was the carrier of the ritual field of the life sanctuary. The oak trees themselves benefited the most. They would inadvertently squeeze the resources of other plants at the same level. If pine trees were planted near the oak trees, the effect might not be ideal. Fortunately, Matthew had his own land now. After searching on the map and surveying the area, he was able to find a way out. He finally decided on the location of the pine forest in the vast wasteland north of the Scar of the Dead. The advantage of this place was that it was large enough, and the soil was fertile enough to support a pine forest. The disadvantage was that, due to the devouring of the Scar of the Dead and the faint influence of the ghost Granny Castle further north, the life essence in this area seemed to be suppressed. According to Matthew's investigation, there were also some plants here, but most of them grew up very lonely. These plants were growing well, far above average. This meant that this land was not devoid of life elements but was suppressed by some kind of power. Matthew's pine forest plan had to go smoothly, so he had to solve this problem. If it was in the past, Matthew would probably be in trouble. But now, as long as he activated his equalized perception, he could clearly see the flow of life essence in this wasteland. Matthew realized the life essence of the large area of land nearby was detained in the depths of the ground. The strange thing was, this wasteland was actually at the edge of the Gold Diggers Basin, and there weren't many underground cities. Was there something in the depths of the earth that was suppressing the activity of life elements? Matthew was very curious. However, he was not in a hurry to solve this problem. Instead, he set out to build his second base on the barren land. The second base would be divided into two parts, above ground and underground, just like the oak forest. There was a pine forest on the ground. Underground was the second cemetery. In order to speed up the construction of the cemetery, Matthew had transferred a large number of zombies to work overtime. During this process, the performance of the mother of slaves was quite outstanding. The zombies she trained had a very strong construction ability. They could open up underground space in small caves, and they could also transport logs above the surface to build wooden houses. Although the level of construction built by zombies was definitely not as good as that of human craftsmen, it was still much better than the stone house that Matthew had commanded the zombies to build. Not only that, the mother of slaves even trained a group of zombie farmers for Matthew. According to her introduction, these zombie farmers were only 20 to 30% weaker than ordinary human farmers. If it was combined with druid spells, the zombie farmers could definitely produce more food than the same number of humans. The most important thing was, zombie farmers don't need money to work. As long as the cemetery provided them with a little negative energy, they could continuously produce value for Matthew. This made Matthew very happy. Unfortunately, it was already early autumn. Rolling Stone Town's agricultural level was not suitable for large-scale grain cultivation. Matthew's druid resources had to be invested in the more important planting of pine trees and oak trees. Therefore, these zombie farmers could only stay at home and wait for jobs. Wait until the next spring. That was why Matthew promoted zombie farming on his own land on a large scale. Considering Myasage's outstanding performance. Chapter 673, Chapter 673, Matthew's Messenger. Chapter 673, Matthew's Messenger. Please reading on Zendel.omicron. Translator, Lonely Tree. Matthew also decisively decided to include her in the cemetery's list of ritual venues. At this point, there were already 3 high-level undead units in Matthew's first cemetery. They were Argus, the Dark Warrior, Myasage, the Mother of Slaves, and Ali, the Ghost Commander. With them as the leader, the undead could guard the safety of the cemetery day and night. Even if Matthew wasn't around, these people could also maintain this place for a very long time. This made Matthew feel quite gratified. With the support of a large number of cheap labor, the development of the second cemetery was very successful. A few small wooden houses, a huge warehouse, and several other buildings were also uprooted from the ground. Matthew asked Obus to prepare a brand new life sanctuary ritual. This might help alleviate the suppression of life elements in this land. At the same time, Matthew also sent Lara to the Watcher Highlands. Lara had 3 objectives for this trip. The first was to check on the situation in Watcher Highland and see if there was a chance to expand the business of the Oak Chamber of Commerce. The second was to buy oak and pine seeds and see if she could find a stable source of supply. The third was to check on Eli's condition. This kid didn't even reply to Matthew's letter. This was obviously not in line with his personality. Matthew was still a little worried about him, so before he left, he especially asked Lara to pay attention to Eli's situation. Considering the time limit of the early autumn party, the mission was not a simple one. The entire mission could only last for a month. Therefore, while Matthew carried out the above actions, he also quickly began to plant pine trees on the wasteland. This job was already quite simple for him. He asked Lulu to ripen the pine tree saplings. Zombies dug holes day and night. Matthew took the time to transplant. The entire process was smooth. Not long after, pine trees appeared on the originally barren land. Were the life elements in the soil not active? It was all right. He just needed to enlarge the distance between the trees. The land was vast anyway, so there was enough space for him to plant whatever he wanted. Moreover, he also had the magical farming technique of decomposing and fertilizing. In each area, he would decompose the corpses of some animals and plants. Just like that. Matthew maintained the efficiency of planting 40 to 60 pine trees and 30 to 50 oak trees every day. He wasn't greedy, and his main goal was to know when to stop. He just needed to accumulate as many spell enhancement points as possible within his ability. Matthew's planting of trees was in full swing. Meanwhile, in Rolling Stone Town, things were happening frequently. Matthew had only been to the Lord Main Hall a few times, but he had already heard 3 tricky questions. The first question came from the Highleaf region. After the battle at the Moss Green Hills, the Alliance approved the merging of the Highleaf region into Rolling Stone Town. However, in the actual implementation process, Some residents of High Leaf Hill didn't seem to be interested in becoming a part of Rolling Stone Town. Or rather, this group of residents was actually the former Lord's family and related interest groups of the High Leaf region. They wanted to retain control of their territory. They were fanning the flames among the residents and secretly fighting against the administrative officials from Rolling Stone Town. The army of the High Leaf region had been incorporated into the system of Rolling Stone Town. How to deal with them was also a big problem. After all, raising soldiers cost money. All in all, during the process of annexing the High Leaf region, Rhaegar encountered resistance, both overt and covert. This made him very angry. The reason behind this was actually very clear to the three of them. The people of the High Leaf region who had gained the upper hand could tolerate the rule of the giant dragon because they were afraid. Now, the ruler had become Rhaegar, who had once been on equal footing. They felt a little unbalanced. Secretly obstructing Rhaegar was also inevitable. Regarding this, the decision that the three of them came up with could only be swift and decisive. Zeller and Richard would go to High Leaf Ridge to solve the problem. If they couldn't solve the problem, they could only deal with the person who created the problem. The second matter was also related to the High Leaf region. The spy that Matthew had previously identified, Warlock Thomas, had been confirmed to be the Black Dragon Overlord spy. However, the key point was, the warlock power in his body came from the Five Dragons Alliance. He was a believer in the Five Dragons Alliance. In other words, he was indeed a spy sent by Miyanogas, but he was not 1,000 Transformers. This meant that the real 1,000 Transformers was someone else. The people of Rolling Stone Town could not afford to be careless. Fortunately, Richard's training of the White Cat, Chakar, had been effective. The latter had a certain sense of blood connection with the 1,000 Transformers. As long as Chuka was there, the potential 1,000 Transformers wouldn't be able to approach the important people in Rolling Stone Town without being noticed. The third problem also extended from the Battle of the Moss Green Hills. After the fallout between the Seven Saint Alliance and the Pentashade Dragon God, the dragons had all disappeared. This included the Green Dragon, Fat Tina, who had been harassing Jade Court. In this way, Jade Court was suddenly free. They had informed Rolling Stone Town recently that they had sent out the Shadow Leopard unit to capture the wanted criminals of the Silver Frost Brotherhood. This time, there was no Green Dragon. The Shadow Leopards might really reach Rolling Stone Town. But the problem was, Matthew didn't want to give them to Jade Court now. These arsonists had done a great job in his workshop. He really couldn't bear to part with them. Matthew had also discussed this matter with Rhaegar. The final result of the discussion was, send out a few of the main criminals in exchange for the high bounty of Jade Court. They would say the rest had escaped. Matthew was still a little unhappy about this. However, Richard was the one who caught them, and the criminals were also in the prison of Rolling Stone Town. Matthew had already made a lot of money by using them for a while. Chapter 674, Chapter 674, Matthew's Messenger. Chapter 674, Matthew's Messenger. Please reading on Zvel.omicron. Translator, Lonely Tree. If only the zombies could learn the arsonist's skills. He thought, somewhat unsatisfied. Or, will turning an arsonist into a zombie inherit the skills from when he was alive? He realized that his thoughts were becoming more and more devilish. Matthew hurriedly interrupted his thoughts. It was better to plant a few more pine trees to calm down. Mid-September. In the evening. In the workshop of the cemetery, Matthew quickly closed a beautifully written envelope and revealed a thoughtful expression. This was the latest letter from Bina. This girl's writing style was not bad, and the letter gave people a pleasant and satisfying feeling when they read it. The little interesting things in life, the little troubles in her studies, and the various things that happened when she socialized with the elves. These scenes were vivid in her description. It was as if it was unfolding in front of Matthew. Matthew realized that he liked reading Bina's letters. The content of the letter was very different from the previous few times. The difference was that Matthew noticed that Bina had gradually adapted to life in Jade Court. She no longer complained about the setbacks in her life. Instead, she paid more attention to the little things that happened around her that were worth being happy about. Facing the pursuit of General Tarani, she seemed more and more at ease. The discrimination of the elves became a form of motivation for her. She became more hardworking and outstanding. She would even use this to protect herself. After all, there were quite a number of wood elves who believed that discrimination against humans should be stopped. She had made quite a few wood elf friends through some clumsy methods and a little narrow-mindedness. Even though they might not be close to each other, the young girl's path of learning in Jade Court was no longer as bumpy as it was at the beginning. She could already communicate with people in the standard elven language. In a professional class, she had also learned some magic and sword skills. Although her results were still lower than her peers, her attitude was better than before. In her own words, in the process of working hard, there was a moment when she suddenly felt that the goal of the elven sword chant was no longer unattainable. Even though it would be very hard for her to do so, she had already seen the way. Matthew was very pleased with Bina's change. After being separated for half a year, Matthew had almost forgotten what she looked like. He could only vaguely recall the embarrassment she had when she confessed to him at his door that day. Compared to her back then, Bina had grown too much. Matthew was happy for her. Thinking of this, he picked up his pen and began to write a reply. It was written on 3 large pages. After he finished writing, Matthew instinctively wanted to fold it and put it in an envelope, then send it to the town tomorrow to be delivered by the postman. But very quickly, he couldn't help but laugh. I almost forgot that I'm already at the 4th tier. I can summon an undead message envoy now. Messenger. This was actually a name for a rather unstable group. However, in the narrow sense of spells, mages who were proficient in transformation spells could summon a messenger at tier 2. Meanwhile, ordinary mages could summon ordinary messengers at tier 3. It wasn't that Matthew hadn't considered it before. However, the quality of ordinary messengers was average, and they could not even compare to the druid's animal companions. The messenger summoned by these spells had a high chance of being killed halfway. When the letter was exposed, it would be fine if it was leaked, but it would be bad if there were any confidential content. Therefore, Matthew had never learned the spell to summon a messenger. He was waiting for him to advance to the 4th tier. Necromancers after grade 4 could learn a spell called Undead Messenger. This spell usually summoned high-level undead units, which had extremely strong concealment abilities. This spell was not difficult to learn. Matthew only took a day to finish it. The next afternoon, Matthew stood at the edge of a magic array and began to chant a spell to summon a messenger. Due to his previous experience in summoning mounts, this time Matthew chose to summon it anonymously. He had no choice. His legend level was too high. If he summoned it with his real name, he might attract some evil spirits. He could only try his luck anonymously. Not long after, a faint light lit up on the array. Thrust. It sounded like a plastic film being torn. A burly figure appeared in the center of the magic array. Matthew's eyes widened. It was a Tauren specter? Hint, you have used the spell Undead Messenger. The Tauren spirit singer answered your call and came here. I didn't expect that I would be so fated with the Tauren. Matthew laughed at himself. Tauren had become extinct these days, and they were rare even in the underworld. Yet, there was actually a Tauren spirit who had come to apply for his messenger. Matthew even suspected that the Tauren domain had an effect on this. He sized up the Tauren in front of him. As an undead creature, the quality of Tauren's soul was quite high. Matthew even felt that he was more like a living thing. This guy named Sanger was quite eye-catching. Most importantly, he was completely naked. Only the mysterious triangle at his waist was wrapped in a white loincloth. Hello, I'm Sanger, the fastest Tauren in the world. I love running, so much so that I don't feel tired when I run. When I was still a living Tauren, I accidentally entered the underworld because I was running crazily. In the end, I became what I am now. They call me an elite spirit, meaning an especially strong soul. In short, I'm very satisfied with myself now. Look at my abs and my thighs. Do you want me to open the loincloth? Sanger introduced himself enthusiastically. Matthew quickly stopped him. No need. I'm just looking for a suitable messenger. If you're competent, that would be great. Sanger said kindly. Of course, I'm willing to be your partner. You're the type I like. Matthew almost nodded, but then he quivered. Wait. I'm looking for a messenger, not a partner. Matthew reminded him seriously. Sanger said in astonishment. Damn it, did I take the wrong lap? Shouldn't the teleportation circle just now lead to the Underworld Creatures Partner Exchange Club? Matthew took a closer look and felt a headache. Thus, he frowned. I'm sorry, you might have gone the wrong way. Please go back. Sanger sighed. Looks like I've come to the wrong place. It's a pity. I heard from the grapevine that the famous Viscount fan will also appear at the club today. It's too late to go back now. In short, I'm sorry. I'm not the messenger you're looking for, but if you have. He was interrupted by Matthew. I don't. Please go back. Matthew pointed at the teleportation array. Who knew that Matthew's words would trigger Sanger's rebellious thoughts? Hey, mage, what's with your attitude? Do you think I'm not qualified to be a messenger? You're underestimating me. I'm the fastest creature in the underworld. Even the fastest wings of dusk can't run as fast as me. I've changed my mind now. I'm here to apply for the position of messenger. Tell me what you want. Matthew was both angry and amused. The brains of the Tauren spirit were also novel. Just as he was about to say something to send the other party away, Peggy's voice suddenly came from outside the room. Matthew, what are we eating tonight? She walked in. He saw Peggy. In the next second, the Tauren spirit suddenly knelt down. Hi, High Priestess? How did you become like this? Matthew and Peggy looked at the Tauren spirit in shock. The latter was an underworld creature. At this moment, tears were streaming down his face. Chapter 675 Chapter 675, The Land of Daytime and the Art of Retarding. Chapter 675, The Land of Daytime and the Art of Retarding. Please reading on Zenvel.omicron. Translator, Lonely Tree. Peggy looked at the Tauren spirit hesitantly. Do you know me? Sanger wiped his tears and said. I'm Sanger, the fastest Sanger. Don't you remember me? Peggy was confused. Sanger was silent for a while as if he had realized something. He looked at Matthew with a complicated expression. Are you a necromancer? Did you give the High Priestess a new life? Matthew shook his head. He knew that Peggy must have a powerful background. As a battle angel under the sun god, she must have been related to the fate of many people. However, the death of the sun god was already a legend from 2 eras ago. The gods who besieged the sun god had all been exiled by the Calamity Mage. His things on this land had long been unrecognizable. He thought it would be difficult to find anything related to Peggy's past life. He didn't expect there to be a living being in the underworld who knew Peggy. Before meeting me, Peggy had already awakened her consciousness as a Tauren skeleton. Matthew introduced briefly. Sanger's eyes lit up with hope again. Then you might still be alive, right? It's just that you continue your life in this form. Peggy seemed to be a little uncomfortable with the eagerness in Sanger's eyes. Subconsciously, she took half a step back, but there were traces of curiosity in her soul fire. What does the High Priestess you mentioned do? What do I have to do with you? And where are you from? Sanger quickly said. You are the most outstanding warrior in the Tauren tribe of the Clear Sky Prairie. Because you were chosen by the great sun god, you finally entered the sun god palace and became an angel. At that time, heaven and earth were not as distinct as they are now. Gods and angels often walked on the earth, so you spent most of your time on the sunny grassland. You are the most prestigious existence on the prairie. You spread the knowledge you obtained from the sun god day and night. All the Tauran tribes on the prairie are singing praises for you and the sun god. At that time I was just an unremarkable character, but because I ran faster, I became the fastest Tauran on the prairie for 3 consecutive years, so I was recommended to you. At that time, you planned to promote me to the position of messenger in the Solar Divine Palace. However, before this matter could be arranged, there was a riot in the Solar Divine Palace. At that time, there were also unstable factors in the grasslands. You told us that you were going to the Heaven Realm to assist the Sun God in pacifying the war. If anything happened to the grasslands during this period, you told us to go to the underworld to ask for help from the Death God. After saying that, you left. Not long after you left, our tribe was attacked by the army of the Dark Face, and many Taurans died on the grasslands. I remembered your teachings and ran with all my might with your token. In the end, I successfully ran into the Netherworld. However, Death did not want to see me. He not only rejected my request for help but also trapped me in an endless maze. He told me that only by running continuously could I find the way out. So I kept running and running. Finally, one day, I ran to the exit of the maze, but the Death God had already disappeared. I returned to the human world, but I couldn't find the clear sky prairie no matter what. Many changes had occurred on the ground. I heard that the gods have retired, and the Sun God and Death God have fallen many years ago. I can't find any Tauran. Thus, I could only return to the underworld. At that time, I noticed that my body structure had changed. My body was no longer pure, and time could not leave any traces on me. I became a half-dead person. In the end, I buried my physical body in the place that coincided with the location of the clear sky prairie in my memory. And I myself became an elite soul. Ever since then, I've been living in the underworld. After a long time, I've also gained my own territory in the underworld. I became the Lord of the Underworld. In my territory, there are many people who are similar to me. They have been forgotten by history and the mortal world. They are the loneliest souls in the world. As undead, we yearned for the sun and dreams, so we finally weaved a place where dreams and death intersected. That's my territory. The Village of Daytime. The Village of Daytime was a very magical world. You could fantasize to your heart's content there, and all your fantasies could become reality. Of course, we also know that this is a kind of self-paralysis. However, for immortal existences like us, being able to numb ourselves is also a luxury and a blissful act. The Tauran spirit continued to explain. After listening, Peggy was only slightly interested in the Village of Daytime. However, she did not seem to be moved by what Sanger had said about the past of the clear sky prairie. I'm sorry, you should be talking about my previous life. At that time, I might have been a battle angel under the sun god, but now I'm just a little chef by Matthew's side. Peggy said to Sanger seriously. I'm interested in the memories of my previous life, but that's all. When my consciousness awakened as a Tauran skeleton, I was just me of this life, not the shadow of my previous life. I hope you can understand this. Matthew was not surprised to hear this. In fact, Peggy had already shown this tendency before. Chapter 676, Chapter 676, The Land of Daytime and the Art of Mental Retardance. Chapter 676, The Land of Daytime and the Art of Mental Retardance. Please reading on Znvel.omicron. Translator, Lonely Tree. She was not interested in the memories of her previous life. After becoming a demigod, she immediately threw away her power in battle angel mode and spent all day researching new recipes with Sif and Chuka. She did not seem to have any desire to continue digging out her own strength. At that time, Matthew had sensed her thoughts. Perhaps the last time she awakened, the memories from her previous life washed over her and made her independent consciousness feel a sense of crisis? Matthew thought to himself. But you are the High Priestess. Sanger couldn't help but kneel down again. He was clearly an undead creature, but his tears and snot fell to the ground. Peggy rolled her eyes with her soul fire. The sun god is gone, and the Tauren tribe has been extinct for more than 1,000 years. What kind of priestess can I be? Go do what you need to do. As she spoke, she turned to Matthew and asked gently, "What do you want to eat tonight? Do you want to try my newly developed snail soup?" Matthew was alarmed. In the past few days, Peggy had been trying new dishes every day. Some of the dishes were completely dark dishes, and his stomach was a little unable to withstand it. However, he could feel Peggy's eager gaze. He could only say carefully, "We can try. But it's best to add a bowl of mushroom fried noodles, the kind you're best at." "Yes, I'll eat it when I'm hungry tonight." "All right. I'll go prepare your favorite snail soup now." Peggy left, satisfied. Matthew and Sanger were left looking at each other. "Do you want to stay and drink snail soup?" Matthew ordered him to leave without changing his expression. Sanger suddenly straightened his chest. "I'm here to apply for the position of messenger. I was good at running when I was alive, and I ran even faster after I died. I'm a natural messenger. For the sake of the High Priestess, I won't charge a single cent for sending you a letter. It's fine as long as I can see the High Priestess occasionally." Matthew reminded him in a friendly manner. "But she might not be happy to see you." Sanger looked sad. "Then I'll just hide at the side and secretly watch her. You don't understand what the High Priestess means to us, Taurens." "But she's right. The Tauren tribe has been extinct for more than 1,000 years. Many things are meaningless. It's just that for old farts like us, we have to grab onto some meaning to survive. Otherwise, it's too boring to be half dead." Matthew raised his eyebrows. "For example, the Swingers Club?" Sanger coughed. "I haven't gone there yet. By the way, didn't you want to send a letter? Where are you sending it to? I'll show you my powerful messenger talent." Matthew took out the letter. "Send it to the Jade Court." Whoosh! Sanger snatched the letter and ran north. After delivering it, he disappeared. Matthew didn't even have time to stop him. An hour later, Matthew looked at the snail soup, stir-fried snails with carrots, steamed snails, and enoki mushroom snail rolls on the table. Then, he silently hugged his mushroom-fried rice tightly. Under Peggy's questioning gaze, he could only reach out to grab the spoon. At this moment, Sanger's figure suddenly appeared. He panted and said, "Jade Court, Jade Court." When I arrived at the Jade Court, I realized that I forgot to ask who I wanted to give it to. Matthew coughed. "A human girl named Bina, she." Before he finished speaking, Sanger disappeared again. Peggy silently watched Sanger leave. "This guy is so fast. Is this your new mount?" Matthew shrugged and changed the topic. He focused on the fried noodles in front of him. After dinner, Matthew was taking a walk. Sanger's panting image appeared again. I only realized that I forgot to ask for the specific address when I arrived at Jade Court," Matthew said helplessly. "Jade Court, Upper East District, Prancing Pony Inn, 2nd floor, Moonlight. Remember to knock." Sanger gave him a thumbs up and set off again. He ran really fast. Matthew discovered Sanger's strengths. Although this guy was careless, his speed was indeed fast. But as a messenger, I'm afraid I have to change his shortcomings. He thought about it. He bent down to pick up the letter on the ground and smiled. When he comes next time, I have to explain the details to him. However, what was surprising was that Matthew did not wait for Sanger to appear in front of him again. The entire night passed. There was no news of Sanger. The next morning, Matthew came to the office and sat in Rieger's seat. Rieger had been very busy recently. Therefore, the most important job in Rolling Stone Town, reading the newspaper, fell on Matthew. He grabbed a newspaper and flipped through 2 pages. His eyes bulged slightly. On one of the pages, there was a piece of news. According to the registered sorcerer of Jade Court, Winter Moon, Aelin, an underworld creature of unknown origin, barged into Jade Court at night and seemed to be trying to attack a human girl who came to learn elven culture. The underworld creature had been captured and was currently being detained in the Stone Forest prison. Although the creature claimed to be a messenger, he did not have any token of identity on him. He did not even have a letter. It was hard not to suspect that this was another attempt by the underworld to test the prime material world. In recent years, the underworld creatures had become more and more active, and Viscount Fan, the leader of the Spirit Touch Hall, was the most active. Chapter 677 Chapter 677, The Land of Daytime and the Art of Mental Retardance. Chapter 677, The Land of Daytime and the Art of Mental Retardance. Please reading on Zndel.omicron. Translator, Lonely Tree. A friendly reminder from Winter Moon, if there are signs of abnormal activity of underworld creatures in the territory around you, please report to the Alliance in time. Matthew was speechless. He did not expect his messenger to be arrested on his first trip out. Looks like I have to give him an identity certificate. He thought about it. An owl flew over. It had sent a letter from Jade Court. The sender was Lady Aelin, the Winter Moon, who was also a mage registered in the Alliance. The other party mentioned in the letter that Sanger claimed to be Matthew's messenger. Although she didn't believe Sanger's words at all, she still sent a letter to Matthew to be on the safe side. If Matthew declared that Sanger had nothing to do with him, then he would be sent to Mount Hesso prison. It was not difficult to tell from the News and Alliance Weekly that Alan probably really thought Sanger was lying. Matthew felt his cheeks burn at the thought of this. He really wanted to cut ties with Sanger. However, he still wrote the letter seriously. In the letter, he quickly explained the sequence of events and explained that Sanger was the result of an experimental summoning. Everyone knew. It was normal for mages to make mistakes in their experiments. Even though summoning messengers was a very mature spell. However, mature spells could not stop mages from causing trouble. After entrusting the owl to send the letter back to Lady Aelin of the Winter Moon. In less than half a day, Sanger reappeared in front of Matthew. When he saw Matthew, he couldn't help but laugh foolishly. Clearly, he knew that he had done something stupid. "I'm not always so reckless," Sanger emphasized. "Yesterday, because I met the High Priestess, I was in a mess, so I looked a little brainless. But I firmly believe that I am qualified to take on the role of a messenger." Matthew didn't care too much. He only told Sanger about the rules of walking in the prime material plane and then registered his name and image in the Alliance as a messenger. After that, Matthew gave Sanger a magic document to prove the identity of the messenger and told him to carry it with him. At this point, Matthew finally had a messenger who came and went like the wind. As a netherworld creature, he was a powerful being. Sanger couldn't stay in the prime material plane for long, but he was extremely fast and efficient at delivering letters. As long as Matthew gave the order, Sanger would immediately appear in front of him. This kind of attitude was enough to make up for his carelessness. Moreover, Sanger was also very strong. He himself was at level 18. He was arrested by Jade Court last night because he did not want to have a conflict with them, so he gave up resisting. Otherwise, if they really fought, the declining wood elves might not be able to capture Sanger. After completing this series of procedures, Sanger took Matthew's letter to Jade Court again. This time, he finally handed the letter to Bina. At the same time, he also brought Matthew's letter of apology and the local specialties of Rolling Stone Town to Winter Moon. Winter Moon was quite enthusiastic. She asked Sanger to bring Matthew many fruits and handmade goods from the Jade Court. The former was fragrant and charming, fresh and sweet. The latter was exquisite and unique. This went on. Matthew also had a relationship with the Winter Moon. In the letter, the latter praised Matthew's idea of a protective umbrella against the scar of the dead. She took the initiative to ask Matthew to come to Jade Court to help solve the problem of the scar of the dead's growing influence. According to the Winter Moon, the scar of the dead near Jade Court had been quite active in recent months. At least 3 wood elves or half-elves had lost their lives. She hoped that Matthew's S-level research project could be carried out as soon as possible. If you can extend the protective umbrella plan to the surroundings of Jade Court before winter arrives, it will be great news for the wood elves. All the living beings of Jade Court will be grateful to you. These were the Winter Moon's original words. Of course, Matthew had also considered continuing with his umbrella plan. But he had too many things on his hands. Moreover, Jade Court's Scar of the Dead was much more serious than Rolling Stone Town's. He had to make sufficient preparations before he could solve the problem. Therefore, he promised in his letter that he would continue to implement the umbrella project. However, the specific implementation time still needed to be discussed. The Winter Moon expressed her understanding in her reply. She had also sent Matthew a thick stack of documents, all of which were related to the research of the Scar of the Dead. The two of them chatted happily. During this process, Matthew also learned about Ms. Allen's background. She was a level 20 elven mage. The reason why the elves called her the Winter Moon was because she was proficient in both the winter and moonlight domains. Her father was a stag, and he was once the most powerful nature soul in Jade Court. His mother was an incarnation of the goddess of moonlight, Asha, who used to walk in the human world. Ever since Aelin was born, she had obtained her father's demigod status. She also had 2 great domains bestowed by her mother. Although she was not a pure-blooded supreme heavenly existence, she was definitely a second-generation god. However, due to her special environment, in the end, she did not join her mother's side and became the anchor point of the heavenly palace in the prime material plane. She didn't blend into nature like his father and become a willow leaf believer who placed the interests of the elves above everything else. She joined the Seven Saint Alliance and became a powerful mage. Chapter 678 Chapter 678, The Village of Daytime and the Art of Mental Retardance. Chapter 678, The Village of Daytime and the Art of Mental Retardance. Please reading on Zndel.omicron. Translator, Lonely Tree. Her legendary background and her identity as a member of several forces made her the focus of many people. However, this lady was very low-key. Ever since she had become a registered mage of Jade Court, she had never left her mage tower throughout the year. She was considered one of the best among the homebody mages. Aelin had a unique understanding of magic. Matthew also found some inspiration from her thoughts. Therefore, he also tried to ask Aelin for advice on spells. The latter answered patiently every time. This made Matthew's impression of her increase. In the end, even Sanger couldn't help but complain. If you're looking for a messenger just to communicate with a fixed person every day, then a pigeon can also do my current job. Matthew's reaction to this was a faint smile. Should I change you out for a pigeon? Sanger glanced at Peggy, who was busy beside him. Without saying a word, he obediently sent the letter. The days passed just like that. During this period, Matthew also received a letter from the Alliance's Silver Council. It was mentioned in the letter. The specific time for the second batch of the Umbrella Project visiting delegation had been confirmed, which was September 20th. The interview would last for 3 days. Perhaps due to the influence of the Secret War Order, there were not many mages in the party this time, only 9. Matthew was not unhappy about this. Last time, many people had actually come because of Edmund. Now that he had severed all ties with Edmund, and with the current turmoil, it would already be good if there were 9 of them. These 9 people were most likely here for the follow-up project of the Umbrella Project. Matthew decided to treat everyone equally and just copy the previous operation. It was good to earn as much as possible. But after the second batch of people from the visiting group leaves, the Silver Council is probably going to urge me to proceed with the next phase of the project. At least it's time to establish a project. Looks like I have to make a trip to Jade Court before winter arrives. Matthew adjusted his schedule and pondered. A week later. September 17th. In the northern wasteland, under the effect of rapid growth, a pine seedling kept growing taller and taller, growing into a towering tree. The pine forest nearby was already on a small scale. Matthew packed his things while sensing the changes in the land. It was just as he had sensed before. The life elements of this land were indeed not active, but in the process of planting trees. Matthew gradually realized that the lack of activity did not affect the planting of the pine forest at all. Because it was just not active. It wasn't that it didn't exist. Even the life essence of this land was rather abundant. They were just more passive. When the pine tree's roots pierced into the ground and absorbed water, it also activated a part of the life essence. As a result, the pine forest was in a much better state of survival and growth than Matthew's oak forest. This phenomenon was novel to Matthew. He speculated that other than the scar of the dead, it should also be related to the thing buried in the ground. The work on the surface was progressing smoothly, but the opening of the underground cave was a little difficult. The zombies were good at work. However, digging the hole was actually a technical job. During the process of opening up the second cemetery, there were several collapses. After burying zombies in some places, Matthew couldn't even find them after the incident. The lives of zombies were worthless. Otherwise, there was really no way to continue this work. But no matter what, Matthew's plan was progressing in an orderly manner. There were now more than 400 pine trees in the forest. Looking from afar, it already gave people the feeling of being surrounded by trees. At this point, after a week of work, Matthew had accumulated 10 enhancement points in one go, which could be used to enhance his signature spell 10 times. He returned to the newly built wooden villa. Matthew drank the clear spring water while deciding on the final signature spell. The list in front of him had quite a few spells to choose from. Besides, it was a detailed list of advantages and disadvantages. For example, instigation. This spell was actually a very high priority in Matthew's heart. But the problem was, instigating a rebellion was ultimately a disgusting ability. Whether it was sneakily or openly, it was a spell that could disgust people. However, it was a spell that did not have much of an effect in high-level battles. After all, truly powerful characters were very difficult to turn. Moreover, this spell was limited by the undead domain. Matthew had gained some experience from strengthening Soldier and the others, and these experiences might be applicable in the field of magic. It was very difficult for the target to exceed the original limit. At most, it would be to tap into the potential of the target. There might be some potential to incite a rebellion. However, its limitations were still too great. Matthew shook his head. He removed this spell from his sight. After that, he then removed Hand of Equilibrium from his consideration. No matter how powerful an instant death spell was, it couldn't escape the limitation of instant death. Powerful creatures were resistant to instant death. Matthew wasn't optimistic that he would be able to strengthen an instant death spell that ignored instant death resistance. This was against the laws of the plane. Matthew had a very clear understanding of this. After that, for different reasons, he deleted flight, dimensional door, undead summoning, and so on from the list. In the end, there was only one spot left on the spell list. Deadly Scissors. Its scientific name was Iwa Scissors. This spell and Death Canopy were known as the two useless spells of necromancers. Chapter 679, The Village of Daytime and the Art of Mental Retardance. Chapter 679, The Village of Daytime and the Art of Mental Retardance. Please reading on Znvel.omicron. Translator, Lonely Tree. It had a powerful ability to cause damage. However, its flaws were also very prominent. Matthew thought about it and felt that he lacked a powerful spell to cause damage. This was actually a common problem for necromancers. Summoned creature? It was used to abuse noobs. Instant death spells? It was used to torture noobs or kill steel. Negative energy? Most of them were auxiliary effects. There were too few spells that could deal serious damage. Therefore, Matthew wanted to make up for the shortcomings of the Iwa Scissors so that he could have a stable ability to cause damage. He did as he thought. After setting the Iwa scissors as his signature spell, Matthew did not hesitate to choose 10 consecutive enhancements. Prompt: enhancement successful. Your signature spell, Deadly Scissors, has received the following improvements. Spell casting time reduced by 5s. Second stage charging time reduced by 1 second. 3 times of charging time reduced by 3s. A damage increase. Elite enhancement, slowing field. When you are chanting, a slowing field will be formed under the feet of the target area. All creatures affected by this field will have their movement speed reduced by 50%. 3 times of charging time reduced by 3s. -2 ND charge damage increase. Elite enhancement, beautiful, enhances the light and shadow effect of your spells. Your scissors look smoother when they snap, and the sound is clearer. A damage increase. Rare enhancement, 10x size. The size and coverage of your scissors will be increased by 10 times. After the chant, you will be able to control a 20-meter-long pair of scissors. Strengthening complete. The current attributes of the Deadly Scissors are as follows. Chant time, 15 seconds. 1 seconds, damage equivalent to level 13 evocation spell. Second stage, for S charge, damage equivalent to level 15 evocation spell. Third stage, 24s, damage equivalent to level 20 plus evocation spell. Special enhancement, deceleration field, beautiful / 10 times the size. Not bad. Matthew was quite satisfied with the result of the enhancement. 10 times the size, coupled with the deceleration force field. This thing could already be used as an area of effect spell. As the subsequent strengthening continued, Matthew had a chance to master a powerful and stable signature spell. But what's with this beautiful keyword? Why is it that spell strengthening can produce the same effect as gray keywords? Matthew scratched his head in confusion. And in order to improve his spells, Matthew slowed down the planting of the oak trees. He devoted himself to pine trees. This made the oak tree fairy Lulu a little dissatisfied with him. However, Matthew still sweated in the pine forest. Days passed. Matthew felt extremely fulfilled. However, when he was busy, he always had a strange feeling. Did he forget something? However, he could not remember. He simply didn't think about it. One day, when he got off work, he saw Sif and Rhaegar arguing. Matthew went over to ask the reason. Rhaegar explained that Sif wanted to learn magic, but he didn't think it was time yet. She had just awakened and needed time to digest her awakened abilities. Finally, he said with some emotion, "This child rarely quarrels with me, but the way Sif threw a tantrum at me just now reminds me of Melinda." At that moment, Matthew finally realized what he had overlooked. Black Suwa Mountain Prison. In the high-class private room. In front of an alloy door. Warden Alexander opened the door himself and explained. "We've been keeping her in custody according to your request. We guarantee that we won't do anything to her personal belongings. Her clothes are handled by the female jailer, and the same goes for other aspects of her daily life and privacy." As soon as he finished speaking, the door opened. The two of them saw a slim woman wearing a prisoner's uniform squatting by the bed. She heard someone coming over. The female prisoner quickly raised her head. She chuckled at the two of them. She laughed and drooled on the ground. Alexander said angrily, "Hera? How many times have I told you? Don't use the mental retarding spell on the prisoners in the premium guest rooms." A moment later, a golden-haired construct walked out from the passage behind them. She shrugged as she walked. "You're wrong, Alexander. I didn't use the mental retarding spell." Alexander was furious. "Are you still trying to quibble? Then what spell did you use?" Hera blinked. "It's the legendary mental retarding spell." Chapter 680, Chapter 680, Your Friend is Killing. Chapter 680, Your Friend is Killing. Please reading on Zenvel.omicron. Translator, Lonely Tree. It was only then that Matthew noticed that the golden-haired golden dog-like construct was also a legend. One had to know. Legendary constructs were rare, even in the Alliance. There was only one registered in the 100 cities. That was Tower Genie 177. He didn't know where this Hera came from, but it seemed like she had a deep relationship with the Black Suwa mountain fortress. Hera looked at Matthew with interest. What a handsome young man. Would you like to discuss the art of retarding with me? Matthew asked curiously. What kind of discussion? Hera smiled and said. Come, follow me to a small room. Let's chat for a while. After that, you'll willingly accept my mental retard spell on you. Matthew was on guard. Hera asked. Do you believe me? Matthew shook his head. I don't believe you. Hera said. Then let's give it a try. Matthew waved his hand. No need. Black Suwa Mountain was not an orderly and good place. It could imprison a large number of criminals. The filth of this fortress itself was famous in the Alliance. How could Matthew go to the small room with her? This action itself seemed like it could only be done by a person who had been mentally retarded. Hera was instantly disappointed. It seems that you are also a boring human. Matthew replied casually. Indeed, but I can introduce my friend 177 to you when I'm free. You should have a lot in common regarding the topic of mental retard. Hera suddenly showed a look of disdain. Don't mention that pervert. Remember to stay away from him. That fellow's abnormal level is second to none, even among us constructs. Matthew nodded in his heart. It seemed that Hera knew about 177's existence, but 177 had never mentioned that there were others of his kind in the Alliance. What was the reason? At this moment, Alexander came over and introduced her. This is Hera, a legendary construct, the queen of Black Suwa Mount Prison. She was created by Lady Isabel when she was traveling the astral world and brought back to the prime material world. Hera interrupted again. No, I wasn't created by that crazy woman. I'm a naturally born construct. Alexander shrugged, obviously not willing to dwell on this topic. Matthew asked curiously. Are constructs born naturally? Hera said matter-of-factly. Of course. Where else would the iron cans in the Storluck industry come from? Mechanical life is not as complicated as natural life in terms of material composition. However, when it comes to soul elements, we are much more abundant than your so-called natural people. Therefore, in theory, it is easier for mechanical life forms to become legends than natural life forms. It's just that the conditions for the birth of mechanical life are more demanding. I'm not talking about robots created by you mages with third-rate awakening. They're just a collection of programs, not real mechanical life. Matthew nodded thoughtfully. He could feel the difference between Hera and 177 and normal automatons. The spirituality that only living beings possessed was vividly reflected in their bodies. It was even a little too spiritual. Mechanical life is indeed fascinating. He complimented. Hera beamed. You're right, kid. I like you. If one day you want to abandon your human body and become a mechanical life, I can help you. In fact, the Seventh Saint Alliance has already researched the transformation ritual of mechanical ascension very thoroughly in theory, even more thoroughly than how to transform into a lich. However, there are very few people who carry it out. I guess this is because they lack a pioneer role model. I have high hopes for you. I'm not lying to you. Mechanical life is more complicated than natural life at the soul level. According to my research, mechanical ascension is a shortcut to becoming a legend. I once saw a mechanical life in a higher dimension in my dream. He could freely switch between mechanical life and natural life. One moment, he was a machine, and the next moment, he became a human. That was not the effect of the transformation spell, but a true form transformation. I'm afraid it's close to the high-dimensional realm that the Calamity Mage mentioned before she left. Seeing Hera confidently preaching to Matthew about the benefits of becoming a mechanical life form, Matthew was shocked. Alexander couldn't sit still anymore. He could not help but ask. Hera, can the things you see in your dreams be used to prove the greatness of mechanical life? Is it possible that it doesn't exist? Hera immediately asked. You've already accepted the fact that constructs can dream, so why are you still questioning whether the object in my dream exists? Alexander laughed dryly. He no longer answered Hera's question and turned to Matthew, introducing him awkwardly. Hera is the top debater in the Alliance debate competition. Her debating ability is the best in the Alliance. I'm afraid even Lady Isabel is no match for her. The Alliance debate competition was also permanently suspended because of her. As a debater, she's too strong. Matthew was puzzled. That's not necessary to stop it, right? She can be the judge. Alexander shook his head. Hera used to be a judge, but when she was a judge, she always liked to refute both sides of the debate, making the other debaters doubt their lives. In the end, that debate became her one-woman show. Everyone watched her fight herself, and in the end, she collapsed. Chapter 681, Chapter 681, Your Good Friend is Killing. Chapter 681, Your Good Friend is Killing. Please reading on Znvel.omicron. Translator, Lonely Tree. Since then, the Alliance debate competition has never been held again. Hearing this, Hera didn't retort. She nodded and said, Yes, it's my trait to like to argue. Sometimes, I know that I'm not expressing my opinion but my emotions. I just instinctively wanted to refute others. I even refuted myself. However, it was precisely the greatest aspect of me as a mechanical life. It meant that I had gone so far in imitating humans. I can proudly declare to the world, I'm the construct that can argue the most. There is no other like me. Considering that this construct was related to Isabel, Matthew was even more curious about Hera's background. However, he still noticed Melinda lying on the bed. The latter's drooling appearance was really easy to make people fantasize about. Matthew hurriedly asked, Can the mental retardiness spell be removed? Will there be any side effects? Hera said, There are side effects to the mental retarding spell, but I haven't found any side effects from the legendary mental retarding spell that I developed myself. Well, it might be because there aren't enough experimental samples. I can cancel it for you now. Do you want it? Alexander also asked. How do you plan to deal with her? Do you want to take her away now? Matthew shook his head. Before coming, he had already considered how to deal with Melinda. There was definitely no need to keep her locked up. The Black Suwa Mountain prison was also quite expensive. The Alliance had already fallen out with Storluck Industries. Theoretically, the best way to deal with this was to send her to the northernmost floating city and make her a captive of the Alliance. However, considering that she was Sif's mother and Rieger's ex-wife, Matthew didn't intend to go that far. Remove the retard spell and throw her into the desert, he said. Alexander asked seriously. In one piece? Matthew complained in his heart, if it's not complete, are you going to cut her into pieces? But looking at the warden's clear eyes, he realized that there was such a service in Black Suwa Mountain. Hence, he hurriedly said, Complete, alive. Don't let her suffer any additional harm. Just throw her into the desert and let her fend for herself. Alexander was enlightened. I understand. You're playing hard to get, right? Let her go first, then capture her and use imprisonment to wear down her will. Matthew felt a headache coming on. He stretched out a hand to stop him from continuing. No, it's not what you think. Alexander laughed. It's okay. I understand. As long as you need it, Black Suwa Mountain will always keep a prison cell for you. Hera said faintly. You make it sound like you're ready to imprison him at any time. Alexander's expression changed. I didn't mean that. Hera said firmly. I do. I really want to see a retarded expression on this handsome face, coupled with the drooling action. Just thinking about it makes me excited. Alexander reminded. Matthew is also Lady Isabel's student. Hera's eyes lit up. Is that crazy woman taking in students again? Then I have to try my junior brother's taste all the more, right? Hera's gaze made Matthew's scalp tingle. Fortunately, Alexander stopped her from doing anything to Matthew. A moment later, Hera removed the spell. Alexander called for the teleportation mage, and through the crystal ball, Matthew could see that the mage had left Melinda in an uninhabited desert. As the effects of the spell gradually disappeared, Melinda's eyes gradually cleared. Confusion, anger, fear, and lingering fear appeared on her face. She cursed on the spot. Then, she began to chant a spell. As she chanted the spell, a blue portal appeared in her life. However, before the teleportation gate was completely formed, the desert was suddenly filled with yellow sand. 4 tornadoes flew past in the sky. A blue shadow flashed by. When the dust settled, Melinda was nowhere to be seen. That storm just now. Was that the blue dragon? Matthew asked uncertainly. Alexander nodded. It's him. The blue dragon scholar, Elinos. He has a good relationship with our Mount Hesso. He often helps us deal with something we don't need. Maybe he thought that he encountered something that we can't use this time. Do you need me to look for him? Matthew pondered for a moment and then shook his head. An adult blue dragon might be quite strong. But Melinda was also a half-legend. If she wanted to leave, Elinos could not hold her. Things were almost settled at this point. Matthew was about to leave. Hera said to him, Are you really not going to chat with me in the small room? In name, I'm your senior. Matthew forced a smile. He slipped away. I have to go back and ask 177 about Hera's background. Matthew thought. After dealing with Melinda, Matthew returned to Rolling Stone Town and continued his daily life. Under Matthew's efforts day and night, the pine forest grew stronger day by day. The life sanctuary from the south seemed to have an influence on the north as well. Matthew had seen the shadows of the grouse family in the pine forest more than once. The two sides didn't talk. However, it was an indisputable fact that these small animals had taken root in their own land. One could also see the clues from the prosperity of the species. Matthew's tree planting business was as smooth as ever. Chapter 682 Chapter 682, Your good friend is killing. Chapter 682, Your good friend is killing. Please reading on Znvel.omicron. Translator, Lonely Tree. There was also good news from the office lobby. After arriving at the High Leaf Ridge, Zeller decisively used an iron fist. Overnight, the people who secretly gathered the residents to trip up the officials of Rolling Stone Town were all exiled. There were some who disobeyed. They were also arrested under wartime regulations and escorted back to Rolling Stone Town. Perhaps it was only now that the people of the High Leaf Hill realized that Rolling Stone Town was the victor. The High Leaf region surrendered. According to the details of the secret war order, Rolling Stone Town had the right to dispose of anyone on this land during wartime. For a moment, the protest from the High Leaf Ridge disappeared. Everyone supported Rieger's rule from the bottom of their hearts. At least on the surface. The situation in the High Leaf Ridge had stabilized. At this point, the chaos caused by the Battle of the Moss Hills gradually returned to tranquility. Meanwhile, the Alliance was in chaos. On the one hand, it was because of the war in the south. After the battle at the Moss Green Hills, it was said that more than 2 digits of territories had submitted war applications, including Lion City, Deep Blue Harbor, Goldwater City, Lake Water City, and other famous big cities in the south. It was said that the Silver Council was working overtime to fix the loopholes that appeared in the Battle of the Moss Green Hills. More mages were participating in the adjudicator training. They had to ensure that the subsequent battles were fair. On the other hand, After the Astral War, the alliance of Seven Saints, Storluck Industries, and the Pentashade dragon god Brook had completely fallen out with each other. Although the dragon-slaying order had not been issued on the surface, the operation against the dragons had already begun. All the chromatic dragons on this continent that had not paid protection fees were among the targets of the operation. And even if they had paid protection fees, they would have to come to the alliance to prove their innocence and confirm that they had not flirted with Baruch. Otherwise, they would have to wait to suffer Soria's wrath. As for Storluck Industries, the information that Matthew had gotten from Fandral and Wintermoon was that the alliance also had the intention of revenge. However, the specific operation was still being discussed in secret. After all, Storluck was a big industrialist, and the Prince of Undead was said to be their number 3 character. Dealing with them, he had to be more cautious. Just as Matthew was planting trees and eating melons, the ability of world affairs was activated again. 3 pieces of news were sent to him. Hint: according to your profession, number of domains, and perception, 3 pieces of information have been captured for this world event. They are world level, national level, and private information. World: Zangula, the human hero from the north, has passed the trial of the Whale of the Void and has become the companion of the legendary beast. With the help of the Void Whale, Zangula was about to head to the Dark Kingdom to fight the evil existence among the giant beasts. Country: the Naga race of the Arune Sea ended a 2-month-long civil war, and Queen Xena finally unified the country. This month, Queen Xena would announce the establishment of the new Naga kingdom and choose 1 or more men from all races to become her prince. Private: your good friend Margaret is currently on a killing spree. Kill record: Margaret has killed the Blood Prince, LV-20/Elite, on the 4th floor of Purgatory. Margaret killed the Skeleton Messenger, LV-18/Elite, on the 7th floor of Purgatory. Margaret killed the 100-Face Monster Lord, LV-19/Rare Elite, on the 7th floor of Purgatory. Margaret has killed the Tumor Dragon, Inferno Red Dragon, Inferno Black Dragon, Inferno Green Dragon, and Inferno Twin-Headed Dragon on the 8th level of Inferno, Inferno Dragon Island. Your friend Margaret's Purgatory Hatred points +10. Your Purgatory Hatred +1. Prompt: you have received a magic letter from Margaret that transcends planes. Do you accept it? Chapter 683, Chapter 683, Throwing Gloves and Legendary Power. Chapter 683, Throwing Gloves and Legendary Power. Please reading on Znvel.omicron. Translator: Lonely Tree. Margaret sent him a magic letter that crossed planes? Matthew accepted it without hesitation. In the next second, suddenly, a gust of wind blew in front of his eyes. A mini whirlwind rose from under his feet and quickly transformed into a thin air element. It was different from ordinary air elements. This guy looked abnormally thin and pale, and he did not have the evil aura unique to air elements. My name is Fat Boy, and I'm Lady Margaret's newly recruited messenger. She has a letter and 3 items for me to pass on to you. You should read the letter first and make a decision before I hand over the rest to you. The thin and weak air elemental said, clearly lacking in energy. Out of courtesy, Matthew did not continue to size him up. Instead, he nodded and took the letter from him. After reading it, Matthew's face gradually turned solemn. Margaret had written a letter to ask for help. Although she had killed many monsters in Inferno Hell, her achievements were shocking. The danger and pressure she faced far exceeded the trials in the prime material plane. Of course, if it were just dangerous, then it would be fine. Margaret was there to challenge herself. However, the problem now was, after the Astral War, the relationship between the Alliance and the gods became even more rigid, and the attitudes of many powers in the outer planes, including the Purgatory, became ambiguous. In the Age of Enlightenment, the gods of the Heavenly Palace, who controlled the prime material plane, were at loggerheads with the Purgatory, Abyss, and evil spirits. But after Heavenly Palace ascended the Watchtower, the gods were actually no different from them. They were all dangerous people drifting in the outer planes. In terms of their foundations in the prime material plane, perhaps the purgatory or evil spirits were more stable than the gods. In this way, the heavenly palace, purgatory, abyss, and the underworld had already become potential allies. The alliance and the heavenly palace had fallen out. Naturally, her movements in Inferno Hell would be obstructed. Currently, in order to protect the safety of the mages, the Seven Saint Alliance's strongholds in Inferno Hell had all been destroyed, leaving some secret strongholds. Margaret could not contact them. This caused her to lose her supplies during her purgatory journey. This was a fatal blow to Margaret. She dared to challenge Inferno Hell alone because the Alliance had set up many strongholds in Inferno Hell. These strongholds would become her backup, and she could retreat back to her hometown if she had to. However, things were different now. Right now, Margaret could be said to be fighting alone. Many legendary creatures in the purgatory had their eyes on her. Recently, Margaret's supplies had been depleted very quickly. She mentioned it in her letter. She needed a large number of Lancelot potions and advanced torrent potions. Without these potions, her combat power would be greatly reduced. Matthew was not surprised. Margaret was a genuine kryptonite warrior. Her body was an extremely powerful combat machine, and her combat style was highly dependent on various magic tools and resources. In the long run, not only would she have to end this self-challenge, but she might even die in purgatory. For this reason, Margaret asked Matthew for help. She currently occupied a gold mine on the 10th floor of Inferno and was ordering her dwarf demon captives to work overtime. She planned to quickly empty the gold mine and transfer the wealth to the prime material plane to exchange for the corresponding magic tools and resources before proceeding to the next stage of the purgatory journey. However, there were many difficulties in this process. The higher-ups of the Alliance were all being watched, so they definitely couldn't help her. The best way she could come up with was to transport the gold to Ascana in the Inferno through the channels she had settled, and then send it to the prime material plane through the portal of Rhaegar. She found a middleman in Ascana. However, they still needed Matthew's cooperation to complete the operation of the entire chain. Matthew looked pensive after reading it. Margaret's idea was indeed a solution to the problem. Rhaegar's portal was very secretive. Everyone in Ascana knew about this portal, but none of the demons or devils could find it. This was enough to show how valuable the portal was. But the problem was, even if Matthew was willing to take a certain risk to help Margaret, Rhaegar was also willing to share the risk. With the current momentum of Rolling Stone Town, it was also difficult to call it low-key. After the battle at the Moss Hills, the number of gods paying attention to Matthew increased sharply. Before he developed the invisibility function, Matthew felt that his every move would be watched by a group of peeping toms. If he was in charge of connecting with Margaret's middleman, he might only harm her. Matthew conveyed his concerns to the air elementals. The latter blinked. Is this an excuse? If so, you only need to blink 3 times in a row, and I won't ask any more. Matthew was stunned. Of course not. I just want to know if Margaret has any better candidates besides me. The air element revealed an expression of sudden realization and then said, in all seriousness, as far as I know, Lady Margaret has only written a letter of assistance to you. Is that so? Matthew was somewhat surprised. He had thought that Margaret had a lot of connections in the Alliance and that he was just a backup. He did not expect to be the only one. Chapter 684, Chapter 684, Throwing Gloves and Legendary Power. Chapter 684, Throwing Gloves and Legendary Power. Please reading on Znvel.omicron. Translator, Lonely Tree. Then I'll think of a way. Matthew nodded and said, this matter must be carried out very carefully. I might entrust it to a third party. The air element said calmly. Then I'll leave it to you. Unfortunately, I'm too weak and can't carry more items. Otherwise, Lady Margaret wouldn't have needed to find additional channels. Since you've agreed to this, I'll give you the remaining 3 items. These 3 items are the throwing gloves that Lady Margaret gave you, the scalp of the Rand clan demon that you can buy at a low price if you need it, and the funds to purchase the magic tools that Lady Margaret needs, 1 heart-hunting diamond. As he spoke, he took out the 3 items and placed them in front of Matthew. Matthew looked at them one by one. The first was the throwing gloves. This was a gift from Margaret, so Matthew didn't reject it. He took it and put it on his left hand. Throwing gloves can increase the wearer's strength by 1 point. However, its most powerful effect was that as long as a little magic power was injected into the glove, it could activate the force field magic on it. You can now absorb items or creatures within 10 meters of your gloves. As long as something was absorbed, the throwing glove will be charged, and you can throw the absorbed item out with force. Under the effect of magic, that thing will be thrown far, far away by you. According to the Fat Kid's introduction, this glove was a magic item that Margaret had discarded. She had used it for more than 10 years. However, she found a better pair of magic gloves in Inferno, so she reluctantly gave it to Matthew. Matthew couldn't put it down. The throwing function of the glove was not very useful to him. On the contrary, the absorption ability was the Necromancer's lucky star. Although the Hand of Paleness could also maintain a mid-range attack, its effect would be weakened. Now, he had the throwing gloves. He could use his left hand to suck the enemy into his hand and then press his right hand to kill him. This glove could provide many flexible tactical options. Its value was self-evident. "Please thank Lady Margaret for me," Matthew said. The air elemental nodded. The second item was a small stack of scalps. According to the Fat Kid's introduction, these scalps came from a demon clan called the Rand clan. They were very compact and sturdy, and were extremely rare and durable materials as well as the medium for writing magic contracts. The market value of each scalp was about 8,000 gold coins. There were 20 pieces in this stack. It was worth 160,000. If Matthew wanted it, he could get it for 80,000 gold coins. This portion of the money did not need to be paid directly to Margaret. Instead, it could be transferred to the purchasing fee. Matthew gently stroked the demon's scalp. He was extremely excited. This was the material he urgently needed. Whether it was the Ritual Grounds proof of territory or the Hand of Equalization's contract, both required an extremely tough and spiritual medium. It was obvious. These scalps were one of the best materials for writing magic words. 80,000 gold coins was not a small sum for Matthew. However, he bought it without hesitation. As for the last piece of heart-hunting golden diamond, it was a speciality of the Inferno and was incredibly sturdy. Even ordinary legendary spells could not destroy its structure. The golden diamond Margaret gave him was the size of a baby's fist. It was very suitable as the tip of a spear. It could also be used to make semi-divine weapons or strategic magic weapons. The market price of the heart-hunting diamond was around 800,000 gold coins. Matthew only needed to sell it at around this price, and then he could get a commission equivalent to 10% of the total price. All he needed to do was exchange the remaining money for the magic tools that Margaret needed. He had to admit, Margaret was also very sincere in asking him for help. In fact, even if she didn't pay the commission, Matthew would do his best. However, Margaret's way of handling things would undoubtedly make him feel more comfortable. It's easy to talk about Rhaegar, but I think we might need to consult the higher-ups of the Alliance on this matter. On the one hand, the relationship between the Alliance and the Outer Dimensions is very sensitive. On the other hand, if we have the help of a divine mage, the success rate of finding a third party to complete the mission of transporting supplies will be higher. Matthew explained to the air element. The latter nodded calmly. It's up to you how to resolve it. I won't interfere in any way. I'll look for you again in a week. I hope to get good news from you. Then, goodbye. After the air elements disappeared, Matthew grabbed the golden diamond and went straight to the Cauldron House. After passing through several portals, he once again arrived at Soria's Crystal Palace. He planned to talk to Soria first. Margaret was her student, after all. Perhaps Soria had a better plan? However, when he arrived at the door. He was stopped by a magic cat at the door. Miss Soria is currently traveling in a parallel plane. She won't see anyone for the next 6 months. Please leave. Even if you want to pay interest, please wait for half a year. Soria went to a parallel plane? Matthew was stunned. However, the cat's serious expression and crafty eyes made him realize that this was probably just an excuse. It should be after the Astral War. The higher-ups of the Alliance were taking action, and Soria was also involved. Chapter 685 Chapter 685, Throwing Gloves and Legendary Power. Chapter 685, Throwing Gloves and Legendary Power. Please reading Omicron's novel. Omicron. Translator, Lonely Tree. It seems like only my teacher Isabel is free. Should we ask her for her opinion? Matthew was thinking. At this moment, another fat cat jumped out of the castle. Matthew had seen this fat cat before. It was Aji who was in charge of welcoming guests into the living room. Aji said to Matthew. Miss Soria is indeed unable to meet anyone at the moment, but before she left, she instructed that if it's about Rolling Stone Town, you can go to the Guardian of the East, Chin. At present, the higher-ups of the Alliance have redistributed their powers and responsibilities during the war. The territory that previously belonged to Ronan, the Guardian of the South, is temporarily handed over to Chin to manage. You can look for him. This is a token from Madame Soria. Please accept it. As he spoke, Aji handed a box of magic matches to Matthew. There were only 3 matches in the matchbox. Aji explained. Every time you light a match, you will have a short chance to talk to the Guardian of the East. Chen has a good temper, but if there's nothing important, it's best not to disturb the Holy Mage. Matthew looked grateful. The 2 cats were indifferent. They walked under the sun, yawning as they walked. He returned to the cauldron house. Matthew found a quiet corner and lit the first match. Orange-red magic flames lit up. Soon after, a steady male voice rang out. How many times have I told you, Soria? I've already quit gambling. Don't play cards with me again. No matter what excuse you give me today, I won't play cards with you unless you can get your back. Matthew coughed. I'm sorry, Mr. Chen. I'm Matthew. This box of matches was given to me by Miss Soria. Chen laughed and said. Soria, it's not fun to pretend to be Matthew. I've already said that your transformation technique is terrible. Let me find your flaws, eh? Is it really Matthew? His voice involuntarily changed. Hello, Matthew. What's the matter? He could feel the distance in the other party's tone. Matthew quickly told her about Margaret's current situation. After listening, Chen couldn't help but complain. Isn't Soria too irresponsible? She's not even willing to take care of her own students. And you're Isabel's student. Why are you looking for me? Even the holy mages don't care about anything, right? You only know how to squeeze us little legends. Matthew's face immediately turned awkward. In fact, Chen was right. In theory, this matter was Soria or Isabel's responsibility. It would be more reasonable to let Ronan or Edmund handle it. However, the higher-ups were indeed short of manpower. Matthew heard that Chen and Roderick had taken on most of the work above the Silver Council's authority. It was normal to have such complaints. Then shall I go find my teacher? Matthew said softly. However, Chen immediately denied it. Why are you looking for her? If you go to her for such a small matter, she will definitely scold you. In the future, if you have any problems, just come to me. I've already thought of a solution to Margaret's problem. However, I have something very important to do now. I had no time to spare. How about this? Come and find me in a week. When the time comes, you can find a random beach and chant an incantation. Then, you can come to my Heaven Ascension Tower. Remember the contents of the incantation. Matthew listened attentively. He quickly memorized the complicated incantation. The magic match was about to burn out. Chen asked, "Is there anything else?" Matthew shook his head, but there was still some worry on his face. Chen seemed to be able to see his expression and immediately comforted him. "Don't worry, Margaret will be fine. She's a very strong and promising child. If anything happens during this week, it will be fate. She is a born warrior, and only through the tempering of life and death can she walk a broad path, just like me." At this point, a female voice suddenly sounded from the fire lit by the magic match. There seemed to be a dozen women surrounding Chen. He was doing something unspeakable. Matthew was shocked. He quickly reached out to extinguish the flames, but the magic match had a special nature. Matthew couldn't extinguish it no matter how hard he tried. Don't misunderstand. The voices you heard were all illusions. I'm practicing a technique to increase my resistance to illusions. Those sounds are fake, and they don't exist, hissed Dash. Yes, next time, right. Chen's voice stopped abruptly. The magic match finally went out. Matthew wiped the sweat off his forehead. A low giggle sounded in his ears. Immediately after, it was the sound of a "huh" that he had just heard. Many indescribable scenes immediately appeared in front of Matthew's eyes. In the next second, his eyes widened, and his pupils became a little blurry. Fortunately, heart like still water was activated in time. It forcefully pulled his mind back. Hint, you have completed a special resistance training for illusions. Your resistance to women +1. He's really undergoing illusion resistance training. Matthew was stunned. Was there special training for illusion resistance? Other than women. Was there any special training for gold coins, men, and power? Matthew's consciousness quickly dispersed. A moment later, he suddenly realized another problem. Chapter 686, Chapter 686, Throwing Gloves and Legendary Power. Chapter 686, Throwing Gloves and Legendary Power. Please reading Omicron's novel. Omicron. Translator, Lonely Tree. Does a superior legend still need to undergo this level of specialized illusion training? Matthew did not dare to continue gossiping. It could only be said that it was quite normal for high-level mages to play. As for Margaret, he could only silently pray that nothing would happen to her for the next week. After all, she should know the efficiency of the alliance better than him. After returning to Rolling Stone Town, Matthew continued to plant pine trees vigorously. Even if the visiting delegation came over, Matthew only went over to explain the working principle of the protective umbrella to them. After charging them the same price as last time, he did not care anymore. The 9 mages were also quite understanding. They came and went silently and did not disturb Matthew's planting. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. In a wooden house in the pine forest, Matthew was reviewing the results of this week's work. This week, his planting efficiency had increased. The number of pine trees planted had reached 482, and the scale of the pine forest had reached 885. It wouldn't be long before he could break through the 1,000 mark. At the same time, he had also accumulated 12 enhancement points. A wave of 12 consecutive draws. Prompt, enhancement successful. Your signature spell, Deadly Scissors, has received the following improvements. A damage increase. 3 stages of charging, 3s shorter. A damage increase. -2 ND charge damage increased. Elite enhancement, true and false. The actual attack range of your fatal scissors is different from the light effect. Others can only see the shadow of the scissors, but you can see the shadow and the actual attack range at the same time. The second stage charging speed is shortened by 1 second. Elite enhancement, disintegrate armor. The first damage dealt by your deadly scissors will have the effect of disintegrate. -2 ND charge damage increased. 3 stages of charging, 3s shorter. Legendary enhancement, legendary power. The third damage of your deadly scissors will be increased to the level of a legendary beginner evocation spell. Spell casting time reduced by 5s. Rare enhancement, invisible casting. When you chant this spell, you will automatically enter an invisible state. After the strengthening was completed, Matthew's signature spell had reached another level. The first was Legendary Power. This was a legendary level enhancement, directly raising the upper limit of the Deadly Scissors to the strength of a legendary spell. This was also the first legendary spell that Matthew had mastered. Even if the third part of the damage required charging, and it would still require 20 seconds to charge, a legendary was a legendary. Once the spell was released, it could form a huge deterrent. Its value was no longer limited to the damage itself. Matthew's sense of security greatly increased. Secondly, the rare enhancement of invisible spellcasting was also very powerful. It took effect from the moment the chant began, although the sound would still expose his position when he chanted. However, it also provided more space for the mage in terms of follow-up. Once the chant was completed, his own safety would be greatly improved. Not to mention that Matthew might gain attributes similar to silent casting in the subsequent spell strengthening. At that time, this enhancement would become even more valuable. The two elite enhancements also had their own uses. True and False could be used to increase the hit rate of spells and create smoke bombs. Armor Disintegration could greatly increase the damage of spells. After all, force field spells also had a certain amount of physical damage. As for the normal strengthening, it also greatly increased the attributes of the Deadly Scissors spell. At this point, the casting time of Deadly Scissors had been reduced to 10 seconds, which was half of the original casting time. The first and second damage had also reached the level of level 15 and level 18 evocation spells. Even if he couldn't deal with 3 stages of damage, this spell was comparable to many powerful spells. After looking at the attributes, Matthew was overwhelmed with emotions. 2 waves of strengthening had already turned it into this state. Immediately, there was only one thought in his mind. No one could stop him from planting pine trees. Not even the oak trees. Thinking of this, Matthew couldn't help but pick up another bag of saplings and run straight to the tree pit in the north. Puff. 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 After using rapid growth to grow the small forest into a towering tree, he was shocked. Matthew was extremely satisfied. He wanted to strike while the iron was hot, but at this moment, he suddenly noticed the centaur Obist pacing around him. He looked like he was patrolling the pine forest. He could tell that he was there for him. Considering that Obist's personality was somewhat arrogant and awkward, Matthew, who was in a good mood, took the initiative to ask, "What's wrong? Is there something?" Obist nodded honestly. "I have 2 things to report to you. The first thing is about the new Sanctuary of Life. Previously, you asked me to set up a ritual field like that in the pine forest, but after trying, I found that Mr. Eli played an irreplaceable role in the previous ritual field. I'm very ashamed that I couldn't complete it alone. This is my dereliction of duty. I'm sorry." He looked completely red. Matthew was a little surprised, but he was not a harsh person, so he comforted him. "It's fine. It seems like I underestimated the difficulty of the Life Sanctuary. Eli has the inheritance of the Earth Society, so it's normal for him to have a deeper understanding of the combination of Earth and Life. If you can't complete it, don't be in a hurry to set it up." Chapter 687, Chapter 687, Throwing Gloves and Legendary Power. Chapter 687, Throwing Gloves and Legendary Power. Please reading Omicron's novel. Omicron. Translator, Lonely Tree. Obist looked even more embarrassed. His voice also became softer. "Thank you. But regarding the Life Sanctuary, I actually have other understandings," Matthew said frankly. "Just say it. Be clear." Obist adjusted his voice. "I think it's not only difficult to set up a new life sanctuary in the pine forest, but it also has more disadvantages than advantages. I know that you may not have much thought when planting the pines, but there is competition in nature. I would like to know what your position is in the oak forest and the oak forest. Matthew was stunned. If it weren't for Obust's suggestion, he really wouldn't have considered this problem. Obust continued. Of course, it's understandable that you're supporting the pine forest. It's also possible to build the life sanctuary, but this will cause equal competition between the two forests. Without a subordinate relationship between the two, it's very likely that it will develop into a life and death attitude. This is not good news for the creatures in this area. In particular, haven't you noticed that Princess Lulu's attitude has changed recently? The oak tree is the child of nature. Of course, I don't think the pine tree is lower than the oak tree. I just think that from the perspective of the domain or the ritual field, it might be better if they were subordinate than competitive. Obust said very tactfully. But Matthew understood. You're right. Even the domains have to be prioritized in terms of level. I already need to balance the various domains in the general direction, and the internal domains naturally have to be more harmonious. Matthew said seriously. Thank you for your reminder. I'll take care of this problem later. Obust heaved a sigh of relief. Then, he said embarrassedly. I've already prepared the thing you promised me last time. Matthew thought for a moment and replied. Your clansman? Obust nodded nervously. Yes, I've already built a portal to the World Tree Sea. Most of the money you gave me was used to build a springboard in the ether plane. The World Tree Sea has a very strong sense of self-protection. It's almost impossible for outsiders to enter. Even a stable portal needs to jump through other planes in the memory plane. Obust's narration was filled with many professional and academic terms. Matthew felt a headache coming on. As a mage who did not have a professional background, even though he was already working hard to learn more knowledge, in many aspects, he was not even comparable to a centaur tree herder. He could only helplessly raise his hand and say. So you've already settled it? Obust said. Yes, as long as you approve, my 50 compatriots will arrive here immediately. Matthew immediately said. Let them come. Obust was ecstatic. Thank you. I'll start now. As he spoke, he brought Matthew to the side of the world tree. There, a crude teleportation array woven from olive leaves lay quietly on the ground. As Obust chanted, a large amount of magic began to condense in the air. In the blink of an eye, a large magic door appeared above the olive leaves. Matthew looked at it. He saw a blue sky. And a claw that covered the sky came pressing down from the sky. Warning, you have entered the attack range of the giant beast, Alistair. Matthew subconsciously took half a step back. At this moment, an illusory figure suddenly appeared beside the portal. The man smiled at Matthew. Is it convenient for us to talk? Hint, you have encountered the projection of the god of travelers. He has made a friendly request to you. Do you agree? Chapter 688 Chapter 688, The Wish of the Traveler God. Chapter 688, The Wish of the Traveler God. Please reading Omicron's novel. Omicron. Translator, Lonely Tree. At the same time, Matthew sized up the phantom and the giant beast's claw behind the portal with a vigilant gaze. The former noticed Matthew's gaze. He glanced at the door and suddenly laughed softly. Don't be nervous. He's very far away. But one day, they will be very close. As soon as he finished speaking, the giant beast's claws quickly disappeared from the vision of the portal. On the other side of the door, there was a clear sky, and below it was a green field with clouds. The beautiful scenery of the myriad World Tree Sea was clearly displayed in front of Matthew. However, in the blink of an eye, it became blurry. Matthew subconsciously rubbed his eyes. The Traveler God's projection said. The sea of trees doesn't like being spied on. Move your gaze away. It'll be fine in a while. If it's not convenient for you now, I can wait by the side for a while. He was very polite. Matthew nodded at him. During this process, Matthew also realized that Obist did not seem to have seen the projection of the traveler god. He did not even notice the claws of the giant beast Alistair. This phenomenon caused Matthew to be vigilant. Very quickly. One by one, strong centaur warriors walked out. These centaurs were very tall, and most of them carried bows and arrows on their backs. It was obvious that they were not ordinary archers. Other than the centaurs. At the same time, there were many fairies of light. One of them, Little Pineapple, seemed to be the leader of the fairies. Under Obist's introduction, the centaurs and light fairies looked around excitedly. Matthew followed the previous arrangement. With the world tree as the center, they were given a relatively wide range of activities before they completely merged with the prime material plane. The centaurs were a novelty to the humans of Rolling Stone Town. For the sake of stability, Matthew would still restrict the radius of the centaurs' activities in the short term. According to the plan that he and Obist had discussed, the plan was: this batch of centaurs and light fairies would settle down on the world tree. They could build treehouses on the world tree. The fairies of light could quickly integrate into the oak forest with the world tree and the oak guard as carriers. Centaurs were a natural, law-abiding race. They arrived here, and after the initial chaos, they immediately built their homes on the world tree in an orderly manner. During this process, many centaurs expressed their gratitude to Matthew. This comforted Matthew. With the addition of this group of centaurs with an average level of 14, Rolling Stone Town had a group of powerful marksmen, and the security of Oak Forest was more secure. After settling down with the centaur tribe, the projection of the traveler god appeared faintly again. His appearance was that of a casually dressed traveler. He wore a big hat on his head, and there were actually some patches on his travel-worn robe. Just by looking at his appearance, one would think that he was a person from the bottom of society. However, Matthew could clearly sense the dense divinity beneath its appearance. Although this projection did not seem to have much power, Matthew would not let his guard down. "Were you the one who let me see the giant beast's claws just now?" The traveler god smiled. "You can say that, but it already exists. I'm just helping you see it clearly." The giant beast Alistair broke into the Sea of Trees 30 years ago and began to destroy the Sea of Trees' secret realm one by one. This may not be a big deal to the Sea of Trees itself. After all, the Sea of Trees is such a large plane with a powerful self-healing ability. However, it is a disaster for those small secret realms. This batch of centaurs who came to you had to leave their homes because the secret realm was destroyed by Alistair, and they could not survive in the forest. Matthew nodded slightly and asked tentatively, "Thank you for telling me. What exactly is that giant beast called Alistair? Where did he come from?" The traveler god smiled. "Of course, I can answer your questions, but these questions are not free." Matthew thought to himself that the show was about to begin. "What do you want me to do? Why don't you explain it more clearly?" He looked into the other party's eyes. The traveler god said frankly, "I want to make a deal with you. The terms of the deal are as follows. I will tell you some secrets that only the gods know. These secrets contain ways to make you extremely powerful. And in return, I hope that you can awaken my soul brand after I reincarnate, become my teacher, and recommend me to join the Seven Saint Alliance." Matthew was shocked. He did not expect the other party to play so big. "Did you find a way to reincarnate?" Matthew was a little nervous. The method of reincarnation has always been there. It's just that most people in the heavenly palace won't choose it. The traveler god appeared very calm. "As long as I abandon all my powers and enter the rootless river as a mortal, I can return to the prime material world. This road is our last resort. In fact, many gods would rather die than choose this seemingly suicidal method. After all, even if we successfully reincarnated, it was very likely that we would not be able to activate the brand of his previous life. That would be equivalent to death. Even if we accidentally activated it, we might encounter many risks and die halfway. Even if we have successfully grown up, joining the alliance of 7 saints is not a good choice for us. But that's not the case for me. Chapter 689, The Wish of the Traveler God. Chapter 689, The Wish of the Traveler God. Please reading Omicron N's novel. Omicron M. Translator, Lonely Tree. Before I became the Traveler God, I was actually already a mage. It was just that the era when I became a mage had yet to see the emergence of Calamity Mage. The goddess of magic was high and mighty, holding the authority of ether. In order to break through the blockade of the gods, I had no choice but to join them and become the Traveler God. There should be records in the history of the Alliance. If you're worried that I'm lying, you can check it out. Matthew silently looked at the Traveler God's expression. He did not look like he was lying. Because you used to be a mage, you're willing to take the risk of your consciousness being covered and reincarnate as a mortal just to join the 7 Saint Alliance? To be honest, I don't really want to believe such a reason. Matthew said bluntly. The Traveler God asked. But isn't this the only path the Alliance left for the Heavenly Palace? I accepted your conditions, but you have concerns about me? Matthew sighed softly. I'm just a small mage. I'm worried about everything. I'm not targeting you. Speaking of which, even if you really want to reincarnate, why did you come to me? There are plenty of legendary mages and even holy mages in the Alliance. Can't you just negotiate with them directly? The Traveler God shook his head. Not good. Firstly, I don't trust them. Secondly, I'm not sure if my leverage can move them. But you are different. What I can give you is exactly what you need the most, so I think that the success rate of looking for you to discuss cooperation is the highest. Matthew revealed a look of eagerness to hear the details. Tell me. Traveler God said. Everyone knows that all life on the continent of Ander originates from the rootless river. But Ander isn't the only world in our universe. Outer planes, the depths of the astral world, outer planets. The universe is far more colorful than you can imagine. All kinds of strange life forms would also break through your understanding. These phenomena could easily lead to questions. Where did our world come from? Where did the giant beasts of the astral world come from? How were planes and planets born? I can give you a direct answer to these questions. These things came from a space rift called the Cosmic Womb. The Cosmic Womb was like the rootless river of the world of Ander. Too many living and non-living creatures were born from there. The behemoths that were about to invade Ander during the odd-numbered days were the oldest life forms that were born directly from the womb of the universe. It was just like how it was difficult for us to find the rootless river. We also have no way to accurately locate the Cosmic Womb in the starry sky. But it does exist. And the secret I want to tell you is also related to the Cosmic Womb. Many, many years ago, the Cosmic Womb gave birth to the world of Ander and gave it all kinds of life. During this process, the Ander world had brought out 6 secret items from the Cosmic Womb. Each secret treasure represented a supreme authority. These 6 secret treasures were life, death, love, aspect, fate, time. In the Dark Age, the gods, creatures of twilight, and prehistoric remnants fought fiercely for the 6 hidden treasures. In the end, the gods won. Apart from the secret treasure of love, the Heavenly Palace was in charge of the 5 secret treasures. This laid the most important foundation for the gods to defeat other powerful existences and start the Age of Enlightenment. Facing these secret treasures, even the powerful Calamity Mage had been defeated before. In the end, she used various methods to steal the 5 great secret treasures from the Heavenly Palace and scattered them back to their original places. After that, she could sweep through everything. Regarding this point, the history books of the 7 Saint Alliance probably wouldn't record this. But I promise you, everything I told you is true. I can also tell you a little secret. In fact, the 5 secret treasures controlled by the Heavenly Palace were not complete because in the early years of the Enlightenment era, the god of luck, Loa, who controlled part of the secret chambers of time and fate, suddenly went crazy after killing the mad second hand. He actually replaced the original mad second hand with a brand new mad second hand. During this process, Loa took away a small part of the secret treasure of time and fate. Because of this, it saved a lot of effort for the Calamity Mage to fight against the Heavenly Palace. Therefore, Loa was the only powerful existence who had never been beaten up by a Calamity Mage. I don't want to brag about how powerful the 6 secret treasures are in front of you. However, I personally think that if the gods of the Heavenly Palace could control the 6 secret treasures at the same time, even the Calamity Mage would not have been able to banish us. As long as you have one of the secret items, even if it's just a small part, it's enough for you to directly advance to legend, or even superior legend or holy mage. The Traveler God's tone was full of temptation. But Matthew was unmoved. What you said is too empty, and it's too far away for me. Why don't you just promise me a few million gold coins? That's more realistic. The Traveler God smiled. You feel empty because you haven't reached that level yet, but you will definitely reach that step in the future, right? I see the domain of life and death on you. It's not easy to control them at the same time. The art of equilibrium of the Sioux country, the forced fusion of the second son of death. These are not the best solutions. You need to master the more original power, which is the secret treasure of life and death. As long as you agree to cooperate with me, I'll tell you the location of the secret treasures of life and death and the way to enter them. Chapter 690, The Wish of the Traveler God. Chapter 690, The Wish of the Traveler God. Please reading Omicron's novel. Omicron. Translator, Lonely Tree. Even after I reincarnated as your student, I have the conditions to help you obtain these secret treasures. Matthew frowned. It really sounds like a scam. The Traveler God looked helpless. I've abandoned everything and am about to be reincarnated as a mortal. Many things are meaningless to me. In fact, if it weren't for the urgency of time, I would have continued to wait for the formation of the secret treasure. But since the heavenly change is imminent, I can't stay in the Heavenly Palace any longer. I think what I said is enough to prove my sincerity. If you're still hesitant about this, then I can only find someone else. Matthew's expression did not change as he said. I'm still very confused. Why me? I need to hear more reasonable reasons from you. The Traveler God sighed and said. You are a guest from outer space, just like the Sun God. Since you have chosen the weakest way of reincarnation, I have to get on your good side in advance. I have always been very accurate in judging people. I believe that you are destined to have extraordinary achievements in the future. Matthew nodded and shook his head. Not enough. The Traveler God said. Your teacher is Isabel. She is the most powerful person in the world of Ander. I have always been conflicted about her. I want to have a relationship with her, but I don't want to have anything to do with her. Becoming your student is the most suitable choice. The most powerful person? Matthew looked curious. Is my teacher really that powerful? The Traveler God smiled bitterly. The ones who know you the best will always be your enemies. Perhaps no one in the Alliance knows how terrifying Isabel is as well as we do. Even though Edmund is her guardian, in reality, if she really wanted to, he wouldn't be able to trap her. It's just that her inner will has been affected by the Chaos Lock, and she's been fighting amongst herself. She's been trying her best to restrain the effects of the Chaos Lock, and she's also restraining herself. If one day Lady Isabel decides to let go of herself, as long as she detonates the Chaos Lock in her body, she'll instantly reach the height of a Calamity Mage. However, after doing that, she might immediately ascend. The greater possibility is that she will die instantly. A Calamity Mage in an instant? Was this the reason why the gods were so afraid of Edmund? Matthew couldn't help but feel a little shaken. Your eyes tell me that you actually have a third reason. He composed himself and continued to torture the god of travelers' projection. The latter smiled. When I become your student, I will tell you the third reason. Now, it's your turn to make a decision, Matthew. Are you willing to sign this reincarnation contract with me? As he spoke, A glittering magic document appeared in front of Matthew. Matthew glanced at it. There was nothing wrong with the contents. The traveler god requested Matthew to find him within 30 years of his reincarnation and awaken the soul brand of his previous life. After that, the reincarnation of the traveler god would stay by Matthew's side as a student for 200 years. For the next 200 years, Matthew had to provide him with food and accommodation to ensure his safety as much as possible. And in return, the traveler god would directly provide Matthew with 3 types of resources. First, the approximate location of the 2 secret treasures of life and death, the method of entry, and the relevant theoretical knowledge. Second, a certain amount of material wealth as tuition. Third, at least one quasi-divine relic. He had to admit, this deal seemed quite cost-effective. The contract was actually very loose, especially for Matthew. If what the traveler god said was true, then Matthew really had no good reason to refuse. Immediately, he weighed the contract and activated the contract domain to scan it. A few minutes later, everything seemed normal. There were no loopholes or backdoors. But the more it was like this, the more Matthew felt that something was wrong. He asked tentatively, "Can we not sign the contract? We can reach a verbal agreement. You can give me less, and I will fulfill my promise to you based on my character." The traveler god's face darkened. "Do you want me to trust the character of a necromancer?" Matthew shrugged. "I don't know much about contracts. If you do something to them, I won't be able to deal with it." The traveler god said unhappily, "I'm a god, not a devil. Have you heard of any gods who like to play with contracts?" Matthew smiled. "But before you became a god, you were already a mage. As far as I know, there are many people in the domain of magic who like to play with contracts. How about this? Leave this contract with me. I'll bring it over to my teacher to take a look. How about that?" The traveler god's expression changed drastically. No. There was indeed something fishy. Matthew sneered in his heart. "Why not? Is there anything shameful in this contract?" The traveler god's expression kept changing. After a while, he suddenly let out a long sigh. "Forget it, and you can show it to Isabel. It's nothing special. It's just that this reincarnation contract mentions my state after reincarnation. This is a very important privacy to me. I don't want anyone else to know except you." Matthew's heart skipped a beat. He quickly searched through the contract and quickly locked onto the content after the reincarnation of the god of travelers. After the contract is signed, the traveler god will leave the heavenly palace and arrive at the rootless river through the reincarnation spell. Before that, he would use the divine level wish spell to bless his future self by using the time difference. The specific content of wish is as follows. If I were to reincarnate, before I awaken my soul brand, I hope that I can become a girl with red hair and snow-white skin. I don't have to be too tall. My temper is a little bad, and I have a little promiscuous tendencies. At this point, Matthew couldn't help but gape. How was this a wish spell? Matthew was so shocked that he could not say a word. Are you sure the content of the wish spell is correct? Matthew scratched his head. The traveler god looked at him with a bitter look. That's right. I'm a little tired of being a man my whole life. Since there's a chance, I want to try being a girl in my next life. I don't think this is an excessive wish. What do you think? Chapter 691, Chapter 691, Blood Evasion and Teleportation. Chapter 691, Blood Evasion and Teleportation. Please reading Omicron's novel. Omicron. Translator, Lonely Tree. Matthew had to admit. The traveler god's wish might not be too much, but it was definitely a heavy one. Perhaps this was the demeanor of a god. Ordinary people like him really couldn't understand. The two of them communicated for a while. The traveler god finally agreed to let Matthew temporarily withhold the reincarnation contract. You only have 5 days to make a decision. I will come back to you after 5 days. If you are still unwilling to sign a contract with me, then I will find someone else. The traveler god smiled faintly. Actually, from your point of view, I can't think of any reason to reject me. Isn't it a great honor to have a god with strong divine power reincarnate as your student? And I reincarnated into a very open-minded, beautiful girl. No matter what experiment you need to do, my cooperation will be very high. The degree of cooperation? You'd better be talking about experiments. Matthew cursed in his heart. I will consider it. On the surface, he still politely sent away the projection of the god of travelers. Actually, the traveler god was quite delicate. If she really reincarnated into a female, it was indeed possible that she was a beautiful girl. But even so, Matthew was still unable to accept it. As expected, it's easy to become a pervert after living for too long. He thought to himself. Time was numbing. In fact, not only gods, but many long-lived species had chaotic private lives. The elves, who were elegant, proud, and kind in human society, were an example. There were indeed some elves who could be faithful to their partners. However, Matthew had seen in a special report within the Alliance that at least 40% of wood elf couples had gone their separate ways after more than 200 years of marriage. The remaining 20% opted for open marriage. Although this number might not be accurate. However, long-lived species would be more indifferent to personal morality and chastity than short-lived species. A mage once commented, "Why are there so many chapters praising love and loyalty in the elven poems? Because they did not have these things. The younger elves might still have a sense of shame, but the older ones are much more capable than humans to find excitement." Thinking of this, Matthew was filled with emotions. Time was indeed a sharp weapon that eroded human nature. Not only would it take away a person's life, but it would also make a person numb. It was not easy to maintain one's original heart from the beginning to the end. Matthew actually didn't have such confidence. But he hoped that he could do better. After sending off the traveler god, Matthew turned around to check on the situation of the centaurs. Next to the world tree, there were many busy figures. The arrival of the centaurs injected a trace of vitality into this area. They were the original species of the myriad world tree ocean, and their bodies nurtured the life essence of the tree ocean. The world tree Bogard obviously liked them. After the centaurs approached, Bogard took the initiative to make some space on the branches for them to build treehouses. Led by Little Pineapple, the light fairies were singing and dancing beside them, occasionally lending a hand. The scene was flourishing. The vitality around the world tree also brought about a subtle change in the entire oak forest. Matthew could feel more and more animals approaching. Not long after, this place would become a real forest. Matthew was very pleased with this. The oak forest was good, but it was a little too deserted. It was far less lively than the cemetery. With the arrival of the centaur tribe, the oak tree domain had also reached the critical point of expansion. Matthew watched as the green dots in the domain light ball soared. It would probably not be long before he could take another step forward in the oak tree domain. Of course, this was good news. Other than that, there was also a centaur elder among the 50 centaurs. He was a tree herder like Obist, and he had the ability to build a life sanctuary. The elder had specially come over to thank Matthew for providing them with a place to stay. As for the oak forest and pine forest, in the end, under the suggestion of this elder and Obist, Matthew decided to use the oak forest as the main forest and the pine forest as the secondary forest to build a clear hierarchy of the life sanctuary system. The elder and I can transform the life sanctuary in the oak forest into a golden life sanctuary. A golden life sanctuary can accommodate up to 3 ordinary life sanctuaries. This modification can greatly improve the functions of the life sanctuary and expand its coverage. At the same time, it also meets your requirements for creating an ecosphere concept. Obist said with a red face. Matthew asked curiously. So the golden life sanctuary is an upgraded version of the ordinary life sanctuary? Are there any more versions above it? The Centaur Elder replied. Yes. Above gold are the elemental life sanctuaries and the legendary life sanctuaries. The gold life sanctuary requires the host to reach the level of a veteran in the exploration of a natural domain. The requirement for an elemental sanctuary was to be at the controller level, which meant that one had to explore a specific natural domain 8 to 12 times. The legendary sanctuary is based on the elements and requires the host to master the legendary law, which is to become a legend. As for whether there are more powerful sanctuaries above that, I'm not sure. After all, in history, the legendary sanctuaries are almost at their peak. If you go further up, it seems to be the divine domain. Matthew nodded. The ritual field was the manifestation of the domain. Chapter 692 Chapter 692, Blood Evasion and Teleportation. Chapter 692, Blood Evasion and Teleportation. Please reading Omicron's novel. Omicron. Translator, Lonely Tree. Mages would often condense their domains to a high degree, eventually forming a fruit. Only the gods would continue to cultivate the path of the ritual field. Immediately. He participated in the construction of the Centaur camp for a while. Until evening. Matthew returned to his workshop. Today's planting task had been completed. Next was the daily practice of spell learning. Regarding spells, Matthew had never relaxed. Especially after advancing to Tier 4, he could learn many new spells. However, as his level increased, the cost of learning spells was getting higher and higher. Although Matthew had the advantage of knowledge points, his time and energy were limited. He had to choose the spells he wanted to learn. Currently, the Alliance's view of high-level spells was that quality was the most important, followed by quantity. The more comprehensive the spells were, the better. However, at a higher level, it was time to show the power of mastery. Matthew also followed this guiding line of thought when he learned spells. He focused on domains that he was good at, and naturally, necromancy was the main one. In the past half a month, Matthew had learned 2 level 4 spells through self-study. They were Blood Evaporation and Teleportation. Blood Evaporation was a spell that necromancers had to learn at Tier 4. Its effect was, in an instant, the enemy within 30 meters of the user will be judged by their constitution. If the immunity fails, a portion of the enemy's blood will be extracted in an instant and vaporized into the air. 30 seconds later. Similarly, within a 30-meter area with oneself as the center, all living creatures will undergo a second constitution authentication. If the immunity fails, all their blood will evaporate. This spell was extremely cruel and powerful. People gave it the nickname of the mummy creation technique. It was special. This spell was destructive to water elements and marine races. Therefore, the intelligent creatures of the sea hated necromancers. This spell could be said to be their bane. Matthew didn't think that this spell was evil. In his opinion, there was no difference between being killed by the evaporated blood and being blasted by the scorching sun. Spells were only a means to achieve their goals. As long as he didn't kill the innocent. Blood Evaporation was actually a very neutral spell. Perhaps he was a natural-born necromancer. He had only learned this spell for a day before he successfully mastered it. The rest of the time was spent on learning the teleportation spell in the curse domain. Fortunately, his talent in the domain of curses was not bad. It took him more than 10 days to master it. At this point, if Matthew wanted to reach any location in the world of Ander, he could use this spell. He only needed to spend 50 to 500 gold coins and a small amount of magic materials to travel around the world quickly. At this point, he finally felt like he was a mage. Of course, teleportation could only reach places where the mage had personally visited and left footprints, and the memory had to be relatively clear. If one had been to a place many years ago and their memories were blurry, then forcefully teleporting could very likely cost one's life. In short, any spell had a certain level of danger, especially high-level spells. Controlling risk was also a compulsory course for becoming a high-level mage. Apart from these two spells, Matthew also listed the level 4 spells he was going to learn next on the course list. They were Undead substitutes. Undead, you can choose 3 undeads to be your substitutes. When you are attacked, or your life is in danger, you can let them take the damage on your behalf, and you can take the opportunity to move. Remark, after each substitute quota is used up, you will need half a year to recover it. Clone. Undead, you can create a body that is identical to you but without consciousness. Through a specific sealing method, the body can be preserved for about 3 months to 15 years. During the sealing process, the clone would also age with the passage of time. However, his basic attributes and abilities were limited to the state when he was created. You can abandon your original body and enter the clone body at a specific time. However, in the process, you will lose half of your total XP. In theory, you can create unlimited clones. However, each clone will consume your blood and flesh. Please use this spell with caution. Demiplane creation. Curse, you can create your own demiplane. Disgust/care. Enchantment, you can make a specific race or individual feel disgusted or care for an item or life that you have injected with specific magical energy. This spell has extremely high priority and cannot be exempted by will. Psychic barrier. Protection, create a sphere of light with a radius of 5 meters around you. All creatures within the sphere of light will be immune to psychic or spiritual spells. Plane travel. Curse, you can travel to other planes. Mental retarding. Enchantment, temporarily or permanently destroy a person's intelligence. Although he had tried his best to pick carefully, Matthew did not want to let go of any spells that he could learn. Other than that, he also planned to wait until the pine forest reached a certain scale before speeding up the production or recruitment of intermediate undead creatures, including the dark warriors, vampires, mummies, and banshees. The materials for the dark warriors were the hardest to find. Fortunately, some people from both sides died in the Battle of the Moss Green Hills. Chapter 693. Chapter 693, Blood Evasion and Teleportation. Chapter 693, Blood Evasion and Teleportation. Ease reading on Zavel.omicron. Translator, Lonely Tree. Matthew had gotten more than 10 corpses of good quality from Rhaegar, enough to make a new batch of dark warriors. As for the vampires, Matthew planned to recruit a batch. Speaking of which, he was also angry. The 2 vampires that he had instigated to defect from purgatory died not long after he brought them back to the prime material plane. Matthew found out after the incident. His physical brainwashing still caused irreversible damage to the 2 vampires. After all, the battle was fierce, and Matthew had dug out their brains. Vampires were a relatively special type of undead creature. Matthew thought that they would grow their brains again, but they didn't. Instead, they died directly. This made him rather depressed. Since physical brainwashing was not sustainable, he had to add a brainwashing spell in the field of necromancy to the list of spells he had learned. At the thought of this, Matthew felt that the learning task on his shoulders had become heavier. I'll set a small goal. I hope I can master all these spells by the end of this year. Matthew poured himself a cup of coffee and pulled himself together. After a while, Dark Warrior Argus came to report to Matthew. Matthew chatted with him while they were eating. Argus had come this time to report 2 things. The first matter was related to the patrol team's training. Argus had successfully trained a group of zombie bombarders in the patrol team. These zombie bombers could effectively throw Molotov cocktails and blazing glue. Because the zombies were extremely strong, they could throw them very far and with good accuracy. Argus confidently said that Matthew could inspect the strength of this batch of zombies at any time. Other than that, he even begged Matthew to send more zombies to join the patrol. According to Argus's plan, he planned to build a zombie-armored army. Although the attributes of zombies were not as strong as those of dark warriors, they were still considered as units with thick skin and flesh. After special training, the ironclad army, formed by a large number of zombies, had a frontal combat ability that did not belong to the Dark Warrior team. If Argus' idea came true, Matthew would have a truly powerful undead army. However, the training process of the zombie armored army was very cruel, and many zombies would become consumables during this process. Therefore, Argus applied for a large number of zombies from Matthew. But on the other hand, the mother of coolies also continued to apply for zombies from Matthew. The farmer zombies and coolie zombies that she trained were also deeply loved by Matthew. Although Matthew had a lot of zombies under him. However, his two subordinates were fighting for it. The number of zombies in the cemetery seemed to be a little insufficient. Matthew could only appease them, distribute them reasonably, and promise to increase the supply of zombies in the future. And the second thing. Argus said that the patrol team had recently discovered traces of dark creatures near the Undercity. Not far from the cemetery. They discovered many hot-tempered cave dwellers. Meanwhile, a large number of thorn dragons had gathered at another underground crossroad. The thorn dragon was an omnivorous dragon-type underground creature. They always appeared in groups and were more threatening than hook horrors. In the Underdark, the appearance of the thorn dragon was regarded as a sign of disaster by the underground races. Argus felt uneasy about this. Matthew did not let his guard down. He ordered Argus to increase the intensity of his patrols and report back to him at the slightest sign of trouble. He himself rode the Crimson Flame Nightmare and went underground. However, he didn't go too deep. Perhaps it was because the patrol team had swept through the area before. That night, Matthew didn't notice much abnormality. The next morning, Matthew carried a bag of saplings to the pine forest and was about to start working. But at this moment, the voice of the Eastern Guardian Chen rang in his ear. I'm ready. But there are many things that can't be told through communication spells. Come to the Heaven Ascension Tower. I'll wait for you here. Matthew's spirits were lifted. He immediately put down the bag and tidied up a little before setting off for Chen's Mage Tower. As the Guardian of the East, Chen's Mage Tower was located near the Endless Ocean and the Free Islands. It was one of the few mage towers that did not have access to the Alliance's teleportation portal. Matthew had to rush to any beach and recite the incantation given by Chen to have a chance to reach the Tower of Babel, where he lived. At the seaside, Matthew's first impression was of the Gold Coast. The scenery of the Night Breeze Wharf, when he was transported to Equal Stream Island, was still fresh in his mind. He tried to remember. He began to chant the teleportation spell. Not long after, his body emitted a faint blue radiance. Whoosh! A large number of arcane runes flashed. Matthew felt his body become lighter, and he quickly returned to his normal heaviness. When he opened his eyes, the sky was blue, but the location in front of him was not the night wind pier in his memory. It seemed that the teleportation spell was still a little off. Matthew noticed that his feet were stepping on a piece of wood that was drifting with the current. He was probably in the sea near the Equal Stream Island. There's a sea here anyway. Chen should be able to hear the incantation here, right? He did as he thought. Matthew was about to chant an incantation. But at this moment, a white wave suddenly appeared on the horizon in the distance. The white wave was extremely turbulent. Fiendish humanoid creatures stood on the waves. Matthew found the leader of the group familiar. That human over there, where are you from? Where are you going? Answer quickly. The Naga leader asked fiercely. Chapter 694, Chapter 694, Blade Dancer's Advancement. Chapter 694, Blade Dancer's Advancement. Ease reading on Zavel.Omicron. Translator, Lonely Tree. However, before Matthew could answer, the leader's eyes suddenly lit up. I remember you. The little story you told me last time left a deep impression on me. But the situation is different this time. In order to celebrate Queen Xena's unification of the Arune Sea, the Great Naga Kingdom is awe-inspiring. We don't allow any humans to wander around the Naga Kingdom's territory. A pretty boy like you is very suitable to be brought back to become one of the candidates for the prince. This is your honor. Obediently follow me. The Naga leader's tone was unquestionable. Matthew frowned. The Nagas were becoming more and more overbearing. He had heard that the Naga queen was going to choose a prince, and he had guessed that the Naga people were probably trying to snatch the prince candidates for her. However, he did not expect himself to be snatched. Don't think that you'll have a good life after becoming a prince. Naga's habits were cruel and murderous. They were extremely conservative and xenophobic. Even if they were really favored by the Naga queen, they would only be in the limelight for a few months at most. Once the freshness period was over. After leaving behind a sufficient amount of genetic material, the plundered human beings would soon be abandoned, and their fate was not much different from the prisoners in the Endless Sea prison. Nagas were such cold-blooded animals. Matthew, of course, ignored their nonsense. I'm just passing by. He tried to explain. However, the Naga leader did not give him a chance to explain. Men! Tie this pretty boy up. The 40 young Nagas behind him immediately rushed forward. Matthew shouted. Get lost. Celebrity domain, back off. At that moment, the Naga leader was forced back more than 10 meters by the invisible pressure. Immediately after, an even more terrifying aura emanated from Matthew's body. Dragon-slaying domain, above dragons. The mental intimidation that surpassed the dragons might instantly overwhelm the will of all the Nagas present. All of them were lying on the surface of the sea, unable to move. Their eyes were wide open, and all their scales were shrinking violently as if they were small animals that had encountered their natural enemy. You're courting death. Matthew shook his head. The last time he met the Naga leader, he was only a second-tier mage. Naturally, he was cautious in everything he did. He had not had the time to recover the money that was taken away by the Naga leader. However, things were different now. Matthew was already a top-tier 4th-tier mage, and he could go further at any time. Facing these guys who had no foresight, he also appeared more relaxed. Forget it. I'll just give them a little punishment. Matthew didn't want to kill them all. However, just as he was thinking, a strong impulse surged from the Undead contract. That emotion was so familiar. Matthew reacted almost immediately. Soldier? Immediately after, a brand new mission panel appeared in front of him. What was more interesting was, this time, the mission panel was white and yellow. This was different from before. Prompt: you have activated the companion quest, Blade Dancer's Advancement. Blade Dancer's Advancement, revenge, revenge, revenge. As one of the most powerful sea races, the Nagas often harassed the small islands on the edge of the sea countries. They would plunder men and kill women and human babies, and many villages on the island were destroyed by the Nagas' invasion. Soldier had lived on the southern islands of the sea countries when he was alive. He was just like the other sword dancers. However, the Naga invasion had taken away their loved ones and destroyed their homes. In the end, these dancers were forced to pick up their swords and began to take revenge on the Nagas. This was the origin of the class of sword dancers. Until today, the theme of the Blade Dancer's elite advancement was still revenge. As long as the Nagas in the sea were not killed, the fire of revenge from the sword dancer's legacy would burn. Mission requirement: kill 1,000 Nagas or Naga queens. Mission reward: large amount of XP, limited to soldiers, / reputation with the countries on the sea, humans, / 10 chances to strengthen, limited to soldier. So, this was the background of the sword dancer class. The original seaside dancers picked up their knives to fight against the cruel sea race. No wonder Soldier couldn't wait to get rid of these Nagas the last time they met. Seeing Soldier's desire for revenge, this time, Matthew didn't stop him. He quickly chanted an incantation and pulled Soldier over with the summoning of the dead. At this moment, the Nagas had already recovered from the shock of the dragon. They looked at Matthew with some fear. Even the arrogant leader became submissive. Matthew glanced at them coldly. The Nagas subconsciously retreated. In the next second, Matthew opened the portal and came to the sea 80 meters away. The Nagas heaved a sigh of relief. Why does this person look so terrifying? He seems to be a mage or a warlock. Should we go back and report this to the Centurion? Of course. How about this? I'll think of a way to stall him while you guys go back and inform him. With the support of language proficiency and super perception, Matthew heard the Nagas' discussion. However, he did not care about it. He quickly chanted the incantation that Chen had given him. Just as the Nagas were discussing in low voices, a ghostly figure appeared behind them. Chapter 695 Chapter 695, Blade Dancer's Advancement. Chapter 695, Blade Dancer's Advancement. Ease reading on Zavel.omicron. Translator, Lonely Tree. Shadow Domain, activate. Blade Dancer, colorful dance. One by one, illusory shadows appeared among the Nagas. When the twin blades that symbolized death began to slash out snowflakes and white light on the waves, the Nagas were stunned. Only then did the Nagas realize that danger was coming. Unfortunately, it was too late. More and more white lights flashed across the sea. The killing technique known as the funeral dance was vividly displayed in the hands of Soldier, who was emotionless. Wherever the two blades passed, the head and tail rolled to the ground. Gradually, the waves were no longer white. The smell of blood and the smell of the sea mixed together, weaving into a death knell. On the other side, Matthew didn't pay attention to the battlefield where Soldier was. This group of Nagas had been scared out of their wits by him, and their combat strength was less than half of their usual. Soldier was now an elite character who had been through a lot of training. His strength had gradually grown to level 16. He could come and go freely, even in the midst of thousands of troops. Moreover, the killing techniques mastered by the sword dancer were originally aimed at Nagas. Therefore, he only gave Soldier an extra order to remember to pick up the money after the game. Then, he focused on what he was doing. A moment later, the incantation was completed. The sea breeze gradually became noisy. Suddenly, two abnormally tall peaks appeared on the sea below Matthew's feet. Matthew controlled the magic carpet to fly higher. He was surprised to find that the mountain peak was actually the chest of a huge human figure lying on the sea. He looked up from his neck. It was a large and exquisite woman's face. Hint, you have encountered the sea monster Mrs. C, LV20/Lord. Mrs. C smiled gently when she saw Matthew. Come into my mouth. As she spoke, she slowly opened her mouth. It was pitch black inside, and there were faint magic runes flickering. Matthew hesitated for a moment, but he still flew in on the magic carpet. The moment he entered Mrs. C's mouth, Matthew felt the world spin. The strong feeling of being pushed back stimulated his nerves. He felt as if he was being picked up and thrown around, or as if he was on an endless bus. Walala. The sound of endless water flowed into his ears. Matthew felt that his body was wet and then instantly evaporated to dryness. A full 10 seconds later. Only then did the uncomfortable feeling slowly fade away. He felt his feet stepping on solid ground, so he opened his eyes and looked around. He seemed to be in a hexagonal building made of glass or crystal. Because it was made of transparent material. Therefore, he could see the scenery outside the building at a glance. The bottom of the sea was pitch black, and there were colorful and glowing fish. Shadows flashed across the sand, and a group of unknown creatures that could discharge electricity swaggered past Matthew's field of vision. This seems to be the bottom of the sea, or even the depths of a trench. Matthew looked up. He realized that there were layers of huge shells on top of his head. These shells extended upward in a spiral shape. Each shell should be a floor of the Mage Tower. Matthew couldn't see the end of the shell. However, the data panel indicated that he was now in the Tong Tian Tower. This was the territory of the Eastern Guardian Chen. Just as Matthew was about to walk around, he suddenly lowered his head and saw a ferocious and huge dragon head glaring at him. Matthew couldn't help but be shocked. During this process, Only then did he realize that the floor of this hall was also made of transparent material. Under the hall, a huge dragon head was nailed to an iron pillar by countless iron chains. Matthew didn't see the dragon head's body. But even if it only had one head, it also gave him an extremely powerful pressure. What kind of dragon is this? Matthew was curious. Chen's voice came from above the shell as if he understood what he was thinking. This is the evil dragon of the sea, the source of endless chaos. I've been fighting him for more than 30 years and have already killed his resurrected body 3 times. However, he is essentially immortal and indestructible. Therefore, during his non-active period, I can only seal his head here and guard it strictly. When it reached the active stage, this seal cannot stop him. In order to minimize the disaster brought by the evil dragon in the sea, I have to keep an eye on him. However, every time this guy resurrected, he would be stronger than before. The last time I killed him, I already paid a heavy price. I wonder how terrifying the enemy I'll face next time will be. As he spoke, Chen appeared in front of Matthew. To Matthew's surprise, Chen, who was famous for his close combat magic, looked completely weak. His face was fair, and his skin was smooth. He even gave off the feeling of a pretty boy. The only difference between him and an ordinary pretty boy was that Chen's eyes were firm and bright. This was the external manifestation of a strong spiritual power. What's wrong? Do you think I'm more handsome than you think? Or a little sissy? Chen seemed to be in a good mood today. He actually took the initiative to joke with Matthew. Matthew hurriedly said, "It's indeed different from what I imagined." Chen smiled and explained, "Appearance is only the shallowest layer of skin for us mages. The reason why I look like this is because when I was young, I hoped to use this method to disguise myself so that I could attract more enemies to attack me in close combat. This would create better conditions for me to cast spells." Chapter 696, Chapter 696, Blade Dancer's Advancement. Chapter 696, Blade Dancer's Advancement. Ease reading on Zavel.omicron. Translator, Lonely Tree. Matthew nodded his head in a half-understanding manner. So, is this also one of the mysteries of melee spells? Chen shook his head. Of course, it's not that profound. It's just a little scheme I had when I was young. I got used to it later and didn't change it. In fact, the term melee spells can easily lead people astray. Which mage would give up their advantage in range and choose to engage in melee combat with the enemy? You must know that no matter what realm you are in, the advantage of casting distance is everything. Matthew agreed with Chen. A large part of the reason why mages were powerful was because of their long reach. Then why did you choose the path of close combat? Chen explained. I had no choice. From the moment I was born, I was cursed because of my bloodline. When I was practicing normal spells, it took me twice the effort, and the efficiency was very low. Then, I accidentally discovered the legendary path of the melee spell. I took advantage of the loophole in the curse and achieved what I have today. Actually, I'm quite envious of you normal people who can grow step by step. For someone like me who has to rely on my own exploration, I don't even know what to do next. Curse? Matthew was slightly stunned. He had thought that Chen cultivated close combat magic because he liked it, but he did not expect it to be because he had no choice. Why is there a curse on you? Could it be related to the Sioux clan? Matthew vaguely thought of something. Chen nodded. My father was a Sioux, and I even suspect that he was the descendant of the last emperor of the Sioux. When he arrived at the Inder continent, he suffered from severe elemental imbalance. During that time, he vomited and had diarrhea every day, and he almost died. I don't know what happened after that. After all, I wasn't born yet. In short, my father found a way to alleviate the symptoms. Fortunately, I was born. However, my father's method did not seem to have completely alleviated the acclimatized condition of the Sioux. I have had many small problems since I was born. One of them is that I can use spells but not long-range spells. Fortunately, these problems are not a big problem. It's just that they are occasionally disgusting. Matthew was very interested in the curse on Chen. However, it was somewhat inappropriate to get to the bottom of it for the first time. Hence, he tried to beat around the bush. I saw some members of the Sus on the island of equal flow. They will return to the sea before they die. Is this also a kind of curse? Chen muttered. Perhaps. When I was young, I studied the phenomenon of the Sioux returning to the sea. If you're interested, I can discuss it with you. Currently, there are 3 possibilities. The first possibility is related to the bright sandalwood king back then. Back then, in order to allow his ship to smoothly pass through the endless ocean, Bright Sandalwood King had made some kind of deal with the sea monsters that blocked his path. The content of the deal should be that the Sioux would serve the sea monster after their deaths. The form of expression was naturally to sink to the bottom of the sea. The second possibility was related to the last emperor of the Sioux. It was said that the emperor had mastered the power of a divine mage and could bring the dead back to life. As far as I know, the emperor fell in the third battle of the Abyss invasion. According to the legend of the Sioux, 100 years later, the emperor would be resurrected in a tomb at the bottom of the sea and lead his people back. If this legend was true, then, the Sioux who entered the seabed might have gone to the emperor's tomb. The source of the third situation was a creation of twilight sealed by the Sioux at the bottom of the sea. The creature was called the world-ending twin snakes, and it was also the creator of the original Naga. Because he was sealed by the Sioux, he hated them to the core. When the Sioux clan was strong, he did not dare to make a sound because if he made a little noise, the emperor would beat him up. Now, the empire of the Sioux had been destroyed. He naturally had the opportunity to kick them when they were down. All kinds of signs showed that the world-ending twin snakes were in a very weak state, which was consistent with the fact that he could only charm the dying Sioux. In fact, the above 3 possibilities could explain the curse of the Sioux. However, there was insufficient evidence to support it. After all, the eastern part of the Endless Ocean is already a forbidden area. No one knows what happened there. Matthew was surprised. Even an expert like you can't understand it? Chen said frankly. A human's power is limited, even for a holy mage. I can't think of anyone else who can enter the area to the east of the upflowing abyss except for the legendary calamity mages. It has become an unexplainable space, and the laws are about to be reorganized. You can often see islands floating in the sky. Those are the fragments of the eastern continent where the Sioux used to live. We still don't know what happened in the Sioux country, but the accident 1,000 years ago must have something to do with the invasion of the abyss. Don't you think that devils are always more active than demons on the Ander continent? In fact, we observed that 1,000 years ago, when the country of Sioux was destroyed, the abyss also suffered a major blow. A large number of demon lords died, and even the main body of the abyss seemed to be injured. Therefore, the abyss has been pushed back by the purgatory in recent years. They don't have much energy to stir up trouble in the prime material plane. Matthew nodded. No wonder devils always had a stronger presence than demons. It turned out to be the far-reaching impact of the fall of the Sioux country. This was because there was a common topic in Sioux country. The conversation between the two of them was also natural and smooth. Matthew learned some secret past events in the Sioux country from Chen. A moment later, Chen suddenly changed the topic. Do you still remember the world-ending twin snakes I told you about? That guy is pure evil. Recently, due to the heavenly change, the seal on his body loosened a lot, so he bewitched a part of the Nagas again. They established the Holy Church of Darkness source at the bottom of the sea, trying to unify the Naga kingdom first and then turn more humans into Nagas. Those stupid Nagas are actually willing to work for the world-ending twin snakes and do bad things under my nose. I'm really disgusted. But my main focus is on dealing with the evil dragon in the sea and the other super monsters in the southeast. I plan to leave the Naga to the other mages who have joined you. Since you can come over today, I'll ask you, by the way. Can you do this mission? Don't worry, I won't let you work for free. As long as you can kill Queen Xena of the Arune Sea and destroy the Holy Church of Darkness Source, I will recommend you to become the next Silver Council member. I also prepared some small gifts for you. I'll give you this one in advance because it also concerns Margaret's safety. As he spoke, Chen waved his hand. A light purple, beautiful, translucent robe appeared in front of Matthew. Matthew was slightly stunned. This is a woman's nightie? Chen smiled faintly. This is the star-weaving robe, also known as the joy of the goddess of magic. Take it over and take a look. Matthew took the robe and felt that it was very soft. On the data panel. Star-weaving robe. Wearing this robe, you will be able to block the eyes of some or all people and obtain powerful arcane energy. Chapter 697, Chen's Vajra Fist and Magical Domain. Chapter 697, Chen's Vajra Fist and Magical Domain. Ease reading on Zavel.omicron. Translator, Lonely Tree. After reading the remarks, Matthew's mouth twitched slightly. Was the goddess of magic an exhibitionist? However, with the Traveler God's Pearl in front of him, Matthew was not that shocked. So be it. At the very least, it blocked the vision of others. In the end, it was all private matters. It was not a big problem. Chen said. You can wear this star-weaving robe to provide supplies to Margaret. Margaret's journey to Inferno is of great significance to the Alliance. Currently, countless pairs of eyes are watching her. Every step she takes in Inferno and every demon she kills represents the Alliance's attitude toward the outside world. Matthew was a little worried. Will the existences above legend and the outer planes make a move? Chen nodded. Margaret's goal for this trip is to challenge a legend. If only legendary creatures attack her, we won't interfere. Only upper legends or higher are involved. Will the Alliance interfere? Actually, you don't have to worry too much. Saria and Link are both focusing on Margaret. She won't be killed by the enemy easily, but the road ahead of her will definitely be 10,000 times harder than expected. Speaking of which, I don't know if it's her luck or misfortune. It was supposed to be a normal purgatory trial, but she happened to encounter such an unforeseen event. Now, the Alliance, the Heavenly Palace, and the Storluck industry are all very sensitive. Margaret's every move will undoubtedly be magnified and interpreted as various signals by those who have intentions. If she can grow up in such a high-pressure environment and break through to legend, she will most likely become the next Ronin. Although he said that. However, Chen's eyes were also filled with seriousness. After all, the Outer Planes were not the Alliance's territory, and the dangers Margaret encountered were definitely at the level of a narrow escape. Matthew could only pray that everything went well for her. However, even if it was to provide Margaret with supplies, Chen was too generous to give him a quasi-relic. And according to him, this was only one of the rewards. Matthew even suspected that he had heard wrongly. So he asked carefully. Are you sure you want to give me this quasi-relic? Chen was stunned. Quasi-relic? Oh, you mean this dress? I forgot to remove the fake halo. Damn Roderick, why did you make the fake look so real? As he spoke, he waved his hand. A colorful luster dissipated from the star-weaving robe. Immediately after, all the attributes of this robe were exposed in front of Matthew. Star-weaving robe, high imitation. Effect 1, greatly increases the wearer's magic affinity. Effect 2, increases the wearer's spellcasting speed by 50%. Effect 3, 10% chance of double casting. Effect 4, grants 40% mana regeneration, once per day. Special effect, shields the vision of others and the effects of most prophecy spells. Don't worry. Although it's a high-quality imitation, Roderick's forgery technology is indeed top-notch. The cost of this thing is 5% of the original, but the effect is 30 to 40%. Chen explained. Because of the existence of the plane barrier and the eternal barrier, as long as you wear this dress, the gods will no longer be able to see you within the range of the prime material world. Even if you wear this dress to the outer plane from the prime material world, as long as you don't greet the gods, they will hardly notice you. Matthew was enlightened. Then, he began to ponder. According to Chen, Roderick seemed to have made a lot of high-quality imitations. These high-quality imitations were mostly imitations of divine artifacts or semi-divine artifacts. Although these artifacts definitely did not have the power of the original, they could replace the lower level in certain environments. After I'm done with the pine forest, I really have to go to Roderick's factory. Even if it's a high-quality imitation, it's worth a look as long as it's cheap enough. Matthew thought to himself. Chen said again. Of course, this is not enough. You still need an inconspicuous portal. Matthew immediately said. Near my cemetery, there's a dimensional rift. Behind the rift is a skana, but I blocked it with giant tree amber. Chen said seriously. Blocking it is a wise choice. Don't open it. The risk of dimensional rifts not only comes from the world behind the rifts but also affects the turbulence in the void. Even if Ascana doesn't discover these rifts, the strange creatures from the void may follow the clues and find you. By then, the challenges you face may be unsolvable with conventional magic knowledge. So before you become a legend, don't even think about using the dimensional rift to do anything. Matthew's heart trembled. He quickly agreed. Chen's expression relaxed. You should use your Lord's Door of Idiots. Door of Idiots? Matthew was slightly stunned. Have you never heard of this name? Chen smiled and said. The teleportation gate to Purgatory, owned by the Lord of Rolling Stone Town, Riegar, was inherited from his father. His father was also an extraordinary figure. Do you know why everyone knows about the existence of this portal, but no one has been able to find it? Because it's not just a moving portal. It's a living thing. Chapter 698 Chapter 698, Chen's Vajra Fist and Magical Domain. Chapter 698, Chen's Vajra Fist and Magical Domain. Ease reading on Zavel.omicron. Translator, Lonely Tree. It signed a contract with Rieger's father and extended the contract with Rieger himself. It has an unusual anti-reconnaissance ability, which is why Rieger can move between Inferno and Rolling Stone Town like a fish in water. This door is a guy with a strong personality. It claims that only a true idiot can become its master. This statement is, of course, a bit exaggerated, but according to my understanding, only those with a pure nature and near-perfect moral character can be recognized by the Door of Idiots. This condition is very harsh, so when we fought for the Door of the Idiots, only Rieger's father won. In short, using the Door of Idiots is the least risky way to go to Inferno Hell. Was there such a story behind that door? Matthew found it interesting. I'll discuss it with Riegar, but that door leads to the kingdom of Suki. As far as I know, Riegar and the kingdom of Suki have fallen out, he said. Chen waved his hand. Even if they fall out, they can still reconcile. I've already spoken to Queen Letitia of the Blood Flag Kingdom in advance these few days. She agreed to secretly provide Margaret with supplies. Try your best to negotiate with Riegar and tell him not to be so stiff with his sisters. Queen Letitia's request is actually very reasonable. After all, Riegar is related to the inheritance of the Kingdom of Blood Flag. He has the obligation to bear the responsibility of spreading the family. I have some friendship with Riegar, so I can be in charge of mediating. If Riegar and the Kingdom of Suki can reconcile, it will be very helpful for the Alliance's future plans in Inferno Hell.